My name is Fong Yun. Upon my arrival in the celestial realm, I was unceremoniously thrust into the role of a lowly mining slave, condemned to toil for 5 centuries. It was only until I awakened the infinite cloning system within the depths of the mine that my fate began to shift. This system not only mirrored my cultivation level, but also assisted in my training, with the added marvel of allowing me to alter my appearance at will. Congratulations to the Martial Emperor on ascending to the celestial realm. Atop the peak of the heavenly martial sect, there was a jubilant uproar. The air was thick with the voices of countless elite warriors from the Jian Wu world, gathered to celebrate the ascent of their martial emperor, Fang Yun. Witnessing my ascent, their eyes burned with fervor and envy, wishing to be enveloped by the celestial light emanating from the heavenly gates. To become an immortal was the cherished dream of every inhabitant of the Jian Wu continent. Yet, in the void above, adorned in opulent garments, I, the martial emperor Fong Yun, struggled fiercely against the pull of the celestial gates while gazing at the beautiful wives who had come to bid me farewell. I find this place rather agreeable. I truly do not wish to become an immortal. I fought with all my might, shattering the very fabric of the void around me. But still, the celestial gates inexorably drew me closer. Master, please ascend without worry. I shall take good care of mistress. A whip cracked, and as I grimaced in pain, my dream shattered. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the fierce countenance of the overseer, wielding a whip and showering me with curses. Fong Yun, how dare you slumber instead of mining the celestial crystal? Do you seek punishment? I shall work. I shall work. I was merely fatigued and took a brief rest. Please, spare my wrath. Dressed in tattered mining garb, I bowed in abject apology, my movements so practiced that they evoked sympathy. In the midst of my speech, I hastily picked up the pickaxe and resumed my labor. Just as I struck down once, crack, the whip lashed brutally against my back. I winced but endured, though a flicker of cold light danced in my eyes. Today, if you fail to mine at least 200 pieces of celestial crystal, you shall go hungry. The overseer, Huang Hui, squinted with disdain as he barked. Yes, yes. I gripped the pickaxe tightly, transforming my anger into strength, striking the hard rock wall with force. Sparks flew. The pickaxe dislodged a significant chunk of earth, revealing a deep green crystal. I was elated. This was a low-grade mining area, where celestial crystals were notoriously difficult to extract, and it was not uncommon to dig fruitlessly for hundreds of strikes. Yet, I had struck lucky with just a few blows, truly rare. As I bent to collect the crystal, Huang Hui's swift hand snatched it first. Oof, this piece is mine. Continue working. He stuffed the crystal into his satchel and then rummaged through my mining bag, pilfering 7 or 8 more pieces. I could only seethe in silence at his brazen thievery. To voice my objections would not only earn me his ire, but also another lash of the whip. Huang Hui was at the first level of the void Immortal Realm, while I was merely at the 9th level of the Mortal Bridge, rendering me utterly powerless against him. Seeing my submission, Huang Hui scoffed and whistled as he sauntered out of the mine. Moments later, a voice echoed back from his retreating figure. Humph, what a pathetic creature. An ant from the lower realms, dreaming of ascension? Huh. Upon hearing those words, my handsome visage twisted with unyielding resentment. The dream I had experienced was not an illusion, but a genuine event from 500 years past. I, Fong Yun, was once the mightiest being of the Jian Wu continent, a martial sovereign capable of shattering the void. Yet, upon being forcibly ascended to this celestial realm, I found myself utterly insignificant. Upon my arrival, I was promptly directed by the guards of the Ascension platform to this mining site under the Yunfan celestial sect. Initially, I was in utter disbelief. However, upon witnessing the fate of another ascendant who attempted to flee and was mercilessly slain, my anger was swiftly quelled. My so-called martial sovereign status was fragile in the face of the guards, akin to a mortal confronting a cultivator. Thus began my 500-year ordeal. According to the rules of the Yunfan celestial sect, those of us without a noble lineage or powerful ancestors to assist our ascension must toil for 1,000 years before earning our freedom. Moreover, there were quotas to fulfill. Should one fail to meet these requirements, even after a millennium, one would remain bound to mining until the debt was repaid. The remuneration was paltry, with only 1 low-grade celestial crystal awarded annually. It was, in essence, pure drudgery. However, over these 5 centuries, I had gleaned some insights into the celestial realm. First and foremost, the celestial realm is vast and boundless. The myriad entities within it have been nourished by celestial essence for countless years, rendering them immensely formidable. While I could move mountains and soar through the skies on the Jian Wu continent, here, I found myself unable to even lift off the ground. Secondly, these ascendants were not inherently weak. Rather, they lacked the crucial transcendence process that should accompany ascension. It was said that this process existed once, but has now vanished. Now, ascendants could only rely on the transformation crystals to complete their transcendence. In simpler terms, regardless of the energies cultivated in one's previous world, whether spiritual, arcane, true, or soul energies, as long as one possesses 1,000 transformation crystals to cleanse their being, they could convert their power into celestial essence, achieving the void immortal realm. Upon attaining this realm, they would be able to absorb the celestial energy of the celestial realm, becoming true immortals. Although the void immortal state is merely the most rudimentary tier of immortals, it is leagues above those of us at the 9th level of the mortal bridge who cannot absorb celestial energy. It is a distinction akin to that between mortals and immortals. The reason we remained at the 9th level was that, upon being captured for mining, we were granted a one-time provision of 900 transformation crystals. This was intended to bolster our strength for mining. As for the remaining 100 transformation crystals, the mine would distribute one every decade. The intent behind this was insidiously calculated. Reflecting on the information I had gathered over the years, I could not help but curse under my breath. As I mined, I was engulfed in despair. I was not the true martial emperor Fang Yun. I had crossed over into the body of the martial emperor 3 days before his ascension. Upon my arrival, I discovered an ancient jade tablet inscribed with 5 words, "Do not ascend at any cost." I was perplexed. I only knew that I, the once miserable soul from Blue Star, had suddenly inherited the complete prowess of the martial emperor and his 100 exquisite wives. I had laughed with abandon. Yet, merely 3 days into this new life, after having slept with 38 of them, I was forced to ascend and toil in the mines. 500 years later, my spirit and body were exhausted, living as a mere slave. As the years dragged on, had it not been for my cultivation at the martial sovereign level, my memories would have begun to fade. The celestial crystals we mined were tainted, requiring extensive refinement to be transformed into the currency of the celestial realm. As for the distinction between transformation crystals and celestial crystals, I had yet to fully comprehend. I only knew they were different. Among all the traversers, I must be the most unfortunate. I wielded my pickaxe with renewed vigor, fueled by my indignation. I have endured 500 years without ever witnessing the true grandeur of the celestial realm. If given the chance, I yearn to exact vengeance upon the malevolent higher beings of this realm. Ding. Do you wish to succeed? Do you desire revenge? If you answer affirmatively, you shall possess the supreme system. A sudden voice echoed. I was momentarily stunned, then a wave of exhilaration washed over me. A system? The legendary standard for traversers. Where have you been all this time? It has been 500 years. Do you know how I have endured these past 5 centuries? Chapter 2. The Plugin. Infinite clones in the next moment. Without a hint of hesitation, Fong Yun clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Think." Ding. Binding the infinite clone system. With the successful binding of the system, Fong Yun swiftly grasped the overarching concept of the clone system. These clones were not birthed from Fong Yun's own being, but rather exchanged from the system's space, materialized through the rules of the system. As the host consciousness took control of the system's clone, it could serve as a substitute for the true self, thus referred to as clones and the clone system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embarking on a journey towards celestial ascendance, becoming the nightmare of countless immortals. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift package, randomly unlocking 1 permanent initial clone ability. As the announcement echoed, a rapidly changing, colorful gift package appeared before Fong Yun. White, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold swirled chaotically. Fong Yun quickly comprehended its meaning and hurriedly wiped his inky hands on his coarse linen garment. He muttered a prayer, "Maflower, retreat," and then clicked on it. Instantly, the colors froze. Buzz. A blinding golden light erupted forth. Fong Yun was elated. Golden. It is indeed golden. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the golden legendary permanent initial ability. Clone customization. What does clone customization mean? Fong Yun pondered in astonishment. It didn't take long for him to understand. Before him, a phantom figure rapidly transformed according to his thoughts. As long as he envisioned an image in his mind, the clone could manifest in that likeness. Young or old, male or female, even non-human forms were possible. Gulping, Fong Yun swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is splendid. As a default reward from the system, Fong Yun was granted 1 opportunity to create a clone. However, he found himself troubled. What should his first clone look like? As he contemplated, numerous images flooded his mind, reflecting upon the system's clone editor. There was an exact replica of himself. A towering and imposing Xiang Yu, the valiant Zhao Yun, and the formidable warriors Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. But soon, Fong Yun slapped himself. No. After 500 years in this lowly mine, he hadn't seen a single woman. This clone must be female. Once the gender was determined, the process transformed into something extraordinary. The ethereal figure before Fong Yun morphed swiftly, each iteration more breathtaking than the last, each body more perfect than the one before. There were stars from his past life, characters from anime, and his 100 exquisite wives from the martial realm. You shall be the one, Fong Yun mused, envisioning the stunning twin sisters in his mind, confirming the elder sister and accentuating her curves, then mentally affirming his choice. Come forth, my sword dance. As the words left his lips, the once ethereal figure of sword dance rapidly solidified. In the blink of an eye, a living, breathing sword dance emerged. Her skin was as fair as snow, her delicate visage exquisite, her curves flawless, and her long, slender legs strikingly white. She epitomized Fong Yun's aesthetic standards, an undeniable, surreal beauty. Her radiant appearance illuminated the dim mind, casting a faint glow around. Fong Yun's face flushed instantly, for Jian Wu was devoid of clothing. He reached out to grasp her, experiencing the tangible sensation and warmth of a living being. It was astonishingly real. Overwhelmed with impulse, he felt an urge to act. Yet another rational hand restrained his restless one. No, this is my avatar. At that moment, Jian Wu slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze resembled autumn waters, albeit with a hint of confusion, lacking any semblance of intelligence. Could it be that Jian Wu possessed no wisdom at all? Fong Yun was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Jian Wu spoke. Master, her voice was melodious yet somewhat awkward. This single utterance stirred Fong Yun's emotions further. In the next instant, he retrieved from his storage ring the tattered mining outfit he had worn over the years and handed it to his avatar, Jian Wu. Put it on, he commanded. However, Jian Wu appeared bewildered, holding the clothing but unsure how to wear it. At a loss for words, Fong Yun then heard Jian Wu speak again. He was startled. Before he knew it, an entire hour had elapsed. Feeling invigorated, Fong Yun leaned against the rock wall, a blade of wild grass between his lips, utterly content. Ding. The host has misunderstood. Ding. Please immerse your consciousness in your mind. The system's voice resonated, and Fong Yun realized that during the past hour, the system had tirelessly attempted to correct him numerous times, yet he had been oblivious to it, truly oblivious. Now, as he regained his awareness, Fong Yun swiftly discovered a phantom deep within his mind. It was indeed Jian Wu. As his consciousness entered the essence of Jian Wu's phantom, he suddenly found himself in a second perspective. He had transformed into Jian Wu and could control her. Thus, the two Fong Yuns, two bodies, gazed at each other in an odd manner. In that moment, a wealth of information flooded Fong Yun's mind, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the avatar's capabilities. Firstly, Jian Wu was not foolish. Rather, she had just been born and was still somewhat disoriented. She possessed the intellect of an ordinary person and could share wisdom with Fong Yun. Secondly, regardless of her intellect, the avatar would unconditionally obey and remain loyal to Fong Yun. The avatars shared a permanent bond of cooperation. Thirdly, the avatar possessed 100% of Fong Yun's realm of power. Moreover, upon her creation, one or two characteristic attributes would manifest based on the avatar's nature, enhancing certain abilities. For instance, Jian Wu's attributes were flexibility and agility. This characteristic ability was a complementary feature of the Golden Legend that allowed for the arbitrary editing of avatars. Fourthly, the avatar could sustain injuries without experiencing pain, possessing the same regenerative capabilities as Fong Yun. Furthermore, if gravely wounded, she could return to the system and resurrect fully after 24 hours. Fifthly, the avatar could enter a shadowy, ethereal state, including her clothing. In this state, there was no breath, no tangible form. Yet, should she attack or be attacked, her physical form would manifest. She could retain her original appearance or transform into a shadowy figure. The shadowy figure would resemble her original visage, yet devoid of flesh and blood, becoming an entity akin to a pure black statue, inside and out. Lastly, the avatar could be recalled into the system's storage. After this revelation, Fong Yun was utterly exhilarated. The realm of absolute power, along with its unique abilities, conjures the fear of a future where one might possess 1,000,000 incarnations, all at the same level of mastery. The mere thought is daunting, yet it is the adversaries who quiver in trepidation. Furthermore, the ability to become invisible and assume a shadowy form reveals an epiphany in Fong Yun. This compels him to contemplate a solitary existence as an assassin within the League. Ding. Host, have you realized? Assassinate, hunt, become a terror throughout the entire celestial realm. Hee hee. System, do try to maintain some decorum, Fong Yun quipped, sharing a disdainful glance with Jian Wu, though a mischievous smirk crept upon their lips. How does one acquire the second incarnation? Fong Yun inquired. In the next instant, a list of exchange options appeared in his mind. The second to the 10th incarnations required 2 low-grade celestial crystals, 4, 6, and so forth in succession. The exchange rate is rather reasonable. though Fong Yun was somewhat impoverished. He perceived it to be a modest price. What about those beyond 10? Ding. Host, do not be overly ambitious. Achieving 10 incarnations will unlock automatically. But trust in this system, it is a benevolent one. Huh. Fong Yun chuckled lightly. He then directed Jian Wu to don her attire and tossed her a shovel. And together they commenced mining. The pairing of male and female made the labor less arduous and the experience quite pleasant. As evening approached, Fong Yun took stock of the celestial essence crystals collected that day, a staggering 330. System, can you store these celestial essence crystals? Fong Yun asked tentatively. No sooner had he spoken than the pile of crystals vanished in an instant, absorbed into the system's space. Astonishing. Fong Yun felt a surge of joy. The celestial essence crystals were a specialty of the celestial realm, and the storage ring he had brought from Xuanwu continent could not accommodate them. This was also the reason why the mining site was unconcerned about their potential hoarding. However, from this moment forth, the situation had shifted. A sly smile began to form at the corners of Fong Yun's mouth. Your mine is now my mine. Chapter 3. The Increase of Incarnations. 7. Fong Yun retracted Jian Wu's incarnation and packed away 200 celestial essence crystals into a bag. He then made his way toward the submission point. Upon arrival, he found a lengthy queue stretching before him, composed of hundreds of individuals from various races, young and old, yet predominantly male. The reason for this arrangement, it was said, was that Yun Fan's celestial sect preferred to manage the miners by segregating male and female ascendants into different mining areas. In the throngs, some conversed in small groups, sharing tales of the day's yields, while many others wore expressions of stoicism, remaining silent. The more talkative souls were typically newcomers, having arrived within the last century. The silent ones, much like Fong Yun, were seasoned veterans, having endured for centuries. Many had once been sovereigns of their own territories, or even the mightiest within a small world. Yet, those days were long gone. After years of exploitation and torment, the populace had grown numb. Mining, submitting celestial essence crystals, dining, resting, then repeating the cycle the next day. Each day unfolded like a mechanical routine. If there was any hope to be found, it lay in the desire to endure this millennium swiftly or to savor a hearty meal. In the lower mining district, all miners were ascendants yet to complete their transcendence. Not yet celestial beings. Their inner strength was a muddled amalgam, lacking purity, having not transformed into celestial energy, nor possessing celestial techniques, rendering them unable to directly absorb celestial essence. Although starvation is not an immediate concern, the daily grind of intensive mining depletes considerable physical strength without the replenishment of spiritual energy. Thus, one must rely on meals and rest to restore vitality. This was precisely the intimidation tactic employed by the overseer, Huang Hui, who threatened Fong Yun against taking breaks from meals. Should he fail to eat today, he would be compelled to mine on an empty stomach tomorrow, with a mandate to extract a full 200 stones. Otherwise, he would likely go hungry again. Such a situation easily spirals into a vicious cycle, leading to increasing weakness and fatigue. Ultimately, this results in frequent failure to meet expectations, incurring physical punishment, and accumulating substantial debts to the mining operation. When the millennium comes to an end, he would still have to continue mining to repay his previous debts. In this celestial realm, the environment is decidedly unwelcoming for ascendants without influence. Fong Yun, numb and indifferent, moved along with the long line of miners. Before it was his turn, Overseer Huang Hui had already cast a mocking glance in his direction, inwardly scoffing. Kid, if you fail to reach 200 today, don't even think about having a meal. When Fong Yun's turn arrived, he did not even glance at him, but, with a vacant expression, placed a pile of crystal stones upon the table. Huang Hui's mind flickered over the stones, and he was momentarily stunned. 200 stones, neither more nor less. How could this be? He found it hard to believe. When he checked at noon, this lad was still lounging about, likely having only mined around 60 or 70 stones, of which he had taken 8 or 9 for himself. Yet, this boy managed to mine 140 stones in a single afternoon. Was it sheer luck? That was certainly a possibility. Initially intending to further torment Fong Yun, Huang Hui reconsidered the regulations and said, Fong Yun, you are quite fortunate to have met the requirements. Well done, keep it up, and go have your meal. Thank you, sir, Fong Yun replied respectfully, accepting a meal ticket before making his way to the dining hall. The cafeteria in the lower mining district was quite rudimentary, featuring a simple shed with worn-out tables and chairs. Upon presenting his meal ticket, the cook ladled a bowl of indistinct slop for him. It was a hodgepodge of vegetables, soup, and rice, all mixed together, yet devoid of any meat. This was the standard fare in the lower mining district, unpalatable but filling. Adjacent to the basic meal area was another section, filled with enticing aromas and a variety of meat dishes. However, they were prohibitively expensive. One low-grade celestial crystal could purchase a roasted chicken, meaning the miners could only afford a decent meal once a year under normal circumstances. The exploitation within the celestial realm seemed meticulously calculated. Fong Yun quickly finished his slop. First, he headed towards his residence, and then, when he sensed no one was watching, he abruptly turned and made his way to the distant exchange hall. His movements were cautious, yet at the moment he entered the modest hall, he was spotted by a fellow miner passing by. Instantly, the miner's previously vacant eyes glimmered with a subtle, profound light. Inside the simple exchange hall, Fong Yun bowed respectfully to a figure above and presented his identification badge. Lord Ling, I have 50 low-grade celestial crystals that I have yet to claim. I wish to withdraw them all now. Here is my identification badge. For 5 centuries, the low-grade celestial crystals possessed by Fong Yun had mostly been exhausted. However, there remained 50 pieces in stock. Additionally, he had yet to claim another 50 transformation crystals, as one must gather 100 to utilize them all at once. In such a place, it was perilous for miners to possess these 2 items. One could either claim them and use them before others took notice or store them at the mining management office. Otherwise, if discovered by fellow miners, one would risk being robbed or, worse, facing fatal violence. At that moment, the figure above slowly opened his eyes. Ling Mo, who had recently arrived in the past century, was the head of the exchange office in the low-grade mining area, reputed to possess the strength of a 4th-tier virtual immortal. The instant his gaze fell upon Fong Yun, Fong felt as if he were being seen through. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his skin tensed with apprehension. Is this the power of a 4th-tier virtual immortal? Fong Yun's heart raced, and he bowed respectfully. Having encountered Ling Mo numerous times before, he always felt as insignificant as an ant in his presence. After a brief pause, the pressure dissipated, and Ling Mo spoke indifferently. Fong Yun, are you certain you wish to take all the low-grade celestial crystals? Will you not claim the transformation crystals? Yes, my lord, Fong Yun affirmed with a nod. He then added with a smile, you need only provide me with 45 celestial crystals. The remaining 5 shall be my humble tribute to you. Haha. You are quite commendable, a person of understanding, Ling Mo replied with a casual compliment, while secretly thinking, understanding, but regrettably not very wise. Taking over 40 at once, are you not afraid of being robbed? Though Ling Mo kept this thought to himself, he waved his hand, and 45 low-grade celestial crystals floated over. Fong Yun received them, placing them into his mining bag, and then respectfully expressed his gratitude before stepping out. Upon exiting, it truly appeared as though Fong Yun had claimed celestial crystals. The fullness of his bag suggested a substantial amount, at least dozens, enough to sustain him for a month with good provisions. In a dim corner, 3 ragged miners gazed greedily, whispering among themselves. Fong Yun sensed an unusual presence behind him. Turning around, he saw nothing amiss, yet he trusted his instincts. Had he indeed attracted attention? He furrowed his brow. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he commanded in his mind, system, convert my celestial crystals into avatars. Ding. Based on the host's celestial crystal count, 6 avatars can be exchanged. As the voice echoed, Fong Yun's 45 celestial crystals instantly dwindled to 3. However, simultaneously, he gained 6 avatars. Observing the system space, he now had 7 avatars, including the original sword dance and 6 shadowy figures. Fong Yun felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress a smile. With a thought, the 6 shadowy figures swiftly transformed into 6 tall, muscular men. He named them Fong Yu, endowed with attributes of strength and defense. They resembled 6 siblings, similar yet distinct. Drawing inspiration from the image of Xiang Yu, he felt this appearance was more suitable for mining and would likely prove advantageous in potential conflicts. Feeling the 3 individuals trailing behind him, Fong Yun chuckled. Boldly, he strode towards the mine. Chapter 4. More people? It's already evening. Why doesn't he return to rest, and instead chooses to mine? Has he become a slave, yet still so industrious? The 3 were astonished. They quickly followed. Going to the mine was indeed more convenient for robbery. Moments later, deep within a mine shaft, Wang Tung, Xiaoyu, and Xiaofeng. We are all suffering ascendants. Must it be this way? Fong Yun furrowed his brow. He recognized the 3 before him. Once, they had shared a camaraderie born from mutual suffering and had exchanged idle boasts. However, in the last century, these 3, along with others, had begun to conspire and engage in numerous treacherous schemes. Fong Yun never anticipated that they would turn against him today. Enough talk. Hand over the celestial crystals. Out of respect for our past friendship, we may consider sparing your life. Wang Tung spoke indifferently, his eyes gleaming with an irresistible light. What if I refuse? Fong Yun replied calmly. We are 3, and you are alone. Is there room for resistance? Guo Xiaoyu grinned, tilting his head side to side. transforming his human visage into a menacing wolf's head. Refuse, and you shall die. The werewolf, Gui Xiaoyu, sneered, leaping several meters forward, brandishing his sharp claws towards Fong Yun. As an ascendant of the demon clan, he intended to feast on Fong Yun's flesh, leaving no opportunity for him to retaliate. Seeing him move, the other two sprang into action. In a moment of peril, Fong Yun unexpectedly smiled. Relying on numbers? Allow me to show you who truly has the advantage. Fong Yu's sword dance rise. With those gentle words, 6 brawny men and a beautiful woman appeared silently around the three. The moment they manifested, 2 of Fong Yu's doubles coordinated a surprise attack on one of them. Due to their proximity and the suddenness of the ambush, one regarding the spoils of war, Fong Yun acquired 4 mining picks, 3 shabby storage rings, and a gleaming dagger. The quality was rather disappointing, yet entirely within Fong Yun's expectations. After all, the ascended beings had just arrived in the Immortal Realm and had their possessions confiscated. It was quite reasonable for them to be impoverished. As for why their storage rings from the lower realm were not taken, Fong Yun speculated that the immortals found them to be utterly worthless. Incapable of even holding spirit crystals, what use could they possibly have? After examining the dagger for a short while, Fong Yun quickly discerned its origin. It was forged from the teeth of the werewolf Gui Xiaoyu and was surprisingly sharp, an unexpected delight. Fong Yun stowed the dagger away and began distributing the mining picks. With his 2 picks, along with the freshly acquired ones, he had precisely 6 for his Fong Yu avatars, each wielding one. Let the excavation commence, Fong Yun commanded. And immediately, the 6 robust figures began to toil. The avatars, tireless and capable of mining around the clock, could work indefinitely. Fong Yun figured that since they could work so diligently, they should start immediately. As for himself and Jian Wu, they would certainly take a break. With avatars at their disposal, why would they need to mine personally? Leaning against the mine wall, while Jian Wu knelt beside him, massaging his shoulders and legs, Fong Yun found immense pleasure in the moment. Though fewer miners operated during the night, some were present, primarily to repay past debts. Hence, Fong Yun's avatar's mining went unnoticed. In the latter part of the night, he sensed that he would need more avatars in the future and decided to prepare accordingly. Thus, he instructed Jian Wu to stealthily venture out and procure over 100 mining picks, all of which were stored in the system space. While these tools were not particularly precious, it would be unreasonable to continually request them from above, and there was a risk of drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Stealing them was far more convenient, especially since many miners left their picks in the mine when returning to rest. The next day, just as dawn began to break, the assembly horn sounded. Supervisor Zhao Qing discovered that 3 of his workers were missing and could not be found. This was neither a trivial nor a major issue, yet significant enough. 3 ascended beings, 3 free laborers. Moreover, the mine had invested spirit crystals. How could they simply vanish? Instantly, discussions erupted among the workers, filled with speculation. Could they have fled? How bold to attempt such a thing? We all carry the aura left by spirit treasures. Where could they possibly run? Can they outrun a true immortal? Besides, I know these 3. They are seasoned miners and would never make such a rookie mistake. Before long, Zhao Qing reported that, after some investigation, the essence of the 3 had dissipated, signifying their demise. While it was common for a few ascended beings to perish each year in the mine, the sudden loss of 3 was a rare occurrence. This incident stirred considerable unrest. The captain of the law enforcement team, Wong Jan, even took it upon himself to conduct a stern inspection. I have already stated that I will not interfere in your internal conflicts, but there must be no fatalities. And now, 3 have perished. If I find out who is responsible, he warned, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the scene. Wang Jan let out a cold snort and struck towards the desolate mine several hundred meters away. Boom! The ethereal handprint descended upon the rock wall, causing a collapse and sending debris flying in all directions. The crowd fell silent, stunned. Fong Yun watched in astonishment, his heart racing with envy. At present, having reached the 9th level of transcending the Immortal Realm, he too could easily shatter the rocks of the immortal world with a single blow. However, compared to Wang Jan, who was merely at the 5th level of virtual immortality, his efforts seemed akin to a child's play with mud. Virtual immortality truly embodied the essence of immortality. Clenching his fist, Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. With this matter concluded, the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective mining pits. Soon, within several of the tunnels, exclamations and curses echoed. Where's my pickaxe? What the hell? Is this thing also subject to theft? Unperturbed by the chaos, Fong Yun busied himself in his own tunnel, orchestrating the diligent efforts of 6 Fong Yu avatars in their mining endeavors. Dig. Give it your all. It's all mine. Chapter 5, out. Fortune awaits. The required quota for the mining site was tailored according to one's cultivation level. For someone at the 9th level of transcending the Immortal Realm, The daily requirement was 200 immortal essence crystals. It was achievable, yet laziness was not an option. Failure to meet the quota would lead to dire consequences. The mining industry in the Immortal Realm had developed a suitable standard over the years, perfectly balancing the intensity of labor to ensure one was exhausted yet not entirely overwhelmed. However, Fong Yun's situation had changed. He was not only comfortably lounging, but also pilfering from the capitalists of the Immortal Realm. What a delightful thrill! Observing the industriousness of his 7 avatars, Fong Yun felt utterly at ease. With comparable strength, their mining speed was also nearly identical. Last night, the 6 Fong Yu collectively unearthed 1,200 immortal essence crystals. From this day forth, their relentless efforts would yield 2,400 crystals daily. As for Jian Wu, her workload was considerably lighter. She only needed to mine the required 200 crystals each day, dedicating the remainder of her time to serving Fong Yun. Sitting on the ground, Fong Yun calculated, a smile gradually spreading across his face. If only he had a few more avatars. According to the system's exchange rate, the next avatar required 14 low-grade immortal crystals. The subsequent one would need 16. Yet, he currently possessed only immortal essence crystals, which the system did not accept, leaving him quite frustrated. Immortal crystals were exceedingly difficult to procure in the mining area. Even if one resorted to theft, it would necessitate targeting the wealthy. Yet, among the vast sea of miners, 99% were utterly impoverished. Robbing them would be inefficient and fraught with peril. Fong Yun shook his head. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He devised a plan to send an avatar out to see if it could exchange for some immortal crystals. He bore the mark of a spiritual treasure, and as long as he remained within the confines of the mining area, he would be detected by the enforcement team. Attempting to escape would lead to an untimely demise. However, his avatars should not bear the mark, and with their ability to become invisible, they could operate with greater ease. The feasibility of this plan was exceedingly high. He would first gather several days' worth of immortal essence crystals. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The disturbances caused by Wong Tung and his companions gradually faded into obscurity. The enforcement team found nothing. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, the overseer of the trio, reportedly faced disciplinary action from above. Recently, Zhao Qing has been in a dreadful mood, frequently berating his subordinates, the miners, under the guise of supervision. Meanwhile, Fong Yun appears to be an outsider, untouched by the turmoil. In addition to the daily tribute of celestial essence crystals, he has amassed an impressive sum of 8,600. One could say he is quite affluent. However, this wealth serves no practical purpose. Fong Yun is gradually becoming restless. Without having fully completed his transcendent ascension, he is unable to absorb the celestial energy from the immortal realm, which means that even in his idleness, he cannot cultivate. Moreover, each additional avatar would yield an extra 400 celestial essence crystals daily. The delay in manifesting a new avatar equates to lost opportunities for profit. He must venture out today to see if he can exchange for celestial crystals and procure some transformative essence crystals. Resolute in his decision, he set his plan into motion. Fong Yun emptied his mind and gradually immersed himself in his own consciousness. Then, he beheld the shadows of 7 avatars. Fong Yun concentrated his awareness on Avatar 1. In the next instant, Avatar 1, who was mining, abruptly ceased his actions. The spark in his eyes became ever more vibrant. He had been commandeered by Fong Yun. Avatar 1 flexed his limbs with remarkable agility and then gazed at Fong Yun. The two exchanged knowing smiles. 2 Fong Yuns, 2 perspectives, though it required divided attention. This was a trivial task for someone at the 9th level of Ascension. Moreover, the controlled avatar could directly access the system's spatial resources. Let us depart, Fong Yun commanded. Immediately, Avatar 1 became invisible and sprinted towards the outskirts of the mining area. Soon, he reached the boundary of the mining zone. Avatar 1 felt a twinge of anxiety before boldly stepping beyond. Continuing onward, several breaths passed without any disturbance from the mining area. It truly was feasible. Haha. Avatar 1 silently laughed and then stealthily made his way towards the distant town, a place he had overheard from the overseers. This town caters specifically to the managers of the surrounding mines. Although referred to as a town, Fong Yun was profoundly astonished upon Avatar 1's arrival at the destination. It was vast, remarkably so. One could easily liken it to a city. There were crowds aplenty, not solely composed of miners, but predominantly of service personnel. It was Fong Yun's first encounter with mortals from the celestial realm. The experience was utterly novel. These individuals, though termed mortals, exuded a formidable aura. A casual glance revealed that the weakest among them would rank at least as core formation cultivators in the lower realm. Indeed, the celestial realm is a domain of the extraordinary. Some are born as mere ants, while others are innately powerful. Fong Yun was left speechless. He then maneuvered Avatar 1 to stealthily explore the area, seeking to gather information. This place encompassed all aspects of life, with shops, taverns, gambling houses, and cloth merchants, everything one could desire for leisure and enjoyment. There were even brothels. Avatar 1, curious and invisible, ventured inside for a tour. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Not only were there humans, but also serpent women, succubi, demonesses, and elves, each possessing angelic faces and devilish figures. Overall, they bore the semblance of humanity while astonishingly retaining distinctive traits of their respective races. For instance, the waist of the serpent woman, the horns of the succubus, and the ears of the elf, all captivated Fong Yun's imagination, stirring within him a desire to manipulate Fong Yun number 1 and experience the essence of being non-human. However, after some contemplation, Fong Yun ultimately relinquished the idea, recognizing that grand matters took precedence. There would be time for such experiences in the future. Adorned in miner's attire, Fong Yun number 1 could not simply appear on the streets. Thus, he stealthily slipped into a nearby residence and procured a change of clothing. In an unoccupied alley, he manifested his true form, tall, majestic, and devoid of any aura, exuding an air of enigma. Subsequently, Fong Yun number 1 confidently entered the Qianlai shop. The shopkeeper, Su Qian, who had been resting, lifted his gaze, instantly becoming alert. This individual, with a cultivation of virtual immortality at the 3rd level, was unable to discern any of Fong Yun number 1's prowess, nor could he sense even a hint of his presence. The striking appearance and aloof demeanor of this figure indicated that he was extraordinary, undoubtedly a formidable master. As for the ordinary clothing he wore, Su Qian paid it no mind. In the realm of immortals, even a dog with higher cultivation would command respect, so attire was a trivial concern for the discerning. Honored guest, may I inquire whether you wish to buy or sell? Su Qian stood, a smile gracing his face, his tone respectful. Fong Yun. One cast a casual glance in his direction, his voice resonant and magnetic as he uttered a few words, exchange for immortal crystals. With a wave of his hand, a pile of celestial essence crystals appeared on the ground. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. In this vicinity, it was common for individuals, often managers from the mining operations, to exchange celestial essence crystals, so it was not particularly surprising. However, he found it puzzling that such an impressive master would only seek to exchange this modest amount of celestial essence crystals. Quickly regaining his professional composure, Su Qian smiled and scanned the pile with his consciousness, calculating the total. Honored guest, there are a total of 8,600 inferior celestial essence crystals. Based on the current market rate, that amounts to 860 inferior immortal crystals at a 10-to-1 exchange rate. Chapter 6. The news of transforming immortal crystals. Alas, I've struck it rich. In the mine, Fong Yun, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Jian Wu and planted a kiss on her delicate face, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What thrilled Fong Yun was not merely the 860 inferior immortal crystals, but rather the astonishing 10-to-1 exchange rate. An immense and boundless mine stretched out before him. Inside the shop, as Fong Yun one stored the 860 immortal crystals into the system space. Fong Yun's thoughts flickered, and a small pile of immortal crystals appeared before him. The spatial transfer function worked seamlessly, and he reveled in the experience. System, summon avatar. Ding. The 8th to 10th avatars require a total of 48 inferior immortal crystals for exchange. Process completed. As the announcement echoed, 3 shadows materialized in the system space. Just as Fong Yun was filled with delight, the system voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding. Second phase unlocked. Enhanced avatars with personal space functionality. Space capacity, 100 cubic meters. The 11th to 100th avatars will each cost 100 inferior immortal crystals for exchange. Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with profound astonishment. His doppelgangers now possessed their own dedicated space. Moreover, the exchange rate was indeed quite reasonable. 1 doppelganger for a mere 100 inferior celestial crystals. Had it been before, Fong Yun would have berated the system for its inefficiency. However, now, gazing upon the mine before him, he could only exclaim, "Let it flow." Exchange for doppelgangers. Fong Yun commanded. In an instant, he acquired 8 more doppelgangers. With the previous ones included, he now possessed a total of 18 doppelgangers. Yet, he was left with only 12 inferior celestial crystals. Jian Wu collected the celestial crystals before him. Fong Yun instructed Jian Wu, and the very next moment, the crystals on the ground vanished. They indeed appeared within his system space. Fong Yun was filled with delight and astonishment. After some exploration, he began to grasp the concept of the doppelganger's exclusive space. In simple terms, from this moment onward, each ordinary doppelganger could independently store up to 100 cubic meters of items directly into the system space. Each doppelganger could only retrieve what they had collected themselves. However, neither Fong Yun nor the doppelganger under his consciousness faced this limitation and could extract items from any of the doppelgangers. For instance, the celestial crystals collected by Jian Wu could be accessed by her, Fong Yun, and Fong Yun number 1, but Fong Yun number 2 could not retrieve them. Upon understanding this, Fong Yun felt joyous. The system space's arrangement was quite sophisticated. The doppelgangers possessed a degree of independence while remaining entirely subordinate to him. More importantly, in the future, the doppelgangers would be able to collect celestial essence crystals and act independently, eliminating the need for him to stand watch. Subsequently, Fong Yun began to edit the 11 newly exchanged doppelgangers. They all include Jian Wu. I must create a younger sister named Jian Ro, he declared first. Then, he crafted a succubus doppelganger. Following that, he designed an elven doppelganger. Clearing his throat, he transformed the remaining 8 into Fong Yu. Jian Ro shared the same qualities as Jian Wu. The succubus's traits excited Fong Yun, revealing allure and elasticity. He casually tested the traits and gasped in awe at their magnificence. The elven doppelganger possessed agility and precision, prompting Fong Yun to contemplate ranged attacks. Suddenly, a concept formed in his mind. A battalion of formidable Fong Yes charging forward, while the elves provided support from the back. A smirk crept onto his face. Abruptly, his smile faded, and he swiftly focused his attention on Fong Yu number 1, as some complications had arisen there. Inside the shop, after collecting the celestial crystals, Fong Yu number 1 casually examined the items available. He then inquired with the shopkeeper if there were any transformation crystals. The shopkeeper, Su Qian, immediately became anxious and glanced around nervously before shaking his head vigorously. No, this establishment conducts legitimate business. We do not possess such items. You must be jesting, dear customer. This statement sparked numerous thoughts in Fong Yun's mind. Transformation crystals appeared to be quite extraordinary. There was no need for the shopkeeper to be anxious. He understood fully. He was not testing him, but genuinely wished to purchase some, and the price was negotiable. Fong Yu whispered softly, casting a discreet glance at the shopkeeper. Could it be that the guest was merely jesting with him? Su Qian remained ever vigilant. A light chuckle escaped Fong Yu as he turned to depart. Wait, Su Qian exclaimed. If the guest truly desires it, there are ways to procure it. However, as you know, this item is under the strict regulation of the immortal sect, making it quite difficult to obtain. Fong Yu turned back, saying, there is no need for further discussion. You shall set the price. Su Qian laughed heartily. The guest is forthright. To be candid, I have a cousin who is a disciple of the Yun Fan immortal sect, and he can indeed acquire some transformation crystals, though not in great quantity. How many does the guest require? Not much, just 200 will suffice, replied Fong Yu. Su Qian pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, no problem. However, I will need 4,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Fong Yu furrowed his brow. Su Qian felt a pang of anxiety. This item was indeed a controlled substance. Yet its true value was far beneath this lofty price, which was largely influenced by risk. Whether it was worth such an expense depended solely on the guest's need. Furthermore, anyone in pursuit of this item was undoubtedly a subject of interest. Of course, that was not the merchant's concern, but rather that of the immortal sect. His only obligation was to ensure profitability. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Yu replied, agreed. How long until I can collect it? Su Qian, with a warm smile, responded. Approximately 1 month. Good, Fong Yu replied curtly, turning coldly to leave. Su Qian had initially intended to request a deposit, but reconsidered. Those in need of such items were likely more anxious than himself. Moreover, given the guest's willingness to agree so readily, he felt it unwise to be overly frugal. Thus, he abandoned the thought. Fong Yu strolled through the town, purchasing an array of garments, both male and female, in various styles, settling the cost with 3 low-grade immortal crystals. He then indulged in some delectable food, spending 2 more low-grade immortal crystals. Subsequently, he slipped into an alley, concealing his presence once more. Shopkeeper, the individual has slipped away. He entered an alley and then vanished, reported a subordinate. Su Qian, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned. This outcome only served to further solidify his belief in the extraordinary prowess of that cold man. By the heavens! My life in the immortal realm has only just begun. Within a secluded mine, Fong Yun indulged in copious amounts of food and drink, accompanied by a sword dancer massaging his shoulders and a charming succubus kneeling to rub his legs. After 5 centuries, today could be deemed the most gratifying day thus far. The aroma of food was sealed off by several avatars of Fong Yu, while at the entrance of the deep mine, an elf remained hidden, keeping watch, ensuring absolute safety. Once satisfied, Fong Yun let out a long belch and commanded all his avatars to commence their work with fervor. Mine, dig for all you're worth. Chapter 7. The Surge in Avatar Numbers. Someone transcends. One avatar, working diligently, could extract 400 immortal crystals in a day. Now, with a total of 18 avatars at his disposal, Fong Yun could amass a staggering 7,200 immortal crystals daily. However, accounting for some avatars engaged in other tasks, the actual daily yield of immortal crystals would be slightly less. Nonetheless, even after such a conversion into celestial crystals, the total amounted to an impressive 700 inferior celestial crystals. This was merely the yield from a single day. As time swiftly passed, half a month went by, and Fong Yun had accumulated a staggering 100,000 celestial essence crystals. Thus, on this particular day, he commanded Fong Yun #1 to venture forth once more. This time, the action was entirely autonomous, and although Fong Yun initially harbored some apprehensions, they dissipated completely after a brief period of observation within his mind's eye. This avatar possessed a thought process and logic strikingly similar to his own, exhibiting a careful and prudent disposition. When Fong Yun arrived once again at the Qianlai shop, the proprietor, Su Qian, was instantly illuminated with excitement. Having not received a deposit, Su Qian had secretly worried during this time, pondering whether he had indeed been deceived. Had he expended considerable effort to acquire the celestial crystals in vain? However, upon seeing the visitor, the majority of his prior concerns vanished in an instant. Esteemed customer, you have arrived. I have already instructed my cousin to handle that matter. Though it has yet to arrive, Su Qian greeted with a beaming smile. Indeed, Fong Yun #1 responded coolly, his voice resonant and magnetic. I have come to exchange for celestial crystals. As he spoke, he waved his hand, revealing a substantial pile of celestial essence crystals upon the ground. Su Qian, momentarily taken aback, soon found his spirits soaring. The exchange rate for crystals of this quality was 10-1. However, internally, when exchanging with the Superior Merchant Association, they could manage a rate of 9-1. The transaction was completed with ease and satisfaction. From this deal, Su Qian directly profited over 1,000 inferior celestial crystals, leaving him exceedingly joyful and increasingly respectful towards Fong Yun #1. Furthermore, sensing the potential for future transactions, Su Qian graciously gifted several simple storage bags. After concluding the exchange, Fong Yun #1 casually wandered through the shop, subtly inquiring about several matters, to which Su Qian was forthcoming with information. Upon departure, Fong Yun #1 acquired a sword of inferior celestial artifact grade. Su Qian claimed to provide it at a low price of 1,000 inferior celestial crystals. As to whether it was indeed a bargain, Fong Yun was not entirely certain. However, the moment Fong Yun #1 completed the transaction and stowed the sword, Fong Yun, back at the mine, retrieved the sword from the system's space. The blade shimmered with a cold light, and the celestial radiance swirled, transforming the dim mine into a realm of wonder. Fong Yun brandished the sword, thrusting it against the cavern wall before him. With a sharp sound, it penetrated as easily as if it were tofu, and with a gentle twist, a 1-meter square cavity was opened in the once solid rock. My goodness, what a true celestial artifact! Fong Yun exclaimed in delight, his grip on the sword unwavering. Although he could not yet wield it with celestial energy, its sharpness far surpassed that of any mining tool. Had he possessed this sword back then, it would have effortlessly dispatched Xiaoyu and his companions. Fong Yun grinned and sheathed the sword, subsequently issuing another command to the system to exchange for more avatars. Ding! Based on the number of inferior celestial crystals possessed by the host, 82 avatars can be exchanged, consuming 8,200 inferior celestial crystals. As the voice resonated, Fong Yun witnessed 82 shadowy figures materialize within the system's space. A surge of joy flooded his heart. He now had 100 avatars at his disposal. What astonishing speed and quantity! With a mere thought, 82 shadowy figures materialized simultaneously within the cavern, densely filling the space before Fong Yun. Their gazes unified, they reverently focused on Fong Yun, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Fong Yun's heart surged with excitement. Yet he found himself pondering a dilemma. What kind of image should he create? After a moment's reflection, he decided to first craft 36 Fong Yun, adding to the previous 14, thus perfectly assembling a total of 50. Following that, he summoned the Angel Queen and the Princess. Subsequently, he transformed the remaining avatars into Fong Xin. In an instant, 50 Fong Yu and 44 Fong Xin stood facing each other, exchanging amicable smiles. Then, each seized a hoe and began to excavate. The Angel Queen and the Princess, due to their stunning beauty and regal demeanor, delayed their efforts for a moment before starting their mining tasks. At this juncture, Fong Yun possessed a remarkable 100 avatars. The sheer number was excessive for a single cavern, clearly an impractical arrangement. Hence, he decided to group them and direct them into adjacent mine shafts. Additionally, he stationed some of the elven avatars to conceal themselves near the cave entrances, ready to alert him should anyone approach. While this meant sacrificing one skilled miner, It ensured safety. Thus, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Yun gazed at the rapidly increasing quantity of celestial crystals within the system's space, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Once, he had dreamt of escaping this celestial black mine. Yet time had transformed circumstances. Now, the mine's owner beseeched him to leave. But he was resolute in his decision to stay. With 100 avatars, the daily yield approached 40,000 celestial crystals, equivalent to 4,000 low-grade celestial crystals. This was nothing short of a relentless extraction from the Yunfan celestial sect. Ha! Fong Yun laughed heartily, his smile curving into an astonishing arc suddenly. A celestial melody reverberated throughout the mine, causing Fong Yun's eyes to widen in astonishment. Someone had successfully transcended into immortality over the past 5 centuries. Apart from those who reached the millennium mark and were taken away, nearly every year witnessed 1 or 2 outstanding miners achieving this feat ahead of time. The source of the 100 transcendence crystals was, of course, pilfered from fellow miners through various means, be it trade or forceful acquisition. Most often, these crystals were seized from inexperienced newcomers from the lower realms. 4 seasoned miners like Fong Yun, who understood the preciousness of transcendence crystals. It was unlikely they would relinquish them. As Fong Yun emerged from the mine, he found numerous miners gathered at the entrances. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the figure illuminated by celestial light above, each filled with envy and jealousy. I know him, Yuan Gang. He seems to have only arrived 300 years ago. Heavenly. He may not have been here long, but make no mistake. He is a formidable individual, a key member of the Black God Society. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the man enveloped in celestial radiance. Fong Yun's brow furrowed. It was said that Xiaoyu, among others, had been killed by members of the Black God Society, an organization secretly formed among miners. As whispers circulated, Yuan Gang in the air completed the transcendent process, successfully advancing to the first layer of the virtual Immortal Realm. He stood tall in the void. Though his garments were tattered, his gaze looked down upon the multitude of miners with an air of superiority, raising his fist to feel the resurgence of strength within him. The glory of a former dominator of the lower realms flickered back to life, if only faintly. Chapter 8. The carnage provoked by Yuan Gang. Haha. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on ascending to the status of an immortal. Several overseers soared forward in unison, clasping their hands in greeting and congratulations. The miners at the 9th level of Ascension were mere ants. Yet those at the 1st level of the ethereal realm were truly immortal. The overseer's attitudes towards the two were markedly different. Moreover, this individual had achieved transcendence ahead of schedule. Such a person, in comparison to a miner who has toiled for a millennium to achieve transformation, was indeed exceptional. These individuals often possessed extraordinary temperament and skills, making them potential candidates for the Yunfan immortal sect. Upon noticing them, Yuan Gang softened his piercing gaze, greeting them with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, one of them escorted Yuan Gang away. The remaining overseers shouted downwards, "What are you staring at? Get back to mining, you bunch of worthless scoundrels." Fong Yun scoffed, then re-entered the mine. As night fell, he queued as usual to submit his celestial essence crystals. However, today's long line bore an atmosphere that was both lively and peculiar. Discussions about Yuan Gang's transformation echoed throughout the queue, and many individuals cast furtive glances around, seemingly trying to discern who among them possessed transformation crystals. Damn it. Seeing this makes me want to seize one. Suddenly, a voice rose above the chatter. Instantly, hundreds of eyes turned to the speaker. It was an elderly man with a scruffy beard and a pair of antlers, who, under the scrutiny of the crowd, chuckled awkwardly. Old man was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously, ahem. That night, the elderly man's dilapidated home was besieged by a dozen masked figures, leaving him with nothing but a pair of undergarments. Even the solitary low-grade celestial crystal, hidden in his backside, was discovered and taken by one of the assailants. Infuriated, the old man cursed for half the night. The following day, upon returning to his usual mining site, the old man's heart sank further into despair, unleashing a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Damn it! Which scoundrel stole everything from me, even my broken pickaxe? He was not alone. On that day, many mines echoed with similar roars of anger. Indeed, another 200 pickaxes had been pilfered the previous night. Fong Yun chuckled with glee, albeit with a tinge of regret. After the initial theft, many had become wary, making the subsequent night's heist far less effortless. 20 clones scoured over 1,000 mines before managing to acquire those 200 pickaxes. At this rate, future attempts to steal pickaxes would surely become increasingly challenging. Dear fellow miners, I hope you won't force me into thievery, Fong Yun teased, then leaned against the wall to take a nap. In the afternoon, his spirit clone outside the mine suddenly issued a warning. 3 individuals had entered a neighboring mine. one of 10 belonging to Fong Yun. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Fong Yun discreetly commanded them to conceal their presence. Thus, the trio hastily ventured through 7 desolate mines, cursing as they approached the tunnel where Fong Yun resided. Upon receiving this news from his elven doppelganger, Fong Yun furrowed his brow and sighed. I cannot conceal myself. Why must you compel me? What nonsense. In the earlier caverns, there were evidently fresh excavation marks. How could there be no one present? Surely, this tunnel cannot be devoid of life as well. I must be truly unfortunate. It is either the destitute or the absent. Deep within the cavern, the 3 continued their curses, hastily delving deeper until they beheld Fong Yun leaning against the mine wall. Their eyes met, and a flicker of realization brightened their countenances. What brings you here, brothers? Fong Yun inquired with a smile. Spare us the pleasantries. Surrender the transformation crystals. Now? A gaunt middle-aged man declared with a malevolent glare. He then approached Fong Yun's mining bag, only to discover it utterly devoid of contents. So impoverished? Not even a single transformation crystal. The lean man was incredulous. It was the afternoon, and this youth had not excavated a single crystal. Such laziness. It's as if he invited theft, the gaunt man thought, not even being the overseer yet feeling compelled to teach Fong Yun a lesson. As you can see, I am indeed destitute, Fong Yun shrugged. Turn around, raise your hands and lean against the wall, commanded the leader, his gaze penetrating, clearly intending to search Fong Yun. Given that none could possess the transformation crystals or essence crystals, hiding places were undoubtedly peculiar. Some chose to swallow them, while others concealed them in less savory locations. There were also naive youths who buried them in the earth. This latter method was the easiest to detect, as they all possessed a semblance of spiritual awareness, albeit limited before transformation, but a few scans would usually yield results. Upon entering, the trio had swept through without finding anything, and as they surveyed Fong Yun's vicinity, the outcome was no different. Thus, the only possibilities for Fong Yun were either genuine poverty or concealed treasures within his body. Noticing the trio's scrutinizing gazes directed toward his posterior, Fong Yun frowned, a wave of unease washing over him. In the lower mining zones, he had often heard tales of peculiar habits over the years. You are crossing the line. Leave now, and we shall part in peace, Fong Yun spoke sternly. Upon hearing this, the trio paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. You think you are Yuan Gang? Capable of battling 3 at once in the same realm? It seems a lesson is requisite for your compliance. With that, they brandished their pickaxes, intending to teach Fong Yun a lesson. Fong Yun scoffed dismissively. In the next instant, the gaunt middle-aged man's head rolled to the ground. Simultaneously, the sword-wielding figure of Jian Wu, brandishing a low-grade celestial weapon, materialized. The 2 bystanders were struck with terror. Yet before they could react, their gazes became rigid, for before them stood a mesmerizing succubus, alluringly curved and clad in black silk. For the 2 men, who had not encountered a female in centuries, this spectacle was intoxicating enough without any enchantments, rendering them utterly entranced. Moreover, at that moment, the succubus truly cast a spell of allure. As their eyes glazed over, Jian Wu's sword danced with lethal grace, and 2 heads thudded to the ground, accompanied by the annihilation of their very souls. Effortlessly vanquishing 3 foes, 5 more figures resembling Fong Yun suddenly materialized around him. The Angel Queen, the Princess, and Jian Wu swiftly began to cleanse the battlefield, restoring the cavern to its former state in no time. The 3 corpses were seamlessly absorbed into the spatial realm of their doppelgangers, leaving no trace of bloodied soil behind. The following day, as expected, a multitude of surprises awaited at the assembly point. The entire lower mining district was suddenly bereft of 5 individuals. Soon, the grim outcome was revealed. All 5 had perished. Fong Yun, slightly taken aback, quickly grasped the situation upon reflection. Yuan Gang's triumph had ignited the fighting spirit of many, resulting in considerable unrest. Where there are clashes, casualties are inevitable. Moreover, with tens of thousands in the mining area, the loss of just a few could be deemed remarkably restrained. Captain Wong Jan of the enforcement team erupted in anger once more, issuing stern warnings. Yet, remarkably, 2 days passed without a single perpetrator being apprehended. Fong Yun, intrigued, found himself silently admiring the other killers. Their actions were executed with such precision that it was as if they had never laid a hand on the victims. The scene of the incident and the handling of the bodies left no discernible traces. Fong Yun was immensely curious about how the other 2 had managed to erase all evidence so meticulously. It was no small feat. He playfully patted the Angel Queen's shapely rear, eliciting a playful glare from her before she resumed her mining. Each stroke of her pickaxe sent ripples through her silken attire. A sight to behold. Chapter 9. The acquisition of celestial crystals and preparations for ascendance in the evening, at the submission office. Supervisor Huang Hui gazed at the 200 celestial essence crystals presented by Fong Yun, momentarily taken aback. The quantity he had recently completed was astonishingly precise, neither a piece too many nor too few. Huang Hui found himself unable to pinpoint a single flaw, leading to a begrudging sense of satisfaction, albeit mixed with reluctance. In the mine, amusement was scarce. Those in power often resorted to bullying the miners for a fleeting sense of enjoyment, asserting their status. However, this meager amusement vanished in Fong Yun's presence. Well done lately, Fong Yun, Huang Hui remarked with a smile, patting Fong Yun's shoulder with a hidden force. Instantly, Fong Yun felt the weight on his shoulder, a sharp pang of pain shooting through him. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Fong Yun gritted his teeth in gratitude. Observing Fong Yun's demeanor, Huang Hui felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Keep up the good work, go have your meal. After dining, Fong Yun returned to his quarters, only to find his room in disarray upon opening the door. Frowning slightly, he deduced that his humble abode had been ransacked during his absence. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. While he was indeed affluent, this dilapidated wooden cabin housed little more than a bed. Even a thief would likely leave in frustration. It seemed that Yuan Gang's successful ascendants had stirred restlessness among many. Fong Yun entered his room and closed the door, contemplating how he might ascend without drawing undue attention like Yuan Gang had. When one ascends, celestial phenomena manifest, accompanied by the infusion of divine power and light. Achieving complete discretion was an impossibility, especially among the skilled within the mine. Fong Yun now pondered the most understated approach possible. After a period of contemplation, Fong Yun had formulated a tentative plan. Days swiftly passed, and during this time, the lower mining district was rife with unrest. Conflicts erupted clandestinely, resulting in numerous injuries. However, Fong Yun seemed to have already been thoroughly searched, and fortune smiled upon him in recent days as he encountered no further troubles. The turmoil subsided only when the enforcement team apprehended a murderer, and during a public assembly, Wong Jan ruthlessly reduced the culprit to mere dust before the eyes of all the miners. In the lower mining district, tens of thousands of miners fell silent. The atmosphere in the mines once again became oppressive. The restless waves of chaos were abruptly quelled, and everyone appeared to lose their vitality, becoming numb and desensitized. Fong Yun observed all of this, feeling as if he were both a participant and an outsider. His daily routine consisted of commanding his avatars to mine diligently, extracting resources from the Yunfan immortal sect. Tomorrow marked a month since his endeavors began, and he had amassed a considerable amount of immortal crystals, though he was uncertain whether Manager Su had procured the transformation crystals. Within the cave, Fong Yun sat cross-legged. After another fortnight of accumulation, he now possessed nearly 600,000 immortal essence crystals, a considerable fortune. Furthermore, according to the system's regulations, by exchanging for another avatar, he would unlock a new stage of the system, potentially unveiling even more surprises. The following day, at the break of dawn, Fong Yun assumed control of Fong Yun No. 1 and ventured out once more. The stakes were high, prompting him to take personal charge. Having traversed this path twice before, he was quite familiar with it. Soon, Fong Yun No. 1 stepped into the Qianlai shop. As soon as he entered, the shopkeeper Su Qian greeted him with a beaming smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. Have you brought the items? Fong Yun No. 1's expression remained stern as he replied, I trust you have fulfilled your promise. Absolutely. Su Qian glanced cautiously at the street outside, then discreetly placed a storage bag into Fong Yun No. 1's hands. As Fong Yun No. 1's consciousness probed inside, he indeed found 200 crystals radiating a mysterious purple glow, transformation crystals. At that moment, both Fong Yun No. 1 and Fong Yun, who remained deep within the cave, felt a simultaneous shiver of excitement. This item could elevate him to true immortality. Finally, it was within reach. Excellent, Fong Yun No. 1 exclaimed, a broad smile gracing his face as he stowed the storage bag. He then produced another bag and handed it to Su Qian, who beamed with delight. Yet, the next moment, his pupils constricted. The bag contained a staggering 600,000 immortal essence crystals. A major client indeed, Su Qian thought, elated at the prospect of not only profiting from the transaction of transformation crystals, but also earning additional profits from the exchange. Convert these into immortal crystals at the previously agreed price of 4,000 and deduct it directly, Fong Yun No. 1 instructed, his demeanor once again turning cold. The earlier smile fading like a fleeting bloom. Su Qian was accustomed to such rapid shifts in expression, as long as wealthy patrons allowed him to profit. He bore no resentment towards their brusque demeanor. In fact, he hoped for more such encounters. You're too kind, my lord. Just call me Xiao Su, Su Qian said, flattering as he collected the immortal essence crystals. He then took small, measured steps behind the counter, executing a series of operations to retrieve 56,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Esteemed sir, please accept this, Su Qian respectfully presented them. With a smile, he began to introduce the items available in his shop. The customer before him possessed a considerable amount of celestial crystals. If he could persuade him to purchase some other goods, it might yield additional profit. Su Qian endeavored to flatter, yet soon found himself in an awkward position. His shop, under the auspices of the Wanbao Merchant Association, was merely a low-tier establishment. It lacked truly valuable items. Regardless of Su Qian's extravagant descriptions, the individual known as Fong Yun remained impassive, his demeanor as frosty as ever. Consequently, Su Qian felt increasingly uncertain, sensing that the wares in his shop would likely fail to impress such a discerning patron. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Qian gradually found it hard to continue. In the presence of a stoic figure, the atmosphere quickly grew tense. Bring me 20 pieces of low-grade celestial artifacts. Fong Yun finally spoke. At once, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly, esteemed sir. However, my stock of low-grade celestial artifacts is rather limited, and the variety is scarce. May I inquire what type you require? It matters not, as long as they are functional, Fong Yun replied. Su Qian, elated, clapped his thigh in enthusiasm and hurried to retrieve the artifacts from the back. Fong Yun glanced towards the rear, sensing a mysterious force enveloping that area, and surmised that there must be some sort of formation in place. Before long, Su Qian returned, bearing 10 long swords and 10 long knives, all celestial artifacts. Fong Yun casually drew one of the long knives from its sheath, and immediately, a radiant glow enveloped it, exuding an aura of celestial energy. The sharpness emanating from the blade was extraordinary. Although low-grade celestial artifacts are considered basic among celestial beings, their potency is still remarkable. If brought to the Jian Wu continent, they would be deemed nearly invincible. Moreover, most celestial beings at the Void Celestial Realm typically wield low-grade celestial artifacts. Only those with formidable backgrounds possess higher-tier items. From Fong Yun's perspective, he observed with keen interest, wishing he could equip each of his avatars with such weapons. The thought of unleashing a coordinated assault with them was indeed terrifying. Noticing the customer's satisfaction, Su Qian announced, each low-grade celestial artifact is priced at 1,000 low-grade celestial crystals. For 20 pieces, it totals 20,000 low-grade celestial crystals. As you are an esteemed guest, I shall offer you a 10% discount, bringing the total to 18,000 low-grade celestial crystals. No sooner had he spoken than the crystals were tossed before him. Your generosity is commendable. Thank you, esteemed sir, Su Qian said, feeling exceedingly content. Fong Yun waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Safe travels, sir. Do visit again. Su Qian bowed, his obsequious smile unwavering even though the customer could not see it. With the transaction of celestial crystals concluded, Fong Yun had already extracted the celestial crystals from the system space within the mine. The plan was set in motion. He, Fong Yun, was ready to undergo his own transformation. Chapter 10. The four fortunate chosen ones having acquired 200 celestial crystals. Fong Yun's lips curled into a smile. He had already deposited 50 celestial crystals at the exchange, meaning he only required an additional 50 to complete his goal. The reason for initially purchasing a surplus was remarkably simple. It was all a ruse to mislead others. Alone in the quest for immortality, one would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire lower mining district. Yuan Gang serves as a prime example of this phenomenon. However, Fong Yun differs significantly from Yuan Gang. The latter is a member of the Black God Society and has long been renowned for his numerous exploits. In contrast, Fong Yun has consistently maintained a low profile, characterized by his honesty and composure. Should he suddenly ascend to immortality, the origins of the immortal transformation crystals would remain shrouded in mystery, particularly in the eyes of the overseer, Huang Hui, who would demand explanations he could not provide. Thus, during his contemplative days, Fong Yun devised a clever ruse to obfuscate the truth. Achieving immortality alone would cast too large a shadow, illuminating too brightly for his modest nature. But what if he had companions? A subtle smile graced Fong Yun's lips as he sat cross-legged in the mine. The plan was set in motion, with a mere command. For manifestations of Fong Yun, each bearing varying quantities of immortal transformation crystals, sprang into action. Fong Yun 1 was instructed to silently scatter the crystals throughout the mining area, inciting discovery and ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, Fong Yun 2, 3, and 4 were tasked with directly delivering the meticulously packaged crystals to pre-selected targets, individuals whose ascension would be facilitated by the precise quantity provided. These targets had been carefully chosen in advance. All were seasoned miners, each with over 500 years of experience in the realm of Ascension. Moreover, Fong Yun was not alone in this endeavor. An additional 10 manifestations were stealthily dispersed in the shadows, poised to respond as soon as Fang Yun released the crystals, ready to shout and create a commotion. At that moment, within the mining district, Fang Yun casually tossed several immortal transformation crystals. Another miner, disguised in tattered clothing, feigned surprise as he picked one up, exclaiming ecstatically, "Heavens! I found an immortal transformation crystal." Realizing the implications of his discovery, he dashed away like a thief, his actions catching the attention of several nearby miners. Instantly, their eyes sparked with fervor, and without hesitation, they charged towards the manifestation. However, as they rounded a corner, they lost sight of him, yet fortuitously stumbled upon a few scattered immortal transformation crystals themselves. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in various locations throughout the district, with numerous miners indeed discovering the crystals. They had initially intended to keep their newfound wealth a secret, but an unforeseen shout from a nearby individual shattered their plans. As a result, the clamor within the mining district grew increasingly tumultuous. Many miners began to brawl over the precious crystals. Hundreds, even thousands of miners emerged from the depths of the mine, joining the fray to search for and seize the immortal transformation crystals. Each manifestation performed its role diligently, while Fong Yun, with 50 immortal transformation crystals tucked away, strolled leisurely towards the mine's entrance. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he beheld the chaos that had erupted within the lower mining district. The overseer, who had been indulging in gambling for amusement, was also stirred by the commotion. Yet, amidst the frenzy of the crowd, the excited shouts and uproar could be quelled with merely a few reprimands and the crack of a whip. Inside one of the caverns, an elderly figure with antlers, intrigued by the noise, was about to emerge when he suddenly spotted a small pile of crystals on the ground, emanating a faint purple glow. Immortal transformation crystals. Oh, how he rejoiced! Seeing that no one was around, the old man swiftly moved forward and stowed the celestial transformation crystals into his mining bag. Upon counting them, his eyes widened in astonishment, excitement coursing through his trembling form. 30 celestial transformation crystals. Just enough for his own transformation. He had ascended 7 centuries ago. Living with utmost caution, wisely safeguarding the 70 celestial transformation crystals he had accrued over the years at the exchange point. He had thought he would have to wait another 300 years for his transformation. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon them. How could he not be overjoyed? The antlered elder's heart raced as he mixed the celestial transformation crystals with celestial essence crystals to mask their aura, then carefully avoided the throngs of people, making his way towards the exchange point. Around the same time, 2 other fortunate souls in the mining area also discovered celestial transformation crystals. They were ecstatic as they tucked the crystals away and swiftly blended into the chaos of the crowd, quietly hurrying towards the exchange point. Outside the exchange hall, a clone of Fang Yun was already concealed, observing discreetly. "Master, the antlered elder has entered the exchange hall." "Master, Qin Feng has also gone in." Fong Yun listened to the report and hurried toward the exchange hall. According to the plan, he was the third of the 4 to enter today. Steady. A faint smile graced Fong Yun's lips. As he excitedly entered the exchange hall with his mining bag, the 2 other elated individuals turned their gazes toward him. Upon seeing Fong Yun's expression, the antlered elder and Qin Feng's pupils constricted, quickly understanding the situation. At the upper seat of the simple hall, Ling Mo, sitting cross-legged, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise upon seeing Fong Yun. He recognized this individual distinctly, recalling that a month prior, this person had taken 50 low-grade celestial crystals and had even gifted him several. Quite the socialite. "Did you also find celestial transformation crystals?" Ling Mo inquired. "Yes, indeed, my lord," Fong Yun replied, brimming with excitement, and then curiously glanced at the antlered elder and Qin Feng. "Did you both find some as well? Are you here to claim your celestial transformation crystals?" Qin Feng nodded slightly. Despite his tattered garments, his square face bore deep, enigmatic eyes that hinted at his extraordinary past. The antlered elder smirked slightly, responding with a soft murmur. He had arrived first, believing himself to be the chosen one, only to find 2 others following closely behind, causing a mix of delight and slight annoyance within him. Above, Ling Mo narrowed his eyes, feeling puzzled. His consciousness swept across the surroundings, quickly grasping the unfolding events. How peculiar. Ling Mo furrowed his brow, but then smiled. How intriguing. Casting a glance at the 3 below, a flicker of discernible brilliance flashed in the depths of his gaze. Just then, there was another commotion at the door. The crowd turned to look, each lost in their own thoughts. Another fortunate individual had arrived. How many celestial transformation crystals had sprouted today? Fong Yun looked toward the newcomer, astonished to find it was not the person he had anticipated. The newcomer, appearing to be in his middle years, had a strikingly sharp visage and an upright posture. His tattered clothing was stained with blood, suggesting he had just returned from a fierce battle. An ominous and fierce aura emanated from him. even before he approached. A wave of bloodlust washed over the room. He seems to be from the Blood Fiend clan, Ling Mo murmured, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. The Bloodslaughter clan is a formidable race within the celestial realm, yet they do not inhabit this particular area of the immortal domain. Otherwise, members of this clan would not be subjected to laboring in the mines. After waiting for a while, noticing the absence of others, Ling Mo spoke in a calm tone. Do you all possess the transformation immortal crystals? Please hand over your identity tokens. Yes, my lord, replied Lu Dinggong, 70 pieces. Qin Feng, 50 pieces. Fong Yun, 50 pieces. Blood Frenzy, 20 pieces. At this declaration, both Fong Yun and the others were taken aback once more. It was astonishing that Blood Frenzy had managed to gather enough transformation immortal crystals in merely 200 years since his ascension. Chapter 11. Soaring through 4 immortals in a day. Varied treatment. The 4 presented their identity tokens, and Ling Mo gave them a cursory glance. Verifying the quantities of transformation immortal crystals stored in their accounts before nodding slightly. He then flicked his sleeve, and a small jade array plate materialized on the table before him. Ling Mo activated the array plate and retrieved an immortal pen, inscribing a series of characters upon it. After a brief moment, the jade plate emanated a violet glow, and a storage bag appeared atop the table. Fong Yun maintained an impassive facade, though internally he was profoundly astonished. When he first acquired the inferior immortal crystals, Ling Mo had casually handed them to him. However, this time, obtaining the transformation immortal crystals seemed to be a far more intricate process, likely facilitated through the array, transmitted directly on site. This implied a different significance altogether. Here, with a wave of his hand, Ling Mo summoned varying quantities of transformation immortal crystals, which floated before Fong Yun and the others. The 4, filled with excitement, received them eagerly. Ling Mo instructed, simply swallow them, and you shall transform outside the hall. Understood. The 4 respectfully retreated, their hearts brimming with joy as they clutched the transformation immortal crystals, yet they remained vigilant in the presence of others. Fong Yun's demeanor mirrored that of the other 3. Outside the exchange hall, the 4 dispersed and sat cross-legged on the steps. In the mining area, there was no place safer than this. Moreover, with the night stretching long, it was only prudent to transform as soon as possible. Their thoughts were aligned, and without a moment's hesitation, they eagerly began to consume the transformation immortal crystals. The violet glowing crystals, upon entering their mouths, transformed into streams of purple light, instinctively burrowing into their bodies. The phenomenon of immediate dissolution was quite remarkable. 500 years prior, when Fong Yun first ingested a transformation immortal crystal, he was left astounded. Although he had since become accustomed to it, he remained equally amazed. For in hand, the crystal appeared as a solid entity, yet upon ingestion, it morphed into something entirely different. As several transformation immortal crystals entered his system, Fong Yun felt a warm current surging within him, infusing his body with warmth and subtly enhancing his strength, rendering him more agile. The 4 hastily continued to consume the crystals, as if in competition. Before long, they had all ingested 100 transformation immortal crystals. In an instant, it felt as though his body had been opened to a new realm, and celestial sounds erupted from within him. The surrounding celestial energy rapidly surged towards them. Although the 4 were absorbing it simultaneously, it was insignificant in the grand scheme of the celestial realm. Each absorbed their share without affecting the others. Boom. Lu Dinggong, seated beside Fong Yun, was the first to fully absorb his crystals, and radiant celestial light enveloped the elder, lifting him into the air. Ha ha ha. My dear elder, today you transcend to immortality. Ascending to the realm of the celestial, the old man laughed heartily, radiating with the sound of thunder and celestial light. A 3-colored mystical deer, his primordial spirit, manifested around him, emitting extraordinary cries. The deer spirit cultivator, after absorbing the essence for 20 breaths, established a solid foundation. Ling Mo, standing at a distance, shook his head in silence. The commotion in the sky drew the envious gazes of the chaotic miners, who had already been subdued by the enforcement team. Damn, this old deer has actually become an immortal. Many in the crowd cursed, their faces etched with bitterness. Not long ago, they had robbed this elder, leaving him destitute. Little did they expect that just days later, he would ascend to a status they now had to revere. In their eyes, their own worth seemed diminished. Why should fortune smile upon the old man? After a while, Fong Yun and Qin Feng soared into the sky almost simultaneously. As the celestial light burst forth, Fong Yun felt his entire being undergoing a rapid transformation, his flesh and blood becoming translucent, as if turning to jade. Moreover, the primordial spirit that had long been suppressed by the celestial realm's rules finally broke free from its shackles, regaining its liberty. In an instant, His primordial spirit emerged from his body. It was a towering figure, 6 zhang high, resembling Fong Yun in every aspect, with a robust physique and an aura of dazzling celestial light. Feeling the surge of power, Fong Yun looked down, clenched his fist, and a sense of grandeur welled within him. Beside him, Qin Feng also manifested an extraordinary aura, surrounded by swirling flames, radiating intense heat. Yet his primordial spirit did not appear. Fong Yun glanced at Qin Feng with mild surprise. Seemingly eager to befriend Fong Yun, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Fong, I am solely a martial cultivator, not one who cultivates the primordial spirit." Fong Yun nodded and returned the smile. Witnessing the simultaneous ascension of the two, the crowd of miners erupted in discontent. "Ah, how I loathe this." Many clenched their fists, the sound echoing in frustration. Watching others ascend, especially in such numbers, while they themselves remained behind, was more painful than slaying some of their own. They could only blame themselves for not seizing the opportunity to acquire more immortality crystals. Some miners secretly lamented, casting furtive glances around, mentally noting those who had just succeeded in their ascension. Among the human cultivators, their foundations appeared adequate after 50 breaths. Ling Mo nodded in approval. He then turned his gaze to the last individual still absorbing celestial energy, Blood Frenzy, whose blood shadows flickered around him. Quite extraordinary indeed. Ling Mo smirked appreciatively. As expected of a member of the Blood Fiend clan, this one had at least 70 breaths, showcasing a solid foundation. Soon, Blood Frenzy also ascended into the sky, and with his transformation, dozens of overseers soared up to congratulate him. Most overseers were at the first level of the virtual Immortal Realm, and now Fong Yun and his companions shared the same stage with them, naturally fostering connections. Haha. Fong Yun, I never expected to see you here, congratulations. Huang Hui, looking at Fong Yun with envy, offered his greetings amidst the overseers. After exchanging pleasantries, Fong Yun and his companions were swiftly summoned back to the Great Hall for exchanges. Ling Mo gazed intently at Blood Frenzy, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am a disciple of Elder Ling from the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Would you be inclined to join my esteemed master?" Upon hearing this, Blood Frenzy's previously indifferent expression flickered with surprise, swiftly followed by a respectful clasping of his fists. Blood Frenzy pays his respects to his senior. He exclaimed, "Haha, excellent." Ling Mo chuckled. Given Blood Frenzy's exceptional foundation and innate racial prowess, his inclusion in the Yunfan Immortal Sect would undoubtedly attract the interest of numerous elders seeking disciples. By securing his allegiance on behalf of his uncle, Ling Mo anticipated reaping substantial benefits. In high spirits, Ling Mo turned his attention to Fong Yun and the other two, his demeanor momentarily wavering. The ability to ascend to immortality early was a test of character and skill for those aspiring to join the sect. The selection process aimed to discern the most worthy candidates for admission into the Yunfan Immortal Sect. However, the ascension crystals possessed by these individuals were merely stumbled upon through luck, and the reasons behind such occurrences warranted thorough investigation by the enforcement team. Moreover, the 4 individuals before him stood to gain the most and were subjects of considerable suspicion. Fong Yun felt a pang of anxiety under Ling Mo's scrutiny. Surely, they could not be suggesting he join as well. How could he possibly leave while the mines remained unexploited? The atmosphere grew tense until, after a brief pause, Ling Mo spoke again. "You 3 should proceed to the medium-grade mining area and extract resources for a millennium before we discuss further." At these words, Qin Feng and Duke Lu's brows furrowed in discontent as they glanced at Blood Frenzy. Initially, Blood Frenzy had maintained a relatively amiable demeanor, yet now his gaze carried a hint of disdain. The audacity of this disregard sparked Duke Lu's indignation. Why was it that Blood Frenzy could address Ling Mo as his senior while they were relegated to labor? However, as their dissatisfaction began to surface, they were met with Ling Mo's derisive glance, causing them to lower their heads in submission. Fong Yun opened his mouth to speak, maintaining an impassive facade, though inwardly he reveled in delight. Continuing the mining endeavor aligned perfectly with his intentions. The medium-grade mining area would surely yield even greater rewards. His avatar system required a substantial quantity of immortal crystals, and without the mines, where else could he acquire such riches? Chapter 12. Unforeseen calamity. Shortly thereafter, Fong Yun and his companions departed, each harboring unspoken sentiments. Fong Yun, unfazed, had no intention of leaving. The mining site not only promised abundant immortal crystals, but he could also utilize his avatar to venture outside if he chose to. In stark contrast, Duke Lu and Qin Feng experienced a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, especially Duke Lu, whose frustration had reached a boiling point. His face darkened with anger. Just moments ago, he had basked in the glory of Ascension, reveling in the envy of others, only to find himself relegated to mining duties. With spirits dampened, Both Duke Lu and Qin Feng exchanged perfunctory gestures with Fong Yun before departing to attend to their supervisory duties. Fong Yun cast a lingering glance back at the exchange hall before leisurely making his exit. Inside, Ling Mo was engaged in conversation with Blood Frenzy. And upon confirming not only Blood Frenzy's identity as a member of the Blood Fiend clan, but also his tender age of merely 300 years, Ling Mo's amusement deepened. As they conversed, Ling Mo caught sight of Fong Yun and his companions leaving and remarked with a light smile. It is a common flaw among the ascendants from the lower realms to possess an inflated sense of self-worth. Oblivious to the fact that the celestial realm is hardly lacking in such so-called geniuses, Ling Mo's lips curled in disdain, reflecting his inner contempt. The environment of the lower realm and the eternal celestial realm has given rise to a profound disparity among living beings. This is an indelible, innate gap. Even the Blood Frenzy, were it not for his lineage as a member of the Blood Slaughter clan, would not garner much regard from Ling Mo. At best, he would be allowed entry as an outer disciple. Ling Mo looked down upon Fong Yun and his companions, and then suddenly recalled the true genius of the celestial realm. A bitter smile emerging on his face. Without venturing far, the Yun Fan Immortal sect currently boasts a remarkable figure, the enchanting fairy Jian Yin, who ascended to the true immortal realm at the age of 50. Not only is she breathtakingly beautiful and possessing extraordinary talent, but her formidable background also incites admiration and a sense of helplessness in others. Within the mining area, Fong Yun moved leisurely, yet at this moment, as a being of the first layer of the void immortal realm, he seemed liberated from the constraints of the earth. With a light and graceful step, he could effortlessly traverse several genres. His ethereal elegance and distinct aura set him apart. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could cover an expanse of over 1,000 meters. As he continued to experiment and feel, a surge of fighting spirit gradually filled his heart. The elevation of his power had ushered in monumental changes. Moreover, he discovered a function within the system space, within the scope of his divine sense. He could now summon his avatars directly into the system space with a mere thought, transcending the simplicity of mere command. Meanwhile, outside in the town, Fong Yun No. 1, after completing a transaction, strolled leisurely around, procuring some supplies, and like an ordinary person, made his way toward the town's outskirts. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had been fixated on him since he left the Qianlai shop. This individual was none other than Meng Hong, Su Qian's cousin. Initially, he intended to discern who was purchasing the transformative celestial crystal. However, as he followed, he found himself perplexed. What realm of power does this person possess? Logically, he should be unable to ascertain, as he seemed superior to Meng Hong. Yet despite his continuous surveillance, the other seemed entirely unaware, which defied reason. Upon exiting the city, Meng Hong trailed for a while longer when suddenly, Fong Yun No. 1 glanced around and then vanished. Meng Hong was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Was his speed too swift? Or was he employing invisibility? In a flash, Meng Hong activated his celestial light, lightly brushing it over his eyes, which instantly glimmered with a faint azure hue. The breaking illusion celestial eye. Employing this celestial technique, Meng Hong peered ahead but still found nothing. He was astonished. Could this truly be a master? At that moment, Fong Yun No. 1 continued his unhurried pace, his form now cloaked in invisibility. With his prowess, he remained oblivious to Meng Hong's pursuit. However, adhering to basic principles of caution, he concealed himself upon confirming no one was nearby. Meng Hong's divine sense swept across the area, keenly probing for changes. In the next instant, his eyes widened slightly. Although he had not detected anything, his instinct suggested something was amiss. Could he truly be invisible? Was the person right there? Meng Hong fixated on a particular spot, uncertain. For despite exerting his breaking illusion celestial eye to the utmost, he saw no figure. After a moment of internal conflict, Meng Hong steeled his resolve, channeling his celestial energy, and experimentally struck that location with a palm. Within the mining area, Fong Yun was in the midst of gathering his avatars. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his head, causing his heart to race. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. Fong Yun No. 1 had perished. What on earth? Who was responsible for this? Observing the countdown to the resurrection of Fong Yun No. 1 within the system space, Fong Yun was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. Despite exercising extreme caution, he had still fallen victim to an untimely demise. Fortunately, apart from his clothing, Fong Yun No. 1 possessed nothing. All his belongings remained secured within the system space, leaving no evidence or clues behind. However, this inexplicable incident left Fong Yun in a foul mood. Retracting all remaining avatars, he sought out Huang Hui directly. The latter wore a broad smile, but upon learning that Fong Yun intended to mine in the medium level or district, the smile vanished from Huang Hui's face. In an instant, he adopted a tone laced with sarcasm. Heh, I thought you would join the Yun Fan Immortal sect as a servant disciple. Turns out you're nothing at all. Fong Yun furrowed his brow, his displeasure deepening. He had encountered many who were superficial, but such blatant snobbery was rare. Soon, a wry smile crept upon Fong Yun's face as he glanced at the pompous Huang Hui. Tomorrow, he would venture to the medium level or district, and today, he would leave a grand surprise for him. That night, while Supervisor Huang Hui was out gambling with other supervisors, several cloaked figures silently infiltrated Huang Hui's abode. In the early hours of the morning, Huang Hui, having lost a gambling match and intoxicated, stumbled home. Clambering onto his bed, he collapsed into a deep slumber. As the sound of his snoring filled the air, one hidden avatar stealthily placed a corpse into Huang Hui's embrace. The following day, the assembly horn echoed, and Huang Hui groggily wrapped his arms around what he thought was a cylindrical object, reluctantly opening his eyes. To his horror, he beheld a disfigured head, its eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at him. Moreover, the lifeless body was wedged between his legs. In an instant, Huang Hui emitted a blood-curdling scream, resembling a startled cat. As he leaped from the bed in fright, the commotion swiftly attracted the attention of the enforcement team. Subsequently, Huang Hui was apprehended. Surrounded by 6 corpses, 1 lying beside him in bed, and 5 buried beneath the floorboards of his home. In the rudimentary punishment chamber of the mining site, Captain Wong Jan fixed his gaze upon the suspended Huang Hui, a cold grin spreading across his face. You have quite the taste. I wondered why the culprit was elusive. Turns out it was one of our own. Huang Hui quivered at the implication, instantly protesting. I didn't kill anyone. I know nothing. This is a frame-up. A slander. Wong Jan chuckled darkly. 6 corpses, all bearing your traces. Do you still dare to deny it? He signaled to a subordinate, who promptly administered a severe beating. Wong Jan scoffed. He did not genuinely believe that Huang Hui had slain all 6 individuals. But who cared? Recently, his enforcement team had faced numerous setbacks. With 7 or 8 deaths in the area he oversaw, and only 1 suspect identified, there were no solid leads on the Huaxian crystal incident. And the higher-ups were growing impatient. Presenting the evidence of guilt was, at the very least, a form of accountability. Unbeknownst to Fong Yun, he merely heard distant cries of lamentation before setting off joyfully towards the medium level or district. Chapter 13. The Medium-Sized Mining District. Forewoman Olivia. The Medium-Sized Mining District, where Olivia supervises, lies atop a vast celestial or vein, situated several hundred miles from the inferior mining district where Fong Yun resides. Accompanied by a member of the enforcement team, Fong Yun embarks on this journey, ostensibly as a guide, but in reality, serving as a prisoner escort. The guard possesses the cultivation of a second-tier virtual immortal, and along the way, Fong Yun contemplates that should he choose to rebel, summoning 100 avatars to strike down this individual would likely pose little challenge. As Fong Yun ponders this, the guard inexplicably feels a chill along his spine and glances back at him. Instantly, Fong Yun suppresses his murderous intent and offers a smile. After all, the area is abundant with celestial crystals awaiting his discovery. He has no desire to shed blood and flee just yet, especially since he has yet to resolve the mark upon him. Now is not the opportune moment for escape. Before long, the pair arrives at their destination. Fong Yun gazes down at the mining site, profoundly awestruck by the sight before him. Compared to the inferior mining district he had previously inhabited, this medium-sized district exudes grandeur. Even with his virtual immortal vision, he cannot discern its boundaries. The ore vein stretches out like a long canyon, radiating an ancient dark green hue that conveys an extraordinary weightiness. Numerous deep openings to the rock walls on either side of the celestial or canyon, densely scattered. As they descend from the air, the enforcement guard produces a token and waves it before him. To Fong Yun's astonishment, a shimmering light curtain appears, unveiling a portal. A sense of unease grips Fong Yun. This medium-sized mining district is enveloped in a formation. Does this not imply that exiting would be quite inconvenient? Quietly furrowing his brow, he realizes this aspect had indeed caught him off guard. He wonders if his avatars in stealth mode could traverse this protective formation. As they delve deeper, they encounter dozens of individuals, each possessing at least the cultivation of a first-tier virtual immortal, perhaps due to their cultivation levels. The miners here seem to enjoy slightly better conditions. At the very least, the attire of those Fong Yun observes is far more respectable than his own tattered miner's garb. Though still not luxurious, their clothing exhibits a variety of styles. Are all the miners in this medium-sized district at the virtual immortal level? Fong Yun inquires with curiosity. No need for further questions. You will learn the rules upon your arrival, the guard replies coldly. Soon, Fong Yun is led to a magnificent cavern carved into the rock face. In the main hall of the cavern stand 2 individuals, Qin Feng and Duke Lu Ding. Upon noticing Fong Yun's arrival, Qin Feng greets him with a smile. Brother Fong, you have come. Indeed, Fong Yun replies with a faint smile. Harboring a favorable impression of Qin Feng, he has been observant of this ascendant for over a century, someone who remains low-key, avoids trouble, and possesses a steady temperament. This is precisely why Fong Yun thought of him during his transformation into a celestial being. After exchanging a few pleasantries, several more individuals suddenly arrive outside the cavern. Among them are Wong Jan and Ling Mo. Upon their entrance, they cast a meaningful glance at the trio, particularly lingering on Fong Yun. He furrows his brow slightly. Subsequently, the three are summoned into separate stone chambers, with Fong Yun facing none other than Wong Jan. Fong Yun, how bold you are. How dare you slaughter 6 miners? Wang Jingang's dignified visage exuded authority, his gaze piercing and intense, instilling a palpable sense of oppression. The sudden roar startled Fong Yun, yet he remained composed. He had not laid a finger on those 6 individuals. How could it be said that he was their murderer? He would swear to the heavens that he possessed a modicum of courage to challenge this accusation. Moreover, if there were indeed evidence against him, he would not merely be subjected to questioning. Given his understanding of the enforcement team, even the slightest hint of suspicion towards him would have resulted in his immediate arrest and harsh interrogation. With this thought, Fong Yun found solace within himself. He then furrowed his brow in surprise, feigning confusion as he inquired, "Might I ask what you mean, my lord? Are you referring to those who were slain previously? Surely, you must have heard some baseless rumors. At the time of their demise, I had only just ascended to the 9th layer of immortality. How could I possibly possess the capability to kill them? My lord, please see reason." Fong Yun frowned, maintaining his calm demeanor, even going so far as to offer an analysis. Wang Zhang, upon hearing this, remained silent, continuing to smirk coldly. The two exchanged glances, the tension lingering for several moments. Suddenly, Wang Zhang's stern expression softened, transforming into a serene smile as he remarked, "It appears to be a misunderstanding after all." He smiled gently, his gaze still fixed on Fong Yun, seemingly attempting to discern something deeper. However, all he saw was an ordinary miner, tattered clothing adorning a youthful yet unremarkable face. Unbeknownst to Fong Yun, Wang Zhang's inquiry stemmed from the earlier interrogation of Supervisor Huang Hui, who initially refused to confess, but, under duress, recalled Fong Yun from the previous day, leading to a hasty and unfounded accusation. Wang Zhang, being skeptical, reasoned as Fong Yun had articulated. He lacked the strength to commit such an act. Their primary purpose was to inquire about the incident involving the transformation crystal. Wang Zhang had merely sought to intimidate Fong Yun a bit. When the topic of the crystal arose, he anticipated Fong Yun would be more forthcoming. As expected, when questioned about the transformation crystal, Fong Yun spoke candidly, detailing how he had fortuitously stumbled upon it. Following this exchange, Wang Zhang conferred with his colleagues, discovering that the accounts of Fong Yun, Qin Feng, and the others were remarkably consistent. They had indeed fortuitously found the crystal. Consequently, the investigation surrounding the mysteriously appearing transformation crystal faced yet another impasse. With over 1,000 miners involved, even chaos had erupted. Moreover, the enforcement team had uncovered that the crystals involved numbered no less than 500. Fong Yun remained blissfully unaware of these developments. As long as he remained unscathed by the investigation, he held no concern. Whatever the outcome, he had already undergone his own transformation. After the inquiry concluded, Fong Yun and his companions were assigned new supervisors. To his astonishment, Fong Yun's supervisor was a woman, her golden waves cascading down, a delicate and enchanting face, sun-kissed skin, a voluptuous figure accentuated by a slender waist. This sight left Qin Feng and Lu Dinggong, who had not encountered a woman in centuries, consumed with envy and longing, their eyes fixated and mouths watering. The two overseers displayed a hint of disdain upon witnessing the scene, for they had encountered such situations numerous times before. It was evident that the individual was a low-tier miner from an inferior mining district. In such districts, the separation of genders often led to these circumstances. However, in a medium-tier mining district, there were no such restrictions. Although women were somewhat scarce, they were by no means a rarity. Yet, when the two overseers glanced towards the female supervisor, they could not suppress the involuntary movement of their throats. "Fong Yun, were you not also from a low-tier mining district?" Olivia looked at Fong Yun with a hint of surprise. This man had scarcely glanced at her throughout the entire interaction. This was rather incongruous. Chapter 14. The Illusory Immortal's Aperture and the Function of Cloning for Cultivation. Fong Yun, taken aback by the question, suddenly realized the peculiarity of his earlier demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke candidly, "I am wholly devoted to the path and remain indifferent to matters of the heart." This response momentarily left Olivia in a state of astonishment. Glancing at the information in her hand regarding Fong Yun, she noted that he was nearly 600 years old and quite handsome. Could he possibly still be a virgin? Contemplating this, a delicate smile graced Olivia's face. Oh, what a commendable habit you possess. Compared to certain individuals from the celestial realm, your character, although originating from the lower realms, is somewhat superior. Olivia casually offered her praise. Suddenly, a realization struck her. At 600 years, having spent 500 years mining to achieve the rank of an illusory immortal, did this not imply that Fong Yun could attain the illusory immortal realm by the age of 100? Such potential was impressive. Furthermore, his unwavering dedication to the path reflected commendable disposition. Regrettably, 500 years had been wasted, and he could now only be considered average. Olivia cast a glance at Fong Yun, feeling a tinge of regret. Individuals from the lower realms were not devoid of talent. However, compared to those from the celestial realm, they inherently faced disadvantages in certain aspects. For instance, if Fong Yun had been born in the celestial realm and cultivated properly, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass his current state. Fong Yun, this medium-tier mining district is far superior to the low-tier one. You too shall have the opportunity to cultivate. Olivia's opening remark brightened Fong Yun's eyes. She then presented him with a simple storage bag containing a set of clothing and a basic celestial technique. Fong Yun expressed his gratitude, accepting it with delight. In the medium-tier mining district, there were fewer regulations. As a miner of the first level of illusory immortal, you are required to deliver 1,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals every 10 days to fulfill your duties. For every additional 100 medium-grade celestial essence crystals you mine, you shall receive a reward of 2 low-grade celestial crystals. Olivia spoke rapidly. Observing Fong Yun's astonished expression, she added, "Do you think your strength is formidable, and that the daily requirement of 100 is too minimal? The medium-grade celestial essence crystals are distinctly different from the low-grade ones. You will soon discover this when you begin mining." Although Fong Yun felt perplexed, he nodded obediently. Olivia walked ahead, her steps graceful, and continued, "Remember, do not be foolish enough to conceal your findings. The mine has methods of detection, and should you be discovered, the consequences will be dire." Fong Yun nodded, following closely behind, occasionally glancing at Olivia's alluring figure. Before long, they arrived at a mining area. "From now on, you shall mine in this 9th district. As for your accommodation, there are numerous empty caverns in the rock face. Feel free to reside in any unoccupied one." Olivia gestured towards the rock face opposite the mine, and Fong Yun looked over, momentarily speechless. It was indeed a series of holes, varying in size. "That's all there is," Olivia remarked, turning to glance at Fong Yun with a hint of intrigue. "I differ from other overseers. I won't meddle in your affairs regularly. But should you fail to deliver an adequate quota, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Yes, overseer," Fong Yun assured her. Olivia smiled. "Dig well. I have high hopes for you." With that, she swayed her slender waist and walked away. "Remember, do not attempt to flee. From the moment you entered here, you were marked as one of us." Her voice echoed back to him, and Fong Yun raised an eyebrow. When had this occurred, he was utterly oblivious. Nevertheless, it seemed that this new overseer was far more amiable than Huang Hui. Subsequently, Fong Yun delved into a mine shaft. He took out his pickaxe and gave it a casual swing. Sparks flew from the rock face, jolting his hand with the impact. "Goodness, how solid!" Fong Yun exclaimed, astonished. This was infinitely harder than the inferior mining districts. Truly, this was or capable of refining mid-grade celestial crystals. He marveled, then channeled his celestial energy into the pickaxe and struck again. This time, it was considerably easier. He could penetrate the rock. With a sigh of relief, he concentrated, and 100 clones materialized simultaneously, immediately getting to work. The mine shaft was significantly more spacious than the lower-tier ones, and even with 100 people mining together, it did not feel cramped. Of course, Fong Yun still dispatched his spirit clones to keep watch outside. Moreover, he had just tested outside and discovered that the mine's interior, rich with the aura of celestial crystals, caused the atmosphere within to be quite chaotic. Attempting to probe with his spiritual sense would result in severe interference. With the strength of his spiritual awareness, he could only delve a mere 10 meters before being disrupted, rendering him incapable of surveying the internal conditions. This fact alleviated Fong Yun's concerns. As his clones mined, he began to study the foundational celestial technique Olivia had provided. Upon examination, he cursed under his breath. It was identical to the celestial technique he had purchased for 1,000 inferior celestial crystals in the town. What a waste! Fong Yun felt discontented. Yet, remembering that he had acquired the celestial crystals for free, he soon felt at ease. Thus, he meticulously studied the technique titled Celestial Feather Awakening Formula. The text not only detailed the cultivation methods for the void celestial realm, but also provided a general description of the celestial world's hierarchy. The ranks of celestial beings were roughly divided into void celestials, true celestials, golden celestials, celestial lords, celestial kings, and celestial emperors. Void celestials were the lowest tier. True celestials represented a modest level of prosperity, while golden celestials were akin to local landowners. As for celestial lords and kings, they were legendary figures, powerful beings, or overlords of entire celestial domains. Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with ambition as he sat cross-legged and began cultivating according to the celestial formula. The method for void celestials involved opening 1's celestial acupoints and establishing a connection between the three major dantians, upper, middle, and lower, with the celestial universe. The void celestial realm comprised 9 levels, and to ascend to the next level, one had to open 12 celestial acupoints. Every 3 levels required 36 acupoints to complete the cultivation progress of a dantian. In total, there were 108 celestial acupoints. As he continued his cultivation, Fong Yun soon discovered a perplexing issue. Although the concentration of celestial energy within the mind was significant, it was rather chaotic and disordered, rendering it less than ideal for cultivation. Each time he absorbed the celestial energy from the air within the cave and initiated his circulation, he would experience waves of discomfort. This revelation left Fong Yun speechless, finally understanding why the mining site was so generous. "Well, at least I'm not short on funds," he muttered, cursing under his breath as he retrieved some low-grade celestial crystals to commence his work. The following day, the efficiency of his cultivation became apparent, and the results only served to deepen his consternation. Based on his current pace, it would take him 3 years to open a single celestial aperture. Does this mean that I would require 36 years to ascend to the second level of the virtual Immortal Realm, and 324 years to reach full completion? Is my aptitude truly so lacking in the celestial realm? Fong Yun's mouth fell open as self-doubt began to creep in. According to the memories of his previous self, the martial emperor Fong Yun, his aptitude should have been exceptional, boasting a heavenly grade golden spiritual root, with an innate energy of pure metal, sharp and unmatched. This was the very foundation that allowed him to become the strongest in the Jian Wu continent. Yet, at this moment, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Ding. The host has calculated the most fundamental efficiency. The celestial realm possesses numerous methods to expedite progress, such as elixirs, rare earthly treasures, spirit-gathering formations, and temporal secret realms, among others. The system prompted him, and Fong Yun slapped his forehead in realization. After 500 years of mining, I've truly muddled my thoughts. This 1's on me. He chuckled, shaking his fist in self-deprecation, reigniting his fighting spirit. However, he soon heard the system's voice chime in with a hint of mockery. Ding. Of course, these methods are trivial, for the host is an exceptional prodigy. At this remark, a fierce glint sparked in Fong Yun's eyes. What do you mean by an exceptional prodigy? He eagerly inquired. Ding. The number of host's avatars has reached 100, unlocking the 3rd stage of avatar cultivation. The avatar cultivation function is now available. Avatar cultivation function. Each avatar's cultivation contributes to the host's overall progress, including the effectiveness of techniques, with an efficiency rate of 50. Fong Yun was astounded. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and summoned his mining avatar, Sword Dance, back to him. He then transmitted his cultivation methods into Sword Dance's mind. As Sword Dance began to cultivate, Fong Yun quickly sensed the feedback. His cultivation was indeed advancing, albeit slowly, at a rate approximately half that of his own. Now that I have 100 avatars, if they all cultivate simultaneously, does that mean my efficiency increases 50-fold? Fong Yun was elated. He had just tested summoning Sword Dance into the system space, and it could still cultivate there, without sensations of pain or discomfort. It could directly absorb the chaotic celestial energy within the mind. Truly formidable. No wonder it was referred to as an exceptional prodigy. However, Fong Yun soon realized a significant dilemma. If the avatars were cultivating, they could not mine, and if they were mining, they could not cultivate. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to prioritize mining entirely. By doing so, he could acquire more celestial crystals to exchange for additional avatars. With more avatars, he could expedite both mining and cultivation. Haha. Fong Yun's spirit sword. System. Exchange all remaining inferior celestial crystals for clones. Ding. The exchange price for clones from the 101st to the 1000th is 5,000 inferior celestial crystals each. The host has 37,000 inferior celestial crystals remaining, allowing for the exchange of 7 clones, which has been completed. Fong Yun's smile abruptly froze. 5,000 inferior celestial crystals each, such a steep price. It should be noted that the first 100 clones only cost a mere 100 inferior celestial crystals each. Ding, it is not expensive. Not expensive. Fong Yun was at a loss for words, cursing under his breath, but the system did not entertain negotiations. He had no choice but to accept this with resignation. He then began to tally the quantity of medium celestial essence crystals excavated by the clones. Soon, The numbers were revealed. 100 clones, working tirelessly for a full day and night, had collectively unearthed 20,882 medium celestial essence crystals. This meant that each clone, working around the clock for 24 hours, could only extract approximately 200 medium celestial essence crystals. Upon realizing this, Fong Yun suddenly comprehended the implications of Supervisor Olivia's statement regarding the requirement of 1,000 crystals every 10 days. It implied that he needed to mine for at least 12 hours each day, considering rest and activity time. How could he possibly cultivate? Understanding the insidious nature of the situation, Fong Yun clenched his teeth in resentment. Damn capitalist immortals. They have calculated the exploitation so meticulously. This level of oppression is outrageous. This exclamation was Fong Yun's grievance on behalf of the other miners. He casually took out a medium celestial essence crystal, feeling the richness of the celestial energy within. Astonishingly, it was 100 times that of an inferior celestial essence crystal. This revelation caused Fong Yun's eyes to shine brightly. He also grasped why these crystals were so difficult to extract, as the mine walls were remarkably resilient. 100 times. Does this imply that one medium celestial essence crystal is equivalent to 100 inferior celestial essence crystals? What does the total of 20,000 medium celestial essence crystals signify? It equates to 2 million inferior celestial crystals, or 200,000 inferior celestial crystals. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fong Yun could not help but grin broadly. No wonder this was a medium-grade mining area, generating a daily income of 200,000 inferior celestial crystals. What an astronomical figure. Exchanging for a clone costs only 5,000, which suddenly seems trivial. What a benevolent system. Fong Yun silently gave the system a thumbs up. Dig vigorously. Faced with the immense financial temptation, Fong Yun resolutely abandoned any notion of enjoyment. Not even delaying the time of the sword dance sisters, the angelic queen princess, or the charming demoness. He commanded them all to work fervently. In no time, the mine echoed with the sounds of diligent labor. The newly released 7 clones were temporarily not given distinct appearances and directly took on the form of shadowy figures to mine. 10 days later, Fong Yun arrived at Olivia's dwelling, carrying 1,000 medium celestial essence crystals. Olivia, who had been in the midst of her cultivation, opened her eyes upon hearing his voice. Come in. As the words were spoken, a shimmering barrier at the cave's entrance parted, allowing Fong Yun to enter. Olivia's residence was simple yet elegant, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Upon seeing Fong Yun, she, seated cross-legged on the central mat, brightened slightly at his arrival. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, Fong Yun's handsome and striking visage, along with his tall stature, was far more pleasing to the eye than when she first encountered him in tattered garments. Olivia cast a few glances at him before rising and stretching languidly. Instantly, her stunningly voluptuous curves were laid bare before Fong Yun. She noticed that he merely glanced at her before turning his attention away. Humph, indeed, a man indifferent to the charms of women. How dull. Olivia pouted, and with the realization that he bore no lustful intentions, she grew increasingly uninhibited in her movements. Her curves swayed enticingly, yet Fong Yun remained unmoved. His focus was solely on strength and celestial crystals. What was a woman to him? Merely a distraction from his quest for power. Moreover, he lacked for nothing. He could easily create a woman identical, if not more perfect, to any he desired, who would be entirely obedient. With that in mind, why should he exert any effort? Fong Yun's indifference left Olivia speechless. Reflecting on the admiration she received from other men within the celestial sect, she couldn't help but regard Fong Yun with newfound respect. Sufficiently impressive, he performed admirably. Olivia accepted the celestial essence crystals that had been submitted, offering a casual compliment. As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, she inched closer to Fong Yun. Farewell, he declared, clasping his hands in a gesture of departure, his back straight and regal. Once again, he ignored her. Olivia's charming face grew slightly rigid, and she began to doubt her allure. Even within the celestial sect, she had countless admirers. Her reason for coming to this mine was to escape the advances of one such suitor. Upon her arrival, the mine's overseers had been animated with excitement, let alone the ordinary miners. Never had she anticipated being overlooked by a mere ascendant from the lower realms, a newly transformed celestial, and a male at that. Suddenly, Olivia smiled, licking her red lips. He was an intriguing fellow. Upon returning to the mine, Fong Yun glanced at the stockpile of mid-grade celestial essence crystals stored within the system. It had amassed to a staggering total of 200,000. However, without converting them into celestial crystals, their quantity was of no consequence. Today, he would venture forth. With a thought, he assumed control of Fong Yun No. 1 and became invisible, soaring toward the mine's perimeter. As he reached the boundary, a wave of apprehension washed over him, yet he surged forward. The void shimmered slightly, and in the next moment, Fong Yun number 1 truly appeared to be incorporeal. Passing through. After a brief wait, there were no signs of anomaly within the mine. Incredible. His doppelganger could indeed bypass the protective array. At the very least, it could circumvent the array before him. Overjoyed, Fong Yun felt a sense of calm within. With a substantial fortune in his possession, he flew toward a distant town. 200,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals, if his calculations were correct, equated to 20,000 mid-grade celestial crystals, or 2 million low-grade celestial crystals. Little Su's wretched establishment would likely struggle to accommodate his vast wealth. Chapter 16. Silver Moon Celestial City. Fong Yun's ambition such a sum. In the Qianlai shop, Su Qian looked at Fong Yun number 1 in astonishment. The figure before him had just quoted a staggering figure, 200,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals. Alas, that indeed amounts to 2 million lower-grade celestial crystals. Even if I were to mortgage my shop, it would not suffice. It appears that Master Su's tolerance is rather limited. Farewell. Fong Yun number 1 smirked coldly and turned to leave. Su Qian immediately regained his composure, hurriedly blocking his path. My lord, please hold on. Such a significant client stands before us. How could he possibly slip away? If I were to miss this opportunity, I would feel compelled to take my own life. Fong Yun number 1 furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased, yet unconcerned about the possibility of others seizing him. What a jest. Everything is safely contained within the system's space. Even if I were to eliminate this avatar, I would suffer no loss. In 24 hours, there shall be another human pillar. My lord, do you truly possess 200,000 middle-grade celestial essence crystals? Su Qian inquired, his voice trembling. Do you doubt my words? Fong Yun number 1 scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. A mere 200,000, humph. Su Qian was momentarily speechless, hurriedly waving his hands. I would never dare. I indeed trust you, my lord. However, I must say that not only does my humble shop lack the capacity to exchange for such an amount, even if you were to liquidate the 2 other shops in this town, it would still be insufficient. This place is merely a rudimentary service town. Su Qian chuckled awkwardly, positioning himself firmly before Fong Yun number 1, clearly unwilling to yield. Noticing the frown on Fong Yun number 1's face, Su Qian quickly added, My lord, I have a solution. Though this is a temporary location, there lies a celestial city 70,000 miles away, named Silver Moon City, which houses a branch of our 10,000 Treasures Celestial Association. Once we arrive there, not to mention 2 million lower-grade celestial crystals, even 2 billion would pose no issue. Su Qian assured, thumping his chest for emphasis. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun number 1 pondered for a moment. Soon, he noticed the eager and sycophantic smile on Su Qian's face. Very well, Fong Yun number 1 nodded. He had yet to truly witness the vast world beyond. This would be an opportune moment to explore. After all, it would merely be an avatar venturing forth, presenting no real danger. Moreover, it would serve to familiarize himself with the route, as he might frequently visit to exchange celestial crystals in the future. Moments later, Su Qian, overjoyed, hurriedly closed the shop door. He then summoned a shuttle-shaped flying treasure, respectfully inviting Fong Yun number 1 aboard. In the span of a tea brew, they arrived at their destination, 70,000 miles away. Gazing upon the magnificent city before him, Fong Yun felt a surge of emotions. Silver Moon City resembled a waning crescent moon, embedded in the earth, stretching infinitely in both directions. Celestial towers adorned the landscape, radiant with ethereal light, dazzling the beholder. Observing Fong Yun number 1's awe, Su Qian smiled and elaborated. My lord, there exists a legend regarding Silver Moon City. It is said that over 100,000 years ago, during a battle between the Moonlight Celestial King and humanity, the Xiantian sacred treasure, the lunar wheel, left behind the laws of the moon at this very site. Consequently, many celestial beings have come to comprehend these laws, and over time, a celestial city was established. Before long, the two entered the city, and once again, Fong Yun was struck by the opulence and splendor of the celestial metropolis. The streets were remarkably spacious, with individuals leisurely riding celestial beasts. The atmosphere is imbued with an array of powerful presences, yet among them are numerous inferior beings, including mere mortals beneath the level of the ethereal. Fong Yun number 1 wanders the streets, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary passerby. The multitude of races is astounding, as he casually observes no fewer than 20 different species. However, the human race predominates, at least in this Silver Moon City, which is what he perceives. Suddenly, the void above the city cracks open, radiating celestial light, and a dazzling figure emerges from the abyss. This individual, surrounded by fiery clouds of celestial brilliance, casts a resplendent crimson hue across the sky. It is the flame cloud golden immortal from the Yun Fan immortal sect. Recognizing the divine being in the sky, A throng of people on the streets immediately bows in reverence, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. Heh, Flame Cloud, despite your age, you still seek the limelight. Is it truly amusing? A mocking voice reverberates through the celestial city, and another figure steps forth from an alternate void. Clad in a dark robe and bearing an ancient sword, this person exudes an air of antiquity. Yet his piercing gaze and disdainful expression are fixed upon the Flame Cloud Golden Immortal. Humph, what business is it of yours? I shall do as I please. The Flame Cloud Golden Immortal retorts, swiftly transforming into a beam of light and descending towards a specific location within the city. The ancient figure follows suit, landing elsewhere. Good heavens, the Ink Sword Golden Immortal. Why are so many esteemed figures present today? One bystander whispers. You may not be aware, but there is an auction in Silver Moon City tomorrow. These distinguished individuals have undoubtedly come to partake in it. The crowd resumes its normal chatter, marveling at the grandiosity and multitude of powerful beings in this world. Within the depths of the mind, Fong Yun reflects on these occurrences, feeling an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the face of such a celestial city. The 2 million low-grade celestial crystals he possesses seem trivial in comparison. At this moment, Fong Yun's perspective begins to broaden, and he gradually feels a surge of excitement. The prospect of conquering the formidable celestial realm and ruling over countless immortals stirs a fervor within him. Such ambitions would have once been inconceivable to him, yet now, equipped with the infinite avatar system, he can swiftly seize resources and exponentially enhance his cultivation speed. Currently at 50 times, it could potentially reach 500, 5,000, or even 50,000 times. Let you cultivate for 50,000 years. Then I shall surpass you all. Fong Yun clenches his fists with determination, his gaze resolute. In Silver Moon City, Fong Yun #1 follows Su Qian to a magnificent celestial building near the center. Towering 9 stories high, its grandeur is extraordinary, exuding an ethereal charm. A jade plaque hangs above the entrance, inscribed with the words, 10,000 Treasures Celestial Gathering, accompanied by smaller characters below that read, Silver Moon Branch. Sir, this is the headquarters of our numerous small branches spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Here, you can exchange as many celestial essence crystals as you possess. Su Qian declares proudly. With Su Qian leading the way, the process is considerably more convenient. Fong Yun #1 exchanges 2 million low-grade celestial crystals, a substantial sum indeed. Upon glancing at Su Qian's identity badge, the attendant cannot help but regard Fong Yun #1 with renewed interest. Once the transaction is completed, Su Qian is overjoyed. Having earned nearly 100,000 low-grade celestial crystals in commission, this amount nearly equals the fruits of his labor over an entire year. Wealth God. Su Qian's gaze towards Fong Yun #1 grew increasingly obsequious. Fong Yun #1 remarked, I just heard there is an auction tomorrow. Please make the necessary arrangements for me. Certainly, it will be done. Chapter 17, Treasures Acquired. Upgrading arms. Fong Yun primarily attended the auction to test his luck and to gauge the financial prowess of the celestial elites. With Su Qian's assistance, he swiftly procured an entrance ticket. It was then that Fong Yun discovered that this auction in Silver Moon City was hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Celestial Association. However, the auction was divided into 2 segments, ordinary and advanced, taking place simultaneously in 2 separate halls. Fong Yun #1 was attending the ordinary auction, primarily aimed at virtual immortals. My lord, should you wish to exchange celestial crystals in the future, you may continue to seek my assistance. For I have just been employed by the Silver Moon headquarters. Su Qian excitedly informed Fong Yun #1 after presenting the entrance ticket. Indeed, Fong Yun #1 replied coolly. Su Qian remained unfazed and respectfully added, by the way, my lord, I have arranged for you a silver card, which entitles you to a 10% discount on purchases at the 10,000 Treasures Celestial Association. Tomorrow's auction will also be eligible for this discount. Fong Yun #1 took the card, which felt like a blend of jade and gold, adorned with silver clouds and emanating a faint celestial glow. Haha, quite nice, Fong Yun #1 chuckled. Su Qian's heart soared with joy. It seemed his flattery had struck the right chord. Future business ventures appeared promising. Uncertain of the expenses for the auction, Fong Yun refrained from using his celestial crystals. The following noon, Fong Yun #1 arrived at the ordinary auction venue and, after verifying his entrance ticket, successfully entered. The grand circular exhibition hall was divided into 2 levels, with rows of seats below and individual boxes above, capable of accommodating thousands of attendees. Due to his silver card, Fong Yun #1 ascended to a box on the 2nd floor. Although modest in size, it exuded elegance, furnished with fine wine and spiritual fruits. After sampling a few, he was pleasantly surprised. His cultivation subtly increased. By the time the auction commenced, the wine and fruits had been entirely consumed by Fong Yun #1. As the hall's lights dimmed, a brilliant beam illuminated the central stage. Under its glow, a woman clad in a red silk palace gown, enchanting and alluring, gracefully ascended the auction platform. The auction had begun. The first item up for bid caught Fong Yun's attention, a superior celestial artifact, the golden feather sword. By channeling celestial energy, the feather insignia on the sword could conjure 1,000 golden feathers to form an attacking sword formation, raining down upon adversaries. Moreover, this sword was exceptionally suited for celestial beings with golden spiritual roots, amplifying its power significantly. When wielded to its utmost, it could rival inferior celestial treasures. As the captivating woman detailed the item, many in the audience were intrigued. The starting price was set at 80,000 inferior celestial crystals, with a minimum bidding increment of 1,000. No sooner had she finished her announcement than someone called out, 85,000, 88,000. Observing the rapid bidding and competition below, Fong Yun #1's confidence swelled. It appeared that among this assembly of virtual immortals, he might indeed be considered affluent. With a confident smile, Fong Yun #1 declared, 120,000. His voice reverberated through the speaker, causing a sudden hush in the hall, which had only just seen the bidding rise to 98,000. Who is this, making such a bold offer? Is there no sense of decorum? Do they have an abundance of celestial crystals? Many were disgruntled. For a virtual immortal, this was no trifling sum, and such audacity was simply unacceptable. 125,000. Another bid rang out. 150,000. Fong Yun #1 proclaimed arrogantly, it's merely 150,000 inferior celestial crystals. My avatars could unearth that much in a day. I, Fong Yun, am the owner of a celestial mine. At his declaration, the hall fell silent once more. The auctioneer, a woman, cast a look of admiration his way. After all, the auction favored such extravagant bidders. After a while, Fong Yun #1 successfully acquired the golden feather sword at a discount, paying a total of 135,000 inferior celestial crystals. The auction proceeded with various items, including elixirs, spiritual herbs, refining materials, and martial arts manuals. At one point, they even auctioned a captivating spirit fox from the demon clan, whose allure sent a ripple of excitement through the male cultivators, ultimately fetching a price of 300,000 inferior celestial crystals. He chuckled lightly, expressing disdain for certain men's preferences. He could certainly procure one of those from his avatars. The auction continued, and Fong Yun #1 made 4 more bids. The first was for a concealed protective array plate, purchased for 90,000 celestial crystals, capable of evading detection from mid-stage true immortals and below. The second was a swordsmanship manual titled Step to Heaven, bought for 120,000 celestial crystals. The third was a healing elixir, costing 30,000 celestial crystals for emergencies. The fourth was a superior flying celestial artifact, acquired for 150,000 celestial crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is quite special, a body-refining celestial technique known as indestructible golden body. The sultry voice of the woman captured everyone's attention. However, this technique was incomplete, allowing only the first 3 levels to be cultivated, making it difficult to determine its grade and ultimate efficacy. We have had individuals attempt it, only to find the experience excruciating. As the alluring woman continued her introduction, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. It turned out to be a defective product that had led a body cultivator to momentarily rejoice. Indeed, who would dare to cultivate such a thing, fearing they might go mad? Yet, the auction house remained unwavering. It was rare to have such an opportunity. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but the enchanting woman remained undeterred, stating, the starting price is 80,000 inferior celestial crystals, with each subsequent bid no less than 1,000. As her words faded, the discontent grew louder. How could such a flawed item demand 80,000? At that moment, Fong Yun felt invigorated. In the lower realms, he was a practitioner of both law and body cultivation, and he was currently in need of a body-refining celestial technique. The indestructible golden body sounded promising. As for the pain involved in cultivation, his avatars would endure whatever discomfort was necessary. It was practically tailor-made for him. 81,000. Fong Yun #1 bid. Instantly, astonishment rippled through the crowd. No way. Someone is actually buying this. Is this person a fool with money to spare, or do they think they've found a bargain? A bargain? The auction house is no fool. Would they truly present anything of value in this auction? Ultimately, Fong Yun successfully acquired the item, paying a total of 72,900 low-grade celestial crystals. After obtaining this auctioned item, Fong Yun #1 refrained from making any further bids. Just as he stored his belongings within the system's space, Fong Yun in the mine had already gathered all the auctioned items. Indeed, wealth allows for indulgence. Celestial techniques, celestial swords, flying artifacts, formations. As Fong Yun beheld the treasures in his possession, He felt as if he had traded a mere bird's gun for a cannon. His spirit soared with exuberance, even igniting an impulse to test his strength against someone. The only item that left him slightly dissatisfied was the body refining technique, as it was merely an imprint of a jade slip and not the original version. While he was pondering this, an unexpected issue arose on Fang Yun #1's side. Outside Silver Moon City, before Fang Yun #1 could conceal himself and depart, he was intercepted by two individuals. "What do you want?" he inquired coldly, frowning. According to the system's notification, they were both at the second level of the virtual Immortal Realm. "Haha, we've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. You attended the 10,000 Treasures Celestial Conference and participated in the auction. You, a mere first-level virtual immortal, possess considerable wealth?" Shui Ping scoffed, his gaze glinting with greed. Fang Yun #1's heart jolted. Despite concealing his aura and cultivation, the other party had seen through him at a glance. What was happening? Haha. Are you surprised? You think a simple concealment technique could fool us? Shui Huan laughed disdainfully. The two were twin brothers, possessing a form of telepathic connection that allowed them to gauge an opponent's strength. In truth, their ability was rather rudimentary. They could discern one's prowess with a mere glance. If one appeared strong, their spirits would wane. If weak, they would become exuberant. It was through this peculiar ability that they had successfully robbed the feeble on numerous occasions without failure. Chapter 18. Crushing the second level of Virtual Immortal. Cloud-soaring order in an instant. Fong Yun comprehended their intent. These two sought to rob him. Logically, Fang Yun #1 could have discreetly attempted to flee. Even if he failed, he would only lose 24 hours. Yet at this moment, Fong Yun had no desire to escape. Two second-level virtual immortals? That was all. With 100 of his first-level virtual immortal avatars, he could easily overwhelm them. Villains perish from their arrogance, while the virtuous suffer from hesitation. In a flash, Fong Yun made his decision. He would confront them. With a mere thought, all the avatars mining within the cave vanished simultaneously, entering the system's space. He couldn't even be bothered to retrieve his pickaxes, which clattered to the ground in disarray. Meanwhile, as Fang Yun #1 was essentially another manifestation of Fong Yun, he instantly summoned the 100 avatars from the system's space. A transfer of energy. A single arrow piercing the clouds, bringing forth a legion. Reinforcements were invincible. As the avatars arrived, they immediately assumed battle form. In an instant, 100 dark figures materialized behind Fang Yun #1, cloaked in deep black. They resembled warriors clad in ebony armor, absorbing the surrounding light, devoid of any reflective sheen. Their gazes were icy and merciless, all fixated upon Shui Ping and Shui Huan. The sudden appearance of this shadowy legion left the two brothers utterly astounded, as they gazed upon the multitude of shadowy figures before them. The two individuals felt their hearts race, a mixture of exhilaration and dread coursing through their veins. The exhilaration stemmed from their unique abilities, which allowed them to discern that each of these individuals, taken alone, was weaker than they. However, the sheer number was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, as the first clone materialized, Fong Yu issued a ruthless command: kill. The 100 clones instantaneously traversed hundreds of meters, encircling the bewildered duo. Armed with the golden feather sword, Fong Yu charged into the fray. Shui Ping and his companion, though merely at the second tier of the virtual immortal stage, quickly regained their composure in the face of danger. "Brother, although these foes are weaker than us, their numbers are staggering. We must fight our way out," Shui Ping bellowed, drawing his low-grade celestial weapon, a large blade. Channeling every ounce of his celestial energy, he surged forward with ferocity, his blade slicing through the air like a fierce azure tiger. Yet, what awaited him was the combined assault of dozens of shadowy figures. A torrent of golden energy coalesced into a fist, crashing down upon the azure tiger. With a thunderous explosion, the azure tiger disintegrated, sending Shui Ping hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Simultaneously, the sword-wielding shadows charged forward, seizing the opportunity to strike. To make matters worse, Shui Huan fared even worse. As he was bombarded by dozens of attacks, his entire virtual immortal form shattered into oblivion, leaving only a quivering primordial spirit in the air. In a state of panic, as the primordial spirit trembled in fear, Fong Yu's silhouette approached with a celestial gait, the golden feather sword radiating dazzling golden light, akin to a startled swan. The might of a top-grade celestial weapon, combined with Fong Yu's refined sword energy, obliterated the primordial spirit in a single stroke. Shui Huan was no more. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Shui Ping's psyche was profoundly shaken. I will avenge you." He hastily consumed a medicinal pill, feeling his wounds mend significantly, his spirit reigniting. Shui Ping's form flickered as he swung his blade with brilliance, cleaving through one of the shadowy figures and severing an arm along with part of its torso. However, the next moment left him in stunned disbelief. The shadowy figure exhibited no sign of injury. Its remaining form still wielded a sword, cold and merciless, plunging it into Shui Ping's body. Ah! He screamed in agony. Then, his gaze was met with an influx of more shadowy figures advancing towards him. No, no, no. Shui Ping's hair disheveled, despair etched upon his face. What in the world were these beings? They were not human. For Shui Ping observed that the essence of existence faded alongside the soul, leaving Shui Ping bewildered until his last breath. He could not comprehend the nature of the death deity he had encountered today. How pitiful. What a disgrace. The cold and ruthless manipulation of Fang Yun, in the form of Fong Yun #1, uttered a scathing remark. Little did he know that if Shui Ping were to resurrect and hear those words, he would likely be enraged to the point of death once more. A mere second-tier virtual immortal could only withstand a few first-tier virtual immortals at most. Yet Fong Yun commanded an army of over 100. A veritable tide of warriors overwhelmed the battlefield, devoid of reason. After slaying 2 foes, the avatar commenced its search for spoils. Soon, a shadowy figure on the ground retrieved 2 storage bags. Upon opening them, Fong Yun #1 was met with disappointment. The combined wealth of the two amounted to a meager 80,000 low-grade immortal crystals, accompanied by some low-tier immortal herbs, a few pills, and 2 low-grade immortal weapon broadswords, along with a hodgepodge of miscellaneous items. What is this? Among the clutter, Fong Yun #1 discovered a cloud pattern token. With a probing thought, he quickly discerned its significance. The cloud riding token, a direct entry token issued by the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Possession of this token grants one immediate status as a disciple of the Yunfan Immortal Sect, though the nature of that discipleship depends on one's own fortune. To his surprise, these 2 individuals possessed such a token. Fong Yun #1 furrowed his brow. In truth, this token had been an unexpected acquisition for the Shui brothers not long ago, but with 2 of them, neither was eager to venture alone. Thus, they remained entangled in a quantum conundrum. Fong Yun #1 collected all items, then with a thought, all avatars vanished, and he entered a state of concealment. Chapter 19. The Cycle of Flesh and Blood, the Terrifying Technique. Just as Fong Yun #1 stowed away his avatars, Fong Yun within the cavern summoned forth another avatar. The total time elapsed was barely a few minutes. The mining resumed. With a commanding voice, Fong Yun rallied over 100 avatars to toil as diligent miners. Among them was an avatar of Fong Xian, reduced to a single arm, still striving for Fong Yun's cause, albeit with tragically low efficiency. Fong Yun, feeling a pang of sympathy, addressed Fong Xian. Enough, you may rest. Yes, master, Fong Xian #18 replied with a smile and sincere eyes. Subsequently, Fong Yun recalled him into the system space, initiating his cultivation. Not a moment was wasted. Fong Yun tallied the balance of immortal crystals, discovering a staggering surplus of over 139 million. System, convert all. Ding, 5,000 low-grade immortal crystals can be exchanged for 1 avatar. The host can exchange a total of 278 avatars. Conversion complete. As the system's melodious voice resonated in his mind, Fong Yun found himself with an additional 278 avatars. Coupled with the existing 107, the total surged to an astonishing 385. Ecstatic, Fong Yun could not suppress his laughter. In light of the remarkable performance of the succubus avatars, Fong Yun proceeded to create 49 more, achieving a perfect count. Instantly, he was surrounded by 50 enchanting succubi, each possessing angelic visages, devilish figures, and skin as smooth as milk. Gulping, Fong Yun swallowed hard. A cry of despair escaped his lips. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, with crimson liquid seeping from beneath his skin, exuding a steam as if boiling. His handsome visage was nearly contorted beyond recognition, a picture of utter disarray. The blood dripped onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound accompanied by rising smoke. Fong Yun abruptly ceased his cultivation, hastily consumed a healing elixir, and took several minutes to regain a semblance of comfort. Was this what one referred to as the agony of cultivation? Could this truly be what a human could endure? Fong Yun gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling as he cursed the woman from the auction, a deceitful charlatan. He had just defied the odds, personally attempting to cultivate the first layer of the immortal body, the blood-flesh cycle. As a result, after merely completing a single circulation, an inexplicable and eerie aura manifested within him. Wherever this aura traveled, his flesh and blood rapidly disintegrated and reformed. It voraciously absorbed the chaotic celestial energy from the air, insatiable and greedy. Subsequently, he transformed into the wretched state he had just experienced. The pain was akin to having his flesh meticulously sliced apart by the rules of the universe, then stitched back together, only to be torn apart once more, a sensation that sent chills down his spine, penetrating into his very soul. Even closing his senses proved futile. Even his primordial spirit felt the repercussions, trembling in unison. Who had devised such a brutal body-refining technique? This was indeed exceedingly cruel. Fong Yun gasped for breath, filled with profound admiration for this formidable individual. Sword Dance, come forth. Fong Yun summoned Sword Dance, and with a mere thought, transmitted the cultivation method of the immortal body to her. Immediately, Sword Dance began her cultivation. Fong Yun observed intently, initially noticing no signs of abnormality or change. After a while, suddenly, he saw the flesh beneath Sword Dance's fair skin begin to writhe. Then, to his astonishment, she furrowed her brow. In the next instant, she transitioned directly into a profound black form. What was happening? Fong Yun was taken aback, and unexpectedly, he felt changes occurring within his own body. That eerie, intangible aura reappeared inside him, and wherever it spread, his flesh began to fracture and then reassemble. However, this time, Fong Yun felt no pain whatsoever. It was as if he had become an observer, watching his own body transform, witnessing that strange aura gradually merge within him. He could even stand and move about at will. Incredible. Was there anyone else capable of such feats? Fong Yun's admiration for that formidable individual plummeted sharply. Soon, he realized that Sword Dance was cultivating alone at a rather slow pace, so he summoned 50 clones. Instantly, the speed of their progress surged exponentially. Fong Yun sensed his flesh and blood boiling, vibrating at a high frequency. Then, a terrifying force emanated from his body, rapidly siphoning the celestial energy from the essence crystals embedded in the surrounding mine walls. The speed was so astonishing that the essence crystals excavated by the clones turned a stark grayish-white. How domineering this technique was. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Fong Yun watched in awe, increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of this method. Thus, he dispatched all 100 clones to the adjacent cavern to mine. Aside from leaving one clone for ventilation, the remaining duplicates all began to cultivate the technique of blood and flesh rebirth. Time flew by, and after 8 days, Fong Yun had delved deep into the mineral vein. Within a radius of 100 feet around him, all the celestial essence crystals had vanished, leaving only soil and rock. Fong Yun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth. He then emerged from the mineral vein, reappearing in the cavern. He had achieved a minor success in blood and flesh rebirth. Fong Yun was elated, reaching out to grasp the rock wall. He found his hand effortlessly sinking into the solid surface as if it were mere tofu. How formidable! I sensed that I could now tear apart my former self. Having spoken, Fong Yun drew a low-grade celestial sword and swung it towards his own arm. The next moment, a dull thud echoed, as the sword was unexpectedly deflected by the resilience of his flesh. His arm remained unscathed, without even a mark, engaging with a low-grade celestial weapon head-on. Overjoyed, Fong Yun summoned Jian Wu and thrust a sword toward her chest. To his astonishment, her skin indented, but the sword tip barely pierced, unable to penetrate further. Incredible! The clones have indeed grown as powerful as I am. This is astonishing. Filled with exhilaration, Fong Yun produced a high-grade celestial sword, the Golden Feather Sword. Clearly, the low-grade celestial weapon could not reveal the full extent of strength, but the high-grade one should suffice. The technique stated that with a minor success in blood and flesh rebirth, one's flesh could regenerate rapidly and infinitely, merely requiring the consumption of celestial energy. With this in mind, Fong Yun decisively swung the sword towards Jian Wu's arm. The blade was sharp, and her arm was severed in an instant. However, Fong Yun also faced considerable resistance. My goodness, such defensive power. Astonished, Fong Yun instructed Jian Wu to regenerate her arm, even if he were to torment her countless times. Jian Wu smiled and nodded in agreement. In the next moment, celestial energy surged around them, and her arm rapidly restored at a visible speed. In merely a breath, it returned to its original state. Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with wonder. This was unlike any ordinary healing. While the virtual immortals could also restore their physical forms, it required a lengthy process of refinement, consuming much energy and primarily resulting in internal exhaustion. The speed and efficiency of blood and flesh rebirth, relying mainly on external absorption, were incomparable. At this moment, Fong Yun began to suspect that such a body refinement method, if auctioned, was likely due to the fact that it was unbearable for most to practice. The sheer agony and the time required for cultivation were beyond human endurance. With 285 clones cultivating together for 8 days, it was equivalent to a single individual practicing for over 6 years. And this was only a minor success. Who could withstand such a toll? To an ordinary person, it would seem wholly unworthy. Fong Yun believed that even true immortals might hesitate to cultivate it. Perhaps even golden immortals. Yet this divine ability was exceptionally suited to him. Having witnessed the extraordinary effects of the minor success, Fong Yun could not help but anticipate the results of achieving a major success. blood rebirth. Unfortunately, reaching major success required attaining the true Immortal Realm, rendering Fong Yun unable to cultivate further at this moment. Nevertheless, it was commendable. Just a true immortal. It shouldn't take much longer. Subsequently, Fong Yun retrieved 1,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals. With 10 days having passed, it was time for him to submit the celestial essence crystals. However, when he noticed the abundance of celestial essence crystals within the System S domain, he was somewhat taken aback. For in the span of just 8 days, the quantity excavated by his 100 avatars had surged remarkably. Fong Yun felt a rush of joy, and upon reflection, it dawned on him that while his realm remained unchanged, his strength had indeed escalated. His mining efficiency had greatly improved. Haha. Delight surged within him as he soared towards the cave of the overseer, Olivia. Chapter 20. Olivia. Trouble. The mining army on his way, Fong Yun was suddenly drawn by the sounds of raucous revelry ahead. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a crowd of over 1,000 individuals congregating in the open space at the center of the mine, many of whom were women, creating a lively scene. At the heart of the throng, 2 miners were engaged in a fierce duel, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Give it to him. Go on. He.S. nearly done for. From a distance, Fong Yun cast a few glances and quickly discerned the nature of the spectacle. This was merely a form of amusement for the overseers within the mining site, a miners' gladiatorial contest. The outcomes of these skirmishes served as wagers among the overseers, whether for sheer entertainment or as part of some transactional arrangement. Naturally, victorious miners were rewarded. Hence, many miners, confident in their own prowess, would voluntarily participate. Winning could yield celestial crystals, thereby accelerating their cultivation. Those who distinguished themselves might even catch the eye of the overseers and be brought into the Yunfan celestial sect, a significant opportunity for miners. Of course, there were substantial risks involved in losing. While death was uncommon, serious injuries were a likely consequence. Such injuries would mean prolonged inability to fulfill mining quotas, leading to considerable debts owed to the mine. The eventual repercussions were all too clear. Initially, Fong Yun held no interest, as he was not in need of any rewards. Yet, suddenly, his gaze fell upon Olivia among several overseers. Thus, he felt compelled to fly in that direction. At that moment, Olivia's expression was far from pleasant. Following her gaze, Fong Yun soon realized that one of the combatants was none other than a subordinate of Olivia's, whom he had encountered previously and casually greeted. Cobb, a member of the human race. His opponent, on the other hand, was a towering, muscular beast man with the head of a lion. Despite both being at the first layer of the void immortal realm, Cobb was clearly at a disadvantage. He bore deep lacerations from sharp claws, with several wounds exposing bone. He was on the verge of collapse. Haha, Miss Olivia, it seems your man is about to lose, taunted overseer Zhao Yin, casting a mocking glance at Olivia. His gaze lingered on her ample bosom, a sight that held his attention, yet he dared not openly gawk. The scene was quite comical. Humph. Olivia scoffed, feeling quite displeased. Miss Olivia, this place is filthy and chaotic, certainly not suitable for your presence. Perhaps you should take your leave. After all, remaining here will only hinder your ability to fulfill the mine's quota. Zhao Yin continued, furtively stealing glances. Truly stunning. No wonder those above are so keen on her. They've been pressuring us to deal with her swiftly and send her back to the sect. At that moment, in the arena, a dull thud resonated as Cobb was struck fiercely in the chest, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the crowd of onlookers. The crowd swiftly dispersed, not offering assistance but instead erupting into louder laughter. Haha, I have triumphed, Zhao Yin exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh. He carelessly tossed a handful of low-grade celestial crystals into the air, showering the victorious Lionheart in the arena. Well done. Here's your reward, Zhao Yin praised. Thank you, my lord, Lionheart exclaimed, collecting the celestial crystals, roaring in triumph. The crowd cheered exuberantly. A few female miners even exchanged flirtatious glances with the victorious Lionheart. In the presence of strength, attraction from the opposite sex seemed almost inevitable. Meanwhile, the defeated Cobb struggled to rise, approaching Olivia with a face full of regret. This contest was instigated by him. Not long ago, someone had troubled him, seizing his celestial essence crystals. Unwilling to back down, Cobb had engaged in a scuffle, which Olivia happened to witness as she passed by. Angered by the frequent occurrences of such incidents, Olivia's miners had been inexplicably targeted, leading many to fail in meeting their quotas. She intended to reprimand the instigating miner, only for the overseer Zhao Yin to appear. After some back and forth, both parties agreed to resolve the matter in the arena. The outcome was disastrous for Cobb, who now bore significant injuries. At this moment, Olivia clenched her fists, piecing together Zhao Yin's earlier words, and she began to suspect who was truly behind the turmoil. This is not your fault. Take this for your recovery, Olivia said, tossing a medicinal pill to Cobb. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he thanked her and took his leave. Olivia turned her gaze towards Zhao Yan, her voice icy. An inner sect disciple, have come to act as overseer at the behest of Xiao Wuji, haven to you? I am unaware of what you speak, Miss Li Wei. Brother Xiao is of impeccable character and highly esteemed. Surely you must be mistaken, Zhao Yan replied with a smile, his narrow eyes almost slits. Besides, if Miss Li Wei can serve as an overseer, is it not entirely reasonable for me to do the same? Humph. Olivia scoffed, turning to leave. Zhao Yan watched her retreating figure, the smile still on his face, though a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Fong Yun observed calmly from the sidelines. Having overheard the exchange between Olivia and Zhao Yan, he gleaned enough to feel somewhat baffled. All I wish for is to mine peacefully. Yet I find myself embroiled in such inexplicable matters. Upon arriving at Olivia's abode, he found the door ajar, with faint sounds of her frustration emanating from within. Sensing his presence, the room fell silent. Come in, a cool voice beckoned. Fong Yun stepped inside, catching sight of Olivia wiping away tears. My lord, I have come to submit the celestial essence crystals. Very well, Olivia replied, glancing at him as she casually collected the crystals. Farewell, Fong Yun said, completing the transaction without further ado, turning to leave. Yet, as he took a couple of steps, Olivia called out to him. My lord, do you have any instructions? Fong Yun asked, surprised. Be cautious in the coming days. If anyone seeks trouble, bear with it if you can. If you cannot meet your quotas, do not worry. I will find a way, Olivia advised. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun felt an unusual stirring within him. In the realm of immortals, every experience he endured filled him with disdain for the so-called higher-ups. However, the woman before him seemed somewhat different. Yet, this was of no concern to him. Fong Yun had no desire to inquire further or participate. Indeed, thank you, my lord, he said, bowing respectfully as he slowly took his leave. The miners in the medium mining area, largely comprising first-tier virtual immortals, required neither sleep nor sustenance. Consequently, even during the night, many were engaged in mining activities. This made it all the more natural and reasonable for Fong Yun's avatars to delve into the mining process. Moreover, starting today, due to a minor achievement in the technique of flesh and blood life and death, the physical strength of his avatars had increased to a level comparable to low-grade immortal artifacts. The pickaxes they had previously wielded now seemed rather inadequate. At Fong Yun's indication, the avatars discarded the pickaxes and began to excavate with their bare hands. This transformation turned the mining force into a formidable excavation army, drastically enhancing their efficiency. Each avatar could now extract 400 medium-grade immortal crystals in a day, equivalent to 4,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Witnessing the rapid increase in the quantity of immortal crystals brought Fong Yun immense satisfaction. The wealth was flowing in abundantly. Consequently, he dispatched Fong Yun one for another errand, returning with 3 million low-grade immortal crystals. This left the receptionist, Su Qian, grinning ear to ear. To avoid the hassle of frequent trips, Fong Yun decided to have Fong Yun #1 remain in Silvermoon City. With his financial prowess, purchasing a residence in the Grand Immortal City was merely a trifle. Furthermore, Fong Yun #1 could assist Fong Yun in his cultivation, rendering it an efficient use of resources. Chapter 21. This distinguished individual's residence has designated mines. With 3 million low-grade immortal crystals credited to his account, Fong Yun exchanged them for avatars, instantly increasing his avatar count by 600 to an astonishing total of 985. Incredible. Fong Yun gazed at the 600 avatars poised for action in the system space, filled with ambition. Who else? With this system, victory is inevitable. The wealth of the richest in the immortal realm is effortlessly within reach. Fong Yun felt that he was getting closer to his ideal of mining an entire immortal mine in a single day. As he had not yet conceptualized the new avatar's appearances, he opted not to edit them. The unedited avatars materialized as shadowy figures. Whenever Fong Yun wished, he could define their appearance at any moment. To his surprise, he noticed that these shadowy figures bore some resemblance to him. Upon closer inspection of a newly emerged shadow figure, he realized it somewhat mirrored his own visage. However, these shadowy figures could not manifest flesh and blood like the sword dance. They could only exist in shadow form. Before long, Fong Yun assigned tasks, 484 avatars for mining and 500 for cultivation, progressing in both strength and wealth. With 500 avatars cultivating, it meant a rate 250 times faster. At this moment, even while seated idly, Fong Yun's cultivation was advancing at a visibly rapid pace. For days later, as Fong Yun sat cross-legged, he suddenly opened his eyes. A radiant aura enveloped him as he discerned that he had unlocked his first immortal aperture within. How exhilarating! Fong Yun felt as though a part of his body had been opened to new possibilities. His affinity with the heavens and the earth has evidently enhanced slightly. Could this be the opening of a celestial orifice? Elevating one's connection with the cosmos serves as a foundation for comprehending the principles of the great Tao, Fong Yun pondered, seemingly grasping an insight. Moreover, with the opening of a single celestial orifice, his strength has also increased. However, to ascend from the first layer of the void immortal realm to the second, one must unlock 12 celestial orifices. Thus, the improvement stemming from just one orifice is rather minimal. Nevertheless, Fong Yun has opened a celestial orifice in merely 4 days. What a terrifying speed of cultivation this is. Should others become aware, they would undoubtedly be astounded beyond measure. Even the unparalleled prodigies of the celestial realm may pale in comparison. As Fong Yun contemplated the transformations brought about by the celestial orifice, he couldn't help but chuckle. When he glanced at the quantity of celestial essence crystals, Fong Yun laughed once more. An impressive total of over 190,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals. That equates to 9 million low-grade celestial crystals. Merely 4 days have passed. With a thought, Fong Yun number 1, located far away in Silver Moon City, rose to his feet and made his way back to the 10,000 treasures celestial gathering. When Su Qian saw Fong Yun number 1, a smile blossomed on his humble face. "My lord, what would you like to purchase this time?" Little Su is at your service with utmost sincerity. Given that only 4 days had elapsed since the last exchange of celestial crystals, Su Qian instinctively assumed that Fong Yun number 1 had come to make a purchase. However, in the next moment, Su Qian was taken aback. "I wish to exchange for celestial crystals." As Fong Yun number 1 spoke, he proffered a storage bag. Su Qian glanced inside and was instantly shaken. Yet again, there were so many mid-grade celestial essence crystals. Good heavens! This esteemed individual must be mining at home. Otherwise, where would all these celestial essence crystals come from? I truly envy this lord. Whenever he needs money, he simply mines more to exchange. It is simply too wealthy, too indulgent. How enviable. Noticing Su Qian lost in a daze while holding the storage bag, Fong Yun number 1 frowned and lightly inquired, Su Qian immediately came to his senses and humbly declared, "My lord, I shall exchange them right away." Moments later, the transaction was complete. Fong Yun once again received 9 million low-grade celestial crystals. Within the mine, just as he was about to exchange for a clone, to challenge the 1,000 and unlock the 4th stage of the system. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. His elfin clone, stationed outside, reported, "Master, 2 individuals have entered the mine where you are." Fong Yun furrowed his brow. With a thought, he withdrew the clone that was mining beside him. After a few moments, Fong Yun encountered the newcomers. "You must be Fong Yun, under Lady Olivia's command?" One of the two, a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, spoke coldly. "No, you have mistaken the wrong person," Fong Yun replied nonchalantly. Instantly, the two were taken aback. Mistaken the wrong person? Wasn't it said above that upon seeing Fong Yun, one should enter this cave? Moreover, he looks just like him. The two exchanged dubious glances before producing a scroll depicting an image and comparing it to Fong Yun. In the next moment, both were furious. "Damn it! You dare to toy with us." "And what of it?" Fong Yun scoffed. Before him stood merely 2 individuals at the first layer of the void immortal realm. With his indestructible golden body having reached the first minor completion, he could withstand low-grade celestial artifacts. At this moment, he felt no need for a clone and was unafraid of the 2 before him. Moreover, within his body resided several hundred avatars, all vigilant and ready to strike. Dai Tong and Chao Tai were momentarily taken aback. The young man who had recently ascended to immortality dared to provoke them. They were seasoned miners, having opened 3 celestial apertures, and they were 2 in number. Chao Tai laughed in anger. "I had initially intended to merely seize your possessions and break a leg. But now I have decided to render you bedridden for an entire month." With a sinister grin, Chao Tai proclaimed, but before he could finish, bang! He was sent flying like a cannonball by Fong Yun's kick. Dai Tong stood in stunned silence, then was consumed by rage. This man actually dared to strike first. Seeking death, Dai Tong bellowed. In the next instant, another attack was launched. Do you think I am still the inexperienced newcomer I once was?" Fong Yun scoffed. What nonsense. He did not wish to provoke trouble, yet he was unafraid of conflict. Now that others sought to break his legs, if he were to endure further, it would not be cultivation, but rather a mockery of it. In a corner of the winding mine, Chao Tai and Dai Tong lay embedded in the rocky walls, their bodies in a sprawl, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Wasn't it said that this man had only recently ascended to immortality? Speaking stirred Chao Tai's injured abdomen, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. "I don't know," Dai Tong replied, bewildered. "Should we still teach him a lesson?" Chao Tai queried. Dai Tong looked at Chow Tai as if he were a fool. If you want to go, then you go. Moments later, the two of them fled the mine in a disheveled retreat. Just as they departed, the sound of coins echoed once more within the cavern. You two worthless fools. You cannot even defeat someone who has just ascended to immortality. With your capabilities, you can forget about freedom for the rest of your lives. Zhao Yan berated them. Get lost. After being subjected to this tirade, Chow Tai and Dai Tong dared not retort, retreating in discontent. Zhao Yan furrowed his brow. This newcomer Fong Yun was remarkably strong. He then thought of Olivia, a sneer crossing his face. Foolish woman, unaware of her fortune, willingly choosing degradation. How could she toil in the mines for the miners? If I were a woman, and brother Xiao took an interest in me, I would let him do as he pleased. Not for any other reason than that Xiao Wuji has a golden immortal ancestor. Zhao Yan mused, before turning to the outside. Lionheart, come see me. Chapter 22. The avatars of Fong Yun engage in battle with the golden lion within the mine, after dispatching Chow Tai and Dai Tong. Fong Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Due to Olivia's involvement, he seemed to have stumbled into trouble and danger. Women. Fong Yun pondered, and moments later, a plan began to form in his mind. It was the only course of action. His eyes sparkled with determination, and in the next instant, he focused his thoughts, summoning a shadowy figure that had been mining nearby. As it approached, its form began to shift and transform. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into another living incarnation of Fong Yun, identical in every way, save for a slight deficiency in its gaze. Fong Yun raised an eyebrow and then merged his consciousness with the avatar. Soon, the avatar's eyes sparkled with vitality, and its demeanor mirrored Fong Yun's own. In the next moment, Fong Yun withdrew his consciousness. The avatar's gaze underwent subtle changes, but retained much of Fong Yun's expression. Moments ago, Fong Yun had implanted certain memories in its mind and established its character traits. It is almost entirely in accordance with his characteristic design. Therefore, the doppelganger of Fong Yun at this moment can be described as exceedingly similar to the true Fong Yun, nearly a replica. However, there are distinctions. The doppelganger lacks a primordial spirit, while the true Fong Yun possesses one. Nonetheless, regardless of how closely the doppelganger resembles his true self, its heart is unconditionally and wholly obedient to the true Fong Yun. This is a supreme rule inscribed into the essence of every doppelganger from the moment of its inception. Subsequently, Fong Yun once again took control of the doppelganger and directed it to sit cross-legged. Meanwhile, he himself stepped into a neighboring fork of the mine, retrieving a concealed array disc to activate the formation. This formation can obscure detection from mid-stage true immortals, a purchase Fong Yun made specifically at the last auction. Based on intelligence gathered by the doppelganger, it was revealed that the owner of this medium-sized mine was a true immortal, likely at the early stages. Over the past month, Fong Yun had mostly been idle, yet he had not been entirely inactive. He had considered potential risks and devised countermeasures. After all, he, a mere novice, did not wish to perish before he had the chance to grow. A wry smile crossed his lips as he thought, I want this immortal realm to be unaware of who the true Fong Yun is. Fong Yun smiled faintly. He still had numerous shadowy figures ready to assume the identity of Fong Yun at any moment. In other words, as long as his true self remained alive, and he wielded control over any doppelganger, all could embody Fong Yun. That was his confidence. Master, someone is approaching, entering the mine where you are, reported a sprite. With a mere thought, Fong Yun commanded the doppelgangers engaged in mining to vanish. The doppelganger then picked up a mining pick and feigned activity. Are you Fong Yun? Lionheart asked, gazing at the youth before him, somewhat astonished. Is this the individual that Lord Zhao specifically instructed me to discipline? Aside from his youthful handsomeness, this slight figure paled in comparison to Lionheart's towering physique of over 2 meters, rendering him hardly noteworthy. Could this be the one who instantaneously injured both Chow Tai and his companion? Lionheart harbored doubts. I am not Fong Yun. You have mistaken the person. The doppelganger of Fong Yun replied, putting away the mining pick with a calm demeanor. Lionheart paused for a moment, then scoffed. I reviewed your dossier before coming. Do not attempt to deceive me. Oh, the doppelganger chuckled, then jested. I did not expect your formidable lion's head to be more astute than those two just now. Quite rare indeed. Naturally, I am a member of the Golden Lion clan, Lionheart asserted, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he roared with fury. You little brat. Are you seeking death? Sever your own limbs and surrender all your wealth, and I shall spare your life. His wide eyes fixated intently on Fong Yun, refraining from rash actions. Despite his rugged exterior, he was incredibly perceptive, which was why he had achieved over 30 consecutive victories in the arena and garnered Zhao Yan's favor. Are you jesting? The doppelganger of Fong Yun laughed, looking at Lionheart as if he were a fool. This demonic creature was merely at the first layer of the void immortal realm. As for how many immortal apertures he had opened, Fong Yun could not discern. However, as long as he remained at the first layer of Void Immortal, Fong Yun felt no fear. The Doppelganger's strength was nearly on par with Fong Yun's own, save for the absence of divine abilities pertaining to the primordial spirit. Faced with Fong Yun's mockery, Lionheart's anger flared. In the next moment, a radiant aura enveloped him, his arms transforming into formidable limbs, golden bristles sprouting from beneath his skin, and his hands morphing into sharp claws. With claws the size of a fan, he ruthlessly lunged at his doppelganger, Fong Yun, generating a fierce gale in his wake. Undaunted, Fong Yun raised his fist, infusing it with the essence of metal, and brazenly met the attack head-on. Witnessing a mere human daring to compete in physical prowess with his noble lion clan, the Lionheart grinned menacingly. How audacious of the human race! With a thunderous roar, the Lionheart's massive claws glinted ominously as his celestial power surged. When their fist and claw collided, a deafening explosion reverberated through the cavern, shaking the walls and sending debris flying. Both combatants were forced to retreat, Fong Yun sustaining minor cuts that healed almost instantaneously, while the Lionheart bore a more grievous wound, a dent in his claw from the sharpness of Fong Yun's power, blood seeping from beneath his golden fur. You are a body cultivator? The Lionheart's eyes widened in astonishment, his low growl echoing within the cave. In that instant, he recognized the depth of his opponent's strength. This was no ordinary foe. Yet, he felt it was not enough to deter him. Stop with the chatter. If you wish to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. Do not disturb me while I mine. Fong Yun's voice was icy. For every moment wasted equated to a loss of wealth. The Lionheart, infuriated by such disdain from a human, let out a thunderous roar. Human, you shall perish. The roar resonated like a demonic symphony, attempting to ensnare the soul. In that instant, the Lionheart's attire was obliterated, transforming him into a magnificent golden lion, launching himself fiercely at Fong Yun. Typically, under the influence of the soul-capturing roar, an opponent's spirit would be disrupted and subdued, followed by a devastating blow that would either kill or severely injure them. That was the Lionheart's strategy. However, unbeknownst to him, he was not confronting an ordinary being. Fong Yun possessed no spirit at all. Master, we have company, the spirit outside the cave reported just then. Fong Yun furrowed his brow but had no time to ponder. In the next moment, under the guidance of Fong Yun's consciousness, he sprang into action. His figure flickered as he deftly evaded the lion's ferocious pounces and strikes. The Lionheart's sharp claws and the gales of celestial energy ravaged the cavern's walls, yet they never grazed Fong Yun. The Lionheart, growing increasingly furious, felt his bristles ignite with golden light, his attacks becoming swifter and more ferocious. Just as Fong Yun was about to be caught off guard, a powerful blow struck his chest, sending him crashing into the wall of the cavern. Yet, before the Lionheart could revel in his triumph, Fong Yun rebounded as if pain were a foreign concept, swiftly closing the distance once more. In the blink of an eye, the Lionheart found himself momentarily stunned as Fong Yun adeptly evaded another strike, unleashing a brilliant golden light that surged forth, radiating over 10 feet. With a sudden leap, he mounted the back of the golden lion, and then fiercely thrust down with a radiant golden light. A roar erupted from the majestic beast, a heart-wrenching cry echoing through the air. Its flesh was pierced, injuring its innards. Stop! The voice commanding cessation resonated as a figure swiftly appeared beside the man and the lion. This newcomer, both in presence and speed, far surpassed Fong Yun. The avatar of Fong Yun retreated rapidly, creating distance between them. Upon witnessing this, the newcomer halted with a smile. Heh, Fong Yun. I did not expect you to possess such strength. Zhao Yan narrowed his eyes to mere slits, yet they sparkled with intensity and deep admiration. At that moment, Zhao Yan felt a stirring within him. A recently ascended cultivator possessed the power to defeat the Lionheart. His physical prowess was formidable, a rather rare body cultivator. If he could recruit him into the Zhao family and cultivate him well, he would undoubtedly become a loyal and sharp-tongued asset. My lord, I have returned to my human form and humbly seek forgiveness. Forget it. There are always greater mountains and more capable people. It is merely that Fong Yun, my young brother, is too formidable, so you are not to blame. As Zhao Yan spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Fong Yun. He was somewhat astonished. Someone of this caliber should surely qualify for entry into the Yunfan immortal sect. For now, he could only consider himself fortunate to have encountered such a talent. Noticing Zhao Yan's unwavering stare, Fong Yun maintained his vigilance but was not intimidated. Zhao Yan, at the 4th level of the Void Immortal Realm, was beyond Fong Yun's ability to contend with. However, this body was merely an avatar. Even if it were to perish, he would rise again within 24 hours. Master, another has arrived. It is the overseer, Olivia, the spirit informed, causing Fong Yun to furrow his brows. At that moment, Zhao Yan suddenly laughed heartily. Fong Yun, your aptitude is commendable. I admire you greatly. Would you care to become my attendant? Upon hearing this, Fong Yun internally scoffed. Yet, the face of his avatar displayed a contemplative expression. Zhao Yin, noticing this, felt displeased. What was his status? To recruit a mere mining slave would be an immense fortune for him. And you still hesitate. Fong Yun, by becoming my attendant, I can help you shed your slave mark, liberate you from the mine, granting you freedom. Moreover, you would receive the cultivation resources provided by the Zhao family. Of course, you must vow to obey me for life. Fong Yun, upon hearing this, laughed coldly within. What kind of attendant? What vow? Wasn't that akin to becoming a dog? How could he be worthy? Just as the avatar of Fong Yun was about to refuse, a melodious voice rang out from the depths of the mine. Fong Yun is already with me. Zhao Yin, are you attempting to steal my person? Olivia approached, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance as she beheld the injured Lionheart. Zhao Yin, having long sensed her arrival, was not overly surprised to see Olivia. Heh, Miss Olivia, you can hardly protect yourself. Do you still have the heart to concern yourself with others? I advise you to return to the immortal sect. Submit to Brother Xiao and enjoy a life of happiness. Wouldn't that be better? You, Olivia, incensed, immediately took action. With a swift flick of her sleeve, a colorful ribbon shot forth from her hand, striking Zhao Yin's chest like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Zhao Yin was unexpectedly propelled backward, crashing into the mine wall, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Get lost! Olivia shouted furiously, her eyes radiating a murderous intent. Zhao Yin, caught off guard by the sudden attack, suffered greatly and felt a surge of anger. However, upon realizing that his opponent was a 5th-level celestial, he forcibly suppressed his rage. If a real fight broke out, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Humph, we'll see about that, Zhao Yin sneered, his small eyes narrowing like slits as he cast a glance at Olivia and Fong Yun before slinking away like a cowardly lion. Olivia cast an apologetic glance at Fong Yun, silently acknowledging that Zhao Yin and his group had come to trouble Fong because of her. Are you all right? She asked. I'm fine, Fong Yun replied. Olivia, upon hearing this, scrutinized him from head to toe and noted his calm demeanor, which indeed suggested he was unharmed. Piquing her curiosity even further. Did you just injure that Lionheart? I suppose so, Fong Yun said nonchalantly. A spark of intrigue flickered in Olivia's eyes. She was well aware of the Lionheart's strength. A formidable opponent among first-level celestials, he was rarely challenged among minors. Yet, he had been defeated by Fong Yun. While this might not be particularly remarkable, Fong Yun had only recently ascended to celestial status, less than a month ago. In that instant, Olivia felt a stirring of excitement. She had heard from her elders that while most ascendants initially lack innate strength, some possess latent potential, their power blossoming dramatically upon reaching the celestial realm. They soar like fish leaping into the dragon, as if favored by fortune itself. Among the current celestial emperors, several were said to be ascendants from the lower realms. Fong Yun, have you opened your celestial orifice? Olivia inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Fong Yun frowned. Don't worry, just speak honestly. I won't harm you. If you have, I might even assist you. Olivia stated earnestly. I've opened one, Fong Yun replied. As he spoke, a radiant celestial light illuminated one of his orifices. Olivia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of intense delight washing over her. In such an environment, within less than a month, he had opened a celestial orifice. Goodness! A true sleeper agent? Olivia felt she had stumbled upon an ascendant of immense potential. After entering the celestial realm, a cultivator's training speed slows considerably compared to before. Even she, without external assistance, would take over a year to open a single orifice. Now, at under 100 years of age, Fong Yun had already reached 600. On the surface, as a 5th-level celestial, her innate talent dwarfed his. However, if he truly embodied the legendary potential of an ascendant, that would change everything. Such individuals, given sufficient resources, could experience explosive growth. Like parched soil meeting ample moisture, surpassing her would merely be a matter of time. Olivia's gaze intensified as she studied Fong Yun, her eyes sparkling ever more brightly. Suddenly, she recalled what Fong Yun had said when they first met. I am devoted to the path and shun romantic entanglements. Initially dismissive of his words, she now found herself increasingly convinced of Fong Yun's extraordinary nature. Fong Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable under Olivia's intense scrutiny. Could it be that this woman has taken a liking to me? As I pondered, Olivia approached Fong Yun with an enchanting gait, her sultry figure swaying enticingly. Fong Yun instinctively took a step back. What a dull fellow, Olivia huffed, her breath fragrant as a blooming orchid. Then, her expression shifted to seriousness as she declared, Fong Yun, surely you cannot believe the mind's claims that after 1,000 years, you will be set free. It is not that simple, I assure you. To be frank, among the tens of thousands in this mine, no more than 100 miners will ever escape. At her words, Fong Yun was taken aback, his fists clenching involuntarily. Satisfied with his reaction, Olivia smiled and continued, "However, I can assist you in gaining your freedom. What are the conditions?" Fong Yun inquired. His curiosity piqued. "Follow me," Olivia replied, her gaze intense as her voluptuous curves drew nearer, nearly pressing against Fong Yun's chest. "That is impossible," he retorted. "Humph." Olivia pouted, casting an indignant glare at Fong Yun. What an unromantic man. Yet, she held no high hopes, merely testing the waters. "If you were to remain by my side for a century, and later, should you grow strong, you could lend a hand to my family, the Olivias. During this time, I shall provide you with cultivation resources." Olivia expressed her true intentions, seeing potential in Fong Yun as a form of investment. Upon hearing Fong Yun's silence, Olivia felt slightly disheartened. Such terms, if proposed to any other miner, would have been eagerly accepted, even if they were considerably harsher. After a moment, Fong Yun finally spoke. "I agree." Olivia's joy was palpable, yet she quickly masked it, reminding herself not to appear overly eager, lest he think himself too valuable. "Humph." Olivia felt a sense of pride within, though her lips could not suppress a smile, for she had recognized Fong Yun's extraordinary nature, and her proposal was indeed astute. "Prepare yourself. I shall take you away tomorrow," Olivia instructed, casting a final glance at Fong Yun before turning to depart. She had assumed the role of overseer in this mine to evade the troubles brought by Xiao Wuji. However, now that her presence was discovered, remaining here held little significance. As she walked away, Olivia's spirits lifted, alleviating much of her earlier worries concerning Xiao Wuji. "After spending a century by my side, you will surely reveal your true depth. If you prove ordinary, I stand to lose little. But if you are a true dragon, I shall not hesitate to sacrifice a bit of my allure to secure you." Olivia's steps were light, her mind racing with calculations. Fong Yun may have been indifferent to women, but that did not imply he lacked an appreciation for them. Olivia held a firm confidence in her appearance and figure. Meanwhile, Fong Yun's true self emerged from his concealed protective array, a smile gracing his face. Initially, he had perceived this woman as a nuisance, yet she had turned out to be a fortuitous opportunity. Truly, the adage rings true, misfortune may indeed harbor a blessing. The mark upon him, if he were to rely solely on himself to eradicate it, presented no clear path or timeline for resolution. Fong Yun cast a glance at his doppelganger, having already devised a plan in his mind. System, exchange for doppelgangers. He commanded within his consciousness. He still possessed one. 9 million lower-grade immortal crystals. Beep, exchanged 15 doppelgangers for the third stage, consuming 75,000 lower-grade immortal crystals. Exchange complete. As the system's voice resonated, Fong Yun found himself endowed with an additional 15 doppelgangers, instantly elevating the total count to over 1,000. Beep, the fourth stage is unlocked, allowing for the creation of up to 100,000 doppelgangers, each priced at 20,000 lower-grade immortal crystals. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? 20,000 lower-grade immortal crystals each. Fong Yun frowned. The price had escalated rather swiftly, from 5,000 to 20,000, a fourfold increase. Nonetheless, with the exponential growth of his doppelganger numbers, his rate of earning immortal crystals had also surged geometrically. It was not entirely unacceptable. Exchange all. Fong Yun commanded. Beep. Based on the remaining immortal crystals, you can exchange for 91 doppelgangers. Exchange complete. The voice echoed in his mind, and Fong Yun immediately perceived the emergence of 91 new doppelgangers within the system space. Furthermore, an option appeared in the editing interface, race selection. Could this be the newly unlocked function of the doppelganger in the fourth stage? Fong Yun was astonished. What did it entail? Previously, he could freely edit races and assume any appearance. Why was there now a redundant function? Beep. The race selection function does not merely pertain to superficial resemblance or the assignment of a few traits. It genuinely simulates races, encompassing the unique talents and abilities specific to those races. Fong Yun was taken aback, then elated. This was extraordinarily powerful. The human race in the Immortal Realm was merely an average race, excelling in moderation and numbers. Yet, when compared to some formidable races, their innate starting point was not on the same level. For instance, the legendary races he knew of in the Immortal Realm, true dragons, true phoenixes, and the fighting saint monkeys, had existed since the ancient immortal era, born as true immortals, endowed with terrifying talents and abilities. As Fong Yun contemplated, he quickly activated the race selection option. To his dismay, he discovered that only 3 races were available for selection: human, rating, average; blood fiend, rating, superior; and golden lion, rating, moderate. Fong Yun was speechless, feeling a fleeting sense of excitement only to realize the limited options. He had mistakenly believed there were numerous choices. However, the ratings accompanying the races caught his attention, especially the average rating of the human race, in stark contrast to the moderate rating of the golden lion. The distinction was evidently significant. Beep, average, cannot be clearly defined. The system provided an explanation. Fong Yun began to comprehend. The human race, while starting at a low point, had the potential to become extraordinarily strong or remarkably weak, unlike certain races with distinctly defined lower and upper limits. System, are these the only options? Can more be added? Fong Yun inquired, unwilling to accept the limitations. Beep, absorbing the blood essence of a race will unlock that race. A glimmer of light sparked in Fong Yun's eyes. There was a way forward. It was clear that this race selection function was one that could evolve and grow. Quite promising indeed. Fong Yun silently praised, then turned his gaze towards the Blood Fiend clan's options. The system unexpectedly granted an excellent evaluation. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the Golden Lion clan, he could confidently assert that they were indeed powerful, yet they only received a moderate rating. Thus, Fong Yun was eager to discover what the Blood Fiend clan possessed that warranted such a high rating and the initial favor of Ling Mo. With a mere thought, a clone swiftly transformed into a member of the Blood Fiend clan. With flowing crimson hair, the appearance bore a resemblance to Fong Yun, yet possessed a more chilling and captivating allure. Still retaining a humanoid form, as Fong Yun's consciousness took control, he soon discerned the differences between himself and the human race. The Blood Fiend clan naturally exuded a sinister aura, deeply attuned to blood-related supernatural powers and laws. Moreover, they possessed 5 kidneys. One was similar to that of a human, while the other 4 were of vivid crimson. They boasted 2 innate supernatural abilities, Bloodthirsty Frenzy and Blood Fiend Domain, awakened at the true immortal level. Upon activating Bloodthirsty Frenzy, their regenerative capabilities surged significantly, increasing strength by 50%. The duration extended with the enhancement of their realm. As for the Blood Fiend Domain, since it had yet to awaken, Fong Yun remained oblivious to its intricacies within the clone's body. Nevertheless, he was astonished. This race seemed utterly born for combat. No wonder Blood Mad had single-handedly seized so many celestial essence crystals in the lower mining district. After some contemplation, Fong Yun quickly identified the shortcomings of the Blood Fiend clone. His human clone inherited the golden elemental celestial energy of his true self, while this Blood Fiend clone did not. Its power was entirely derived from blood energy. However, in terms of realm, body refinement, and other celestial techniques, there was no distinction. It was a matter of trade-offs. Subsequently, Fong Yun concentrated his thoughts and transformed another 99 Blood Fiend clones, achieving a round number. Time to mine, he commanded, and instantly half of the clones burrowed into the nearby caves, resuming their mining endeavors. The other half entered the system space to commence their training. Meanwhile, within Zhao Yan's cave dwelling, the overseer wore a grim expression. Fong Yun, since you foolishly followed that woman all away, you shall not be spared. If he could not possess it, Zhao Yan would seek to obliterate it. Chapter 25. The sound of clattering calculations, release of the slave seal that night. Fong Yun was engrossed in training within the mine. Suddenly, the vigilant elven clone outside the cave issued a warning. Master, someone has entered your mining cave. It is Zhao Yan, the overseer from earlier today. Fong Yun opened his eyes, instantly growing wary. Their negotiations had collapsed during the day. Now, Zhao Yan was returning at night, presumably with ill intentions. Fong Yun's eyes glimmered with keen insight as he contemplated the possibility of surrounding and slaying Zhao Yan. Yet, after a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea. 1,000 first-layer virtual immortals could indeed be worth a try, with a fair chance of success. But the commotion it would cause would be far too great. If he could not achieve a swift kill, it would undoubtedly attract more attention. Moreover, this medium-sized mine was also home to a true immortal mine owner whom Fong Yun had never encountered before. In the next moment, Fong Yun withdrew the clones currently mining. The clone of Fong Yun emerged from the system space, taking his place. He swiftly darted into a small, forked mine tunnel and concealed himself with a protective veil. Before long, Zhao Yan located his doppelganger, Fong Yun. With narrowed eyes and a cruel smirk curling at his lips, he proclaimed, "Kid, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Swear your allegiance to me, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." Zhao Yan's gaze was piercing as it bore into Fong Yun. He recognized the potential within this individual and felt increasingly optimistic about the future, thus deciding to make another attempt. Just as Fong Yun was about to decline, a warning from the elven doppelganger echoed in his mind. It was Olivia, the woman who had also arrived. What was happening? Fong Yun felt momentarily bewildered. "Hurry up and decide. I will only give you 3 breaths," Zhao Yan said impatiently. He had come prepared, intending either to secure Fong Yun's loyalty or to annihilate him. For someone of his stature, the life of a minor was inconsequential. Even if Olivia were displeased, he could kill him without consequence. At that moment, Fong Yun's doppelganger replied with a smile. I have already pledged my loyalty to Lady Olivia and will never betray her. Furthermore, someone like you is hardly worthy to be my master. How arrogant. His voice was calm, yet resonated clearly, reaching Olivia, who was racing through the mine. Instantly, a sweet smile graced her lovely face, and her speed surged once more. Seeking death, Zhao Yan's anger ignited as he realized the situation. However, before he could strike down Fong Yun, Olivia had already charged in. Zhao Yan, how dare you? Her voice and figure surged forward simultaneously, a fluttering ribbon aiming directly at Zhao Yan's back. Startled, he swiftly dodged to the side. Olivia did not pursue, but instead positioned herself protectively in front of Fong Yun, casting a glance back at him with a triumphant smile. She was aware of Zhao Yan's character and worried about potential retaliation, thus had kept an eye on his movements. To her surprise, her predictions had proven accurate. Thank you for your rescue, my lady, Fong Yun's doppelganger expressed with a respectful gesture. Olivia felt a surge of satisfaction. In her eyes, Fong Yun was a future powerhouse, and the more assistance she provided in his time of peril, the more beneficial it would be for her in the future. Her inner calculations chimed joyfully once more. Then, her expression turned icy as she directed her gaze at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, you have repeatedly provoked me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? With that, Olivia raised her hand, and a precious sword materialized, slicing through the air toward him. Zhao Yan was struck with fear. This woman was deadly serious. Not daring to confront her, he turned and fled toward the cave's exit, shouting for help. She intends to kill a fellow disciple, he cried out. With his cultivation at the 4th level of virtual immortality and Olivia at the 5th, he was no match for her. Soon, the two emerged from the mine, attracting the attention of numerous overseers. Despite their attempts to dissuade her, Olivia reluctantly relented. She shot Zhao Yan a fierce glare, her face etched with frustration. Yet, her inner calculations resumed their fervent clamor. For him, she had drawn her sword in pursuit of an enemy. Surely, Fong Yun must be quite moved by her actions. As Olivia turned away, a proud smile crept upon her lips. Indeed, her intention to slay Zhao Yan was merely a facade, while the true motive was to forge a bond. Within her heart, she harbored the thought of eliminating Zhao Yan. However, due to the constraints of her sect's regulations, it was evidently impractical to do so in this location. Upon returning to the cavern, Olivia was once again met with expressions of gratitude from Fong Yun, who was visibly appreciative. This filled Olivia with a sense of elation as the taming plan progressed smoothly. With a hint of pride swelling within her, she proposed to Fong Yun, why don't you stay in my cave tonight? Fong Yun glanced at Olivia in astonishment. Realizing her unintended implication, her ears flushed crimson, and she hurriedly clarified, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely concerned that Zhao Yan may trouble you again. Staying in my cave would ensure your safety. Oh, Fong Yun replied nonchalantly, before following Olivia out of the cavern. Unbeknownst to her, the two versions of Fong Yun she had encountered moments apart were not the same. The Fong Yun trailing behind her, admiring her graceful figure, was indeed the true Fong Yun. After Olivia and Fong Yun departed, the concealed doppelganger of Fong Yun revealed itself within the cavern. With a mere thought, the 500 avatars tasked with mining resumed their work. For every moment was an opportunity to earn wealth. In Olivia's cave, Fong Yun, wary of idle chatter from her, promptly found a spot to sit cross-legged and began his cultivation, actually dozing off while also contemplating the auction's skyward sword technique in his mind. At this moment, over 500 clones were diligently training on his behalf. For Fong Yun, time equated to celestial crystals, and time was synonymous with cultivation. His dedication was indeed remarkable, explaining his rapid progress in cultivation. Olivia, observing Fong Yun's seriousness, could not help but admire him. Subsequently, she commenced her own practice. The following morning, Olivia led Fong Yun into a magnificent cavern. After an announcement, she soon ventured deeper into the cave, only to return shortly, elated, with a seal in hand, guiding Fong Yun to yet another cavern. Here, Fong Yun beheld a jewel-like celestial treasure, suspended in the air, radiating a mysterious red glow. As he gazed upon it, the jewel seemed to direct its attention toward him, casting a beam of celestial light that enveloped him. Instantly, Fong Yun felt as though he was being scrutinized from head to toe, causing a flicker of anxiety within him. Do not fret, this is merely an identity verification, Olivia reassured him. Indeed, the celestial light soon receded, revealing Fong Yun's information upon the jewel. Olivia tossed the seal into the air, prompting the jewel to emit celestial light that enveloped the seal. Moments later, another beam of celestial light descended upon Fong Yun. although he sensed no physical alterations. An inexplicable lightness washed over his spirit. When he looked back at the jewel, he noticed that his information had vanished. The slave mark had been lifted. Chapter 26. The Surge of Clones and the Breakthrough in Realm after 500 years and 3 months in the Celestial Realm. Fong Yun's mark as a miner had finally been removed. At this moment, Fong Yun was engulfed by an indescribable sensation, a feeling of liberation. Although he still intended to remain in the mine to extract celestial crystals, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. I may choose to stay, yet I cannot genuinely be compelled to leave. In this instant, Fong Yun tasted freedom. Thank you, my lord, he expressed with a respectful bow towards Olivia. A satisfied hum escaped Olivia's lips. Her plan to tame Fong Yun had taken another small step toward completion. She felt assured that Fong Yun would eventually succumb to her allure, yielding to her every whim. As they exited the cave, just before departing the mine, Fong Yun suddenly recalled a forgotten item and decided to retrace his steps. Olivia paid little heed to this, unaware that the returning Fong Yun had transformed into a doppelganger. Soon after, they joyfully departed the mine, while Zhao Yin cast a resentful gaze in their direction. Once Olivia and Fong Yun had left, he too relinquished his role as overseer and followed suit. His presence here had merely been to undermine Olivia. After all, why would a prominent inner sect disciple stoop to the role of a mere overseer? With the main players departed, he found no reason to linger. Within the cavern, Fong Yun, in his true form, felt utterly at ease. The sisters Jian Wu and Jian Ro knelt beside him, attending to his needs, while several alluring succubi surrounded him, creating a delightful predicament. It was enough to elicit a sound of pleasure from him. I shall not leave this celestial mine until I have exhausted every resource, Fong Yun declared boldly. This territory belonged to the Yunfan celestial sect and was exceedingly secure. Moreover, the dense and chaotic celestial energy within the cave offered remarkable concealment. It was indeed an exceptional haven for nurturing one's growth. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The 12th celestial aperture had opened. Fong Yun opened his eyes, emanating golden celestial light that extended several feet. At this moment, all 12 of his celestial apertures shone brightly, resembling a dozen swirling nebulae. Subsequently, Fong Yun delved into self-reflection, silently practicing the celestial feather aperture opening technique, striving to break through to the second level of the virtual celestial realm. Within the confines of the system space, 2,000 doppelgangers simultaneously assisted Fong Yun in surmounting his bottleneck. In the interim, Fong Yun one had traded celestial crystals once more, with 500 doppelgangers mining for 15 days, accumulating a total of 30 million low-grade celestial crystals, which were exchanged for 500 doppelgangers. Along with the originals, Fong Yun now commanded a total of 591 doppelgangers. At this moment, bolstered by a 1,000-fold increase in impact, Fong Yun's celestial energy surged within him, driving forth with unstoppable momentum, overwhelming the so-called boundary of cultivation with a cataclysmic force. It was an exquisitely smooth experience. In the next instant, a radiant luminescence erupted from Fong Yun's being. He had broken through to the second level of the virtual celestial realm. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist, reveling in the newfound depth and abundance of his celestial energy. He felt a heightened affinity with the cosmos, his comprehension once again enriched. His strength had doubled. The effects on his physical cultivation had also intensified. Fong Yun was elated. The enhancement in his power naturally translated to an increase in mining efficiency. Soon, the testing results would emerge. The efficiency of mining has surged an astounding 15-fold. Initially, a single clone could extract 400 medium-grade celestial essence crystals over a full 24 hours. Now, that number has ascended to an impressive 1,000. This translates to 10,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Fong Yun calculated this with ease, his smile nearly distorting his face with delight. From this day forth, even if he allows merely 1,000 clones to mine, he will amass a staggering 10 million low-grade celestial crystals daily. Furthermore, due to his elevated realm, the exclusive storage space for each clone has expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. The infinite cloning system is simply invincible, my lord. According to the detection by the spirit-detecting celestial treasure, the overall concentration of celestial energy in the mines has inexplicably diminished over the past month. Within the Grand Cavern, a conclave of administrators convened. Presiding over the meeting was Deputy Mine Master Hudu, a middle-aged man of somewhat stout build, possessing the strength of a 7th-tier void immortal. In this medium-grade mining district, the Mine Master primarily remains in seclusion, rarely making appearances. Consequently, the majority of the management falls to Hudu. The reason Hudu secured this lucrative position is simple. He has a father at the true immortal level. At this moment, upon hearing the report, Huidu furrowed his brows and directed his gaze at the speaker. What is the matter? Speak in detail. Yes, my lord. The man nodded and recounted the findings from the spirit-detecting celestial treasure. In the last month, the rate of decline in the overall concentration of celestial energy in the mines has accelerated. Previously below 10, it has now surpassed 10 in recent days. At this rate, this mine, which was expected to yield crystals for 300 years, will only last another 270 years. Therefore, I suspect someone is pilfering from the mine. The man's assertions were reasoned and grave. Do not underestimate the significance of a 30-year discrepancy. There are 50,000 miners in this mining site. Even if each one extracts just 100 celestial essence crystals daily, that's 5 million medium-grade essence crystals a day, equivalent to 50 million low-grade celestial crystals. A loss of 30 years amounts to an astronomical figure. At this moment, the expressions of the attendees shifted, many exchanging wary glances. The atmosphere of the meeting grew palpably tense. Huidu, seated at the head of the table, frowned as he surveyed his subordinates, unable to suppress his inner vitriol. Damn it, these scoundrels are excessively greedy. I only embezzle 10 million low-grade celestial crystals monthly, while the mine master takes 30 million. How could it be so conspicuous? A thorough investigation is imperative. A pack of scoundrels. Huidu's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, causing a ripple of anxiety among the attendees, who instinctively lowered their heads. Indeed, they were all guilty. Compared to the lower-grade mining districts, most of the administrators in this medium-grade area were disciples of the Yunfan celestial sect. Although the conditions were disordered and detrimental to cultivation, it was a highly lucrative position. Some covertly instructed their miners to remit more than required, while others, more ruthless, even mined under the cover of night themselves. They were extracting celestial crystals, and for the Yunfan celestial sect, it was but a drop in the bucket. What they had assumed would remain unchallenged was now exposed. Instantly, many glared at Yin Xingji, who stood bewildered. He arrived less than 6 months ago, diligently and conscientiously performing his duties, and has now uncovered a significant issue. This group of individuals, why do their gazes seem somewhat amiss? Ahem. Deputy mine owner Huidu cleared his throat, and upon the attention of the crowd, he sternly declared, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. The audience gasped in surprise. Yet only Yin Xingji chuckled. However, Huidu then turned his gaze towards Yin Xingji, shifting his tone. At this moment, the cause remains undetermined, and it is unwise to publicize this. Young Yin, refrain from reporting this to the sect for now. Chapter 27. The respect afforded by wealth unbeknownst to Fong Yun. The managers of the mine were in a meeting while he was joyfully orchestrating his tasks. 1,000 avatars for mining. 1,588 avatars for cultivation. Fong Yun commanded, and in an instant, his avatars commenced their respective duties with fervor. With 1,588 avatars cultivating on his behalf, his speed multiplied to an astonishing 794 times. Under normal circumstances, it would take Fong Yun 3 years to open a celestial aperture. Yet, with such an extraordinary multiplier, he now required merely a day and a half to achieve the same feat. Every moment spent in the presence of the enchanting demoness, Fong Yun felt his cultivation advancing incrementally. The pace was astonishingly swift, akin to the demoness' own graceful movements. With so many avatars at his disposal, having only one demoness to attend to him felt truly excessive. Fong Yun mused, and with a mere thought, Fong Yun number 1, far away in Silver Moon City, rose from his meditation and made his way to the Silver Moon branch of the 10,000 Treasures Immortal Association. Previously, he had exchanged for half a month's worth of celestial crystals, yet within the system space, there remained celestial essence crystals valued at 30 million low-grade celestial crystals. It was not that Fong Yun wished to make seamless transitions, maximizing his benefits at every opportunity, but rather, the sheer volume of celestial crystals he had recently exchanged had drawn considerable attention. Lately, he had been contemplating seeking out several trading firms, intending to diversify his exchanges, or perhaps dispatching multiple avatars with varying appearances. As Fong Yun number 1 stepped into the Silver Moon branch of the 10,000 Treasures Immortal Association, all the staff on the first floor turned their eyes towards him in unison. Their gazes were intense, their expressions varied. Some looked on with envy, others with jealousy, and a number of female staff members cast flirtatious glances his way. In the next moment, the entire staff smiled in unison. Greetings, esteemed sir. In harmonious unison, they welcomed Fong Yun number 1. Then, the team leader, Su Qian, approached with small, eager steps, his face adorned with a fawning expression. Sir, you have arrived. Su is at your service. Su Qian bowed deeply, practically etching the word sycophant onto his visage. The other staff members watched this exchange, many inwardly cursing. What a bootlicker. They felt a deep resentment towards the esteemed guest before them, who was not their client, and towards themselves for not being the one to curry favor. The once despised Su Qian had now risen above them all thanks to the man standing before them, a man of immense wealth. Su Qian ushered Fong Yun into the VIP suite. Then, with an air of flattery, he said, "My lord, since you last instructed me to inquire about the essence of the formidable races, I have spared no effort and have made some progress." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's spirits were immediately lifted. 2 races' essences are currently en route and should arrive in approximately 2 days. They are the Shamo Demon and the Fire Flood Dragon clan. As Su Qian spoke, he noticed Fong Yun #1 frowning and hurriedly clarified, "My lord, the Shamo Demon is quite different from the lowly succubi we commonly encounter in Silvermoon City, which are merely a mix of inferior bloodlines. The Shamo Demon possesses a pure lineage and boasts formidable racial talents. It is said that their veins flow with the blood of the ancient Rakshasa race, one of the myriad clans of old." Su Qian then chuckled and added, "My lord, the Shamo Demon is exceedingly rare. It is rumored that their unparalleled allure is such that many esteemed figures above the level of immortal lords take great pride in having a Shamo Demon as a maid." Listening to this explanation, Fong Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Ever since the system unlocked the racial selection feature, he had come to a realization. His previously claimed succubus avatar merely possessed the appearance of a succubus. In essence, it was still of the human race. Due to its appearance, the system had bestowed upon it a simplistic charm trait. In truth, it could not be classified as a genuine succubus. The fact that those succubus avatars could utilize his authentic metal energy served as proof. Indeed, Fong Yun #1 praised succinctly. Su Qian, elated by the compliment, continued, "My lord, the Fireflood Dragon clan is no less remarkable. It is said that their bloodline carries the essence of true dragons." Fong Yun was uncertain of the truth, but as he listened to Su Qian's enthusiastic boasting, his anticipation only grew. Ultimately, he would ascertain the reality upon absorbing the essence and reviewing the system's evaluation. Neither of them broached the subject of finances regarding the essence. Fong Yun, secure in his wealth, was indifferent. Su Qian, aware that this esteemed individual was not short on funds, refrained from mentioning it. Once Su Qian finished speaking, Fong Yun, as a reward, produced the celestial crystal he intended to exchange today, valued at a staggering 30 million inferior celestial crystals. Su Qian respectfully accepted the storage bag, trembling with excitement. For an individual, experiencing happiness even once a year is quite sufficient. Yet for Su Qian, he had been graced with such joy twice in a month. And recently, it had become a monthly occurrence. Heavenly realms. Su Qian felt as though he was ascending to bliss. This was not merely a matter of commission. As long as this esteemed individual continued to seek him out with such frequency, Su Qian would undoubtedly be able to leverage his accomplishments to challenge for the position of a 3rd-level floor master, a role typically reserved for those of true immortal status. The Wanbao Immortal Association's Silver Moon branch has 3 tiers of floor master positions: 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level. The 1st-level floor master is the highest authority, with only one such individual in the city, who also serves as the branch president. There are 3 2nd-level floor masters, specifically tasked with attending to esteemed guests among the true immortals. The 3rd-level floor masters number 7 or 8, responsible for managing group leaders and welcoming general true immortal guests. With the substantial funds in hand, Su Qian's lofty ambition was to become a 3rd-level floor master. "My lord, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the celestial crystals for you right away." Moments later, Su Qian returned with a smile, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman clad in resplendent attire. This individual exuded an elegant demeanor, his expression warm and serene. Fong Yun cast a glance, feeling a momentary shock within. According to the system's notification, the individual before him was undeniably at the initial stage of a true immortal. Observing the newcomer through the perspective of Fong Yun #1, Fong Yun noted that the stranger was equally curious, scrutinizing Fong Yun #1 in return. Although concealing his cultivation level, his spiritual perception suggested that the individual was a void immortal, albeit of a rather feeble sort. However, his appearance and demeanor were nothing short of remarkable, leading Fu Qingzhu to form a judgment. He did not harbor any disdain due to Fong Yun's lower cultivation. Rather, he was a businessman who valued wealth above all else. In his eyes, a wealthy void immortal like Fong Yun commanded more respect than a destitute true immortal. As for any other ill intentions, Fu Qingzhu had none. The Wanbao Xianhui operated under strict regulations, profiting solely through legitimate means. This principled approach was the foundation of the Merchant Association's enduring prosperity. After appraising Fong Yun for a moment, Fu Qingzhu spoke with a smile. "Esteemed guest, I am Fu Qingzhu, the 3rd-level master of the Wanbao Xianhui. Based on the wealth you have displayed within our association, you have already attained the status of a distinguished guest. Here is your Black Diamond VIP card. Please accept it." As he spoke, a jet black card materialized in his hand. Fong Yun accepted it, examining it with mild astonishment. This card possessed a storage space, and a substantial one at that. Within it resided a staggering 30 million low-grade immortal crystals. Furthermore, it seemed to contain an intricate array. Noticing Fong Yun's surprise, Fu Qingzhu chuckled, "You have discerned correctly. Indeed, this card includes an array within a distance of 300,000 miles. You can activate it with your consciousness to directly contact us, and we can provide you with on-site services. Additionally, this card offers a degree of protection. When activated with immortal energy or crystals, it can withstand a strike from a true immortal, usable once every 3 days." Chapter 28. The High-End Auction and the Dragon Egg. After presenting the Black Diamond VIP card, Fu Qingzhu took his leave. Su Qian, with a sycophantic tone, remarked, "Congratulations, my lord. The Black Diamond VIP card possesses numerous delightful functions." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's curiosity was piqued. The previously described advantages had already opened his eyes, and he silently praised the meticulous service of the Wanbao Xianhui. To his surprise, there were even more benefits. "My lord, by holding the Black Diamond VIP card for transactions within our merchant association and at the auctions we host, you will enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, should you wish, you can exchange low-grade immortal crystals for mid-grade ones at a conversion rate of 100:1, with a monthly limit of 2 million, Su Qian explained with a smile. Fong Yun was once again taken aback. Mid-grade immortal crystals were quite rare for a void immortal. In the Immortal Realm, the primary circulating currency was low-grade immortal crystals. Mid-grade immortal crystals, due to their superior concentration and purity of immortal energy, were primarily utilized for cultivation and breakthroughs. In the black market, one mid-grade immortal crystal could be exchanged for 110 low-grade ones, or even more, though they were often in short supply. Fong Yun felt a stir of interest. Yet he had no intention of engaging in any resale for profit. The risks were considerable, easily attracting unwanted attention and danger. More importantly, Fong Yun was not in dire need of extra funds. Stability and steady development were paramount. The journey yielded abundant rewards, and Fong Yun #1, having concluded his affairs, prepared to depart. At that moment, Su Qian suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling an important matter. "Ah, my lord, tomorrow, there will be a prestigious auction. With your current possession of a Black Diamond VIP card, you are eligible to attend. You may wish to take a look." The following day, within a private box at the high-end auction, Fong Yun #1 relished the complimentary spiritual fruits and exquisite wines. Compared to ordinary auctions, these delicacies were of significantly higher caliber. Just as Fong Yun #1 finished his repast, the true body of Fong Yun received feedback. Not only was his celestial energy visibly increasing, but he also felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping him. Upon collecting some, Fong Yun's true self immediately savored them within the mind. Such indulgence is the privilege of the great figures in the celestial realm. Beside Fong Yun, one stood 2 stunning and elegant maidens, ever ready to attend to his commands. Furthermore, during the auction, they would even call out bids on his behalf. The entirety of this experience left Fong Yun in awe of the financial prowess and exquisite service of the Wanbao Celestial Association. The Silver Moon City high-end auction primarily catered to true immortals, with the occasional involvement of golden immortals. Soon, the auction commenced, and Fong Yun was thoroughly enlightened to the financial might of the true immortals present. Each item was priced from several 100,000 low-grade celestial crystals to tens of millions. The assortment of auctioned items was diverse. Among them was an egg, suspected to belong to a chi dragon, which sent the atmosphere of the auction into a fervor. 200 million low-grade celestial crystals. 250 million. The bidding frenzy continued, leaving Fong Yun astounded as he observed the spectacle. Ultimately, the egg, rumored to be from the chi dragon, was claimed by a guest in a box for the staggering price of 500 million low-grade celestial crystals. In that moment, with several tens of millions in hand, Fong Yun, who had momentarily felt euphoric, swiftly recognized a sobering truth. He was merely moderately wealthy, not exceedingly so. Although money came swiftly, it was spent even faster. He simply could not save it. Suddenly, a derisive snort echoed through the auction hall. "Humph, Mo Jian, are you so certain that the egg within is truly a chi dragon? Don't waste 500 million on a mere wild snake." The voice resonated like heavenly music, sending a shiver through the audience. Fong Yun instantly recognized the speaker, Yen Yun, the golden immortal. He had encountered him once before and found him rather ostentatious. Simultaneously, he learned to whom the egg had fallen. "Mo Jian, the golden immortal. Even if it is a wild snake, I shall brew it into a soup. What concern is it of yours?" The two exchanged barbs, while a gathering of ordinary true immortals in the hall watched with restrained amusement, their expressions contorted in comical disbelief. Amidst the interlude, Fong Yun felt a stirring of ambition. The Qi Dragon, one of the legendary direct bloodlines of true dragons, if he could obtain its essence. Wouldn't that be splendid? As the thought took root, he could not suppress his intrigue. Mo Jian. Was it not rumored that he belonged to the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect? After the two golden immortals finished their verbal sparring, the auction proceeded. And the enchanting auctioneer began to introduce the next item. It was a set of combined sword formations, known as the Thousand Shadows and Light Sword Formation. The minimum formation required 3 participants, while it could accommodate up to 1,000, with greater numbers amplifying its power. Naturally, the complexity increased with the number of participants. The starting bid was 3 million low-grade celestial crystals, with each subsequent increase not to be less than 100,000. In the private box, Fong Yun was immediately captivated. This was perfect for him. With numerous avatars connected through the same essence, it would significantly reduce the difficulty of forming the array. He had refrained from bidding until now. But this was a must-have. Firmly resolved, he chose to observe for a moment. Soon, after a flurry of competition, only 2 contenders remained locked in a stalemate, driving the price up to 8 million. Both were mid-stage true immortals, leaders of minor factions, eager to acquire the sword array for their subordinates to practice and enhance their overall strength. Consequently, they were unwilling to yield. At this juncture, Fong Yun discreetly signaled to the attendant beside him. Instantly, both contenders displayed delight. This esteemed guest was finally willing to engage. The sisters almost feared they would return empty-handed. For if their patron successfully bid on an item, they too would receive additional rewards. One of them promptly raised her voice to declare, 10 million low-grade celestial crystals. Suddenly, a new contender emerged. The atmosphere in the hall turned tense, but the presence from the private box indicated an extraordinary power or status. After a moment's contemplation, one of the original bidders countered with 11 million. Within the box, Fong Yun gestured, prompting the attendant to cheerfully announce 12 million. 13 million. The other bidder gritted his teeth. Inside the box, the attendant looked expectantly at Fong Yun. They then witnessed their patron's dismissive smile. 15 million. The attendant confidently proclaimed. The man in the hall hesitated, his expression revealing reluctance. While he still had the means to continue, there was a more significant item he wished to contend for, and he could not afford to squander his resources here. Thus, he relinquished the competition. Fong Yun successfully acquired the sword array. The 2 attendant sisters were instantly elated, jubilantly raising their small fists. Their gazes towards Fong Yun sparkled with admiration. Who was this noble young master, so affluent and charismatic? How could one not be enamored? However, Fong Yun maintained a stoic demeanor, not even glancing at them, which left the sisters feeling somewhat disheartened. Until the conclusion of the auction, Fong Yun refrained from further bidding. There were many items that piqued his interest, but his celestial crystals were limited. He believed it was paramount to prioritize the acquisition of avatars. While those items were indeed appealing, they offered little assistance to him at present, unless they were truly rare treasures that perfectly suited his needs, such as the Thousand Shadows combined sword array, which, if missed, might not be easily obtainable again. Moreover, the enhancement this sword array would provide to his overall strength was unmistakable. As soon as Fong Yun stored the sword array technique in his system space, he began his research within the mining cave. It didn't take long for him to grasp the principles of the so-called combined sword array. It was a vast ensemble of sword techniques. 3 individuals could form a simple node of the sword array, and each node could subsequently combine to create a larger united sword array. Each individual need only master the specific aspect they wield, significantly diminishing the complexity involved. However, to seamlessly integrate a triad of sword groups, the difficulty escalates dramatically with the increase in numbers. A flawless 1,000-man sword formation consists of 333 triads. Orchestrated by that final individual, the surge in power can amplify exponentially. The precise magnitude remains unarticulated by the technique, yet after some contemplation, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Fong Yun's eyes. Filled with ambition and unwavering confidence, he mused. Having comprehended the skyward sword technique with my 2,000 avatars in just over an hour, I wonder how long this combined sword formation can endure. A smile played upon Fong Yun's lips, reminiscent of a dragon king. Such a formidable quantity promises a transformative leap. All obstacles, in the face of accumulated wisdom and strength, shall be swept away, leaving nothing but a torrent of triumph. With a single command, Fong Yun beheld an intriguing scene unfold within the confines of the system space. In the nebulous, chaotic realm, figures sat cross-legged, engrossed in the study of the Thousand Shadows convergence sword formation. Soon, the avatars rose, instinctively forming triads. Commencing their practice of the formation, they wielded no swords, instead utilizing the essence of metal to substitute. The practice was executed with remarkable precision and order. The triad formations posed little challenge to the avatars, mastering them in a matter of moments. Yet, when combined, they encountered certain difficulties. After numerous attempts, 10 triad formations succeeded. 100 triad formations succeeded. While the 2,000 avatars engaged in comprehending and practicing the sword formation, Fong Yun exchanged the remaining celestial crystals from the auction for more avatars. 30 million low-grade celestial crystals had been spent, with 12 million used at the auction, leaving 18 million. All were exchanged. In an instant, Fong Yun gained an additional 900 avatars. Thus, his total number of avatars surged to an astounding 391. This was a staggering figure, somewhat overwhelming even for those with obsessive tendencies. Fortunately, Fong Yun was free from such afflictions. Moreover, due to one of his avatars having eloped with a woman, he could not fully command them. Hence, the avatars under his complete control amounted to 390. Fong Yun temporarily refrained from determining the new avatar's appearances, directing them to begin mining immediately. A day later, the 1,000-man sword formation was flawlessly established. Ha! Fong Yun laughed. The interconnected avatars, delving into this combined attack formation, were a perfect match. Most importantly, Fong Yun lay back, doing nothing, while entirely grasping all the insights of his avatars. What a delight! Within Silver Moon City, Fong Yun #1 encountered Su Qian once more. For the blood essence of the Shama demon and the Fire Flood tribe had arrived. In 2 crystal vials, one shimmered with a mysterious purple glow, dazzling to behold. The other resembled a ball of intense flames, and gazing at it too long induced a feeling of burning discomfort. Truly remarkable. A gleam flashed in Fong Yun's eyes as he tucked the vials away, his tone icy as he inquired, "How much?" "Esteemed sir, the total comes to 5 million low-grade celestial crystals. But with your generous discount of 20%, you need only pay 4 million, Su Qian respectfully informed. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun felt the price was reasonable and casually tossed a storage bag over. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with joy. Yet another batch of medium-grade celestial essence crystals, worth a staggering 25 million low-grade celestial crystals. My heavens! This gentleman is becoming increasingly extravagant. Trembling with astonishment, Su Qian's heart swelled with delight. "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch your celestial crystals at once." "Hold on," Fong Yun #1 called out to Su Qian. "What does my lord command?" "Bring me 3,000 low-grade celestial swords." Su Qian was stunned, but quickly regained his composure and joyfully set out to fulfill the request. Due to the sheer quantity of swords required, it took some time, but he eventually gathered enough. The 3,000 low-grade celestial swords cost another 2,400,000 low-grade celestial crystals, leaving Fong Yun with a remaining balance of 18,600,000 low-grade celestial crystals. This time, Fong Yun did not exchange for all his avatars. He opted to exchange only for 509, achieving a total of 4,000 avatars. Over 8 million low-grade celestial crystals remained. The reason for this prudent approach was Fong Yun's sudden realization. With 2,000 avatars simultaneously cultivating, the consumption of celestial energy escalated at an alarming rate. Relying solely on the ambient celestial energy and that which seeped from the mines was utterly insufficient. Thus, Fong Yun had no choice but to supplement his needs with celestial crystals. The cultivation pace of 2,000 avatars surged 1,000-fold. In that moment, Fong Yun's cultivation and insights seemed to soar like a rocket, visibly accelerating. Concurrently, the consumption of celestial crystals also increased significantly. However, Fong Yun paid no heed to the expenditure of celestial crystals. The frenzied pace of cultivation plunged him into an unparalleled state of exhilarating growth. In just a day, he unlocked a celestial aperture. With the opening of the second celestial aperture at the second level of the virtual immortal stage, Fong Yun himself was astonished. This is incredible. Previously, he calculated that it would take him 3 years to open a single celestial aperture and 36 years to advance a level. Yet now, he was unlocking 1 celestial aperture a day, enabling him to advance a level in just 12 days. This was under the condition that half of his avatars were cultivating while the other half were mining. As Fong Yun cultivated and his avatars mined, Yan Qingji, who was responsible for monitoring the mine, was utterly astounded. The aerial probing celestial treasure had already sounded the alarm. Moreover, Yan Qingji calculated a shocking figure. The rate at which celestial energy was depleting in the mines had surged by 40% compared to before. What on earth is happening? Yan Qingji was thrown into a state of panic. Fong Yun's 2,000 avatars are tirelessly mining day and night, each capable of extracting 1,000 medium-grade celestial essence crystals, making their efficiency tenfold that of ordinary miners. Thus, it is equivalent to 20,000 ordinary miners pilfering from the mine. While the workforce at the mining site totals around 50,000, In the grand hall of the mining conference, Vice Mine Master Hudu was completely enraged upon hearing the report. A resounding slap shattered the table before him. Damn it! Previously, he had thought the administrators were overstepping, and had scolded them severely to rein in their excesses and enhance oversight. However, in light of such astonishing figures and perplexing circumstances, it was clear that embezzlement could not be the culprit. There had to be a significant issue at play. Hudu's gaze flickered. Could someone be pilfering from the mines? At that moment, one of the administrators spoke up. Sir, there must be someone hiding in our mining site, stealing the resources of our sect. Indeed, those previous losses were certainly the work of hidden thieves. In an instant, the crowd rallied against this unknown entity, attributing their past embezzlements to Fong Yun. Yin Qingji, hasn't the spirit-searching immortal treasure revealed the specific location? Hudu inquired. Yin Qingji replied. The mine veins are complex and fraught with interference. We can only ascertain the general area where resources are being depleted rapidly. Moments later, Hudu personally led a team, followed by hundreds of law enforcement cultivators, seething with rage as they rushed to a particular mining site. Chapter 30, Discovered. Deep within a mine, concealed within a protective formation, Fong Yun was engrossed in studying a newly crafted avatar of the charm demon. His face flushed with excitement. Su Qian had indeed not fabricated tales. The allure, grace, and physique of the charm demon were simply extraordinary, the ultimate in seductive beauty, radiating an enchanting aura that far surpassed any previous avatar Fong Yun had created. Just a glance was enough to stir even his formidable composure. The charm demon, a humanoid species, sported a pair of glistening demonic horns, elongated, elfin ears, and a pair of demon wings that could be unfurled at will. Most striking were her two innate abilities, the whip of punishment and the power of frenzy, both devastatingly effective against male foes. Fong Yun intended to delve deeper into the remarkable traits of the charm demon when suddenly, an anxious alert from his elven avatar echoed in his mind. Master, a large contingent of law enforcement personnel is approaching, heading towards your mine. Fong Yun's heart raced. Had he been exposed? You must hide, he instructed his elven avatar. In the next moment, he concentrated and withdrew all avatars within his mental range. Due to significant interference within the mine, his consciousness could barely penetrate through a few walls, limiting him to retrieving only those avatars located in the farther reaches of several adjacent mines. He managed to bring those into the system space, but 7 or 8 remained unreachable, compelling him to instruct them to conceal themselves. This area, Yin Qingji, utilizing the spirit-searching immortal treasure, indicated the section recently ravaged by Fong Yun's avatar. I shall see what entity dares to pilfer from our Yunfan sect's celestial crystals. Hudu sneered, baring his teeth. The hidden presence, needing to steal from the mines, suggested a lack of strength. Hudu had no intention of alarming the reclusive mine owner at this time. Moreover, he had brought along a special spirit beast, the light-seeking rat, adept at tracking life signatures. Search thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. Yes, the law enforcement team responded in unison. Hundreds of law enforcement guardians, accompanied by an equal number of overseers, totaling over 1,000 individuals, delved into more than 20 surrounding mine shafts to commence a meticulous search. Each team was accompanied by a luminescent mouse. The mine tunnels were labyrinthine, extending several kilometers deep, with many branching paths. The interference of spiritual consciousness was severe, rendering the search arduous. However, such a considerable commotion soon attracted the attention of other miners. What was happening? What had transpired? It appeared that someone was clandestinely extracting minerals from the site. Some miners recounted snippets of information they had overheard. Instantly, the surrounding miners hastily distanced themselves from the area. Mineral theft, if caught, would lead to dire consequences. They were not inclined to associate themselves with such a term. As time progressed, results began to surface from several mine shafts. Sir, no individuals were found. However, there are fresh digging marks within the caverns. They are quite deep. Sir, we have encountered a similar situation here. Listening to the reports, Hudu's expression gradually darkened. Suddenly, a figure emerged from one of the mine shafts. Sir, the luminescent mouse has made a discovery. What is it? Speak quickly, Hudu exclaimed as he eagerly rushed into the mine shaft. Moments later, he comprehended the revelation. A squad of enforcement guardians encircled a shadowy figure, cloaked in black. One of the figure's arms had been severed and was rapidly regenerating, yet mysteriously. Not a drop of blood was spilled. What on earth is this? Hudu was taken aback. Within the concealment array, Fong Yun sensed that one of his avatars had been surrounded, causing a slight tremor in his heart. The adversary had surprisingly found a way to detect the hidden shadowy figure. This revelation caused Fong Yun to feel a twinge of concern regarding whether his concealment array could evade the probing of that spiritual beast. He admonished himself for his carelessness during this encounter. then suppressed his aura and entered a state of dormancy. Simultaneously, he issued a command. Meanwhile, Huadu was intent on capturing the shadowy figure alive when, unexpectedly, the figure revealed a sinister smile and chose to take its own life. The resoluteness and indifference towards life sent chills down the spines of the surrounding dozens, not only in this location, but in several other mine shafts. The encircled shadowy figures also opted for suicide without hesitation. Huadu snapped out of his astonishment, his fury igniting. Unable to capture them alive, he would have to resort to examining the corpses. However, before long, the bodies vanished. At that moment, Huadu was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in the mine shaft where Fong Yun's true self resided, over a dozen enforcement guardians, following a luminescent mouse, gradually approached his concealment array. Fong Yun's heart skipped a beat as he contemplated dispatching an avatar to divert the group. Fong Yun is capable of deploying avatars within the range of his spiritual consciousness. Yet, in the next moment, the luminescent mouse altered its course and failed to detect his presence. Fong Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he had lost 8 avatars. While this was negligible for him, it served as a profound warning for Fong Yun. He possesses means, as does the mine. Moreover, amidst this crisis, his avatar remains unfazed. With only his true self taking the perilous risks, the mine is not as secure as anticipated. I must depart swiftly. The search persisted for the better part of a day, yielding only traces of mining activities and those enigmatic shadowy figures. The enforcement team discovered nothing further. This outcome left Huadu greatly dissatisfied. A rough estimate indicated that the stolen ores were valued at over 100 million lower-grade celestial crystals. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. This incident had arisen recently, yet those shadowy figures possessed strength barely at the 2nd tier of the void Immortal Realm, nearing the 3rd tier, making it implausible for them to have stolen such a significant quantity of ore. Some analyzed the situation, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Huadu turned to the speaker. So, what do you propose this means? The individual was at a loss for words. Huadu shot him an irritable glance. Having expected some profound insight, should we summon the mine owner? Another suggestion arose, only to be promptly dismissed by Huadu nonsense. If the mine owner were brought forth, the nature of this affair would change. Should this blunder come to the sect's attention, even with a true immortal father, Huadu would not escape punishment. For now, we must not alarm the mine owner. Instead, we shall strengthen our vigilance in secret. The enforcement team should bring along the light-seeking mice to investigate the mine's conditions. Brother Yan, I must ask you to exert more effort in monitoring the veins lately. Huadu commanded, believing he could still salvage the situation. The group deliberated for an extended period, entirely oblivious to the shadowy figure quietly standing in the corner. Fong Yun had listened intently, acquiring a wealth of useful information. Did Yin Qingji uncover anything? You are doomed. Chapter 31. Frenzy, Departure. Rising clouds. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the patrols outside remained exceedingly vigilant, yet to no avail. For Fong Yun had burrowed deep within the mine's veins, concealed beneath a layer of stealth arrays. During these 3 days, he did not permit any of his avatars to mine, but instead had them all cultivate within the system space. With 4,000 avatars, the terrifying rate of progress was multiplied by 2,000. Additionally, Fong Yun had obtained several potency-enhancing elixirs from Allaway, allowing him to fully unlock 12 celestial apertures of the 2nd tier in just 3 days. He was now on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier of the void Immortal Realm. Break for me, Fong Yun intoned, channeling the might of his 4,000 avatars to launch a powerful assault against the bottleneck of his realm. In the next moment, the barrier appeared as a delicate and feeble maiden, easily crushed by 4,000 muscular men. The scene was almost too much to bear. Fong Yun hardly felt any resistance from the membrane. Breaking through realms is truly easy, he thought, reveling in a state of unparalleled joy. Inside Huadu's abode, Yin Qingji was summoned for a private inquiry. My lord, everything has been normal these past few days. The previous disturbances have not recurred. Huadu nodded in satisfaction and approached warmly, patting Yin Qingji on the shoulder, saying, Young Yin, you've worked hard lately. With that, he slipped a storage pouch into Yin Qingji's hands. Yin Qingji was filled with exuberance, believing he had received a reward from the deputy mine owner. However, upon probing with his divine sense, he was struck with astonishment. 5 million low-grade celestial crystals. My lord. Yin Qingji gazed at Huadu in confusion. Do not panic. It's merely a token of appreciation. Rest assured, this is a reward for your recent hard work. However, regarding the previous matters and the extent of your losses, do not speak of it to anyone. You understand my meaning, correct? Huadu smiled warmly, patting Yin Qingji's shoulder once more. The latter's heart raced, and he immediately replied, I understand. Rest assured, Everything in the mind is normal. Haha, you are a clever man. You shall not lack for anything in the future. Huang laughed heartily. Matters that can be resolved with money do not necessitate silencing anyone. A vast medium-grade celestial mine, with tens of thousands of miners, generates an astonishing daily revenue of celestial crystals. The managers, including the enforcement team, and even the mine owner, all partake in the profits. It's merely a small slice, barely noticeable. In fact, it could be said that the celestial sect implicitly condones it. Everyone knows this is a lucrative position, and those who come here are disciples with connections within the sect. As Yin Qingji left, beneath his calm exterior lay a heart brimming with excitement. Upon returning to his cave abode, he suddenly felt his heart race, and then he beheld a figure of exquisite allure filling his vision. Instantly, Yin Qingji's face flushed crimson. A rush of blood surged to his head. He felt as though he had plunged into a realm of desire, surrounded by countless young ladies who could not afford fine garments, all rushing towards him. Yin Qingji was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The enchanting demoness laughed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a violet glow, as the whip in her hand elegantly coiled around Yin Qingji's neck. With a slight tug, he found himself on the ground. Akin to a dog, the demoness proudly placed her high-heeled boot upon him. The whip constricted around Yin Qingji's neck, drawing forth a stream of blood. Even so, he merely furrowed his brow and struggled a few times before becoming excited once more. Oh my, this is incredible. Fong Yun, in control of the consciousness of Fong Xian No. 1, watched in astonishment. The seductive power of the demoness was lethal to male cultivators with weak resolve. Though both were at the third level of the virtual Immortal Realm, Yin Qingji showed no resistance whatsoever. Pathetic, his resolve is weak. Fong Yun scoffed. Even someone as powerful as I can endure for an hour. Ahem, in a very serious manner. Soon, Yin Qingji perished, lost in the ecstasy of his fantasies. Unable to emit any sound in reality. With a thought, Fong Yun commanded a shadow clone that had followed him to quickly change its appearance, transforming into a living, breathing Yin Qingji. Subsequently, the clone bowed to Fong Yun. Yin Qingji, at your service. The tone and demeanor were nearly identical. Hee. After observing for a few days. You've learned well, Fong Xian No. 1 chuckled. Quickly, several nearby clones tidied up the scene, and Yin Qingji's body was stored within the system space. All other belongings were inherited by the new Yin Qingji. In the dead of night, Fong Yun emerged from the mine, skillfully evading the patrolling guards with the guidance of his avatars. Thanks to the identity token belonging to Yin Qingji, he successfully left the mining area. Once he was a safe distance away, he stored the token in his system space, assuming Yin Qingji's consciousness, and extracted the token once more. In an instant, the spatial transfer of the identity token returned it seamlessly to Yin Qingji's hand, leaving no trace of deception. Shortly thereafter, Yin Qingji exited his dwelling, swaggering confidently towards a mining zone. Upon seeing him, a leading member of a team of enforcement guards chuckled. Brother, Yin has come to inspect the veins again? Indeed, replied Yin Qingji with utmost seriousness. Although there have been no recent issues, we must not become complacent. Hearing this, the man immediately turned to his companions and exclaimed, Did you hear that? Let us learn from Brother Yin. Yin Qingji casually strolled around, and in a somewhat secluded mining area, deployed 2,000 avatars to commence a vigorous mining operation once again. Haha, I shall penetrate your depths. Fong Yun chuckled softly, withdrawing his consciousness, and at that moment, he had leisurely distanced himself by over 1,000 miles. This marked the first time since his ascension to the celestial realm that his true self could roam freely through the heavens and earth. Fong Yun felt an exhilarating lightness coursing through him, and even the stubborn stones along the path appeared particularly pleasing to the eye. Breathing in the air of freedom, he traversed mountains and rivers, his heart tranquil and serene. His destination lay tens of thousands of miles away in Silvermoon City, where Fong Yun one had resided for a time and possessed considerable knowledge of the locale. It was relatively safe there, at least on the surface. Fighting was prohibited within the city. Not in a hurry, Fong Yun's pace was leisurely. As dawn broke, he happened upon a village. The sounds of roosters and dogs mingled in the air, and wisps of smoke curled upwards. In the distance, the fields sprawled with roads crisscrossing, golden rice swaying softly under a gentle glow. Many villagers were already up, diligently harvesting the rice, an embodiment of hard work and harmony. Fong Yun found himself momentarily entranced, astonished that such mundane human life could exist even in the celestial realm. Driven by curiosity, he approached the village. At the entrance, a dilapidated wooden sign bore the crooked characters, Yunchi Village. Haha, splendid. Yunchi, Yunk, what a fortuitous omen. Chapter 32, The Old Man and the Young Girl. Little Yuner, come drink this medicinal porridge. Hey, don't run away. Humph, it's too bitter. I want tea, drink it. Fong Yun, with keen senses, heard the commotion from a decrepit courtyard ahead. It seemed a young girl was stubbornly resisting her grandfather. Amused, Fong Yun continued to walk straight ahead. As he neared the courtyard, a frail, petite figure suddenly darted out. The girl, around 5 or 6 years old, wore a pale yellow robe adorned with delicate white flowers. In a flurry of panic, she seemed oblivious to Fong Yun's presence and collided directly into him. He deftly sidestepped, quickly taking in the girl's appearance. Her small head was crowned with 2 black hair buns, and her large eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling a pristine spring. Her delicate face was scrunched in displeasure, her dainty nose wrinkled in discontent. "Hey, who are you?" The little girl finally noticed Fong Yun. Fong Yun gazed at the little girl, a faint smile gracing his lips, but in the next moment, his expression froze. According to the system's prompt, the girl before him was, astonishingly, a true immortal. A jolt of disbelief surged through his heart. Was it possible that he, merely passing through a village, had encountered a genuine celestial being? It seemed ludicrous. Just moments before, the individuals he had seen in the fields were clearly ordinary villagers. Moreover, his spiritual perception distinctly revealed that the girl was exceedingly weak, as fragile as a wisp of wind. She possessed no cultivation prowess, existing purely as a mortal. Yet, the system had never erred before, and Fong Yun confirmed the system's notification multiple times. Indeed, she was a true immortal. Furthermore, he was standing so close to her. Fortunately, he felt no sense of danger. "Big brother, why aren't you speaking? Are you mute?" The girl gazed at Fong Yun with curiosity, her eyes gradually revealing a hint of sympathy. At that moment, a gaunt old man in coarse linen rushed out from the courtyard. "Xiao Yuner, do not be impolite." He reprimanded the girl, then turned to Fong Yun with an apologetic expression. His gaze momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. "Young brother, I apologize for the rudeness of my granddaughter. Please allow me to express my regrets." Fong Yun had by now calmed himself, looking at the old man with a gentle smile as he waved his hand dismissively. "No trouble at all. It is merely a trivial matter. Children often speak without restraint." Yet, in the next instant, the corners of Fong Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. For within the system's prompt, the frail old man before him bore an astonishing designation. What could this possibly mean? The system could clearly indicate the cultivation levels of those he encountered. At the very least, it should have been able to identify a true immortal's realm without ambiguity. However, the system failed to provide a clear indication of the old man's level. This suggested that the elder was at least a golden immortal, perhaps even higher. Fong Yun's heart raced with shock, leaving him somewhat speechless. It was merely his first day out. Did it truly have to be this exhilarating? He was, after all, in his true form. And here he was in an ordinary village. When had the strong from the immortal realm taken to such a whimsical demeanor? Noticing Fong Yun lost in thought, the old man furrowed his brow. "Young brother? Grandfather, you see, this brother seems a bit unusual. His complexion appears rather pale. Perhaps he is unwell. Why don't you give him that medicinal porridge to restore his strength?" The girl said playfully, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she coaxed her grandfather. Her petite frame unconsciously distanced itself from the medicinal porridge. That concoction was simply dreadful. So bitter, it was unbearable. Just then, the ground of the village suddenly began to tremble. Fong Yun frowned and looked up towards the distance, where he beheld a group of horsemen charging towards them. In mere breaths, they roared to the village entrance. "Ah!" The little girl squealed in alarm, grabbing her grandfather and darting into the courtyard. They quickly shut the wooden door behind them. Yet soon, a small head peeked through a crack in the door. "Big brother, hurry inside. These are bad people, here to steal our things." Fong Yun was bewildered. What was happening? What game were this grandfather and granddaughter playing? The group of riders approaching, not even at the level of virtual immortals, merely possessed the strength of those at the transformation stage. They could scarcely be considered more than half mortal. One was a true immortal, the other a golden immortal. Fong Yun shook his head, disregarding the girl, and continued forward. This place felt abnormal. He needed to leave swiftly. At that moment, a group of ruffians had begun to invade each household. The village erupted into chaos, cries and wails filling the air. "Sir, the recent harvest of celestial rice is truly only this much." "Nonsense. The seeds we provided were far more than this. If you fail to meet the required amount today, your daughter will be taken as collateral." One of the ruffians brandished a gleaming steel knife, resting it upon a villager's shoulder. Another approached and seized a young girl nearby, remarking, "Not bad looking. Let us take her back and have some fun. If she survives, we can sell her later." "Ha ha ha." Fong Yun frowned, intending to quietly slip away when suddenly, an undisciplined ruffian noticed him. With a swift rush, his scaled steed thundered toward Fong Yun. "You there? Which family do you belong to? Instead of preparing celestial rice, you dare to stand by and watch." Dressed in simple blue robes and appearing travel-worn, the ruffian mistook him for a villager. As he spoke, he cracked the whip in an unceremonious manner. What a bore! Fong Yun felt a surge of displeasure, his earlier good mood dissipating. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes. The gung gold sword aura shot forth, and in an instant, the ruffian's pupils widened as he collapsed, lifeless. The commotion attracted the attention of more ruffians, who turned in unison. Upon witnessing their comrade's demise, fury ignited in one of them as he charged at Fong Yun, shouting, "You little brat! You!" Before he could finish, a ray of golden light pierced through his body, darting through the ruffian crowd like a golden serpent. In a mere breath, 23 ruffians lay dead on the ground. The villagers were stunned. He is killed. The people of the Blade of Fury are dead. All of them. Their gazes toward Fong Yun shifted from gratitude to sheer terror. Fong Yun frowned, casting a glance at the villagers before continuing his path. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, and Fong Yun's heart sank. "Young man, you have slain the people of the Blade of Fury. What do you expect us to do now?" Turning around, he recognized the voice of the mysterious old man from earlier. At that moment, the old man and his granddaughter approached. The little girl hid behind her grandfather, peeking out occasionally with a blend of curiosity and fear in her eyes. Seeing Fong Yun's indifference, the old man persisted. "Though the people of the Blade of Fury are unreasonable, oppressing us common folk, they would not have killed us all. But now that you have slain them, our entire village of Yunxi is surely doomed." The emaciated old man lamented deeply. "Indeed, you cannot leave." Villagers began to echo him, stepping back in fear. The old man added, "Young man, though your intentions may be noble, you have committed a grave misdeed." Fong Yun was at a loss for words, giving the old man a sidelong glance. "Why do you, an esteemed figure from the Immortal Realm, feign the guise of an ordinary, innocent person? Is it truly enjoyable? System. Is this old man a good person? Is he safe?" Although Fong Yun felt that the old man appeared to be a benevolent soul, typically individuals of such a disposition preferred a life of modesty and inaction. Nonetheless, he cautiously inquired within his mind, seeking confirmation from the system. Ding. Completely safe. Devoid of murderous intent. Certainly more virtuous than the host. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such a paragon of virtue was indeed rare in this world, a moral exemplar. If he was even more virtuous, one could only conclude that he was as steady as an ancient tortoise. His decision to eliminate these individuals was not born of kindness, but rather due to their transgressions against him. As for the fate of the villagers, it was of no concern to him. Fong Yun remarked dismissively, turning to leave. "Do you intend to moralize and bind me with guilt? Alas, I am devoid of such morals." The old man opened his mouth in astonishment, at a loss for words. The youth before him was not as he had imagined, though his perception suggested that this young man was like a breath of free spring air. Serene and imbued with a light spirit, his frigid and unfeeling words left the elder in confusion. As Fong Yun prepared to depart, walking further away, the old man took a deep breath. Suddenly, upon reaching the opposite end of the village, Fong Yun felt his body stiffen, as if under the influence of some arcane power, compelling him to turn back towards the village. A wave of dread surged within him as he pondered the source of this force. What kind of power was this? He had not even sensed the fluctuations of celestial energy before being forcibly redirected. Regardless of his attempts to resist, his body continued to move towards the elder. The only solace Fong Yun found was the absence of any murderous intent or imminent danger, suggesting that his life was not at stake. As he resigned himself to the inevitable pull, he gradually regained his composure and allowed himself to be led back. "Ah, little brother, what brings you back again? Have you had a change of heart?" The elder's weathered face broke into a radiant smile, his wrinkled visage resembling a blooming daisy. "Indeed, my older brother is truly a good person." The young girl waved her tiny fists, offering Fong Yun an innocent smile. Fong Yun, at a loss for words, felt his body relax, regaining control once more. Casting a glance at the elder, he communicated telepathically, "What exactly do you desire from me, esteemed elder?" "My dear brother, do not jest. It is not a matter of what I want from you, but rather that you must take responsibility for your own actions. Fear not, for I am quite reasonable," the elder replied. Fong Yun muttered under his breath, "Why must you involve me, venerable one? My dear brother, do not jest. I am but a mortal, incapable of contending with those formidable beings. It is you who must undertake this noble task and restore peace to Yunxi village." No sooner had the elder spoken than details regarding the location and approximate strength of the Li Dao sect flooded Fong Yun's mind. A sect leader at the 4th level of the Void Immortal Realm, 3 at the 3rd level, and 20 at the 1st and 2nd levels. Beneath the Void Immortal Realm, there were easily over 100. Fong Yun raised an eyebrow and responded telepathically, "Esteemed elder, are you placing me in a difficult position? I am merely at the 3rd level of the Void Immortal Realm. How can I possibly eliminate all of them? Ah, I sense that you are extraordinary. You are not fated for an early demise. This journey should pose no significant peril, the elder chuckled amiably. Go. A figure quietly appeared in the depths of the Li Dao peak, standing atop a tree as he gazed intently at the distant Li Dao sect. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Fang Yun, who had been compelled to take action. With a flicker of thought, 10 distinct doppelgangers emerged from the void, each wielding a celestial sword, charging forth with lethal intent. The two gatekeepers, both of whom were transformation realm cultivators, were swiftly incapacitated by a single doppelganger's piercing gaze. Subsequently, the 10 avatars surged into the sect, initiating a ruthless massacre. Below the realm of the Void Immortal, there was no capacity for resistance. The first and second layers of the Void Immortal, upon encountering Fong Yun's third-layer doppelgangers, were obliterated in an instant. Within mere moments, over 20 key figures of the Li Dao sect had fallen. The ensuing chaos quickly attracted the attention of the sect leader and 3 hall masters. At that moment, sect leader Song Ke was engaged in a philosophical discussion with his wife, and the abrupt interruption ignited a fierce anger within him. In the next heartbeat, Song Ke unleashed his divine consciousness, probing the commotion at the mountain gate. Assuming it was an enemy incursion, he initially adopted a cautious stance. But upon discovering it was merely several third-layer Void Immortals, his courage surged. How audacious! Seeking death. Ignoring his wife's discontent, he donned his attire and soared into the sky, ruthlessly striking at the doppelgangers amidst the slaughter, displaying no regard for the lives of his own sect members. The blade's radiance, sharp as a whip, cleaved through the air. Yet the doppelgangers remained unfazed. 3 of them swiftly formed a miniature sword array, launching a combined strike in response. Boom! The clash of blade and sword resonated through the void, as celestial energy surged and swept across the surroundings. The roof of the Li Dao sect was shattered by the explosive celestial light. Song Ke's pupils constricted in shock. The 3 third-layer Void Immortals could actually withstand his assault, and even gain the upper hand. How is this possible? A combined celestial technique. Recalling the trio's movements and their strategic positions, he formed a conjecture. Moreover, his divine consciousness swept through, revealing that his 3 hall masters were currently being thwarted by a single third-layer Void Immortal, and they were being pushed back relentlessly. One had already sustained grave injuries. Song Ke was further astounded. In a flash, he made a decisive judgment. Kill. Annihilate these intruders, he bellowed, unleashing a fierce strike of divine power while scattering several small flying knives to force back the trio of sword-wielders. Then, like a streak of light, he turned and attempted to flee. Thinking of escape? Fong Yun observed with disdain. With a mere thought, 3 more doppelgangers were dispatched directly to intercept Song Ke's path of retreat. The moment they appeared, they launched a united sword attack. Brilliant beams of sword light coalesced into a colossal golden sword, descending upon the fleeing Song Ke with overwhelming force. The convergence of attack and defense occurred with such startling swiftness that Song Ke could not react in time. In a frantic effort, he could only muster a few protective celestial lights before the golden sword struck him directly. Boom! The celestial force erupted, sending Song Ke hurtling backward. Blood sprang from his mouth. Simultaneously, the pursuing trio of sword-wielders closed in rapidly. Before long, Song Ke found himself in a state of utter despair, losing his life in the process. Meanwhile, Song Ke's wife, in disheveled garments, clutched her pale chest as she stepped outside, only to witness the scene of her husband being slain in midair. "Ah, master," the woman exclaimed, fainting in shock. Almost simultaneously, 3 hall masters of the virtual celestial realm were slain by Fong Yun's avatars. The Blood Knife sect was drenched in blood, bodies strewn everywhere. Not a single individual present before Fong Yun arrived managed to escape. Subsequently, some avatars began to collect the spoils, while others conjured flames from their palms, skillfully incinerating the remains. Fong Yun walked away, seemingly indifferent to the chaos behind him. Only on the distant peak did the raging flames reveal the recent upheaval. 1,000 miles away, in Yunchi village, an old man felt a stir in his heart, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. He truly accomplished it. And so swiftly? This development exceeded his expectations. I underestimated him. How intriguing, the old man murmured to himself, then lifted the dark medicinal porridge and sought out the little girl once more. Xiao Yun, dear, this porridge is good for your health. Chapter 34. The Fire Flood Avatar heads to the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect after annihilating the Blood Knife sect. Fong Yun had only amassed 5 million low-grade immortal crystals and a pile of miscellaneous items. He regarded the bounty with disdain and continued his leisurely journey towards Silver Moon City. By midday, Fong Yun appeared outside the city. Almost at the same moment, the celestial energy within him surged, as yet another celestial aperture was opened, with 2,000 avatars cultivating, at a rate 1,000 times faster. He could open a celestial aperture in a single day. Comfortable. Fong Yun smiled, surveying Silver Moon City. Witnessing such a magnificent celestial city firsthand, his heart was once again filled with awe. Silver Moon City boasted not only pavilions and buildings on the ground, but also numerous palatial structures in the heavens. During this time, Fang Yu #1 had gathered a wealth of information about this domain. The vast area he occupied, spanning tens of millions of miles, was governed by the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect, the Yunfan Immortal Sect, and the Golden Han Immortal Palace. These three were merely factions under the command of the Celestial Lord, Hong Hui. This revelation left Fong Yun both shocked and contemplative. The Immortal Realm is vast, and he felt incredibly small. First, I must endure. Fong Yun initially used his celestial power to manipulate his bones, altering his appearance. Then exchanged 10 low-grade immortal crystals to successfully enter the city. Having previously navigated Silver Moon City through Fang Yu #1, he was quite familiar with the paths. He strolled through, experiencing a blend of familiarity and novelty. Upon reaching a magnificent celestial palace at the city center, Fong Yun halted. This was the place responsible for the real estate transactions in Silver Moon City. As he stepped inside, a beautiful young lady approached him with a greeting. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you looking to buy or sell a property?" Fong Yun grimaced slightly. Hearing those words in the Immortal Realm evoked complex emotions within him. "To buy," he replied, causing the young lady's eyes to light up, albeit dimly, as Fong Yun's attire was rather plain, not befitting a wealthy individual. "Please, this way," she beckoned, leading him to an area where she pointed to a model on a sand table and began her introduction. "Dear guest, although this small courtyard is on the outskirts, it offers not only a clean environment, but is also reasonably priced, at only 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals per unit." Listening to the introduction, Fong Yun frowned. The perceptive young lady felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Could it be that even 100,000 inferior celestial crystals were lacking? She discreetly puffed her cheeks and smiled, saying, "Dear guest, if your celestial crystals are currently insufficient, you may pay a third of the total for now, with subsequent payments each month. However, the ownership of the property you purchase will temporarily belong to us at Silver Moon Real Estate until you have repaid the total amount of celestial crystals." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun silently exclaimed, scrutinizing the ethereal young fairy before him, deeply suspicious that she might have just emerged from a sales office. The young lady's heart sank. This was already the most economical and least extravagant option available. "These do not appeal to me. Please take me to view properties priced over $1 million, Fong Yun declared. In the Celestial City, the estates varied in level, and consequently, their safety and privacy differed as well. High-end residences not only offered comfort, but were also equipped with specialized protective arrays, while the lower-tier ones were not only inferior in environment, but also lacked privacy. As soon as Fong Yun spoke, a spark ignited in the young lady's eyes. Though her heart raced with apprehension, she maintained her professional demeanor and smiled, leading Fong Yun to the high-end display. Moments later, Fong Yun willingly paid the full amount, 5 million inferior celestial crystals, for a secluded and opulent private estate. Thus, he naturally became a resident of Silver Moon City, enjoying the protection of the city lord's estate. This was precisely what Fong Yun valued most. Of course, he used a false name. Silver Moon City paid no mind to this. They only recognized the real estate Jade Tablet. Furthermore, fighting and killing were prohibited within the city, eliminating any concerns of robbery. After completing the formalities, the young lady was ecstatic, her heart blooming with joy. She had earned tens of thousands of inferior celestial crystals from this single transaction. Realizing her client was affluent, she eagerly began to introduce maid and guard services. Fong Yun declined, and she promptly refrained from further discussion. Just as she was about to depart, Fong Yun suddenly overheard a conversation among several cultivators nearby, which instantly piqued his interest. "Have you heard? A few days ago, the esteemed Mo Jian obtained a dragon egg, which truly hatched into a Qi-Long divine beast." "Hee, I've heard that too. Moreover, it is said that Master Mo Jian intentionally spread this news, infuriating Master Yan Yun." The speaking cultivator chuckled, then abruptly grew silent, realizing something. "By the way, the Tianjin Zone has announced they are recruiting cultivators with dragon bloodlines to care for the Qi-Long. Those who meet the requirements can directly become inner disciples. I'm thinking of trying my luck. What about you? Aren't you a human?" "Haha, haven't you heard the legend?" "What legend?" "Some individuals are descendants of dragons." "Indeed, that's me." Fong Yun listened in delight, as he had been pondering how to acquire that Qi-Long bloodline for entry into Tianjin Zone. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He mentally noted the information and, in the respectful gaze of the young lady, departed. Fong Yun. One also had a courtyard in Silver Moon City, but Fong Yun found it too conspicuous, given the attention it had already garnered. Thus, he chose not to visit. Upon arriving at his newly acquired mansion, Fong Yun extracted a jade tablet and, with a surge of mental energy, opened a shimmering portal in the air before him. The grand entrance of the mansion swung open in response. Indeed, the expenditure had not been in vain. A protective array enveloped the premises, ensuring security. Fong Yun silently praised this feature and strode confidently into his new abode, the door sealing behind him as the protective array closed. Beside the pool garden, Fong Yun reclined in a grand armchair, exuding an air of leisure. Yet, upon closer inspection, beads of perspiration adorned his forehead, and his lips occasionally twitched as if he were suppressing some inner turmoil. Before him, two enchanting succubi, clad in sheer black and white silks, wielded their formidable swords. Their alluring charms were subtly unleashed upon Fong Yun, casting an irresistible spell upon him. While his true self remained unperturbed, a wayward avatar proved less compliant. To hone his resolve against these captivating entities and attain such mastery was indeed a feat unique to him, Fong Yun. Even celestial beings seemed but mere juniors in comparison. With a proud smile, he braved the torment and accessed the racial selection feature of his system. Fire Flood Dragon, he mused, recalling Su Qian's mention of a true dragon lineage. Whether true or not, its esteemed rating suggested it was formidable. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts, and a shadowy avatar materialized before him. In an instant, the avatar underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing from a humanoid shape into a blazing, fiery dragon. Fong Yun's pupils constricted in awe as the creature before him emerged with a singular horn atop its head. For legs beneath its belly, each adorned with 3 claws, and its entire body cloaked in crimson scales that shimmered with a faint glow of fire. Though limited by the size of the courtyard, its presence was nonetheless striking, leaving him momentarily astounded. The Fire Flood Dragon danced through the air for a brief moment before shifting back into human form, standing tall and bearing a striking resemblance to Fong Yun, yet radiating a distinctly different aura. 2 fiery patterns graced its cheeks, marking it as anything but human. As Fong Yun's consciousness melded with that of the Fire Flood Dragon, he swiftly discerned its innate abilities, Dragon Flame. Furthermore, this avatar possessed an intrinsic affinity for the path of fire, allowing it to grasp fire-related celestial techniques and principles with an ease that far surpassed his own. Suddenly, an extraordinary idea ignited within Fong Yun's mind. As a being of golden spiritual roots, he uniquely resonated with the metal path. Yet now, through his avatar-esque gifts, he could connect with the myriad celestial paths. His eyes gleamed with renewed fervor as he contemplated the potential of superior bloodlines, his aspirations soaring higher. The dragon bloodline, far more potent than that of the Fire Flood Dragon, was a necessity. Sensing that a single Fire Flood Dragon avatar might not suffice, he conjured 2 more, thus forming a triumvirate of Fire Flood siblings, 1 elder brother accompanied by 2 younger sisters. With this newfound assembly, he assumed control of the elder brother and, alongside his sisters, embarked on a journey to the Celestial Sword Sect. Chapter 35. The Divine Beast. Little white before the gates of the Celestial Sword Sect, a lengthy queue had formed. Numerous cultivators had gathered, drawn by the prospect of fortune. Most of these monks are not of the human race, adorned with various eccentric garments and racial characteristics that leave Fong Yun utterly dazzled. He even feels an impulsive urge to seize their essence on the spot. Friend, are you here to participate in the selection and serve Lord Qilong? At this moment, a slender youth approaches Fong Yun. Fong Yun glances over and discovers that while the young man is speaking to him, his gaze is lecherously fixated on his 2 sisters, occasionally flicking out a long, forked tongue. A member of the serpent race? Fong Yun feels a wave of disdain and simply utters a single word, leave. The young man is momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifts to one of anger. What did you say? Do you dare tell me, Fei Yi of the Fatty clan, to leave? Just as his voice rises, a disciple from the sword sect suddenly flies over with a joyful expression. Which one is from the Fatty clan? The disciple scans the surroundings. It's me, the slender youth proudly declares, then casts a disdainful glare at Fong Yun. In the next moment, he is directly taken away by the disciple of the sword sect. Moments later, a 100-foot-long patterned python is thrown out. Its entire body is withered, as if drained of all its blood, utterly lifeless. Fong Yun senses its aura and realizes it is indeed the self-proclaimed Fei Yi. The next instant, a figure soars out from within the immortal sect, radiant with mystical light, emanating a powerful pressure. Mid-stage true immortal. Fong Yun's heart jolts with surprise. He then hears the celestial being proclaiming from above, fellow cultivators here for the selection, listen well. We are only recruiting those with true dragon bloodlines or equally formidable bloodlines. Anyone who dares to utter falsehoods and impersonate their ancestors shall meet the same fate. As the celestial being speaks, their celestial power surges, intensifying the pressure. Such a scene leaves many cultivators who came hoping for luck in shock, their expressions turning grim. Trying is one thing, but to try and perish is another. Many grit their teeth, weighing their options, and ultimately choose to depart. Soon, a large number of individuals flee from the mountain gate, leaving fewer than 20 behind. At this moment, the disciple who had just taken away the member of the fatty clan walks out again, looking at the remaining 20 or so individuals. He smiles and says, "Are you certain your bloodlines are sufficient?" This question immediately instills uncertainty in the remaining participants. If their bloodlines are not powerful enough, they could truly meet their demise. The disciple continues, and in the next moment, 7 or 8 more among the 23 flee. "Oh, it seems you are quite confident." The disciple glances at Fong Yun and the others, then waves his hand with a smile. "Come with me." Fong Yun steps forward, with his 2 fiery sisters closely following. The instant they cross the mountain gate, Fong Yun feels the world shift. As he regains clarity, he is greeted by the sight of a magnificent immortal sect. Countless celestial mountains and palaces rise, surrounded by swirling auspicious clouds, ethereal light, and purple mist billowing in the air, stretching beyond sight. Among them, one majestic celestial mountain catches Fong Yun's eye. The mountain is nearly bristling with celestial swords. The vibrant and dazzling celestial light leaves one entranced. Fong Yun is astonished. For each sword, in his perception, is no less formidable than his golden feather sword. And upon rough estimation, there are at least tens of thousands. What a spectacle! Fong Yun gazed with intense longing, wishing he could seize everything for himself, distributing them among his numerous avatars. However, for now, he could only entertain such thoughts. He clenched his fist in secret, then released it. "Very well, my sword shall remain here for the time being. When I grow stronger, I shall return to reclaim it." Fong Yun's desire was palpable, while the other 10 or so individuals around him were filled with uncontainable excitement, as though they had already joined the celestial sword sect. The disciple, brimming with pride, led the group swiftly to a celestial mountain hall. "Senior sister, we have another wave of visitors. Come in and see if you can satisfy Xiaobai." Her melodious voice resonated like the gentle chime of a wind instrument. Soon after, Fong Yun and the others entered the grand hall. Inside, a petite and exquisitely beautiful fairy dressed in a luxurious celestial gown held a fluffy white creature in her arms. The fairy appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate figure and eyes as bright and clear as stars. At first, Fong Yun paid little attention, but as the system indicated her realm, he suddenly regarded the little fairy with newfound respect. An early-stage true immortal. Good heavens! Fong Yun gasped in astonishment. His instincts told him that this girl was genuinely young, not merely appearing youthful. Indeed, the disparity between individuals was remarkable. Fong Yun felt speechless. Fortunate that he was no ordinary person. If the girl was extraordinary, he was even more so, sensing the arrival of others. The fluffy creature in the fairy's arms lazily lifted its head and stared at them. In an instant, Fong Yun felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, not the kind released by a true immortal, but a profound, instinctual suppression stemming from bloodline. This sensation ignited an impulse within Fong Yun, in his fiery dragon form, to submit to the little white creature. Moreover, according to the system's indication, this young creature, having just been born, possessed the formidable strength of a 5th-level void immortal. What a remarkable dragon divine beast! Fong Yun's heart swelled with delight. He must acquire this creature's essence. "Come forward and give it a try." The charming fairy casually pointed to a cultivator. The cultivator, hearing her words, hurriedly stepped forward. "Esteemed fairy, what should I do?" Before he could finish speaking, the little white creature in the fairy's arms opened its mouth and inhaled. Instantly, the 5th-level void immortal cultivator's face flushed, and a large mass of essence blood erupted from within him. The essence blood rapidly condensed in midair, shrinking into a tiny droplet. Unsatisfied, the little white creature increased its suction power. This time, the cultivator could no longer endure it. His form transformed, revealing a dragon tortoise. However, the essence blood continued to surge forth, and the dragon tortoise sensed a life-threatening crisis, beginning to struggle violently. "Please spare me, my lord. I withdraw." The dragon tortoise cultivator cried out in panic. The fairy extended a delicate finger to block the little white creature's mouth, instantly ceasing the suction. The dragon tortoise cultivator barely managed to save his life. The little white creature swallowed the droplet of essence blood, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, lacking sufficient bloodline power. "You are unfit to serve Xiaobai. You may leave now," the fairy stated, then turned her gaze to the others. This time, she did not directly select someone, but instead inquired, "Who shall be next?" Having just witnessed the terror of the little white creature, the crowd felt a surge of anxiety. Hesitating in their steps, "Allow me," Fong Yun stepped forward. Chapter 36. The avatar strikes again, seeing the fearsome nature of the little creature and yet daring to approach. The young fairy couldn't help but cast another glance at Fong Yun. Moreover, as Fong Yun advanced, his two younger sisters followed closely behind. The fairy was taken aback for a moment, but soon comprehended the situation. The trio exuded a similar aura, reminiscent of siblings. Are you three siblings? Of the dragon blood lineage? Indeed, Fong Yun confirmed. A glimmer of delight flickered in the fairy's eyes. 3 cultivators of the dragon blood clan, and siblings at that, were a rare find in this realm. At that moment, the little white creature nestled in the fairy's arms was already drooling in anticipation, having been released from her grasp. The little one could hardly contain itself, letting out an eager sound. Instantly, Fong Yun felt a terrifying force stirring his blood, causing his body to instinctively resist. The other 2 fiery avatars experienced similar sensations, perhaps due to their shared bloodline. Although the little creature was stronger, it found it challenging to extract the essence from Fong Yun and his sisters. Growing impatient, the little creature drooled even more and let out another eager sound. Observing this, the fairy's anticipation intensified, and she spoke, "Do not resist too much. The sect will provide compensation afterward, allowing you to recover swiftly." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun, though uncertain about the reason behind the creature's blood draining, exchanged a glance with it and thought, "Let it draw from my avatar's essence for now. I shall repay in kind later." With this in mind, he glanced at his sisters, and together, they relinquished their resistance. In an instant, 3 streams of crimson essence shot forth from their bodies, and the little creature was filled with joy. It seemed the quantity was sufficient, as it eagerly consumed the essence. A satisfied sound escaped from the creature. Suddenly, it shot forth, leaping into the arms of Fong Yun's second sister, Hui Yuan. This unexpected action left the fairy momentarily stunned. "Little White, what are you doing? Come back." However, the creature seemed oblivious to her call, rubbing its small dragon head against Hui Yuan's plump bosom. Its eyes squinted, caught between enjoyment and drowsiness, disregarding the fairy entirely. Glancing at the curvaceous figure of the dragon girl, and then down at her own modestly rounded form, the fairy's expression shifted to one of indignation as she clenched her delicate fists, her nose wrinkling in irritation. "Little lecherous dragon." Humph. Turning her attention back to the trio, she inquired, "What are your names?" "Fong Hui, Fong Yuan, Fong Ling," they replied in unison. The fairy nodded, saying, "You 3 are qualified. Shortly, I shall send someone to assist you with your entry into the sect." Upon hearing this, the 3 siblings beamed with joy and expressed their gratitude. The fairy glanced at the little white creature nestled in Hui Yuan's arms and remarked, "Since little white favors you, Hui Yuan, you may temporarily reside in my celestial palace." 3 days swiftly passed. In Silver Moon City, Fong Yun was basking in the sunlight, though his expression bore a hint of displeasure. He dispatched 3 avatars to steal the bloodline of the Chi dragon, but not only did they fail, they also suffered considerable losses. They did not obtain the precious blood essence, and in the process, a significant amount of the Fire Flood Dragon avatar's own essence was expended. In recent days, Hui Yuan had been drawing close to the enchanting little fairy, Mo Lin, and had gleaned a wealth of insider information. It turned out that the Chi dragon egg had issues. The newly hatched Chi dragon beast, Xiaobai, was inherently flawed. Although born at the level of a void immortal, it was incapable of transforming into human form. Thus, it required a considerable amount of the essence from divine beast bloodlines to compensate for Xiaobai's innate deficiencies. At present, the 3 Fire Flood Dragon avatars, while nominally inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect, effectively served as a source of blood essence for the Chi dragon Xiaobai. Moreover, due to Mo Lin's close surveillance, the avatars had no opportunity to act against Xiaobai. This unforeseen outcome left Fong Yun quite discontented. Regardless of how closely Mo Lin kept watch, she would eventually have to leave. After pondering for a moment, Fong Yun commanded his 3 avatars to continue lurking, biding their time for an opportunity. Having infiltrated the inner circle with great difficulty, he was unwilling to retreat without obtaining the Chi dragon bloodline. However, the sacrifices made by the 3 Fire Flood Dragon avatars were not entirely without reward. As inner disciples, they had sacrificed a considerable amount of their blood essence, and the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect had offered ample compensation, such as restorative elixirs. Yet, another form of compensation that Fong Yun found particularly useful was the contribution points awarded by the sect. Each time the 3 of them contributed blood essence, they received a certain number of contribution points in return. These points were immensely valuable within the sect, allowing for the exchange of various items, including celestial crystals, spells, elixirs, and even opportunities to learn directly from true immortals. With the contributions accumulated over the past 3 days, the Fire Flood trio successfully exchanged for a high-tier celestial spells void immortal section within the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. The spell was titled Gung Metal Sword Dao. perfectly aligned with Fong Yun's golden spiritual root, greatly benefiting him. This achievement opened a new avenue of thought for Fong Yun. Although he had numerous avatars dedicated solely to mining and cultivation, which yielded quick financial returns and rapid advancement, he had not fully harnessed their potential. Especially with respect to high-tier spells capable of directly facilitating ascension to the golden immortal level, which were typically treasures of the sect, acquiring them externally was exceedingly difficult. To obtain what he desired, he needed to approach the sect itself. Currently, the spell he possessed, Xian Yu Kai Qiao Ju, was a widely circulated low-tier celestial spell in the Immortal Realm, suitable only for solidifying one's foundation and cultivating up to the initial stage of true immortal. It seemed imperative that he acquire additional avatars to join the immortal sect. While contemplating the immortal sect, Fong Yun could not help but think of his avatar that had eloped with Olivia. He felt somewhat speechless. That woman, Olivia, had truly made his avatar follow her like a mere attendant or bodyguard every day. Consequently, although the avatar had entered the Yun Fan immortal sect, it did so only under the guise of being part of Olivia's family entourage, lacking even the status of a disciple, severely limiting its actions. This situation had also sparked jealousy and speculation among many male disciples of the Yun Fan immortal sect, who claimed that Fong Yun was not merely Olivia's attendant, but rather her lover. Naturally, all of this was being manipulated behind the scenes by Zhao Yin and others. However, in other respects, Olivia truly excelled in nurturing Fong Yun's clone, providing him with abundant resources, indicating her earnest intention to cultivate him. Ultimately, all those resources ended up in Fong Yun's possession. After a period of contemplation, a bloodthirsty clone emerged from Fong Yun No. 1's abode. Wielding the previously acquired Cloud Ascension token, embarking on a journey to the Yun Fan celestial sect. Isolating oneself is not the way. Fong Yun aspired to amalgamate the strengths of various schools. He intended to seize the celestial techniques and resources of the sect with fervor. For prudence's sake, he would never allow his clones to directly enter or exit his luxurious abode. With a light chuckle, Fong Yun made arrangements and turned his focus inward to his celestial apertures. In 3 days, his cultivation had made remarkable strides. Among the 12 celestial apertures of the third layer of Void Immortal, 3 more had been opened. Along with the previous 2, he had now opened 5. In approximately 7 days, he would be ready to challenge the 4th layer of Void Immortal. Chapter 37, 10,000 Clones. Cave Heaven Void Immortal. Shortly after the bloodthirsty clone departed invisibly, Fong Yun No. 1 exercised the privileges of his Black Diamond VIP card. Su Qian, come here. With a call, Su Qian quickly arrived at Fong Yun No. 1's residence, bearing gifts and exuding obsequiousness, without even inquiring about the reason for his summons. Fong Yun No. 1 had summoned him primarily to exchange for celestial crystals. With Fong Yun's advancement to the 3rd layer of Void Immortal, the mining efficiency of his clones had doubled, reaching an astonishing rate. Each clone could mine 2,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals per day. Thus, in 4 days, 2,000 clones amassed a staggering total of 16 million mid-grade celestial essence crystals, valued at 160 million lower-grade celestial crystals. Within the estate, when Su Qian beheld this immense sum, he was overcome with excitement. Ah, my lord, why are you still dawdling? Exchange for the celestial crystals. Fong Yun No. 1 remained composed and aloof. Oh, it's not that I can't manage it. Su Qian stammered, his body trembling slightly. How much commission would he earn from such a transaction? My heavens. After an explanation, Fong Yun No. 1 understood that the amount of celestial crystals had exceeded Su Qian's operational capacity. Soon, Su Qian summoned Imo Qingtian, the 3rd level leader of the Wanbao Celestial Association, bringing along the substantial celestial crystals. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and Su Qian felt as if he were floating with elation. Having accumulated such a vast amount of celestial crystals for the first time, Fong Yun admired them for a while. A mere 20,000 lower-grade celestial crystals for a single clone is trivial, he remarked dismissively, then issued a redemption command to the system. Beep. Based on the host's celestial crystal quantity, 6,000 clones can be redeemed, consuming 120 million lower-grade celestial crystals. Redemption successful. As the announcement rang out, the system's hazy space instantaneously filled with 6,000 shadowy figures, densely packed. It resembled a formidable military formation, awaiting Fong Yun's commands as their general. Thus, the total number of Fong Yun's clones surged to a staggering and terrifying count. 10,000. Exhilarated, Fong Yun leapt to his feet within the estate. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had taken flight, his body and spirit soaring into the ether. After a considerable time, Fong Yun finally caught his breath and regained his composure. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of the system, Do I not possess any celestial crystals? Why has the 5th stage not been unlocked? Ding. The 5th stage's doppelganger function is exceedingly powerful and requires the host to attain the true immortal realm before it can be activated. Oh? Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. True immortal, you say? Huh. It will not be long now. The fearsome number of 10,000 doppelgangers will suffice for my immediate needs. He promptly began to assign tasks, 5,000 doppelgangers to cultivate, and 5,000 to mine. With 3,000 doppelgangers added to both cultivation and mining, a remarkable transformation took place on both fronts. The speed at which Fong Yun's cultivation progressed reached an entirely new echelon. 5,000 doppelgangers enabled a staggering 500-fold increase in cultivation speed. Almost 23 celestial apertures could be unlocked in a single day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. As Fong Yun contemplated the 12 celestial apertures within his body, a confident smile graced his lips. 4th layer of the void immortal. Break for me. With a firm command. All 5,000 doppelgangers in the system space exerted their strength simultaneously. It seems I cannot reach the pinnacle all at once. Fong Yun was taken aback. His previous 2 breakthroughs had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any significant hindrances. Yet, this time, as he attempted to breach the 4th layer of the void immortal realm, he encountered some obstacles. The fact that he faced challenges even with a 500-fold advantage indicated a considerable degree of difficulty. Fong Yun remained calm, taking his time to ponder the situation. After a moment, he discovered that the 36 celestial apertures within him had formed a luminous constellation, rapidly linking to his lower dantian. It seemed as though his lower dantian was on the verge of transforming into a celestial realm. What is happening? Fong Yun marveled. According to the descriptions of celestial techniques, one only needed to unlock celestial apertures in the void immortal realm. The formation of a heavenly domain was not expected until one reached true immortal and grasped a fragment of the laws. Yet, at this moment, Fong Yun was astonished to find that his heavenly domain appeared to be taking shape prematurely. Could it be that the combined effort of 5,000 doppelgangers was too overwhelming, catapulting him directly to the next level? Confounded, Fong Yun pressed on. Another day passed. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from his being, and his lower dantian shimmered brilliantly, resembling a vast golden ocean, resonating with waves of golden brilliance and thunderous roars. Continue. Fong Yun's eyes gleamed with golden light as he urged his doppelgangers to continue their fervent cultivation. Half a day later, a thunderous transformation occurred in his lower dantian. The golden light receded, swiftly forming a heavenly domain. Concurrently, Fong Yun's strength surged dramatically, propelling him to the 4th layer of the void immortal realm. Fong Yun found himself bewildered. He had relied solely on his own cultivation, emerging from a purely unorthodox background. This turn of events left him utterly perplexed. If only he had a true immortal or a golden immortal mentor, they might have discerned the cause. Yet, Fong Yun found solace in the fact that after a period of careful introspection, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Rather, he was invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. His power had tripled in an instant. The indestructible golden body has significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Particularly, the lower dantian has transformed into a realm akin to a miniature ethereal world, awaiting Fong Yun to explore and develop. As Fong Yun unleashed a celestial technique, he immediately discerned a remarkable difference from before. His celestial energy, traversing through this realm, became more refined and robust. Its might intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. Indeed, most impressive. I wonder if the unparalleled geniuses of the celestial realm can compare to me. Fong Yun clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. However, with further experimentation, he soon discovered a troubling aspect. His cultivation speed had slowed to half of what it once was. Is this a typical occurrence upon entering the mid-stage of the void immortal realm, or is it due to the influence of the celestial realm? Fong Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. At this moment, he increasingly recognized the significance of having a mentor. The following day, Master, I have arrived at the Yunfan celestial sect. Several true immortals are vying to accept me as their disciple. Whose tutelage should I seek? Please, Master, decide. The Bloodslaughter clone transmitted this message, and Fong Yun promptly absorbed his memories, merging with the past. This morning, the Bloodslaughter clone had arrived at the Yunfan celestial sect wielding the cloud-treading order. Initially, the attending steward regarded the Bloodslaughter with indifference. However, following assessments of his cultivation, lineage, and aptitude, the steward soon dashed excitedly into the depths of the sect. Subsequently, a true immortal approached. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Truly, they were void immortals. Moreover, of the Bloodslaughter lineage, a gray-robed immortal reconfirmed the Bloodslaughter status. Eyes alight with intense amazement. Good disciple, kneel before me, and I shall impart to you supreme techniques. How shameless. This clearly is my disciple. Chapter 38. The clone seeks a mentor. The cunning Zhao Yin Fong Yun observed the four true immortals before him, their spittle flying in heated debate, and instinctively distanced himself. Their quarrel persisted for a good while, with none willing to yield. At that moment, a purple-robed immortal cleared his throat and suggested, "Why not listen to my disciple's opinion? How presumptuous! Why should it be your disciple?" The gray-robed immortal retorted angrily. As tensions rose once more, the steward accompanying Fong Yun quickly intervened, saying, "Masters, please refrain from arguing. If more individuals arrive, it will only complicate matters further." Upon hearing this, the four fell silent, then turned in unison towards Fong Yun, asking, "Disciple, who do you wish to choose?" Almost in perfect harmony, Fong Yun found himself in a quandary. No wonder the bloodslaughter clone sought his counsel. He surveyed the four mid-stage true immortals. "How about you all engage in a duel? Whoever emerges victorious, I shall take as my master," Fong Yun proposed. In an instant, the four were taken aback. Then they regarded Fong Yun with a mix of astonishment and admiration for his audacity in making such a request. "Very well. Let us have a friendly contest." The gray-robed immortal, with a fiery temper, was the first to agree to Fong Yun's suggestion. Who fears whom? In the next moment, the four ascended into the skies, truly engaging in combat. The void trembled as various colors of celestial light surged and swept through the air, transforming the atmosphere into a vast ocean of mystical radiance. Fong Yun's eyes glimmered with celestial light, rendering it impossible for him to discern the chaotic melee within. What is happening? An ambush? Such commotion soon attracted the attention of many within the Yunfan immortal sect. As a resounding voice subdued the clamor, silence swiftly enveloped the scene. It turned out that the four elders were engaged in a sparring session, so there was no cause for concern. Fong Yun quietly awaited, oblivious to the fact that he had been scrutinized by dozens of divine senses. No wonder these four individuals were embroiled in conflict. Whispers of suspicion circulated throughout the sect. Due to his relatively low cultivation level, Fong Yun was unable to perceive the probing divine senses of the true immortals. Yet the system provided him with timely notifications. He felt a surge of anxiety, relieved that none had discerned his peculiarities. An hour later, a gray-robed elder descended from the clouds, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, my good disciple, I knew you were my apprentice." The voice resonated in his ears. And before Fong Yun could comprehend, a large hand grasped him and led him into a magnificent celestial mountain. Disciple Blood Cloud pays respects to the master. Fong Yun greeted within the grand hall. "Ha ha ha, excellent. I am known as Master Fuguei Guangjin." The gray-robed elder chuckled while stroking his beard. "You guessed correctly. I have comprehended the principles of light." "Quite remarkable." The elder brimmed with pride. Fong Yun, momentarily stunned, thought to himself, "I did not guess at all. Master is truly formidable." He praised. "Haha." Master Fuguei Guangjin's laughter grew even more jubilant. Subsequently, he inquired about Fong Yun's past. Upon learning that Fong Yun had been a solitary cultivator, his expression shifted to one of surprise. A solitary cultivator can achieve the realm of Dongtian Suxian. You must understand, even with the sect's substantial support, Dongtian Suxians are exceedingly rare. Each one is typically a paragon of their generation. However, Master Fuguei Guangjin swiftly dispelled his doubts. Every individual entering the Yunfan immortal sect is subjected to the scrutiny of the Fan Tian mirror. If there were any issues, the mirror would issue a warning. The absence of such a warning indicated either that the individual posed no threat or possessed the means to evade detection. Given that this disciple was merely at the fourth level of Suxian, it was likely the former. With this in mind, Master Fuguei Guangjin soon felt reassured. "Master, what is a Dongtian Suxian?" Fong Yun inquired. The elder cast a glance at Fong Yun and replied with a smile. A Dongtian Suxian refers to a cultivator who, at the Suxian realm, can transform their immortal apertures into Dongtian in advance. Such individuals typically possess an extraordinarily solid foundation. Not only do they cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners, but upon reaching the true immortal realm, they also bypass the process of forming a Dongtian. Starting at a higher level than typical true immortals, Dongtian Suxians are categorized into three levels: first, second, and third Dongtian Suxian. The more Dongtian one cultivates at the Suxian level, the stronger their immortal foundation becomes. As he spoke, Master Fuguei Guangjin proudly stroked his beard, declaring, "I am a first-level Dongtian Suxian." However, he omitted the fact that he had only formed one Dongtian after reaching the ninth level of Suxian, making a comparison with Fong Yun, who had formed a Dongtian at the fourth level, rather unfounded. This was also the reason Fong Yun attracted such fierce competition. For his potential to ascend to the second or even third Dongtian was entirely plausible. Within Silver Moon City, once Fong Yun deemed everything in order. He withdrew his consciousness from his avatar and, for safety's sake, erased the avatar's memories pertaining to his true self. The behavioral principles of the avatar blood cloud were akin to Fong Yun's, rendering continuous control unnecessary. Fong Yun was acutely aware that his rapid cultivation could eventually attract undue attention, even though his doppelganger could obscure his true power for a time. Thus, he surmised that his avatar would not remain within the celestial sect for long. Consequently, he instructed Blood Cloud to gather intelligence, procure resources, and acquire celestial techniques. If necessary, he could simply create another doppelganger of a different race. After all, no matter how formidable the members of the celestial sect might be, it would be arduous to link a blood fiend race to a human. At this moment, within a grand hall atop a celestial mountain of the Yunfan celestial sect, Brother Xiao, Miss Olivia has gone too far. Not only did she expel our envoy, but Zhao Yin abruptly halted his speech. What else? Speak quickly. Brother Xiao Wuji raised an eyebrow. Yes, brother. Zhao Yin immediately replied. Some within the sect have observed Miss Olivia and her attendant in intimate companionship, never apart from one another. Instantly, Brother Xiao Wuji's expression darkened. Are you certain of what you claim? I have not witnessed it myself, but the rumor has circulated among the disciples, suggesting it carries some weight. Some even assert that Miss Olivia and that attendant Fong Yun have become entangled, which might explain her repeated disregard for you, brother. As Zhao Yin spoke, a sharp crack echoed as Brother Xiao Wuji's jade fan shattered in his grip. An invisible aura of murderous intent swept through the hall. Yet, in an instant, the malevolence receded, restoring tranquility. You may leave now, Brother Xiao Wuji said with a faint smile. As you wish. Zhao Yin bowed and departed. At this moment, Zhao Yin appeared composed, yet his heart was brimming with delight. Brother Zhao's laughter foretold doom for Olivia and Fong Yun. I, Zhao Yin, am not one to be trifled with. Stepping out of the hall, his small eyes involuntarily narrowed into slits. Within the hall, Brother Xiao Wuji gazed outward, coldly commanding. Investigate whether what Zhao Yin just stated is true. Yes, my lord. A voice replied, though no figure was visible. Merely an hour later, a gentle breeze stirred within the hall. My lord, the investigation has revealed that many disciples have indeed spread such rumors. Brother Xiao Wuji chuckled icily, his countenance darkening as if it could drip water. How audacious. My lord, why must you be so troubled? With our service, are you not content? It is not the same, Brother Xiao Wuji replied. As discontented murmurs resonated, Brother Xiao Wuji remained unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Zhao Yin once more. Following their discussion, sinister laughter gradually filled the chamber. Chapter 39. The Venomous Dragon Swamp. Where the dagger is revealed the next day, Olivia received a mission from the sect. Though somewhat distant, the task's difficulty was moderate. Finding everything reasonable, Olivia paid it little mind and set out with Fong Yun. Brother Xiao, look. Olivia even took that servant with her on a mission. Zhao Yin squinted. Fong Yun, this sect mission entails collecting 10 demon cores from the 3 patterned venomous pythons in the Venomous Dragon Swamp. Those pythons are likely at the 2nd or 3rd level of the virtual celestial realm. I initially had no intention of bringing you, but I feared someone might cause you trouble. However, rest assured, you need only to stay at a distance while I swiftly deal with those venomous beasts. On board the flying vessel, Olivia turned to Fong Yun to explain. At that moment, Fong Yun sat cross-legged at the edge of the vessel, engaged in meditation. The sound resonated, and the doppelganger of Fong Yun opened his eyes, casting a glance at Olivia. Oh, understood, he replied tersely, which instantly left Olivia somewhat flustered. She bit her silver teeth in frustration, utterly vexed. What a dull fellow. Here I am, a considerate master, and you respond with just a no? Through their interactions over time, Olivia had gained a general understanding of Fong Yun. He was indeed, as he had claimed, devoted to the path of cultivation, indifferent to romantic pursuits. His days were consumed by relentless training, making him nothing short of a cultivation fanatic. Unless she specifically summoned him, he would completely disregard her presence. At that moment, after speaking, the doppelganger of Fong Yun closed his eyes once more to resume his meditation. This left Olivia even more speechless. The stunningly beautiful woman found herself ignored by the masculine Fong Yun. Fong Yun, how many celestial orifices have you opened? Why do you persist in concealing your aura? Olivia huffed coldly. Upon hearing this, the doppelganger of Fong Yun reluctantly opened his eyes. Please refrain from disturbing me unless necessary. Thank you. You. Olivia was taken aback. Fong Yun, how dare you speak to me like that? As your mistress, I am not your servant. I merely agreed to accompany you for a century and to assist in taking care of your household matters. Nothing more, replied the doppelganger of Fong Yun, his expression calm as if merely stating a fact. Olivia clenched her delicate fists, her teeth grinding in anger. Yet, recalling that Fong Yun was a legendary potential ascendant, she took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her indignation. Fine. Even if you are not my servant, I have provided you with cultivation resources. Would it be too much to ask for an update on your progress? The doppelganger of Fong Yun pondered for a moment, then released his concealment. In the next instant, Olivia's delicate mouth dropped in astonishment. Second layer of the virtual Immortal Realm. She rubbed her eyes and repeatedly probed with her consciousness, soon confirming the astonishing fact. It was indeed the second layer of the virtual Immortal Realm. In just a short span of time, barely 2 months, he had broken through a layer of cultivation. Olivia was astounded and then overwhelmed with joy. A truly promising ascendant, without a doubt. Giggling, Olivia resembled a little girl who had just discovered a sweet treat. However, the next moment, under Fong Yun's gaze, she quickly covered her mouth. The doppelganger of Fong Yun regarded her with a hint of disdain, thinking, women, TSK. He then closed his eyes again, resuming his meditation. This time, Olivia refrained from disturbing Fong Yun, standing beside him with her emotions fluctuating. At times she stifled a laugh. At other times she cast glances at him, secretly reveling in her astuteness in recognizing talent. Before long, they arrived at the toxic dragon marsh. Olivia roused Fong Yun from his meditation. The miasma within the toxic dragon marsh is poisonous, and ordinary celestial power protections are ineffective. Here, take this detoxification pill, she said, tossing a pill to the doppelganger of Fong Yun before consuming one herself. Then, the two ventured into the marshy forest, quietly delving deeper, completely unaware that several pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching with ill intent. How prepared are we? Xiao Wuji inquired of the attendant beside him. Rest assured, my lord, the area within a radius of several hundred miles has been fortified with a spirit-restricting formation, ensuring that no news can escape. The maid replied, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Zhao Yin chuckled, Brother Xiao, with that detoxifying elixir to aid you, this time you shall undoubtedly fulfill your desires. In a forested area of the marsh, Olivia unleashed her formidable prowess, engaging in fierce combat with several 3-patterned venomous serpents. These monstrous creatures possessed massive serpentine bodies below, while their upper halves were humanoid, adorned with scales and tricolored patterns, sporting greenish faces and sharp fangs. During the intense battle, streams of green venom spewed from the serpents' mouths, all of which Olivia deftly evaded. Die! Olivia cried, her waist ribbon repelling 2 of the serpents, while her celestial sword danced like a butterfly, striking down the other 2 with beams of ethereal light. In an instant, those 2 serpents were severed at the waist. Soon, the remaining 2 serpents met their demise as well. Olivia retrieved the demon core and soared towards the distance, a proud and triumphant smile gracing her face. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she plummeted from the air. What is happening? Olivia barely steadied herself, only to feel her body growing weak and increasingly agitated. Her doppelganger, Fong Yun, noticed Olivia's unusual state from afar and rushed over to inquire, what's wrong? Suddenly, Fong Yun's brow furrowed as he too sensed something amiss with his body. The detoxifying elixir is toxic. Olivia realized, her expression shifting drastically. She hurriedly whispered to Fong Yun, we must leave at once. Someone has plotted against us. A booming laughter echoed through the marshy woods, and soon 7 or 8 individuals leisurely approached. Upon seeing the leading young man, Olivia's heart filled with fury and dread, and she instantly understood. Xiao Wuji, it was you who orchestrated this sect mission. Indeed, Xiao Wuji smirked, his gaze brazenly appraising Olivia's alluring figure. Olivia swiftly produced a pill and swallowed it, then offered one to Fong Yun, quickly retrieving a jade talisman. Xiao Wuji merely watched, showing no intention of intervening. Moments later, Olivia's complexion paled. The message talisman had failed. Furthermore, the pills she had consumed were proving ineffective, causing her body to grow increasingly weak and restless with each passing moment. What you have ingested is not poison, but rather a seductive charm. The detoxifying elixir is utterly useless, unless, Zhao Yin jested. He has played a significant role in all of this. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped Olivia. Xiao Wuji, do you dare to lay hands on me? Are you not afraid of retribution from the immortal sect or the vengeance of the AO family? Realizing escape was futile, she resolved to attempt her last resort. Olivia, at this juncture, do you not find your words rather naive? Xiao Wuji scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Fong Yun. Indeed, once the die is cast, do you believe the AO family would challenge Brother Xiao over matters that are already beyond redemption? I suspect the AO family, for the sake of the great immortal, would rather facilitate this affair. Zhao Yin chimed in, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The doppelganger Fong Yun quietly observed everything, when suddenly, his master, and Olivia encountered trouble. In Chapter 40, Sword Intent, and true fire nucleon. Within the confines of Silver Moon City, Fong Yun was engaged in his tasks when he abruptly heard the call of his doppelganger. Raising an eyebrow, he promptly immersed himself in the past. Although the doppelganger feared not death, he could not be easily bullied. Until now, it was Olivia who had aided him, and Fong Yun had never repaid her kindness. To take without giving is not in Fong Yun's nature. If he could assist without much effort, he would do so. If the situation proved unfeasible, he would depart without hesitation. Upon entering the scene, Fong Yun assimilated the memories of his doppelganger and quickly grasped the situation. At that moment, Fong Yun and Olivia were stumbling in their flight, pursued by 8 individuals who appeared unfazed, their expressions tinged with mockery, much like hunters toying with their prey. Hee. Where do you think you can escape to? Xiao Wuji sneered, his gaze fixated on Olivia's voluptuous figure and her panicked demeanor, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. After long yearning, his desires were on the precipice of fulfillment. Curiously, Xiao Wuji felt little urgency. He relished this sensation of instilling fear and commanding submission. Fong Yun glanced back at the leading Xiao Wuji, who was at the 6th level of the virtual Immortal Realm, flanked by 2 maidens at the 8th level. The remaining 5 consisted of 3 at the 5th level and 2 at the 4th level. Understanding the strength of his adversaries, Fong Yun felt a surge of confidence. It presented a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. Particularly upon noticing the smug Zhao Yan, a wave of murderous intent surged within Fong Yun. This man was not worthy of a deliberate kill, yet if fate brought him into Fong Yun's grasp, he would meet his end. Olivia, you go ahead. I will hold them off. Fong Yun invoked his celestial energy, giving Olivia a gentle push, while he remained steadfast. In that instant, Olivia, racing away, felt a tremor in her heart. She glanced back at Fong Yun's resolute figure, an inexplicable complexity stirring within her. You, at the 2nd level of the virtual Immortal Realm. How can you obstruct them? Olivia hastened away, only to return in the next moment, resolute in her decision. No, you should leave. I will confront them. They are targeting me this time, and I have inadvertently dragged you into this. Determination etched on her face. Fong Yun was momentarily taken aback. In the celestial realm, could there truly exist someone so innocent and benevolent? It was nothing short of miraculous that this woman had survived thus far. Hee, foolish woman. Let us flee together. Fong Yun grasped Olivia's hand, soaring into the distance. Simultaneously, with a thought, he dispatched 100 doppelgangers over several thousand meters to avoid suspicion. Upon their emergence, they immediately assumed their battle forms, concealing themselves as they surged toward Xiao Wuji and his companions. At that moment, Xiao Wuji was losing his patience, especially after witnessing the recent struggle between Fong Yun and Olivia, which ignited a fiery rage within him. Capture them, Xiao Wuji barked. No sooner had his voice faded than a multitude of shadows suddenly appeared several hundred meters away, swiftly advancing. A formation of 100 took shape, and without further ado, it was the Ascendant Sword. A resplendent golden light illuminated the scene as the colossal sword of heaven materialized in an instant. The resplendent celestial light illuminating the poisoned dragon marsh shimmered with golden hues. Suddenly, a shocking transformation occurred, leaving Xiao Wuji and his companions astounded. Before they could comprehend the origins of the colossal golden sword of light hovering hundreds of feet in the air, it came crashing down upon them. An ambush, young master. Flee. The 2 female attendants, possessing the highest cultivation, reacted with remarkable swiftness. They stepped forward, their hands radiating celestial light, and in an instant, a bell-shaped celestial artifact expanded rapidly, positioning itself before the group. Boom. The enormous golden sword struck the bell, causing the void to resonate with a thunderous hum. A surge of force swept through, and the 2 attendants immediately turned pale, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. The clash between the golden sword and the celestial bell unleashed a tempest of celestial energy, ravaging the marshy forest, reducing countless trees to mere dust. Yet, the celestial bell, seemingly of exceptional quality, managed to withstand the onslaught of the gigantic golden sword. In the air, Fong Yun, the master of the operation, observed with a hint of surprise, followed by a cold smile gracing his dark visage. If one strike was insufficient, then let there be another. With a flicker of his sword intent, he commanded the celestial energy of his 99 avatars. In an instant, over 100 phantoms shot forth, only to coalesce into a singular, towering sword of light. As Fong Yun swung his sword, the radiant blade descended like a startled phoenix, plummeting towards the azure sky with unparalleled ferocity, empowered by the essence of the metal sword. The 2 attendants were filled with trepidation, hastily unleashing their vital blood upon the celestial bell overhead. In that moment, the bell erupted with brilliant light. Young master, do you possess any hidden abilities? Quickly employ them. We cannot withstand this. cried the attendant Piao in a frenzy while urging the bell. Caught off guard in the rapid exchange of blows, Xiao Wuji finally regained his senses, trembling in fear. You too hold your ground. I have the true fire talisman bestowed by our ancestor. It can extinguish true immortals. Just as Xiao Wuji finished speaking, the massive sword of light descended once more. Boom. The celestial bell could not bear the weight and plunged several meters downward, the explosive force causing Xiao Wuji and his companions to cough up blood simultaneously. The two defending attendants, Piao and Hong Mei, bore the brunt of the impact, their vitality waning rapidly as blood surged forth uncontrollably. The celestial bell dimmed, swaying precariously in the air before plummeting to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Wuji activated the true fire talisman in his hand. The talisman transformed into a sea of flames, swiftly enveloping Fong Yun and his 100-strong sword formation. Fong Yun furrowed his brow with a flicker of thought. All avatars formed hand seals, instantly shifting the sword formation from offense to defense. Thousands of sword lights swirled around the 100 avatars, forming an immense sword shield barrier. Yet, even so, as the true fire surged forth, Fong Yun felt an inexplicable trepidation. In the next instant, the myriad sword lights began to sizzle and melt under the searing flames, as if they were being engulfed by molten lava. In a heartbeat, the space occupied by the 100 avatars was submerged in the fiery tide. Below, Xiao Wuji, who had previously trembled in fear, now found boldness as he beheld the strange enemies engulfed by the true fire. Not only did he regain his noble demeanor, but he also erupted into wild laughter. Ha! Seeing this, his companions, filled with anxiety, hurriedly flattered him, exclaiming, "Young master, you are truly formidable. Young master, we must depart swiftly. This group of shadowy figures is exceedingly sinister," Shui urged anxiously. Yet, in the next moment, everyone's expressions froze in shock. For they beheld that while the inferno raged on this side, more than 20 shadowy figures had suddenly emerged on the other side. These figures were ablaze, and without a moment's hesitation, they charged directly towards them. At this moment, within the throng of shadows, Fong Yun was filled with fury. The true flames had just incinerated his sword shield, reducing 8 of his avatars to ashes. Fortunately, Fong Yun reacted swiftly, retracting the remaining avatars into the system space. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that over 20 of these avatars had ignited, as if the fire had sprung forth from within, intent on consuming them entirely. This left Fong Yun both enraged and alarmed. He commanded the blazing avatars to spatially shift and reappear elsewhere. Go! Fong Yun commanded coldly with a wave of his hand. The 20-odd fire-wreathed figures, heedless of consequence, began to unleash their celestial energy. Their speed was astonishing. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fiery figures surged into the vicinity of Xiao Wuji and his companions, akin to humanoid nuclear bombs, and detonated in a spectacular explosion. Chapter 41. The misfortune of avatars. A cacophony of screams erupted, and in an instant, the swampy woodland was ravaged by the blasts. When the smoke cleared, the area where Xiao Wuji and the others had been was transformed into a vast pit. They're still alive? The remaining shadowy figures of Fong Yun, sensing a presence within the pit, looked down to find Xiao Wuji in a disheveled state, sprawled within the pit, blood gushing from his mouth. His face etched with profound terror, yet his garments radiated a celestial light, and the jade pendant at his waist shimmered with mysterious glimmers. Remarkably, it had preserved his life. As for the others, they were reduced to mere remnants. Truly, one cannot underestimate the power of those with formidable backing. Their treasures are abundant. Fong Yun marveled at the resilience of life, stronger than that of a cockroach. He had heard that the golden immortal of Flame Cloud was this fellow's ancestor. He pondered whether killing him now would alert the golden immortal. Fong Yun deliberated, deeming it wise to avoid unnecessary risks. In the next moment, a cunning idea struck him, and a wicked smile began to curve upon his lips. Soon, the seductive demon avatar appeared, striding gracefully towards the beleaguered Xiao Wuji. Moments later, the gravely wounded and near-death Xiao Wuji, in a frenzied state, stood up. He then lunged towards the several 3-patterned venomous pythons that Fong Yun had bestowed upon him. These 3-patterned pythons, with human bodies and serpent tails adorned with scales and fangs, were equally deranged in their expressions. It could not be said that one pounced upon the other. Rather, it was a mutual rush towards one another. In an instant, the pit was filled with a cacophony of chaos, a sight too disturbing to behold. Cough, cough, I wish you happiness, Fong Yun remarked, glancing a few times before he could no longer bear to watch. Just as he was about to withdraw, a voice from his avatar resonated in his mind. Master, I've encountered trouble here. Please come and handle it. Fong Yun furrowed his brow, recalling that these two had fled far away. How had they found themselves in trouble again? With that, he shifted his consciousness. Upon taking control of his new body, Fong Yun was suddenly assaulted by a fragrant softness that unceremoniously tugged at his garments. Furthermore, due to the body's nature, he instantly experienced an overwhelming heat. In that moment, Fong Yun comprehended what his doppelganger had meant by encountering trouble. An exclamation of disbelief escaped him. What a fool I was to trust my doppelganger. An hour later, the small grove bore the marks of devastation, with tattered pieces of clothing scattered chaotically across the ground. You, Fong Yun, you scoundrel, taking advantage of me, cried Olivia, her eyes brimming with tears as she pressed her sword against the throat of the doppelganger Fong Yun. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The tip of the blade mere fractions away from his throat. A rare flicker of emotion disrupted the typically calm demeanor of the doppelganger. My true self. You cannot simply depart like this. He furrowed his brow and suggested, first, let us don our garments. Ah, Olivia shrieked, suddenly realizing the gravity of their predicament. Moments later, both were appropriately clothed. The doppelganger Fong Yun maintained his composure, as if nothing had transpired, which only served to infuriate Olivia further. Just as she was about to erupt, he spoke again. You are aware of the circumstances that transpired. They were unintended and unavoidable. I implore you to forget them. My heart is solely devoted to the path, and such thoughts do not linger within me. In an instant, Olivia's fury ignited. What did he mean by that? Was he brushing off the incident so nonchalantly? Such words should be spoken by me, she thought. Ah, I shall end you. Tears streamed down her face like pearls severed from their string as she grit her teeth and drew her sword once more. The doppelganger merely regarded her with unflinching calmness. If you wish to unleash your wrath upon me, you may do so. In doing so, his mission would conclude, allowing him to return to his true self without hesitation. At once, Olivia was taken aback. Her expression shifted dramatically, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Was she truly prepared to take Fong Yun's life? Why was he so unperturbed? Throughout their recent encounters, Olivia had indeed been somewhat captivated by his unique aura, especially during the crisis when Fong Yun had selflessly urged her to flee, leaving her deeply moved. Yet, their relationship had not yet reached such a level. In that fleeting moment, Olivia's emotions were a tangle of complexity. The two stood in a stalemate, Olivia gazing intently at Fong Yun, who simply closed his eyes. Anger gnawed at her, and ultimately, she sheathed her sword, conjuring a flying vessel to depart. The doppelganger Fong Yun, observing this, swiftly followed suit. His mission was to fulfill their agreement. Until it was accomplished or dissolved, he would not retreat. Who permitted you to follow me? Olivia shouted in indignation. Shall I then take my leave? The doppelganger responded. Leave? Olivia hesitated, contemplating the implications of allowing him to depart so easily. Wouldn't that nullify their previous agreement? Moreover, she had sacrificed so much. Moments later, the flying vessel soared away, and as they had arrived together, so too did they depart. Within the Yun Fan immortal sect, the flame cloud golden immortal, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Xiao Wuji was dead. Upon sensing this news, Xiao Yin Yun's brow furrowed. Xiao Wuji was his great-great-grandson, whom he held dear due to their striking resemblance in youth. Yet now he had been slain. What audacity, thought Xiao Yin Yun, his eyes narrowing. He felt not rage, but rather a sense of provocation. He has numerous descendants, and the death of one Xiao Wujia is inconsequential. However, to slay Xiao Wujia would imply a blatant disregard for the esteemed Yin Yun Golden Immortal. I am eager to witness who dares to take the life of Xiao Wujia. Yin Yun, with a cold smirk, closed his eyes, forming intricate hand seals. Moments later, he opened his eyes anew. With a single step, Xiao Yin Yun instantly materialized in the poisoned dragon marsh. There, he beheld a vast, gaping pit on the ground. In the next instant, a twitch of his lips revealed his mounting ire, a dark fury flickering in his eyes. An invisible force surged forth, rendering the surrounding marshland silent, transforming it into a cloud of ash in an instant. As Xiao Yin Yun descended, divine light enveloped the barely humanoid form of Xiao Wujia. Before long, ethereal brilliance swirled above Xiao Wujia's head, conjuring blurred images from thin air. For the sake of a woman, that wretched creature, Xiao Yin Yun inwardly cursed Xiao Wujia's folly. In the next heartbeat, his pupils constricted. What are these? Within the indistinct images, he beheld a group of shadowy figures suddenly appear, ruthlessly advancing upon Xiao Wujia and his companions. Utterly bizarre. Soon, Xiao Yin Yun's mind jolted again. This is the charm demon? His eyes sparkled with astonishment as he continued to uncover shocking revelations. Yet, after further contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. For Xiao Wujia's belongings remained untouched by those shadows. What are these figures? They bear an uncanny resemblance to those of a legendary race. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jian Yun murmured, as a dreadful realization dawned upon him, causing his body to shudder uncontrollably. Chapter 42. Seizing an immortal mine? It has collapsed. Within the Yun Fan immortal sect, a figure silently materialized in Olivia's quarters. This figure stood still in the air, unnoticed by those below. After observing for a considerable time, the figure gradually vanished. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Jian Yun commanded the Void, "Dispatch someone to keep watch over Olivia. Report any anomalies immediately." "Yes, my lord." "And do not forget her attendant." In Silver Moon City, at Fong Yun's estate, the residence now boasted not only an external protective array, but also an internal concealment array acquired through previous auctions. Indeed, a dual-layered formation. Fong Yun believed that nothing was more crucial than stability. If there were, it would be even greater stability. At this moment, Fong Yun was leisurely at ease, surrounded by the envious and coveted charm demons attending to him. Should other cultivators catch sight of his demeanor, they would undoubtedly chide him for his lack of ambition and squandered celestial existence. We would be ashamed to be associated with such a being. Yet, unbeknownst to them, even in his relaxed state, Fong Yun's cultivation was surging upward. It had been 5 days since he ascended to the 4th layer of the void Immortal Realm. Through the relentless efforts of his 5,000 avatars, he successfully opened 6 more immortal apertures. In just 5 more days, he would be poised to challenge the 5th layer of the void Immortal Realm. How astonishingly swift! As he sensed the apertures within him, Fong Yun marveled. This speed was akin to riding a rocket. Every bit of his cultivation had been earned through diligent effort and relentless training, creating an extraordinarily solid foundation. He had not even resorted to the shortcuts of medicinal pills, despite their side effects. This, indeed, was the essence of life in the celestial realm, mused Fong Yun with a light chuckle. He remained safely ensconced in the city, venturing nowhere, relying solely on his avatars to accomplish all tasks. Cultivation, earning, and enjoying life were all accomplished with the avatars taking the blame when necessary. If boredom struck, he would merely enter the consciousness of an avatar and take a leisurely stroll. It was both safe and an experience. To his surprise, the matter concerning Xiao Wuji had not stirred significant turbulence within the Yunfan celestial sect, which made Fong Yun slightly astonished and inwardly vigilant. He took a moment to summarize the recent events before directing his gaze towards the celestial essence crystals within the system space. Recently, due to a bottleneck in the number of avatars, his attention towards the crystals had waned somewhat. Yet, upon inspection, he was astounded. After confirming once more, Fong Yun realized he had not misread. There were a staggering 90 million mid-grade celestial essence crystals. How could there be so many? Fong Yun was taken aback. To convert these mid-grade crystals into low-grade ones would yield a staggering value of 1.9 billion. With this realization, a smile crept onto his lips, which he quickly suppressed and then allowed to return, repeating this several times until he nearly doubled over with laughter. After the initial surprise, curiosity took hold, and he calculated swiftly. Now at the 4th level of the virtual celestial realm, his mind operated with the precision of a computer, and in an instant, he grasped the reason behind the abundance. With his ascension to the 4th level, the significant enhancement of his strength had led to a remarkable increase in mining efficiency. At the 3rd level, his avatars mined 2,000 mid-grade celestial essence crystals daily, but now, the calculated figure was 6,000, a truly astonishing number. This was a simple arithmetic problem. 5,000 avatars mining at the 3rd level for 4 days, followed by 5 days at the 4th level, resulted in precisely 90 million mid-grade celestial essence crystals accumulated. At this rate, it seemed that the mine would not last much longer, Fong Yun murmured, secretly concerned about the sustainability of his mining operation. His 5,000 avatars at the 4th level were equivalent to 300,000 ordinary miners, while the mine employed only 50,000. With a thought, Fong Yun #1 set off once more to the Wanbao Celestial Conference. Celestial essence crystals were not true celestial crystals. Until exchanged, they could not be considered money in the truest sense. With such a significant accumulation of celestial essence crystals, Fong Yun felt it prudent to exchange them sooner rather than later to avoid unforeseen complications. A moment later, in the VIP room of the Wanbao Celestial Conference, Su Qian welcomed Fong Yun #1 with obsequiousness. At this time, Su Qian had changed into a more upscale attire. Although Fong Yun did not fully understand the nuances, he could intuitively sense that this fellow had recently experienced a favorable turn of fortune. "Sir, thanks to your blessings, I, Xiao Su, am now a senior team leader." "Oh, congratulations," Fong Yun #1 replied coolly. Su Qian was instantly taken aback, quickly expressing humility while a smile bloomed on his face. "Sir, what brings you here this time?" Su Qian inquired eagerly. "To exchange celestial crystals." Soon, when Su Qian beheld the storage bag presented by Fong Yun #1, he was instantly rendered speechless by shock. Previously, Fong Yun had exchanged for 160 million low-grade celestial crystals, which had already thrilled Su Qian immensely. This time, however, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Moments later, his superior, Fu Qingzhu, was alerted. Upon arrival, he cast a profound glance at Fong Yu No. 1, seemingly attempting to discern the origins and background of this ethereal figure before him. Fu Qingzhu was also taken aback, for this amounted to a staggering sum of 1,900,000,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Moreover, it was in liquid form. One must understand that even sects like the Yunfan Celestial Sect, despite possessing numerous mines, also had many individuals to support. After distribution, even high-ranking members of the sect rarely had such a considerable amount of liquid celestial crystals at their disposal. Only a merchant association like theirs, dedicated to trade, could possibly present such an immense quantity of celestial crystals in one go. At that moment, Fu Qingzhu was filled with suspicion. This individual had just seized a celestial mine. But that was not his concern. Even if he had indeed seized a mine, it was a testament to the person's capability. After all, their merchant association engaged in legitimate business. Casting another glance at Fong Yun No. 1, Fu Qingzhu solemnly handed over the enormous sum of 1,900,000,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Esteemed guest, your celestial crystals are quite abundant and may pose a risk. I suggest storing them with us, as you can withdraw them at any time. Our Wanbao Xianhui has branches across many realms in the celestial world. Furthermore, we shall provide a certain amount of celestial crystal rewards based on the duration of your deposit. No need, Fong Yun directly declined. It would be foolish to store them anywhere but in my own spatial system for safety. Subsequently, Fong Yun purchased a plethora of elixirs from the association, each serving a variety of functions. Ultimately, he spent less than 100 million celestial crystals, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, he relished the exhilarating feeling of extravagance, as if he could spend endlessly. The next day, pondering over the abundance of celestial crystals he possessed, which he could not yet convert into avatars, he wondered what pursuits to undertake. What should I do? He mused, as he consumed a celestial pill like a candy. In mere moments, it was completely refined by his avatars. At this juncture, Fong Yun sought to identify the ventures that required substantial expenditure. Alchemy, tool forging, and formations seemed to be quite costly, he thought, a spark of inspiration igniting within him, realizing these avenues were worth considering. While ordinary individuals might squander vast amounts of time and celestial crystals on these pursuits, he was different. For him, they would only consume a bit of time. As he contemplated, suddenly, the voice of Yan Qingji echoed in his mind. Not good, master. It has collapsed. The mine has collapsed. What happened? The mining operation teams accidentally triggered a collapse in the mine. Within the mine, a cacophony of rumbling ensued, akin to a dragon thrashing beneath the earth, trembling incessantly. An unexpected cave-in in one of the tunnels had triggered a series of collapses throughout the mining vein. There was no doubt. The area affected was precisely the section excavated by Fong Yun's avatars. Moments prior, due to the rapid pace of the mining forces, one of the smaller teams inadvertently unearthed a hidden vein pillar within the mine, immediately causing a chain reaction. It was purely an accident, and there was no time for remedy. The tremendous commotion instantly drew the attention of the enforcement team. The responsible Yan Qingji rushed to the scene at the first opportunity and reported to the true body of Fong Yun. Upon receiving the news, Fong Yun responded swiftly, directly sending a clone to each division. In rapid succession, 5,000 clones were gathered back by Fong Yun. Simultaneously, within the highest cavern of the cliff across from the mine, the reclusive true immortal mine owner, Ling Yun Jinxian, was awakened by the colossal disturbance. Disturbed from his cultivation, Ling Yun Jinxian was filled with rage. His divine sense swept out, and he became even more furious upon discovering not only the collapse of the mine, but also a significant reduction in the overall celestial energy of the mine detected by his powerful perception. With a frigid expression and eyes gleaming with intensity, Ling Yun Jinxian stepped forth and instantly plunged into the collapsing mine. He moved like a beam of light, deftly avoiding the cascading debris, and swiftly reached the core of the collapse. He sought to comprehend the cause of the collapse and the reason for the evident depletion of celestial energy in this section of the mine. Amidst the tumultuous rubble, he spotted a shadowy figure. This shadow was none other than one of Fong Yun's clones that had entered but could not access the system space. Ling Yun Jinxian was taken aback by the sight of the concealed figure. The shadowy humanoid emitted no aura, and anyone who suddenly laid eyes upon it would undoubtedly be shaken. In the moment of his astonishment, the shadow recognized him as well. With an eerie smile, it promptly took its own life. Almost simultaneously, several other shadowy figures in different mine caverns, unable to enter the system space, also unhesitatingly committed suicide. Realizing what had transpired, Ling Yun Jinxian summoned the corpse of the shadow with a mighty grasp of celestial energy. Upon inspection, he was even more astonished. This was a being he had never encountered before. In the next moment, the corpse of the shadow vanished. Under the suppression of Ling Yun Jinxian's celestial force, it was forcibly erased. Ling Yun Jinxian's pupils constricted. Although this strange shadow was not powerful, it sent a chill down the spine of even a true immortal. Certain characteristics of this peculiar being reminded him of a terrifying existence. What on earth has transpired during my mere months of seclusion? Ling Yun Jinxian was furious. Bursting forth from the mine, he immediately spotted the panicked deputy mine owner, Hudu, rushing towards him. Hudu was currently bellowing at his subordinates. Where is Yin Qingji? Where is that scoundrel Yin Qingji? In an instant, Ling Yun Jinxian's anger intensified. Under the formidable pressure exerted by the true immortal, Hudu coughed up blood as he reported the recent developments. You had already discovered that peculiar being. Why did you not inform me? I beg for mercy, Master Uncle. Hudu, drenched in sweat and at a loss for words, chose to prostrate himself on the ground, burying his head in the soil. At that moment, he had already cursed the ancestors of Yin Qingji multiple times. Where had things gone awry? Everything was supposed to be normal. Damn it. Humph. The true immortal Ling Yun snorted coldly, causing Hudu to spew blood once more, his energy waning to the brink of death. The captain of the enforcement team soon faced punishment as well. Lacking Hudu's connections, he was swiftly slain by the true immortal Ling Yun. Subsequently, she casually appointed someone else as the new captain of the enforcement team, commanding, "This matter is extraordinary. Heighten the vigilance. I shall return to the sect momentarily." With that, she vanished, taking Hudu with her. At the Yunfan Immortal Sect, during the elders' meeting, the assembly gazed at the eerie shadow presented by the true immortal Ling Yun, each lost in contemplation. Could it be the devouring spirit clan? An elder ventured. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The devouring spirit clan was undeniably a terrifying race within the immortal realm. Wherever they tread, all sentient beings would be utterly consumed. It cannot be the devouring spirit clan. They have been suppressed. Moreover, if it were them, why would they merely steal a small quantity of celestial ore? That would herald a calamity of interdimensional proportions. A Taoist in green robes interjected. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the senior brother's words. At that moment, a Taoist on the right spoke up. Do you not sense that this resembles the legendary Taiga clan? Upon uttering this, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Several Taoists trembled involuntarily. After a tense pause, one individual shot a glare at the speaker and solemnly remarked, "Junior brother Fu Guang, do not speak such nonsense. The Taiga clan cannot possibly be this weak. This shadow merely bears some resemblance. If it truly were that entity, it would be Ling Yun Jr.'s sister who perished." With this explanation, the atmosphere in the hall regained its liveliness. Indeed, cease your idle chatter. You startled me. Cough. I merely made a casual remark to enliven the atmosphere. No need to take it seriously, Fu Guang Taoist replied sheepishly. At that juncture, a senior Taoist at the top spoke. There is no need for wild conjecture. This entity does not appear particularly formidable. If we can capture one alive, we shall discern its true nature. I entrust this matter to junior brother Ling Yun. The Taoist glanced at the true immortal Ling Yun. Yes, senior brother. As they deliberated on the plan to capture Fong Yun's avatar, within the confines of Silver Moon City, Fong Yun was in a rather foul mood, berating his numerous avatars in the system space. His voice echoed through the nebulous realm, resonating like celestial music. The 5,000 avatars behaved submissively, wearing expressions of guilt. Losing a few avatars was inconsequential. They would recover by the next day. However, this incident would surely prompt the Yunfan Immortal Sect to bolster their vigilance. This minute would be a while before he could mine again. Fong Yun felt that these avatars were exceedingly careless. They bore no resemblance to him at all. How could mining lead to such a collapse? What a commotion they had caused. Isn't this merely a waste of one's opportunity to acquire wealth? After imparting his lessons, Fong Yun began to share his insights, elucidating the essence of the path of survival to his myriad avatars. The avatars listened intently, absorbing the teachings with great care. As Fong Yun spoke, he was unexpectedly met with a vague understanding of the path of survival emanating from his numerous avatars. Fong Yun was astonished. Could it be that there truly exists a grand path of survival? With a sudden spark of inspiration, he resumed his discourse, passionately expounding for an entire hour before concluding. He then proceeded to reassign tasks. This time, he designated 10 avatars of the human race, 10 fire dragon avatars, and 10 blood fiend avatars, instructing them to disperse and venture into distant realms in search of opportunities and to broaden their horizons. Naturally, each avatar bore a unique appearance, entirely distinct from Fong Yun's true self. Furthermore, To prevent these avatars from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives and being subjected to soul-searching, Fong Yun deliberately erased their memories of his true identity, providing each with a fabricated memory instead. Should they encounter an opportunity, they were to call upon him. If they faced a solvable crisis, they should selectively summon him. And in the face of an insurmountable threat, they were to perish without troubling him. Off they went. With a grand gesture, Fong Yun commanded. Yes. The 30 avatars responded in unison. Chapter 44. Casting a wide net. Versailles. The 30 avatars set forth to explore the celestial realm, allowing fate to guide their development. The number of avatars dispatched would have an almost negligible impact on Fong Yun's true self. However, should even one or two of them stumble upon a fortuitous opportunity, it would be relayed back to him. After all, he stood to lose nothing. Even if none were favored by fortune, the loss would be minimal. This constituted Fong Yun's strategy. These 30 avatars represented the vanguard. Should their endeavors yield favorable results, he would dispatch additional avatars. He envisioned their success, hoping each would soar to great heights and, in turn, elevate his true self. With this aspiration, he sent forth an additional 100 avatars, led by Fong Yun No. 1. Within the territories of the 3 great celestial sects, they were to establish a small faction to test the waters. Fong Yun made no extensive arrangements, simply bestowing upon them the name Sky Piercer. Indeed, it was an assassin organization. Their primary missions were twofold: to eliminate targets for celestial crystals and to gather intelligence. Fong Yun's avatar would serve as the public leader, while Fong Yun's true self remained the mastermind behind the scenes. The diverse attributes of the avatars rendered them exceptionally suited for the assassination trade, a consideration Fong Yun had long contemplated. Previously, he lacked the strength to pursue such ambitions. But circumstances had changed. Now, with 100 avatars at the 4th level of Void Immortal, each a formidable force in its own right, they could confidently navigate the realm without provoking true immortal powers. Moreover, while they presented as 100 individuals, they could easily conceal the potential to expand to 10,000. Fong Yun allocated 10 million low-grade celestial crystals as startup capital to Fong Yun and subsequently released the 100 avatars into Silver Moon City. Afterward, he had little desire to oversee their activities. As it was not opportune to mine at the moment, he directed all remaining avatars to focus on cultivation. Over 9,800 avatars diligently trained on his behalf, achieving an astonishing rate of nearly 5,000 times the normal speed. 2 days hence, Fong Yun would unlock all 12 celestial apertures of the 4th layer of the Void Immortal Realm, advancing to the 5th layer. Within the Fuguang Palace of the Yunfan Immortal Sect, Master Fuguang was presently imparting wisdom to a dozen disciples of the Void Immortal stage. Suddenly, the youngest disciple, Yun, found his celestial energy surging. In the blink of an eye, he broke through his realm, successfully ascending to the 5th layer of the Void Immortal stage. Master Fuguang paused his discourse, casting an astonished glance at Yun. Yun, have you truly ascended to the 5th layer? Indeed, Master. Just now, as I listened to your teachings, I experienced an epiphany, entering a peculiar state of comprehension. My celestial energy surged vigorously within the cave of my mind, and then I broke through, Yun respectfully explained. These words were a carefully crafted response, meant to temporarily justify his rapid progression in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Master Fuguang's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart stirred with astonishment. No wonder his realm had advanced so swiftly. He had attained enlightenment. Yet, was enlightenment truly this facile? Could this disciple, perhaps, possess a prodigious talent akin to that of the extraordinary genius within their sect? While the talent of comprehension seemed commonplace within the Void Immortal Realm, once one reached the true immortal stage, those with profound insight into the laws of the universe could wield immense power. Contemplating this, Master Fuguang regarded Yun with increasing fondness, as though he beheld a precious gem, a potential challenger to that prodigy. Haha, excellent! Master Fuguang exclaimed with mirth. Congratulations, junior brother. The surrounding senior disciples turned their gazes toward Yun, who humbly returned their acknowledgement. Then, addressing Master Fuguang, he inquired, Master, I am uncertain, but since forming the cave of my 4th layer, my cultivation speed has accelerated manifold. Is there a risk associated with such a rapid breakthrough? At this utterance, the expressions of all the senior disciples grew somewhat rigid. This junior brother seemed to possess an air reminiscent of their master and had a knack for subtle boasting, as if he feared others were unaware of his cave. Concerned about cultivating too quickly? Questioning the potential hazards? It was enough to make one want to spit blood. His tone was strikingly similar to that of their master, who often flaunted his understanding of a sliver of the law of light. Amidst the laughter echoing within the celestial palace, Master Fuguang's gaze toward Yun grew even more approving. Yun, bewildered, was genuinely not seeking to boast. Rather, He aimed to subtly instill in those around him the notion, my cultivation speed is remarkable. Should you witness my advancement, do not be astonished. Sit down. After a moment, Master Fu Guang dismissed the other disciples, retaining only Xu Yun. Yun'er, originally your cultivation was modest, and having only recently entered the sect, I had not intended for you to partake in the upcoming disciple competition. However, with your recent breakthrough and the innate strength of the Bloodfiend clan, it would be worthwhile for you to attempt the disciple competition for those in the mid-void immortal stage. Upon hearing this, Xu Yun's spirit was instantly invigorated. As the radiant figure observed him with curiosity, he spoke. The upcoming disciple competition aims to select a group of outstanding disciples to prepare for the imminent trials within the secret realm. Your innate talent is commendable, and although your cultivation level is somewhat lacking, should you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another century for the next. Xu Yun listened attentively, committing all the information to memory. Upon returning to his cave abode, he promptly reported to Fong Yun, Master, I have uncovered an opportunity. The rewards for the top 3 positions are exceedingly generous. In Silver Moon City, upon hearing Xu Yun's report, Fong Yun's interest was piqued. In the following days, he continued his cultivation while observing the activities of his various avatars. Firstly, the fire dragon avatars from the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect had yet to make any progress. Little Fairy Melon remained, and the 3 avatars found no opportunity to act. However, they had unwittingly contributed a significant amount of vital essence. Yet, their diligent efforts were not in vain, as they gradually garnered Melon's trust. As a senior sister, Melon occasionally provided guidance for their cultivation. The breakthroughs in their cultivation, coupled with their closeness to Melon, significantly elevated their standing within the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Fong Yun instructed them to remain vigilant and await further opportunities. Next, he turned his attention to the 30 avatars that had ventured out. From a divine perspective, Fong Yun could observe their fates. Several had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles away and continued to distance themselves. Among them, 3 avatars encountered a fierce battle between true immortals and met their demise. 2 fire dragon avatars were captured and became mounts. Such indignities could not be tolerated, thus they heroically sacrificed themselves. The majority of the remaining avatars achieved little. Yet one caught Fong Yun's attention. A human avatar was unexpectedly favored by an elder from the Golden Han Immortal Palace and brought back to their sect. The sacrificed avatars evidently lacked fortune, and upon revival, were relegated to mere tools for cultivation. Fong Yun dispatched other avatars to replenish their ranks, ensuring the count returned to 30. The Immortal Realm is vast, yet opportunities are not easily encountered, Fong Yun mused, before shifting his gaze to the Citagong organization. Indeed, Fong Xian No. 1 proved to be a seasoned avatar, adept at survival. In Chapter 45, Citagong, the charismatic Xu Yun. Fong Yun quickly learned about recent developments within Citagong through Fong Xian No. 1. Over the past few days, 100 avatars had been strategically dispersed by Fong Xian No. 1, integrating seamlessly into various small to medium-sized factions, more than 20 in total, with a cultivation level of 5th-tier virtual, immortal, and formidable individual combat prowess. These avatars became core members of their new factions almost immediately. Some even attained positions such as Hall Masters or Elders. Meanwhile, Fong Xian No. 1, alongside several avatar brethren, assumed the role of second-in-command within a small faction in the central region, establishing a communication hub for Citagong. Due to the multitude and dispersion of the infiltrated factions, not only did they acquire a wealth of intelligence, but they also subtly disseminated messages within their respective domains. Jobs available. For virtual immortals of 6th tier and below, we handle both the killing and the burial. Guaranteed to be efficient and thorough. The price of assassination is determined by the difficulty of the target. A contract has already been completed, and another is underway. The successful contract involved the assassination of a leader from a certain faction, possessing the strength of a virtual immortal at the 5th level, yielding a profit of 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals. This outcome left Fong Yun speechless, silently commending Fong Xian for the accomplishment. Although the profit from the immortal crystals may seem trivial, it marks merely the beginning, serving as practice for the avatars. Once they reach the true immortal level, Shurtian will emerge as a formidable organization, one that could instill dread even in sects like the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Master, the target of the current assassination mission is one of our own. Should we eliminate him to uphold Shurtian's reputation, or dispose of the client instead? At this moment, Fong Xian inquired of Fong Yun. Soon, Fong Yun grasped the situation, almost bursting into laughter. The second assassination order targeted the second-in-command of a small faction, also a virtual immortal at the 5th level, who feared the avatar that had recently joined, possessing equal strength and a growing reputation. Thus, He sought to covertly eliminate this avatar to eliminate his threat. However, unbeknownst to this second-in-command, the information he received was cunningly disseminated by the very third-in-command avatar he intended to assassinate, resulting in the current mishap. Understanding the sequence of events, Fong Yun promptly declared, "Why eliminate our own? Let us deal with the one who placed the order. The immortal crystals will still be collected. Our reputation shall remain intact. From now on, handle similar situations in the same manner. Master is indeed wise." With Fong Yun's decision made, that night, the unfortunate second-in-command concocted an excuse to summon the third-in-command avatar. He was eager to witness the demise of the one he perceived as a threat. However, he met his own tragic end first, disappearing without a trace. Not only did he sacrifice his life, but he also inadvertently enabled the third-in-command avatar to ascend to the position of second-in-command. Within the Yunfan immortal sect, the arena was alive with excitement as Shu Yun faced off against another disciple in a promotion match. His crimson hair was casually tied back, and he wielded a blood-red spear, pulsating with the power of blood and death, reminiscent of a roaring crimson dragon. He struck with boldness, his spear moving like a dragon, overwhelming his opponent. A virtual immortal at the 5th level, who was steadily driven back, showing little resistance. Surrounding the arena, the crowd was in an uproar, buzzing with energy. Many of the lower-ranked female disciples gazed at the striking and elegant Shu Yun, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Yun is so formidable and handsome," they whispered. "I've heard Brother Yun is exceptionally gifted, having quickly become the favored disciple of Master Fuguang. His future is limitless." "Jia Bai, it seems you're infatuated," teased another. "Brother Shu Yun is from the Blood Fiend clan, possessing 5 hearts. You might not be able to resist him. As for me, with my higher cultivation, I could certainly give it a try." At that moment, the avatar of Shu Yun was none other than Fong Yun himself. Previously, Fong Yun had instructed Shu Yun to inform him before the match commenced, as he found the monotony of staying in Silver Moon City unbearable. Fong Yun believed that this was an opportunity he must seize personally, as he relished the cheers from the arena and the whispers of the beautiful female disciples. The power behind his spear grew ever more formidable. The dragon's roar echoed, blood surged, and thunder roared. The 13 guns of the dragon's roar is a celestial technique that Shu Yun exchanged with his contribution points within the Yunfanxian sect. Its essence lies in being grounded and steadfast. One must never expose the true techniques of one's own cultivation. "Wei Ji, if you do not concede, I shall be compelled to employ my next strike, which may inadvertently harm you," Fong Yun remarked with a calm demeanor, as he effortlessly wielded his spear and sent the opposing male cultivator flying. Wei Ji's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. After decades of dedication to his craft, he found it difficult to accept being addressed as junior brother by someone who had only recently joined the sect. If he were to be defeated, perhaps he could accept the title, but he had not yet lost. Enraged, Wei Ji retorted, "Shu Yun, the outcome is still uncertain. Your arrogance is unwarranted." Upon finishing his words, Wei Ji leapt into the air, wielding a celestial artifact gauntlet that radiated dazzling light. His fists danced like fluttering butterflies, and in an instant, the air before him was stirred by celestial energy, forming a vast ocean of tidal waves. Within the tides, countless imprints of his fists intertwined, crashing toward Fong Yun with tremendous force. Raging wave divine fist. "Hate style?" Below, female disciples gasped, secretly worrying for their brother Shu Yun. It was not favoritism, but rather because Shu Yun was far more handsome than Wei Ji, with striking red hair and a graceful demeanor that made him captivating to behold. As the tidal imprints approached, Fong Yun merely scoffed. Instead of retreating, he surged forward like a rainbow against the current. "The universe dances in the palm of my hand. The moon hangs like a hook," he declared, channeling the bloodthirsty energy within him. With a swift thrust of his spear, it spun and pierced the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a torrent of blood-infused power that coalesced into a blood moon. Surrounding this blood moon, countless crimson threads bloomed like delicate petals, propelling it forward with electrifying speed. In the next moment, the two figures crossed paths in midair. The tidal fist imprints rapidly transformed into a deep crimson. With a gasp, Wei Ji spat blood as Fong Yun retracted his spear. "Shu Yun triumphs," the referee announced, a smile gracing his face as he glanced at the airborne Shu Yun. "Ha ha!" cheered the spectators, and Master Fuguang reveled in the moment, boasting to a fellow true immortal beside him. "I previously accepted a disciple from the bloodthirsty clan, who has been rather boastful. Yet, I wonder how his talents and strength measure against my disciple?" Master Fuguang grinned wickedly. The expression of a true immortal named Ling darkened at these words, recognizing the thinly veiled jab aimed at him. For he had also taken in a disciple from the bloodthirsty clan named Shui Kuang, who was only at the first tier of the virtual immortal stage and had opened merely 3 celestial orifices. What is there to be proud of? In the next round, your disciple will likely face Olivia from the AO family, who has already reached the 6th tier. Winning will be an impossible feat. Chapter 46. Unyielding yet resolute. A peerless genius in the arena's sky, Fong Yun sheathed his spear and waved down to the ground before gracefully descending beside Master Fu Guang. Well done, Master Fu Guang complimented him. Your next opponent will be that girl Olivia. She is at the 6th tier of the virtual immortal stage and possesses formidable strength. So do your utmost. Fong Yun nodded in acknowledgement and sat cross-legged to commence his recovery. The disciples of the Yunfanxian sect are numerous, and this competition is divided into 2 arenas, the mid-stage of the virtual immortal and the late stage of the virtual immortal. The mid-stage competition attracts over 1,000 participants. Initially, a chaotic battle ensues, leaving behind 100 formidable contenders. These 100 are then divided into 10 groups for individual contests, with the top 3 from each group advancing, culminating in 30 disciples who will partake in the final tournament. The final tournament is straightforward, featuring 3 platforms, each designated as first, second, and third. The 30 disciples scramble for dominance. At the end of the time limit, those still standing on the platforms are declared the top 3 and assigned their respective ranks. At this moment, Fong Yun's group is the 5th. Coincidentally, Hui is also placed in this group. Fong Yun has long been aware of her presence, having interacted with her on several occasions and engaged in deeper exchanges. The subsequent 2 matches do not involve Fong Yun, who casually observes for a few moments before closing his eyes to meditate. It is not until the 3rd match that Fong Yun makes his grand entrance once more, facing none other than Hui. You're at the 5th level of the virtual immortal. You may attack first, Hui states coolly, brandishing her sword. Opposite her stands Yun, whose striking crimson hair betrays a rather flamboyant demeanor. His earlier performances hinted at a deliberate attempt to show off, much to Hui's disapproval. In comparison to her own subordinate, Fong Yun, she finds Yun lacking in terms of the quality of his Dao heart. Unconsciously, she compares the 2 and ultimately concludes that Fong Yun surpasses him significantly. Be cautious, junior sister Hui. I am no ordinary virtual immortal, but a celestial virtual immortal. Nearing the 6th level, Fong Yun remarks with a smile. He then steps forward, his movements resembling a dragon in flight, thrusting his spear directly at Hui. Hui furrows her brow and raises her sword to block. Bang! The essence of immortality surges, and the air vibrates with a resonant hum. A single strike reveals the depth of their powers. To her astonishment, she discovers that Yun's immortal energy is not inferior to her own. Instantly, she dismisses any lingering underestimation. In the next moment, the 2 engage in a fierce clash, with sword lights and spear glimmers illuminating the sky, accompanied by the fluttering of colorful ribbons and the roar of dragons. The battle in the air becomes not only intense, but also breathtakingly beautiful. Yun is incredibly powerful, a 5th-level virtual immortal, yet he matches senior sister Hui. One onlooker exclaims, "Ah, but you may not know, Brother Yun is a rare celestial virtual immortal. Otherwise, why would he attract the favor of Master Fu Guang, a celestial virtual immortal? My heavens!" Several junior sisters gasp in awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Go, Brother Yun. Go, Brother Yun. Among the crowd, Fong Yun's avatar, posing as Hui's attendant, is also present to witness the spectacle. As he observes the fierce duel above, he is acutely aware that the one fighting as Yun is, in fact, his master, Fong Yun. Thus, he ardently supports his master's victory. Nothing else matters. His master reigns supreme. In comparison, Hui is inconsequential. Even if his master commanded him to end his own existence or to strike down Hui, the avatar would do so without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps even the avatar does not support Hui. As the battle unfolds in the skies, Fong Yun grows increasingly formidable, employing the 13th style of the Dragon Roar 13 spears, now reaching the 8th technique. The clouds shift and the intent to kill is concealed, sweeping away legions across vast distances. The soaring eagle, Fong Yun let out a light exclamation, his crimson hair billowing, as he wielded his spear with an intensity that sent forth a myriad of shimmering spear lights, resembling cascading clouds and surging waves, akin to a formidable army charging forth with an ominous brilliance. Olivia watched in astonishment. She was aware that the Dragon Roar 13 spears was an exceptionally potent spear technique. However, achieving even a modest mastery was no trifling task. Yet, before her stood the blood cloud, already executing the 8th spear strike. It was evidently nearing completion. This was utterly inconceivable. How long had this individual been here? Was this truly the mark of a prodigy? Though she herself bore the title of genius, in comparison to the blood cloud before her, it was glaringly apparent that she paled in significance. In a fleeting moment, Olivia felt a twinge of admiration before her expression turned solemn. With swift precision, she formed seals with her hands, channeling ethereal light onto the sword suspended before her. In an instant, the celestial sword split into myriad beams, coalescing into a miniature sword formation. Within this formation were hundreds of luminous swords, radiating a delicate violet glow. Mysterious and fierce. Violet star sword shadows go. Olivia called out, guiding the swords with her gestures. In an instant, hundreds of light swords shot forth like startled swans, racing towards the relentless spear light. A thunderous resonance filled the air, a cacophony that shook the very void. As the dust settled, Olivia and Fong Yun stood 100 meters apart, suspended in midair. Fong Yun held his spear behind his back, exuding an air of calm confidence. Olivia, astounded, felt her emotions shifting unpredictably. The onlookers were bewildered, uncertain of who had triumphed. Yet, in the next moment, Olivia abruptly conceded defeat, descending gracefully to the ground. In truth, neither had emerged victorious. They had reached an impasse, yet that had been her most formidable technique. Furthermore, Olivia understood that the blood cloud belonged to the Blood Fiend clan, a lineage endowed with a ferocious innate talent that, once awakened, could amplify its power tremendously. It was evident that her opponent had not yet tapped into this racial gift. Thus, there was no further purpose in continuing the battle. Recognizing her disadvantage, Olivia decisively chose to concede, preparing for the subsequent matches. Ha! The spectator, Master Fugue, erupted into laughter. Yet, as his mirth subsided, his gaze turned earnest as he remarked with a hint of regret, "What a pity. My disciple is merely at the 5th layer of the Void Immortal stage. Otherwise, defeating someone at the 6th layer of the Void Immortal would likely have been much easier." He then turned to the nearby True Immortals, casually inquiring, "What do you think?" The True Immortals merely shrugged, remaining silent. The True Immortal of the Ling clan stood up, waved his sleeve dismissively, and uttered a parting remark before departing. "What a boast. Your disciple has reached his limit here. The next opponent is at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the Void Immortal stage, destined to lose." As if to echo his words, Fong Yun, having claimed victory, did not immediately depart. Instead, he sat cross-legged in midair, much to the astonishment of the gathered crowd. Moments later, gasps of surprise erupted among them. Good heavens! It seems Brother Yun is about to break through. Indeed, within Silver Moon City, Fong Yun was on the verge of a breakthrough. The frenetic cultivation of his myriad avatars had accumulated over several days, perfectly aligning for this day to challenge the 6th layer of the Void Immortal stage. Thus, Fong Yun chose the most extravagant manner to advance. His ascent was swift, an undeniable truth. Fong Yun did not wish to deliberately suppress his cultivation out of concern for the safety of his avatars, such as Blood Cloud. Though his avatars possessed an innate ability to conceal their presence and disguise their cultivation, he was uncertain as to how high a realm they could effectively obscure from the discerning eyes of others. Moreover, within the Yunfan Immortal sect, there were numerous formidable figures, and Blood Cloud, being conspicuous as he mingled openly with true immortals, could not be entirely concealed. The more one attempted to be secretive, the more suspicion it could incite. Thus, at this moment, Fong Yun boldly declared to all, "Indeed, I am Blood Cloud, an extraordinary genius, a void-level celestial being, a prodigy of unparalleled comprehension." This was the new realm of understanding he had grasped, embracing the path of perseverance without reservation. Chapter 47, When Fury Unleashes. The momentum soars like a dragon in the void. Blood Cloud's celestial energy surged, drawing the ethereal essence from all directions to converge upon him. Soon, his figure was enveloped in resplendent, celestial light. In that instant, many divine thoughts within the Yunfan Immortal sect silently swept over him. On the observation platform, the eyes of the true immortal Fu Guang sparkled with astonishment. Could it be that he truly was on the verge of a breakthrough? It had only been a few days, after all. The Taoist murmured, struggling to believe it. No one understood Blood Cloud better than he, who had only recently ascended to the 5th layer of the void-level celestial realm. Yet now, he appeared poised to break through once more. Was he truly a prodigious genius with exceptional comprehension? Or perhaps, Fu Guang pondered, his thick brows instinctively knitting together, as brilliance surged within his gaze. "Fu Guang, congratulations. It seems you have acquired an extraordinary disciple," remarked a fellow true immortal, gazing enviously at Blood Cloud suspended in the air. Fu Guang, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Of course, follow me." In the next moment, a hum resonated through the void as Blood Cloud's celestial energy swirled, his momentum climbing steadily. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he ascended to the 6th layer of the void-level celestial realm. Fong Yun opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the increasingly vigorous celestial energy within him. a smile forming at the corners of his lips. He then cupped his fists in a gesture of respect and addressed the assembly. I have gained insights from the recent battle, which may have delayed your time. Blood Cloud extends his apologies to all. Upon utterance of these words, the expressions of the surrounding disciples shifted markedly. Blood Cloud's behavior was both ostentatious and humble, leading to a polarized perception among the onlookers. Those who found him disagreeable grew even more resentful, deeming him shamelessly pretentious. Conversely, those who admired him felt as if stars were about to leap from their eyes, yearning to cast their ardor into Brother Yun's heart. In the air, after delivering his apologies, Fong Yun did not linger further, stepping forth to return to his master, the true immortal Fu Guang. Master, I have just gained further insights and inadvertently achieved a breakthrough, he confessed. Fu Guang's lips twitched imperceptibly, and after regarding Fong Yun intently, he replied with a smile. Very well, but do not let pride consume you. Understood, Fong Yun acknowledged. Following this battle, he had but one opponent remaining in the group matches. It was not until evening that he was called to the stage once more. At that moment, the setting sun cast its fading light across the sky. Thin clouds stretched over the horizon, resembling crimson scales. Beneath those clouds, in the arena, Fong Yun stood poised in confrontation with a young man suspended in the air. The young man stood tall, exuding an ethereal grace, with faint azure patterns gracing his temples. As an adversary, Fong Yun had previously acquainted himself with this individual, Shuo Feng, a 6th-level virtual immortal, reputedly hailing from the Kuei Feng Wolf clan. Coincidentally, Shuo Feng also wielded a spear, with the referee's command. Both Fong Yun and Shuo Feng vanished from sight almost simultaneously. In the next instant, the air resonated with the clash of metal. Their figures flickered with blinding speed, creating countless afterimages as they engaged in a fierce contest, exchanging blows hundreds of times without resorting to immortal techniques, relying solely on their martial prowess with spears. Shuo Feng radiated a shimmering azure light, his movements fluid and elusive, his spear techniques mysterious and cunning. In contrast, Fong Yun was enveloped in a vibrant crimson glow, his spear striking with the force of a dragon, each blow resonating with immense power and ferocity. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The air was filled with a cacophony of clangs and echoes, sparks and ethereal glimmers erupting around them. Wherever they battled, the orderly crimson clouds above were thrown into disarray by their formidable energies. As their combat persisted, neither had unleashed their most potent abilities. Yet both were astonished by the intensity of the struggle. The Kuei Feng Wolf clan was indeed a formidable lineage, inherently attuned to the path of wind. This battle confirmed such a reputation. After repelling Shuo Feng with a powerful thrust, Fong Yun contemplated the potential of acquiring Shuo Feng's blood. To his surprise, he found his junior brother Yun's spear techniques to be remarkably formidable. Nonetheless, it seemed that it was time to conclude this encounter. Enough, Shuo Feng declared, his azure radiance intensifying. In the next moment, a colossal azure wind wolf apparition emerged around him, complete with wings, a singular horn upon its forehead, sharp fangs, and a piercing gaze. The instant it manifested, Shuo Feng's speed surged. He instantly appeared behind Fong Yun. Startled, Fong Yun sensed the impending attack and swiftly turned to meet it with his spear. Bang! In the following second, Fong Yun was struck by the rapidly approaching spear. Sent hurtling backward, Shuo Feng's figure showed no signs of faltering. The phantom wind wolf's wings whirled rapidly, relentlessly pursuing Fong Yun. Caught off guard, Fong Yun could only barely fend off the onslaught. In the stands, many true immortals witnessed the spectacle with keen interest. The Kuei Feng Wolf clan possessed an unparalleled understanding of wind-based immortal arts. Should Shuo Feng ascend to true immortality, he would likely grasp the principles of wind with ease. Brother Fuguei, it seems your disciple may be on the verge of defeat, remarked one observer. Fuguei Jinren frowned slightly, yet retorted coldly, not necessarily. My disciple belongs to the Blood Fiend clan and possesses his own innate talents. Above the arena, Shuo Feng charged once more. His spear a flurry of shadows aimed directly at Fong Yun's form. Enraged, Fong Yun was not lacking in strength. In fact, thanks to his formidable physique and rapid recovery, he could maintain an advantageous position. However, Shuo Feng's current state rendered him exceedingly swift. Without an equally rapid immortal technique at his disposal, Fong Yun found himself suppressed by the speed of his opponent, trapped in a predicament where his strength could not be effectively wielded. Realizing this was an untenable situation, Fong Yun's body trembled as he summoned a vast reservoir of celestial energy, delivering a sudden palm strike behind him, causing the void to erupt with a deafening explosion. With a sudden surge of counterforce, Fong Yun swiftly stabilized his body. He boldly raised his weapon and retaliated with ferocity. Simultaneously, he activated his racial talent, entering a state of frenzy. As his fury ignited, He felt the bloodthirsty energy within him boil over. An ominous and violent aura surged to his mind. His crimson hair danced wildly, resembling a blood dragon in flight, and a red haze quickly enveloped his eyes. His strength and speed surged by 50%. Yet his sanity began to fray, growing increasingly bloodthirsty. With a swift motion, Fong Yun launched himself forward, his figure a blur, and his spear roared like a blood dragon. Shocked, Shuafeng found himself close enough to engage, left with no choice but to confront Fong Yun head-on. As their weapons clashed, Shuafeng felt the overwhelming ferocity of his opponent. In an instant, the hand gripping his spear was left numb from the impact. The sounds of metal clashing erupted like thunder. Fong Yun's spear moved like a shadow of blood, striking with the force of a tempest. And Shuafeng's advantage and speed evaporated as he was forcefully driven downward by Fong Yun's unyielding assault. Gasping, Shuafeng's complexion flushed as he was struck with such intensity that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fong Yun's eyes brightened at the sight, the bloodthirsty energy eagerly consuming the crimson liquid. He continued his relentless onslaught, his momentum akin to a dragon's might. With each collision, blood trickled from the corners of Shuafeng's mouth, silently whisked away by the bloodthirsty force. Noticing that he had gathered sufficient blood, Fong Yun decided to conclude the encounter. It ends here. Dragon's Roar, the 11th strike. Blind Dragon. At that moment, the spectators surrounding the arena were left in awe. The bloodthirsty clan's innate abilities were truly formidable. Shuafeng appeared utterly defenseless. While undeniably powerful, the abilities had time constraints and side effects. If Shuafeng could endure until the blood cloud weakened, victory would be his. A few perceptive disciples began to analyze the situation. However, in the next heartbeat, they witnessed the blood cloud spear whirl violently in the air, morphing into a colossal, menacing blood dragon that charged forward with unstoppable force, crashing directly into Shuafeng. With a resounding thud, Shuafeng was smashed into the martial platform, the sturdy ground erupting in a shower of debris, creating a vast pit. As the dust settled, Fong Yun hovered in the air, the crimson hue receding, embodying a calm demeanor even as a wave of weakness washed over him. Below, Shuafeng lay in tatters, helplessly sprawled in the pit, a profound sense of defeat washing over him. He had lost. A cultivator at the 6th level of the virtual Immortal Realm, with 10 celestial apertures, had been bested by someone merely stepping into the 6th level. It was not merely a loss due to racial talent, but a defeat in overall strength. That individual had just executed the 11th strike of the Dragon's Roar Spear technique, signifying its mastery. With the announcement of the outcome by the officiating judge, Fong Yun was declared the victor. The results for the top 3 in this round were thus revealed. First place went to Blood Cloud, second to Shuafeng, and third to Olivia. The final match to determine the top 3 among 30 disciples would take place in 2 days. After this match, the competition temporarily came to a halt, and the crowd gradually dispersed. However, the fervor of today's battle ignited passionate discussions among many spectators. The top 3 contenders from each group were remarkable individuals, each possessing a degree of renown among the disciples of the Yunfan Immortal Sect. Naturally, the performance of Shu Yun garnered considerable attention, particularly his audacious breakthrough during the contest. Within the Hall of Flickering Light, the esteemed Master Fu Guang observed Shu Yun from above, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Was this disciple a true genius, or did he possess some extraordinary treasure? Perhaps he was the reincarnation of a powerful immortal? Master Fu Guang's penetrating gaze sought to discern clues from this disciple, yet no definitive conclusions emerged, leaving him in a quandary. The thought of soul searching crossed his mind, stirring a sense of intrigue within him, but he soon found himself ensnared in conflict. Soul searching could unveil secrets with ease, serving as the most direct method. However, it was also the most impolite and brutal means, infringing upon privacy and damaging the soul. Currently, they enjoyed a teacher-student relationship. Yet conducting a soul search would inevitably transform them into adversaries. There was no doubt about that. If the results of the soul search revealed that Shu Yun harbored dark ulterior motives, it would be one matter. Yet, if he truly was a prodigious talent, the repercussions would be irreplaceable. In the realm of immortals, countless beings existed, and many possessed extraordinary gifts. The Yunfan Immortal Sect itself had a prodigy who achieved true immortality at the age of 50. Compared to that individual, while his disciple exhibited rapid advancement, he was still a long way from such heights. Without attaining true immortality or comprehending the path, one would forever remain insignificant. Like an ant, no matter how swiftly an ant may grow, it remains an ant nonetheless. The threshold of true immortality had obstructed the paths of innumerable celestial cultivators. Feeling uneasy under Master Fu Guang's scrutinizing gaze, Jian could not help but inquire, "Master, you summoned me. May I ask the reason?" At that moment, he was merely a doppelganger. but he retained all memories of the competition. Yunner, do you possess some extraordinary treasure? Master Fu Guang asked tentatively. Shui Yun was taken aback and replied, no. I am bewildered by your words, master. Since you possess nothing, why do you flaunt yourself so brazenly? Are you not concerned about being misunderstood or coveted? Master Fu Guang retorted. Shui Yun, looking perplexed, quickly responded, Master, I truly do not. Today, I experienced a sudden epiphany and inexplicably broke through. It was not my intention. However, Master previously mentioned that an epiphany is a great opportunity, and since it has come to me, I cannot simply disregard it. Upon hearing this, Master Fu Guang's lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness, how infuriating this boy is. Have you mastered the 11th strike of the dragon roar 13 spears? Master Fu Guang casually inquired. This revelation astonished him as a mentor. What level of comprehension could yield such astonishing results? Replying to Master, it is not the 11th strike. I have comprehended the 13th strike, Shui Yun asserted. Master Fu Guang, In Silver Moon City, Fong Yun returned after completing his cup, though it was not entirely a facade. Today, he had indeed made significant gains. Having witnessed firsthand the caliber of the disciples of the Yunfan immortal sect and the extraordinary talents of the blood fiend Doppelganger, and the shortcomings in one's own abilities. Such insights can only be acutely felt through personal experience. One must traverse myriad paths to truly comprehend the vastness of existence. Knowledge emerges from thorough exploration. It is impossible for a person to remain in one place, relying solely on imagination or observation. To fully grasp the myriad complexities of the world and to penetrate the essence of various truths. The wisdom gained in such a manner is often superficial, merely scratching the surface. It is akin to lamenting one's troubles while lounging on a grand chair. Fong Yun reclined in his grand armchair, lost in contemplation, drawing lessons from his experiences. His physical strength was formidable, and his mastery of celestial arts and supernatural powers was adequate for the time being. However, he sensed a deficiency in his agility and speed. For instance, had he possessed greater speed today while facing the Kuei-Feng wolf, he might not have had to resort to his berserk state. The principles of the wind seemed to resonate deeply with Fong Yun, who found himself intrigued by the innate talents of the Kuei-Feng wolf. He then retrieved a large basin of blood, obtained from the vanquished foe. The essence of blood is different from mere blood. The former is the quintessence that can be extracted from the latter. Unable to obtain the Kuei-Feng's essence directly, Fong Yun opted to inflict enough damage to elicit a copious flow of blood, indeed, a full basin. He began the extraction process. Flames of celestial light erupted from his palms, enveloping the spoils of battle. Soon, the basin of blood began to boil, evaporating and condensing. After several moments, Fong Yun acquired a droplet of blood that shimmered with a green hue. He pondered whether this single drop would suffice to activate the racial selection feature. As he absorbed the essence, his gaze fixated on the system's racial options. In the next moment, a transformation indeed occurred. It was feasible. Fong Yun felt a surge of confidence. Furthermore, the Kuei-Feng wolf tribe was classified as high quality. With a mere thought, he summoned a shadow clone and transformed it into a Kuei-Feng wolf. Instantly, the form of the shadow shifted rapidly, morphing into a majestic azure wolf. This azure divine wolf resembled the phantom that Shuo Feng had manifested, sporting a pair of wings and a single horn upon its brow, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Fong Yun observed with clarity that swirling winds accompanied this azure wolf, evoking a sense of ethereal grace. As Fong Yun's consciousness melded with the wolf, he soon found himself smiling in delight. The innate supernatural ability, gale, an inherent affinity for the principles of wind. In that moment, Fong Yun fully grasped the profound significance of the racial selection for his clone, recognizing the innate advantages in comprehending the great principles of the universe. If he could gather more gifted races, it would mean an opportunity to understand a greater multitude of laws. The efficiency of his comprehension would multiply exponentially compared to that of his original form. It is crucial to understand that the strength, depth, and variety of the laws one comprehends dictate the power of a true immortal and the realms that follow. Imagining the potential for even greater prowess upon advancing to true immortality brought a knowing smile to Fong Yun's face. Chapter 49. No madness, no conquest of the leader. After creating the Kuei-Feng wolf clone, Fong Yun adhered to the principle of addressing weaknesses by commanding his clone, Blood Cloud, to venture to the Cloud Fanxian sect's scripture repository to select a wind-based agility technique. Wind escape without trace is a wind principle agility technique, attainable only through the mastery of the wind's great principles. Undoubtedly, the complete version is exorbitantly priced, and the contribution points from Blood Cloud are woefully inadequate. Thus, only the initial portion of the ethereal technique was exchanged. This segment of celestial methodology can be cultivated without comprehending the principles of the wind element. As soon as the technique was acquired, Fong Yun instructed his Kuei-Feng wolf avatar to commence its training. Soon, Fong Yun began to appreciate the unique insights that the Kuei-Feng wolf possessed regarding the comprehension of wind-based celestial arts. It was almost effortlessly accessible. Initially believing it to be simple, his skeptical nature compelled him to attempt it himself, and he humbly acknowledged the inherent advantages of the Kuei-Feng wolf's talent. There was no denying it. He possessed a gung metal spiritual root, granting him an edge in understanding metal-based techniques. However, when it came to wind techniques, his proficiency was merely average. While not entirely incapable of comprehension, his progress was sluggish, demanding a considerable investment of time. Every individual, like every entity, possesses its own characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages. Harmony yields exponential results, while discord leads to inefficiency. This is the simplest truth of the Great Way. Professional matters are best left to those with expertise. With a sigh of realization, Fong Yun transformed 99 more Kuei-Feng wolf avatars. Instantly, 100 graceful and ethereal young men and women appeared within the system's nebulous realm. Learning from past experiences, Fong Yun ensured that each avatar bore a distinct appearance. Commence training. With Fong Yun's command, the 100 Kuei-Feng wolf avatars fervently began to practice the technique of wind escape without trace. In that moment, the nebulous world became a tapestry of shadows and reflections. Initially, their movements appeared somewhat clumsy, but as time progressed, they swiftly demonstrated astonishing results. Insights began to flood back to Fong Yun, prompting his own body to move within the courtyard. With the mastery of the technique, he imparted his understanding to the avatar Blood Cloud. After several attempts, Blood Cloud, as Fong Yun had anticipated, quickly grasped this wind-based movement technique. Although not particularly adept in wind arts, it was akin to Fong Yun directly transferring his comprehension into the avatar's mind. A lack of expertise was not a hindrance, as long as one was not foolish. It sufficed. Subsequently, to ensure victory in the finals and solidify Blood Cloud's reputation as an unparalleled genius within the Yunfan immortal sect, Fong Yun commanded Blood Cloud to exchange for a comprehensive offensive and defensive celestial technique, the four symbols of chaos. Train. All of you train. Time flowed slowly, and before long, the third day arrived. At this moment, in a grand plaza of the Yunfan immortal sect, 3 elevated platforms floated majestically, radiating a soft, rosy glow. This was the climactic battle, where those who occupied the platforms would earn their respective ranks. The rewards were exceedingly generous. The rules were simple yet brutal. There were no rules. Do not inquire whether it would be a free-for-all or one-on-one duel. Engage as you wish. Once the incense had burned for 3 sticks, those remaining on the platform would be deemed victors. Naturally, the platforms were narrow, allowing only one person to stand upon them. At this moment, the plaza was already surrounded by eager spectators, the atmosphere vibrant and electric. The disciples were debating which 3 individuals would claim the top 3 positions, and some had even clandestinely opened betting pools, wagering on their predictions for the finalists. A few years ago, Brother Fan Xian achieved the pinnacle of the 6th layer of illusory immortality. It is rumored that he intentionally suppressed his cultivation in order to pave the way for the opening of a cave heaven. Undoubtedly, he is the frontrunner. Indeed, I share this sentiment. I have wagered 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals on Brother Fan securing first place. A little gamble for amusement. Haha. However, I remain unconvinced. Brother Xiao Yin has also reached the 6th layer of illusory immortality, and his mastery of fire-based divine abilities is unparalleled, having received direct guidance from the esteemed Master Yin Yun. Sister Luo Yu is equally at the 6th layer of illusory immortality, and she is certainly not inferior to the 2 you mentioned. The onlooking disciples were animated in their discussions, passionately defending their favored brothers and sisters, to the point of nearly coming to blows. The names most frequently mentioned were the 3 mentioned above, although a younger sister inadvertently brought up the name of Brother Yun, albeit in a hushed tone, quickly drowned out by the fervor of the crowd. Ding! The sound of a golden bell resonated. On the platform, 7 or 8 figures of profound light descended from the heavens, taking their seats. These were the elders and judges presiding over the competition. Among them was the revered Master Fu Guang, mentor of Shuiyun. Once the elders settled, another resounding bell echoed, signaling the entrance of the competing disciples. The air surged with excitement as the 30 contestants, who had been waiting on the sidelines, leaped into the air, charging towards the center of the square. It was as if they were showcasing their skills, each exhibiting their unique prowess like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Among them, a striking bald youth caught the eye. He wore a smile, treading on the void with an air of calmness, each step blossoming like a lotus. With every movement, a transcendent melody enveloped him, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and serenity, prompting the other contestants to respectfully distance themselves. Look, it's Brother Fan Xian. How formidable, how handsome. The crowd gasped in admiration. Amidst the radiant, immortal light, another figure exuded an overwhelming presence, charging forth like a divine dragon of celestial fire, none other than Xiao Yan. Fong Yun, bewildered by the spectacle, found himself lagging behind. Watching in disbelief, these individuals had merely ascended a stage, yet they made it seem as though they were receiving accolades for securing a top position. One might mistakenly assume they had already claimed the coveted prize. Fong Yun scoffed, and with a surge of blood and vitality, his form ignited like lightning. Concurrently, a resounding celestial melody erupted forth. No ambition, no claim to supremacy, no combat, no victory over the profound and yellow realms. Among my peers, I am the unparalleled prodigy. The celestial sound reverberated, wild and unrestrained. Clad in a flowing robe, Fong Yun soared with the momentum of rising clouds, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the elevated platform. In an instant, the competing disciples on the square were left in a state of bewilderment. Even the thousands of spectators surrounding the square fell into a sudden silence. After a brief pause, the air filled with shouts of indignation. What the hell? The competition hasn't even begun, and you're already singing and claiming the high ground. How shameless. How arrogant. How dare you? It was not merely the fact that combat had yet to commence, even if it had. To be the first to ascend the pinnacle was tantamount to inviting the ire of the remaining 29 competitors. Among the onlookers, even some who initially supported Xiao Yun found themselves sheepishly lowering their heads. On the platform, the assembled true immortals, after a moment of astonishment, were met with the delighted praise of Daoist Qiang at the center. What a bold declaration. No ambition, no claim to supremacy. Haha, indeed. This cohort of disciples possesses remarkable vigor and striking charisma. It appears that during the expedition to the secret realm, I, from the Yunfan Xinzong, remain unperturbed. By the way, this audacious young man must be your disciple, Master Fuguang, right? Master Fuguang was rendered speechless, casting another glance at the blood cloud on the high platform. He felt his skin tighten and flush with heat, and in the next moment, he turned away in silence. I do not know him. I have never been so arrogant myself. Chapter 50, Fearless. Defeating enemies with a single strike. Upon the high platform, Blood Cloud stood majestically, gazing down with an air of dominance, radiating a powerful aura of blood and celestial light, embodying a spirit of invincibility. At this moment, Blood Cloud was indeed under the control of Fong Yun's consciousness. The main consciousness can assume control of a clone in two ways. Firstly, by completely shielding the clone's consciousness, thereby making the clone merely a vessel for the main consciousness. Secondly, the main consciousness can assert absolute dominance, rendering the clone's consciousness a concealed subordinate, capable of observation and learning. There exists another form, the descent of consciousness. In this scenario, the main consciousness observes from a godlike perspective, not interfering with the clone's actions, with the option of allowing the clone to perceive or remain oblivious. These are a few distinctions Fong Yun discovered after multiple instances of occupying a clone. At present, Fong Yun's control over Blood Cloud was one of absolute dominance. Master, are we being too ostentatious? It feels rather reckless, Blood Cloud inquired. What is there to fear? It is you who is being ostentatious, not I. Furthermore, the more flamboyant you are, the harder it becomes for others to associate you with my modest self. Fong Yun admonished inwardly. This encapsulates the essence of being inconspicuous while appearing prominent. Fong Yun imparted this wisdom, and Blood Cloud quickly grasped the notion, gaining a renewed understanding of subtlety. Master is indeed wise. Once Fong Yun ascended the high platform, he had no intention of descending. The judge's expression shifted. He had never encountered such a situation before. However, given that the individual was a disciple of the true immortal Fuguang, he hesitated to offend. He then cast a troubled glance at the elders seated in the stands. It matters not. Ascending the platform may not necessarily be advantageous. It does not violate any rules. Let us begin directly, came the command. With the order given, the judge no longer delayed. With a swing of his golden hammer, he struck the bell, signaling the commencement of the finals. Instantaneously, 29 disciples leaped into the air, rushing towards the three floating celestial platforms. Fong Yun stood alone on the foremost high platform. Observing that among the more than 20 competitors, only a handful aimed for the other two platforms. The majority charged directly at him, their momentum fierce. This left him momentarily astonished. However, his audacity indicated that he had already devised a strategy. The next moment, a smirk curled at the corners of Fong Yun's mouth as he disdainfully declared, "Are all of you disciples planning to join forces against me? Ha ha, come forth." I, Blood Cloud, Fear nothing. Fong Yun laughed uproariously, his crimson hair billowing with exuberance. The power of blood surged around him, sweeping in all directions. The celestial sound resonated, reaching the ears of all present. "Goodness, how incredibly arrogant!" exclaimed a voice from the crowd. "I know him. He is Blood Cloud, a disciple of Master Fu Guang. It is said he is a celestial of the cave heaven, the top contender of the fifth group." The spectators were immediately taken aback by this revelation. A celestial of the cave heaven. With just these 4 words, he could not be underestimated. However, even the most ethereal of celestial beings should not exhibit such arrogance. How intriguing. The youthful exuberance is palpable. The Daoist seated at the center of the viewing platform cast a glance towards the blood cloud, a renewed spark of interest illuminating his expression. At that moment, a group of individuals surged through the air, halting abruptly upon hearing Fong Yun's audacious proclamation. No wonder. They possessed the confidence to vie for the pinnacle of the platform, and thus were all individuals of considerable self-regard. Hence, none would willingly join forces to assail a single opponent. For even if they triumphed, it would not be a victory of honor, but rather a means to elevate the reputation of the blood cloud. One person battling against a multitude of geniuses would become a topic of immense conversation. Victory in defeat. Do not be deceived. This fellow likely recognizes his lack of opportunity, hence resorting to such ostentatious behavior. A robust young man with a cropped hairstyle bellowed from the crowd. "Allow me to bring him down, and then we shall contest." The speaker was Duan Python, the champion of the third group. Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement, parting to make way. Fong Yun chuckled. Indeed, the vanity of these individuals had been deftly manipulated by a single statement. Yet it was quite understandable. Many elders from various sects were observing this contest, and every genius craved a chance to showcase their prowess. To engage in a collective assault would be beneath them. After Duan Python's declaration, he turned to Fong Yun, saying, "Junior brother Yun, this platform is elevated, and as you have only recently arrived, it would be prudent for you to withdraw." Before his words could fully dissipate, Duan Python raised his bronze mace, its celestial light radiating fiercely, and in an instant, a multitude of mace shadows erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal weapon of tremendous might. The mace, imbued with terrifying ferocity and accompanied by the sound of thunder, hurtled towards Fong Yun. Duan Python was clearly intent on delivering a decisive blow to unseat him. Fong Yun scoffed, undaunted. His ambition to claim the top spot was not mere bravado. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed his spear with a resounding whoosh, executing the 12th strike of the dragon's roar 13 spears. Alas, the waters of the forgotten river beneath the bridge. The flowers of the yellow springs bloom on the other side. The spear shadows danced with vigor. The swirling blood-infused celestial energy surged forth like a tidal wave, blossoming into a magnificent crimson flower of the other shore. It then sped forth to confront the descending shadow of the colossal mace. Boom! The void erupted with a thunderous sound. The mace's shadow faltered for but a moment before being utterly shattered by the spear's radiant bloom. Yet, its momentum remained unyielding, swiftly advancing towards Duan Python. In that instant, many felt a profound shock. The blood cloud was not merely a spectacle. Its strength was genuinely formidable. Duan Python, at the forefront, experienced this truth most acutely. As his heart trembled, he retreated with great haste, wielding his bronze mace in rapid succession, managing to parry the onslaught of the other shore's flower only after numerous strikes. However, his disarray was evident to all, especially when contrasted with the composed demeanor of the blood cloud, who had only executed a single strike. The difference was stark. Duan Python, the reluctant, quickly resolved to abandon his pursuit of the title, soaring towards the other 2 battle circles. Next, Fong Yun declared, one hand resting on his back while the other held the spear, emanating an air of pride. At this moment, the surrounding dozen or so individuals hesitated to act, for their knowledge of the specific strengths of their fellow disciples from the previous group matches was limited. However, when an expert makes a move, one can instantly discern their prowess. Just moments ago, Blood Cloud defeated his opponent with a single strike, evidently employing the 12th shot of the dragon's roar 13 shots. With such mastery over the profound art of spear technique, Blood Cloud's strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 5. The comparison of the powers of the virtual immortals is starkly evident when juxtaposed with the true immortals. Apart from the realms of cultivation and the heavenly artifacts, it ultimately hinges on the potency of the immortal arts and divine abilities. Even when both are at the 6th level of virtual immortality, having a few more celestial orifices does not hold a candle to mastering a formidable immortal art. At this moment, after a brief silence, another figure gracefully emerged. She glided forward with delicate steps, her celestial gown fluttering, adorned with swirling ribbons, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Luoyu, I have come to learn from you. Her melodious voice rang out, as Liu formed intricate seals, and the 6 colorful ribbons encircling her seemed to bloom like lotus flowers, radiating various hues of celestial light. In the next instant, these ribbons expanded in the wind, swiftly dividing into 6 directions, hurtling towards Fong Yun. What appeared to be a simple strike ignited a sudden tremor in Fong Yun's heart. For these 6 ribbons conveyed the unmistakable sensation of 6 virtual immortals unleashing their divine abilities upon him. Heavens! Senior Sister Liu's 7 orifices exquisite technique has already reached the 6th orifice. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 51. The Wrath of the Demon God. Overpowering the leader. In the blink of an eye, the colorful ribbons shot towards him from 6 directions, and Fong Yun brandished his spear to block them. The vibrant shadows of his spear clashed against what seemed to be soft ribbons, yet they produced a resounding clang of impact. Sparks flew, and the celestial energy surged tumultuously. Initially, Fong Yun managed to fend them off with ease, but in a heartbeat, the 6 ribbons intertwined and shifted, as if united in purpose, surrounding him with a relentless onslaught, leaving him somewhat flustered. Though his spear was fierce against the ribbons, he felt an ineffable sense of powerlessness. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Luoyu sat suspended in midair, her hand seals transforming in complex patterns, with no other visible movements. Senior Sister Luoyu is magnificent, called out an exhilarated disciple from below. At this moment, Luoyu's ability to suppress blood cloud brought a wave of satisfaction to many, as they yearned to witness the arrogant blood cloud face a setback. To master 6 divine techniques simultaneously, this girl is indeed impressive, remarked a true immortal from the stands. Moreover, her ribbons blend strength and softness, perfectly countering blood cloud's spear. It seems that arrogant lad may find it difficult to maintain his confidence this time. Another true immortal chimed in, casting a subtle glance at the real person of light. Humph. The real person of light snorted, inwardly cursing blood cloud's disciple. Had he not been so brash and instead waited for the opportune moment. With his mastery of the dragon's roar 13 shots, he might have had a chance to vie for the position of leader. Humph, you impudent brat. Now you realize there are greater heights beyond the heavens and greater beings beyond the mortals, don't you? Letting you be arrogant has its consequences. The real person of light scolded blood cloud internally, yet there was a subtle satisfaction lingering within him. But in the next moment, suddenly, on the leader's high platform, Fong Yun's entire being radiated a crimson glow, and then a towering blood silhouette abruptly materialized from his form. This blood figure resembled a demon god, standing several dozen feet tall, with horns atop its head and 3 faces, boasting 6 powerful arms. Each arm wielded a blood spear. As the blood shadow demon god manifested, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. The 4 directions of the primordial sky. The demon god was enraged. Fong Yun commanded with a sharp voice, and the 6-armed blood shadow demon brandished its crimson spears to counter the 6 paths of colorful ribbons. In an instant, he was finally able to unleash his true power. He then boldly executed the 12th strike of the dragon roar spear technique, named Yellow Springs. The blood-red flowers from the other shore surged forth, causing a flicker of panic on Luoyu's otherwise serene and exquisite face. In the next moment, she could only retract the 6 paths of colorful ribbons for defense. Yet as she attempted to fend off the flowers from the other shore, Fong Yun's blood shadow demon was once again free to act. The 6-armed blood spears were hurled forth, ruthlessly aiming to strike down Luoyu without a hint of mercy. Luoyu, be cautious. In that instant, many hearts trembled. Luoyu, caught in the chaos, felt her spirit shake violently. She cast a glance at the distant blood cloud and desperately summoned all her celestial energy to resist with all her might. However, deep down, she knew that under such a ferocious barrage, even if she survived, she would be gravely injured. Luoyu stepped back. A resonant voice echoed, and suddenly, a large hand appeared before Luoyu, shattering the flowers from the other shore and the 6 blood spears. Indeed, it was the true immortal Qi Yang who intervened. Luoyu hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Qi Yang, then cast a deep look at the blood cloud before retreating to the outskirts of the arena, relinquishing her pursuit of the top 3 positions. Haha, this little girl has quite the spirit, Qi Yang chuckled. His intention was merely to have Luoyu abandon her quest for the top position, a price for his assistance. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have been severely injured, with no chance for 2nd or 3rd place. Unexpectedly, she chose to withdraw from the competition entirely. Unperturbed by the interruption, Fong Yun continued with his intent for victory, harboring no thoughts of killing. As he activated his bloodthirsty talent, rapidly absorbing the surrounding celestial energy to restore himself, he cast his gaze upon the remaining competitors. Is there anyone left? He called out, standing firm with his spear, the imposing figure of the blood shadow demon looming behind him, exuding an aura of pressure. His voice resonated, maintaining his previous arrogance. Yet this time, no one dared to mock the blood cloud's audacity. When a person's reckless behavior does not align with their strength, it is termed arrogance. However, when their strength matches their actions, it is simply called silence. Just like the multitude of disciples surrounding the square at that moment. On the stands, the true immortal Fu Guang laughed heartily, radiating joy. "Ha! This is my disciple. Do you see? Who else is there? Just as formidable as I was in my youth." Fu Guang beamed with pride, while the other true immortals discreetly averted their gazes, pretending not to hear. Though they could not suppress their envy and regret deep within. The day he accepted disciples, he had missed the chance to receive news promptly, allowing this old fellow Fu Guang to take advantage. Under Fong Yun's inquiry from the air, the expressions of those opposite him immediately soured, and many turned to join the competition for the other two celestial platforms. They relinquished their claim to the head platform. Unable to contend, they decided to let him have his way. Soon, only two figures remained before the head platform, Fan Xian and Xiao Yan. Their expressions shifted, revealing a sense of struggle. The power exhibited by the blood cloud had truly exceeded their expectations. They were already celestial beings of the cave heaven, with profound celestial energy. The dragon's roar 13 spears and the heavenly four aspects have reached perfection, and moreover, the Blood Fiend clan's innate divine ability remains untapped. At this moment, the bald youth Fan Xian's heart is filled with anguish, unable to comprehend how the person before him cultivates at such an astonishing pace. Not only does their cultivation realm advance swiftly, but their divine abilities and celestial techniques also attain mastery with little effort. Is this what it means to be a genius? A talent akin to the enchanting fairy, Yin? After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xian cast another glance at Blood Cloud, then joined his palms in prayer and soared towards the second celestial platform. Senior brother Fan Xian has actually given up. Among the onlooking disciples, some witnessed this scene and felt utterly disheartened, struggling to accept the reality. The pain was so intense it took their breath away. After all, they had wagered hundreds of thousands of celestial crystals on Fan Xian to claim first place. Cries of despair erupted, revealing that many had placed their bets on Fan Xian. Simultaneously, another group grew anxious, their gazes fixed on the still present Xiao Yan. Indeed, this group had bet on Xiao Yan to take the lead. Senior brother Xiao Yan, you must endure. Go up and defeat Blood Cloud, seize first place. I bet 30 million celestial crystals. They watched with anticipation and concern, only to see Xiao Yan ultimately retreat as well. My heart aches. This outcome was unbearable for many, especially the unfortunate gamblers. Yet, a few individuals rejoiced, their hearts blooming with happiness. Among them was Meng Hong, one of the house leaders of the betting pool. This wager had been orchestrated by him and several affluent fellow disciples, and to bolster credibility, they even invited a steward of the celestial sect as a witness. Of course, Meng Hong did not possess such an abundance of celestial crystals, but he had a newly prosperous cousin, Su Qian, from whom he borrowed the celestial crystal portion. My foresight was indeed remarkable. This move will surely yield tens of millions of celestial crystals. Meng Hong calculated in his mind, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a disciple rushed over in a panic. Not good, senior brother Meng. We've just tallied the accounts and discovered. Meng Hong frowned, casting an irritated glance at the breathless disciple. What is all this fuss about? What have you found? The disciple gasped for breath and replied, Senior brother, we just calculated the accounts, and we found that someone bet on Blood Cloud for first place. So what if someone did? How much can one person lose? Meng Hong scoffed. Yet an inexplicable unease began to stir within him. In the next moment, the disciple continued, the person who placed the bet is Blood Cloud himself, wagering 30 million low-grade celestial crystals. What? Meng Hong's face turned pale, his body trembling as he felt darkness encroach upon his vision, dizzy from shock. If he recalled correctly, the odds for Blood Cloud to win first place were 110 to 1. Meng Hong's heart twisted in agony, and he fainted on the spot. It's over, it's finished. In the void above, Fong Yun solidified his position as the champion, withdrawing his consciousness from the contest, leaving Blood Cloud's doppelganger to bask in the ensuing glory. Having completed the task, he departed quietly, concealing his accomplishments and name. At this moment, within the courtyard of Silver Moon City, Fong Yun donned a blue robe, holding a scroll of scriptures, exuding the grace of a scholarly gentleman. He brushed his sleeve lightly, his demeanor both elegant and amiable. In the Celestial Cloud sect, the previously audacious arrogance of the individual seemed to dissipate, as if he were untouched by the surrounding events. The stark contrast between his former demeanor and present state would likely confound anyone attempting to draw a connection between the two. As Fong Yun continued to peruse the metal sword Dao, a sudden recollection struck him regarding the 3 fiery, serpentine avatars still residing in the Heavenly Sword sect. Their rapid advancement raised a question in his mind. How had these 3 managed to conceal their progress, unlike the Blood Cloud avatar, which was shrouded in the guise of talent? Curiosity piqued, Fong Yun connected with the nearest fiery avatar. Upon accessing its memories, he swiftly uncovered their recent activities. During this period, the trio had maintained a low profile, selflessly dedicating themselves, while also gaining the trust of others through their reliance on the mockery of the little white creature. Although their cultivation had been hidden, and some signs of breakthroughs had been noticed by Mo Lin, the trio successfully obscured their true growth by claiming to practice a secret technique together. Enhanced by the numerous elixirs they had consumed, Mo Lin had said little regarding her suspicions, leaving Fong Yun uncertain of her beliefs. However, within the memories of the fiery trio, he stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Mo Lin shared a close relationship with them, having even bathed together on occasion. Consequently, Fong Yun inadvertently glimpsed a rather enchanting sight. Retracting his awareness, he instructed the 3 to remain concealed while awaiting the opportune moment. The bloodline of the Chi Dragon was one he would never relinquish. Should he succeed in obtaining it, he believed it would become the most formidable lineage in his possession. Moreover, the Chi Dragon belonged to the water element, which he currently lacked, igniting his desire. Suddenly, one of his avatars initiated contact with his primary self. Master, I have encountered a significant opportunity. Fong Yun's interest was instantly piqued. This avatar was one of the 30 previously dispatched. Initially, he held little hope, yet he was astonished by the swiftness of this fortuitous turn. Upon directing his consciousness to the avatar's location, he was astounded to discover that it lay a staggering 10,000 miles away. As he processed this information, the avatar continued its report. Master, several companions and I were approached by a faction, claiming there is a celestial mountain overseas, abundant with treasures, and we decided to investigate. Fong Yun felt somewhat bewildered. The narrative felt eerily familiar. Was it possible that this avatar had been lured into a trap? Just then, the voice of the avatar chimed in again. Tinged with pride, such a base scheme was easily discerned by one with a fraction of the master's intellect. Nevertheless, I chose to follow along. And you won't believe what I have encountered. Fong Yun chuckled at the avatar's enthusiasm. It possessed a delightful charm. Having had these avatars for some time, he had come to understand their unique characteristics. Each avatar functioned as a relatively independent entity, endowed with its own intellect and behavioral logic. He refrained from interfering in their lives, allowing each to carve out its own existence. Yet, the ultimate principle governing their essence remained unwavering, absolute obedience to their master. Moreover, whenever Fong Yun intervenes, they seem to transform into mere instruments, capable of relinquishing their identities at any moment, even becoming extensions of Fong Yun himself. They possess a degree of independence, yet exhibit absolute obedience to Fong Yun, the principal entity. At this moment, Fong Yun could have directly assumed control to access the memories. But upon witnessing the enthusiasm of this avatar, he decided to allow it to showcase its own self. The avatar then continued. We traveled through the teleportation array and indeed arrived at a celestial isle. Yet instead of being surrounded by treasures, we found ourselves imprisoned. They commanded us to dive into the sea to seek a type of jellyfish essence crystal. Oh, Fong Yun expressed his astonishment, for he had never heard of such a jellyfish essence crystal. Master, I inquired with the elders here, and it is said to contain the principles of the water element. It is a crucial material for refining heavy water elixirs and crafting treasures imbued with water principles. Extremely precious. I have just found a piece. Please take a look. Upon the avatar's words, Fong Yun noticed a dark blue crystal had materialized in the avatar's designated space. With a mere thought, he summoned the crystal. As he grasped it, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. This crystal, no larger than an egg, was astonishingly heavy, weighing over 10,000 pounds. Moreover, the moment it appeared, Fong Yun felt the air in the courtyard grow increasingly humid, as if it were on the verge of dripping with moisture. Delving into the crystal with his consciousness, he was even more astonished. He could distinctly sense that the interior of the crystal was infused with an exceptionally rich water elemental force, akin to a condensed ocean. Indeed, it was a remarkable find. Fong Yun joyfully stored it away. Master, quickly summon the brothers. This sea area is fraught with danger. If we delay, I fear I may perish, and the opportunity will be lost. Fong Yun found himself both astonished and amused, marveling at the fortune of the jellyfish essence crystal, and even more so at the wisdom of this avatar. Truly, it was a testament to his meticulous guidance. He then shifted his consciousness back to the past. At this moment, the human avatar was submerged in a deep, dark blue sea, not far from a small celestial isle. The surrounding waters were vast and boundless. stretching out endlessly. As he absorbed the memories, everything aligned with what the avatar had described. However, Fong Yun also acquired additional information. The isle was named Beefing Island, where 3 true immortals resided, primarily to guard against sea beasts encircling the isle. The number of ethereal sailors searching for crystals in the depths amounted to 2,000 or 3,000, the majority being beyond the 5th layer of ethereal immortality. Among them were individuals loyal to this faction, but more were deceived water slaves. Fong Yun, submerged hundreds of meters beneath the water, had just begun to grasp the situation when he spotted a gigantic sea beast in the distance. It surged forth, lunging at a cultivator. Chapter 53, Undersea Squad. First prize reward. Fong Yun witnessed the sea beast devour a 7th layer ethereal cultivator, immediately comprehending the peril his avatar had spoken of. According to the system's indication, that sea beast possessed the formidable strength of a 9th layer ethereal immortal. As it approached, Fong Yun swiftly darted behind a hidden reef to evade detection. Perhaps due to the avatar's concealed presence, the sea beast failed to notice him. After circling the vicinity for a while, it gradually vanished into the dark blue waters. No wonder no one dared to venture near this celestial isle. Fong Yun began to understand that this vast sea area remained unfathomably distant from the shore. In the sky, there are avian monstrosities, while the sea teems with various aquatic beasts. Without the sanctuary of celestial islands, the risk of demise is magnified. Consequently, with a mere thought, Fong Yun summoned 99 avatars of the human race, forming a complete 100. The treasure-seeking expedition commenced. At Fong Yun's command, these avatars grouped into trios, concealing their auras, and swiftly began their quest for the Medusa's crystal. Fong Yun also attempted to search for a while, soon realizing that this endeavor was far from facile. The ocean of the celestial realm is beset with terrifying pressure. The water is immensely dense, and with Fong Yun currently at the 6th level of the void immortal stage, he could not venture into the deeper waters. He could only scour the shallower depths within several hundred miles of the celestial island. Moreover, the probability of locating the Medusa's crystal proved to be exceedingly low, exceeding Fong Yun's expectations. After 2 hours, his 100 avatars had not unearthed a single piece. Instead, they had slain several void immortal-level aquatic beasts, acquiring a few beastly essence orbs. This hardly seemed a worthwhile venture. After pondering, Fong Yun withdrew his consciousness from the avatar Fong Shui. Upon returning to the courtyard, he soon received news regarding the task he had assigned to Fong Yun. 1. From the 10,000 Treasures Celestial Meeting, he procured a catalog of rare treasures from the Celestial Realm. He swiftly perused it, and soon found a description of the Medusa's crystal among the law-level treasures. The information aligned closely with what he had gathered from Fong Shui, albeit with greater detail. Medusa's crystal, a law-level treasure of the water element. It typically forms in regions rich in water law, serving as a primary material for crafting water-based Dao pills and water law celestial treasures. Immortals practicing water law can directly absorb its inherent water essence, enhancing their cultivation and accelerating their comprehension of water law. Estimated value, no less than 1,000 low-grade celestial crystals per pound. The heavier the Medusa's crystal, the more precious it becomes. Upon reading the estimated value at the end of the description, Fong Yun was taken aback. The Medusa's crystal in his possession, the size of an egg, weighed over 10,000 pounds. This implied a worth of 10 million low-grade celestial crystals. How could something be so valuable? Realizing the worth of this treasure, Fong Yun, who had just felt the venture was somewhat unprofitable, immediately dispatched another 100-member underwater squad to his avatar Fong Shui. It is noteworthy that previously, while mining, a single avatar working tirelessly for 24 hours yielded merely 60,000 low-grade celestial crystals. With 100 individuals, that amounts to 6 million in a day. By this calculation, even if the 100-member underwater squad were to discover just one piece akin to what Fong Yun held, it would be profitable. Furthermore, there was the chance of striking it rich. Should they uncover a larger piece, its value could soar to several billion low-grade celestial crystals. As Fong Yun envisioned these prospects, his heart brimmed with anticipation, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. The essence orbs from the void immortal-level aquatic beasts, once accumulated, should also provide a substantial income. In the courtyard, Fong Yun meticulously calculated, embodying the demeanor of a family patriarch managing his household affairs. His entire family required a copious amount of celestial crystals. Recently, the constraints on his celestial mining endeavors left him pondering over his sources of income. Presently, this seemed to be a promising avenue. Unexpectedly, his wandering avatars might indeed stumble upon fortuitous opportunities, Fong Yun mused. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for the myriad characteristics of his avatar, this so-called opportunity would have culminated in a rather grim fate. First, the extraction of his kidneys, followed by the removal of his liver, only to be cast into the sea to feed the fish, thus becoming fodder for the depths. But behold, master. The reward for first place has arrived. The voice of Blood Cloud echoed, and Fong Yun's spirits were instantly lifted. Lately, fortune had favored him abundantly. Could it be that he was beginning to turn the tide of luck? With a heart full of elation, Fong Yun promptly absorbed the memories transmitted by Blood Cloud. Reward 1. Choose any one technique from the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion. Reward 2. 30,000 contribution points from the sect. Reward 3. 3 Essence Transcendence Pills. Moreover, there was a hidden reward for Menghong's gambling debt of 300 million low-grade celestial crystals. This indeed represented a substantial fortune. Gazing upon his bountiful gains, Fong Yun could not help but marvel at the generosity of the Yunfan celestial sect. Setting aside the choice of techniques, the 30,000 contribution points alone were sufficient for him to exchange for several celestial arts. The Essence Transcendence Pills were also of great value. Unlike the ordinary methods of simply enhancing cultivation, these pills could expedite a practitioner's awakening of celestial channels. For others, such pills might be the most coveted treasure, as they could spare decades of arduous training. However, for Fong Yun, they were merely of average worth. He cultivated with remarkable speed, and thus, these pills would scarcely save him a few days. They could, however, serve as a convenient pretext to explain his rapid advancement. Fong Yun retrieved the pills, examining them before storing them away once more. The celestial arts previously exchanged by Blood Cloud were primarily from the 1st and 2nd levels. This time, the techniques from the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion were evidently of a higher caliber, and Fong Yun resolved to select one personally. In the meantime, he instructed Blood Cloud to exchange contribution points for a water-based celestial art. The sole reason was to enhance the underwater team's treasure-seeking endeavors. Before long, the water-based celestial art was in Fong Yun's possession, the Qinglan water control technique, a rule-level water-based celestial art. Rule-level celestial arts, those involving the comprehension and application of laws, often utilized in the realms of true immortals and golden immortals. Fong Yun perused it casually for a while, finding it exceedingly profound, and then delegated this challenging task to his cultivating avatar. However, an hour later, Fong Yun discovered that the progress made by his avatar in mastering the water-based technique was far from the rapid advancement he had anticipated. With 5,000 avatars, an hour of training resulted in an abysmally meager grasp of the fundamentals. It could scarcely be considered an entry-level understanding. Rather, it was merely a faint inkling. Fong Yun was taken aback, and after careful contemplation, he soon grasped the underlying reasons. The celestial arts he had previously mastered with remarkable speed either leaned towards supernatural skills, such as Dragoness Roar 13 Spears or Hunyuan 4 Aspects Decision, or were areas in which his avatars specialized. For instance, his Kuei-Fing Wolf Clan avatar had comprehended Wind Escape without trace, while his human avatars had mastered Gung Metal Sword techniques, among others. Yet at present, neither Fong Yun himself nor any of his avatars possessed a particular affinity for water-based techniques. In the recent endeavor, his human avatar exhibited a slightly better performance, while those of the Blood Fiend clan and Kuei-Fing Wolf clan were almost entirely at a loss, making their comprehension of this technique exceedingly sluggish. Coming to this conclusion, Fong Yun found it quite difficult to accept. He had always been as fierce as a dragon, swift as the wind, and powerful as a tiger. Now, he found himself confronted with the ethereal Qinglan water fairy. Suddenly, everything became unmanageable, a predicament that few could endure. In an instant, Fong Yun recalled the Water Mother Crystal. Chapter 54, Qinglan's Mastery of Water, the Secret Realm of Spiritual Light. Fong Yun took out the Water Mother Crystal and tossed it into the system's nebulous space. With a mere thought, 5,000 avatars encircled the Water Mother Crystal and resumed their cultivation. Under the impetus of the avatar's celestial energy, the vast reservoir of water elemental energy within the Water Mother Crystal began to disperse. Soon, the effects of the Water Mother Crystal manifested within the nebulous space. Water vapor surged forth, and the surrounding water elements became increasingly animated. The avatars, initially indifferent to the water elements, began to awaken to their potential in this vibrant environment. As time elapsed, Fong Yun could distinctly perceive that the speed at which the avatars comprehended the Qinglan water technique had increased exponentially. A day later, Fong Yun opened his eyes from meditation, a glimmer of delight gracing his features. At this moment, water vapor swirled around him, and streams of azure celestial light emanated from his being. In the next instant, he pointed a finger at the air in the courtyard, and the water vapor coalesced, gradually giving rise to a gentle, dense rain. Moreover, there was no fluctuation of celestial energy emanating from Fong Yun. Clearly, this rain was not conjured through the forceful manipulation of celestial energy. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly assume he was some sort of water deity. Haha. At last, a modest achievement has been realized. Fong Yun chuckled heartily, sweeping his hand to disperse the dense rain in the courtyard, causing even the puddles on the ground to vanish. Though progress had been made, the Water Mother Crystal, valued at over 10 million low-grade celestial crystals, had been nearly depleted within a single day. If only he could acquire the bloodline of the Chi Dragon, a creature of water, to forge a Chi Dragon avatar, such troubles would be unnecessary. Fong Yun mused, recalling the chubby little dragon, Xiaobai, from the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect, wishing he could drain it completely. That creature had been voraciously consuming the essence of his avatars, taking in but never giving back, while also frequently rubbing against Hui Yuan and Huoling. On several occasions, had it not been for his concerns regarding the true immortal Mo Lin, Fong Yun would have acted decisively. During this period, Fong Yun had tasked Fong Yun One and the Wanbao Immortal Association with gathering intelligence on powerful bloodlines from formidable races. The Scourge Sky was likewise attentive. However, despite the multitude of races in the Immortal Realm, those with extraordinary talents appeared to be quite elusive. With discerning eyes, Fong Yun refused to waste his avatars on bloodlines that did not meet his high standards. Once an avatar selected a race for transformation, it could not be altered. Weak races were deemed unworthy of becoming avatars. This was Fong Yun's steadfast principle. In the next moment, Fong Yun's consciousness took control of Fong Shui, far away on Beefing Island, still submerged in the ocean. This time, Fong Yun immediately sensed a remarkable difference compared to his previous experience. Previously, he had endured the immense pressure of the ocean depths with celestial energy, but now he found himself seemingly embraced by the surrounding waters. Like a fish, he became agile and invigorated. The rich concentration of water elements around him even ignited an impulse to sit in meditation. After experimenting in the ocean, Fong Yun quickly arrived at a conclusion. His diving depth had nearly doubled, and his search range had expanded significantly. Moreover, the sensitivity to the conditions of the sea has become increasingly acute. These factors have significantly aided in the search for jellyfish law crystals. Indeed, the expenses incurred have not been in vain. Fong Yun's consciousness returned to Silver Moon City. He glanced at the exclusive space of his avatar, which contained 2 jellyfish law crystals. Clearly, from yesterday to today, the 2 underwater teams had only managed to gather these 2 pieces. One was slightly larger than an egg, while the other was a bit smaller, collectively valued at approximately 20 million inferior celestial crystals. Within the spaces of several avatars, there were also several beast demon cores, considered an additional bounty. Fong Yun examined a few of them, and unsurprisingly, they were all water attribute demon cores. He had previously researched that water attribute demon cores of the virtual celestial level held certain value, with prices ranging from several thousand to hundreds of thousands of celestial crystals, depending on their tier. The following day, the underwater teams presented their new findings. A remarkable 5 jellyfish law crystals. This delighted Fong Yun tremendously. The 5 varied in size. After weighing them, he estimated their value to be around 60 to 70 million inferior celestial crystals. Furthermore, these crystals were beneficial for cultivation and comprehending the laws of water. As Fong Yun currently lacked celestial crystals, he had no intention of exchanging them and opted to store them temporarily. Naturally, there were also considerable losses on Beefing Island. The further one strayed from the celestial island and delved deeper into the ocean's depths, the greater the chances of discovering jellyfish law crystals, albeit at correspondingly increased risks. Over the past 2 days, the 2 underwater teams, comprising 400 individuals, suffered losses of 7 to 8 due to sea beast attacks and the complexities of the ocean floor. Upon their return to the system, Fong Yun promptly replenished their ranks, maintaining a treasure-hunting force of 400. Although he had witnessed the benefits, he refrained from dispatching additional avatars, prioritizing cultivation for the time being. Within the medium mineral site, the true immortal of spiritual rhythm had already laid an intricate web of traps. He had even ceased his own cultivation, his consciousness periodically sweeping outward, ever prepared. The true immortal had summarized numerous capture techniques and precautions, confident that should the shadow reappear, he would be able to secure it without fail. However, as days passed, that shadow seemed to have vanished entirely, no longer making an appearance. The heightened tension and readiness for action had left both the true immortal of spiritual rhythm and the enforcement team quite exhausted, to the point where even the seeking light rat had grown thin. Ah, they wish to capture me? How naive. In Silver Moon City, Fong Yun reclined comfortably in a grand chair, utterly at ease. The sisters Jian Wu and Jinro occasionally fed him freshly peeled, succulent grapes. The news from the mineral site naturally came from Blood Cloud, whose information, in turn, was derived from his loquacious master. The true immortal of flickering light had not elaborated much. He merely mentioned it in passing, which Blood Cloud astutely noted and subsequently reported to the true self. Thus, Fong Yun decisively abandoned any thoughts of visiting the mineral site. Caution is paramount. There is no need to take risks, especially since he currently lacked for celestial crystals. Should he require a substantial amount of celestial crystals upon reaching the true immortal stage, he would undoubtedly venture forth. However, at that time, it might not involve thievery. Considering the Yunfan celestial sect and the flickering light immortal palace. At this moment, Blood Cloud was summoned by the true immortal of flickering light. Yunner, the virtual celestial level spiritual light secret realm will open in 5 days. You have recently arrived and may still be unfamiliar with the situation. Allow me to elucidate for you before you make your own decision regarding entry. Chapter 55, The Sutra of the Formless Mysterious Void. Upon hearing this, Blood Cloud immediately became invigorated. As the esteemed Master Fu Guang recounted the tale, Blood Cloud's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, especially upon learning of the potential presence of rare ancient beast bloodlines within. Recognizing this eagerness, Master Fu Guang ceased his admonitions, understanding that only those with a daring spirit can forge ahead amidst the perils of the celestial realm. Should one indeed encounter great fortune in the secret realm, soaring to unprecedented heights would not be beyond possibility. His own understanding of the principles of light was a serendipitous discovery made within such a realm. Casting a glance at Blood Cloud, Master Fu Guang smiled and shook his head. Given Blood Cloud's temperament, it was likely he would be unable to restrain himself. While the opportunities there are abundant, the dangers are equally pronounced. Not only will disciples from our 3 sects venture forth, but also those from nearby celestial sects, including disciples nurtured by the celestial monarch's palace. Thus, the perils of the secret realm pale in comparison to the formidable competition posed by other cultivators. Your cultivation level is still low, so remember to stay close to your senior brothers in the late stage of the virtual immortal realm, seize whatever opportunities arise, and prioritize your safety. After absorbing this counsel, Blood Cloud promptly reported back to the true form of Fong Yun upon returning to his dwelling. As he received the memories, a glimmer of brilliance gradually ignited in Fong Yun's eyes. A fragment of a continent from the ancient celestial realm, celestial herbs, spiritual roots, ancient relics, and rare Dao pills, as well as the bloodlines of ancient beasts. Fong Yun felt a surge of excitement. These treasures are firmly held by various celestial sects, and had it not been for his avatar infiltrating the celestial sect, he would have remained oblivious to their existence. Furthermore, had his avatar Blood Cloud not contended for a spot, as a mere 6th-tier virtual immortal, he would have had no chance of entering the secret realm. This expedition into the secret realm is restricted to those below the true immortal level, implying that the vast majority of entrants will be late-stage virtual immortals, even those at the 9th tier. Contemplating this, Fong Yun suddenly recognized a dilemma. Master Fu Guang mentioned that the secret realm exists within a dimension of different space. He was uncertain whether his avatar could be summoned there successfully. The concept of dimensional space differs fundamentally from mere distance. It pertains to differences in spatial hierarchy. If the avatar can indeed traverse, then Blood Cloud would represent a legion of over 10,000 virtual immortals. Even in the face of 9th-tier virtual immortals, Fong Yun would harbor no trepidation. At that moment, no faction would possess a greater number of supporters or a more unified heart. Imagine the spectacle of over 10,000 virtual immortals surrounding a group of prodigious virtual immortals, shouting, "Leave the opportunities. They are mine." Just the thought of such a scene was exhilarating. However, if the avatar army cannot gain entry, Blood Cloud would remain merely Blood Cloud, a 6th-tier virtual immortal. With his life precariously balanced, even should he later advance, it would scarcely change his circumstances. Ultimately, it would hinge upon the regulations of the secret realm and the rules of the system space, determining whose prestige reigns supreme. With 5 days remaining, Fong Yun resolved to make one final push. With a thought, Blood Cloud departed towards the scripture pavilion within the Yunfan celestial sect. He still possessed one opportunity to select a celestial technique. In the scripture pavilion, "Elder, I have come to claim the reward for achieving first place in the competition." Shui Yun presented his identity token, speaking with great respect. The elder of the scripture pavilion was a Taoist with silver hair, yet his appearance was surprisingly youthful. Clad in a purple robe, he exuded not a trace of aura. However, the system indicated that he was, in fact, at the pinnacle of true immortal realm. The Taoist opened his eyes, which were deep and profound, reflecting a hint of weariness, yet remarkably clear. He merely cast a cursory glance, and in that instant, Fong Yun felt a tremor in his heart, as if he were being pierced through both inside and out, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Though his heart tightened, he maintained a calm facade. In the next moment, the Taoist withdrew his gaze and spoke expressionlessly. "Select any one immortal technique from the 3rd floor." but you have only the time of a single incense stick. Upon finishing his words, the Taoist waved his feathered duster lightly, and immediately, a portal in the restrictive array of the third floor of the scripture pavilion opened. Fong Yun swiftly entered. The immortal techniques on the third floor were all of the law level. However, their quantity paled in comparison to those on the first and second floors. Even so, there were still over 100 techniques. The law-level immortal techniques emanated a unique aura of their own, their brilliance varying in intensity. At that moment, these techniques appeared as ethereal spirits of celestial light, suspended within the grand hall of the scripture pavilion. A glance revealed them to be akin to myriad stars, each radiating its own distinct luminescence. For a moment, Fong Yun's eyes felt overwhelmed by the spectacle. Which immortal technique should I choose? Fong Yun raised an eyebrow. Recently, he had acquired several immortal techniques within the sect, some of which were also of the law level, though most were not in their complete forms. Furthermore, due to limitations on his contribution points, he could not select freely. Now was an exceptional opportunity, and Fong Yun approached it with utmost caution. The suspended techniques bore restrictions. Upon probing with his consciousness, he could perceive brief introductions. As time passed, Fong Yun narrowed his focus to 3 techniques. One was a gold element law technique ideally suited for his true self. Another was a technique appropriate for the Bloodfiend clan. And the last was astonishingly an immortal technique related to the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Among these, Fong Yun leaned more towards the latter concerning the primordial spirit. Although this technique was not of the law type, its placement on the third floor indicated that its value was equivalent to that of law-level immortal techniques. Moreover, thus far, Fong Yun had not encountered any cultivation methods regarding the primordial spirit. With time still remaining, Fong Yun chose not to make an immediate decision and continued to explore further. As he perused, he noticed an interesting phenomenon. The majority of the law techniques pertained to the 5 elements, with many bearing similarities. Techniques outside of the 5 elements were exceedingly rare. As the time neared its end, Fong Yun's peripheral vision caught a faint glimmer of white light at the edge. This light was exceedingly dim, and compared to the other floating orbs, it was easy to overlook unless one looked closely. What technique is this? The light is so dim, even less bright than those on the second floor. Fong Yun was astonished, then probed with his consciousness. In an instant, his pupils constricted. Wuxiang Xinkong Jing, a spatial law-level immortal technique. Just seeing the first few characters sent waves crashing through Fong Yun's mind. He found it almost hard to believe. Although the Yunfanxian sect is formidable, its strength is rather limited. According to Fong Yun's knowledge, there are only 2 golden immortals at its pinnacle. Yet, it possesses a spatial law technique. Fong Yun, unaware of the intricate hierarchy of the various laws in the immortal realm, instinctively recognizes time and space as the absolute apex of laws. His heart swelled with delight as he continued to read. However, as he perused further, the expression on his face gradually became rigid. At the conclusion of the technique's introduction, a small note read, "A disciple inadvertently acquired this technique during a secret realm expedition 1,000 years ago. The method is incomplete, and no one has been able to comprehend it since. Choose wisely." As time passed, the voice of inquiry broke through his thoughts, prompting him to quickly exit the third floor and approach the elder. "I choose the Wuxiang Xinkong Jing. Are you certain about this selection?" The purple-robed Taoist glanced at Xu Yun, his expression one of mild surprise. Xu Yun had been making quite a name for himself among the sect's disciples recently, and the purple-robed Taoist had heard of him. It was said that he was an excessively confident and arrogant individual, yet possessed immense talent. "Is that not acceptable?" Fong Yun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "It is permissible. But did you not read the introduction? This technique is incomplete, containing only the middle section. The preceding parts are absent. Do you truly believe you can cultivate it?" "Young one, do not aim too high," the purple-robed Taoist cautioned. "This opportunity is rare. I suggest you select another." "Thank you, elder, but I shall stick with this one," Fong Yun replied earnestly. He had long contemplated this choice. Techniques related to spatial laws are rare indeed, while others have substitutes. However, this particular method is a rarity, even in its incomplete form. "Haha," the purple-robed Taoist chuckled lightly. "Indeed, you are quite confident, even arrogant." After a moment's consideration, he refrained from further comment. Over the millennia, he had encountered many young individuals exuding the same confidence, yet most were merely that, confident. In the next instant, the purple-robed Taoist flipped his palm, revealing a golden circular box adorned with inscriptions that shimmered with a faint golden light. He formed a seal with his fingers, channeling his immortal energy, and the box shot forth, landing atop the luminous sphere representing the Wuxiang Xinkong Jing. It then swiftly enveloped it within its confines. The surface of the circular box glowed with radiant inscriptions for several breaths, before the celestial light gradually retracted and returned to him. The purple-robed Taoist opened the box with a gentle shake, causing a jade slip to tumble out. Fong Yun observed with intrigue, soon grasping its significance. This peculiar circular box likely possessed a replication function, capable of imprinting the contents and partial Dao rhythm of the techniques within the luminous spheres. Without risking exposure, even the purple-robed Taoist himself could not view the methods contained within. There are restrictions on the jade slip. Only you may view its contents. Do not attempt to replicate the scriptures for dissemination, or you shall bear the consequences, the purple-robed Taoist warned before tossing the slip to Fong Yun. Understood, Fong Yun acknowledged, receiving it with a bow. As he exited the scripture repository, a graceful figure approached from a distance. It was Luo Yu, the very individual he had nearly injured on that fateful day. Upon landing, she seemed surprised to encounter Shu Yun, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Fong Yun, and as she approached, she gave a slight nod. Fong Yun reciprocated with a subtle inclination of his head. Having acquired the cultivation method, Fong Yun set off to find Meng Hong. These fellows still owed 300 million. At that moment, Meng Hong and several senior brothers were in their cave dwelling, fretting and sighing. They had been calculating their accounts over the past few days. And without the gambling debt from Shui Yun, they would have profited a staggering 60 million low-grade celestial crystals. However, there was no what if. Once Shui Yun's debt was factored in, their gambling operation had completely collapsed. I just recalculated. The celestial crystals earned from this gambling venture, combined with our existing celestial crystals, celestial artifacts, elixirs, and sect contribution points, amount to a mere 130 million low-grade celestial crystals. We cannot afford Shui Yun's debt, Zhao Jun lamented, holding the account records with a furrowed brow. The others around him showed little reaction, evidently having already assessed their own financial situations. I don't understand where Shui Yun acquired such a fortune in celestial crystals. There must be something amiss. Should we use this as an excuse to threaten him? Or perhaps find an opportunity to confront him directly? Qi Chong suggested, making a gesture across his throat. Heh, do you not know who Shui Yun is? You threaten him? Setting aside his reputation as a genius, do not forget that his master is the true immortal Fu Guang, Zhao Jun replied. Indeed, Qi Chong, I advise you to abandon such perilous thoughts. We are simply in debt. We are not facing death, Luo Bufan warned, casting a glance at Qi Chong. Cough. I was merely making a suggestion. Do not take it to heart, Qi Chong replied sheepishly, then turned to Luo Bufan and said, Brother Bufan, your sister Luo Yu is famously a celestial beauty, pursued by a throng. She is not only beautiful but possesses great talent. Why not introduce her to Shui Yun? That way, we would be family, and the debt would vanish. Scram, Luo Bufan retorted angrily. In the Luo family, his sister's status far surpassed his own. If he were to sell her off for this, their ancestor would surely strike him down. Moreover, could one truly sell their sister at will? Meng Hong, do you not have a cousin in the Wanbao Immortal Association? I hear he is a high-ranking member. You should reach out to him, Zhao Jun suggested. I've already tried. The moment I mentioned this matter, he disowned me and demanded that I repay his celestial crystals, Meng Hong replied, his expression one of indignation. Damn it. I once procured things for him. At that moment, Tang Huan, who had been silent, spoke up. What if we ask our families for help? Upon hearing this, the other four simultaneously glared at him, almost in unison exclaiming, absolutely not. They were all from esteemed cultivation families, and while they were not lacking in celestial crystals, this time they had overstepped. They owed far too much and dared not speak to their families about it, lest they be skinned alive. Meng Shixiao, Shui Yun has come for a visit, a voice announced from outside the cave. Instantly, the five of them trembled in unison. If they could turn back time, they would never have gambled. Moments later, the cave door creaked open listlessly, and upon seeing Fong Yun, the five men immediately knelt. What is the meaning of this? Fong Yun frowned. These individuals were all seasoned disciples of the Yunfan immortal sect, each hailing from respectable backgrounds. 2 virtual immortals at the 7th level and 3 at the 8th level could be considered a formidable group of second-generation celestial beings. However, at this moment, all 5 of them turned to Fong Yun, lamenting their predicament. Ah, Brother Yun. Moments later, Fong Yun's expression darkened significantly. He kicked away Luo Bufan, who was clinging to his leg, and coldly remarked, Do you intend to renege on your debt? Let me inform you that the 30 million low-grade celestial crystals were borrowed from my master. If you fail to fulfill your obligation, do you believe I won't summon my master to demand payment? Upon hearing this, the others shuddered in unison. They had heard that Blood Cloud was favored by the true immortal, and now they believed it. Ah, no, absolutely not. We simply cannot produce such a large sum of celestial crystals at the moment. Please grant us some time. Brother Yun, Zhao Jun hurriedly explained. This matter must not escalate. If it did, their families would find out, and they would face severe consequences. In the midst of speaking, Zhao Jun quickly presented a storage pouch, saying, This contains over 100 million low-grade celestial crystals. Please accept it for now, Brother Yun. Luo Bufan followed suit, adding, we will certainly repay the remaining celestial crystals. Until we do, you shall be our elder brother. We can swear to the heavens. Come, we pay our respects to our elder brother. As they spoke, Luo Bufan was the first to bow, followed by the other four. This was their last resort as they had no idea when they could repay the debt, which amounted to tens of millions of low-grade celestial crystals per person. Fong Yun frowned, muttering a curse at the group of paupers. 300 million low-grade celestial crystals. Is it truly that difficult? Little did he know, not everyone possessed wealth like him. Moments later, Fong Yun departed, having not completely collected the celestial crystals, but having, nonetheless, acquired 5 second-generation disciples. Deep down, he understood that these 5 individuals were not genuinely sincere, but were merely attempting to placate him. Regardless, he felt no loss, as they might prove useful in the future, potentially yielding even greater gains. In Silvermoon City, once Fong Yun retracted his consciousness, he immediately retrieved the Wuxiang Xiankong Jing. Upon probing with his divine sense, it became evident that, just as the elder had stated in the scripture pavilion, outsiders were indeed unable to view it. This jade slip was bound to Blood Cloud's Dao rhythm, allowing only him to observe it. Fong Yun then entered Blood Cloud's consciousness, and this time, the experience was exceedingly smooth. However, after a meticulous study, Fong Yun reluctantly confirmed that the Wuxiang Xiankong Jing could not be cultivated. It seemed that something essential was missing from the text, preventing him from grasping its essence, no matter how deeply he contemplated. Nevertheless, it was not entirely without merit. Fong Yun managed to replicate the scriptures and the unique law's ambience from the jade slip into the memories of all his practicing avatars. As over 9,000 avatars simultaneously cultivated, the intensity of the understanding in Fong Yun's mind grew exponentially. At the peak of this intensity, he felt his consciousness plunge into a realm of boundless chaos. There was no up or down, no left or right. As he gazed around, the chaotic expanse enveloped him, and his consciousness seemed lost in an endless void. In the next moment, Fong Yun jolted awake from the abyss. Beads of sweat had unconsciously formed on his forehead. What was that? Fong Yun's gaze radiated with extraordinary brilliance, brimming with curiosity towards the unknown. He once again commanded his avatars to delve into their studies. Yet this time he found himself unable to enter that state of ethereal comprehension. After laboring for most of the day, the peculiar sensation surged within him once more. In the next instant, his consciousness quietly plummeted into the boundless void. However, Fong Yun felt as though he was the sole entity within this infinite emptiness, utterly incapable of discerning any direction or perceiving anything else. After a series of attempts, he soon awakened yet again, his heart heavy with an indescribable sense of solitude and insignificance, a lamentation of sentience confronted with endless space. This feeling lingered even after Fong Yun's awareness had returned for quite some time, leaving his gaze still clouded with confusion. It was only when he summoned the Sword Dance Sisters and several enchanting demons that he began to gradually grasp the essence of existence. It was terrifying indeed, worthy of being one of the supreme laws. Fong Yun sighed, subsequently setting aside his aspirations for further exploration and understanding. The cultivation technique was undeniably flawed. Even with thousands of times the capacity for comprehension, he could only grasp some enigmatic realms, lacking a true direction for effective cultivation. Nevertheless, despite its limited immediate benefits, he felt no regret over his decision to acquire the Wuxiang Xiankong Jing. Such treasures are rare and invaluable, far surpassing the significance of common celestial laws. Even if it offered little assistance for the time being, Fong Yun wished to collect it nonetheless. Turning his introspective gaze inward, he noted that all 12 celestial orifices within his 6 layers of Su Xian had been unlocked after several days of effort. Consequently, all 36 celestial orifices radiating from his central dantian were now wide open. Su Xian, 7th layer. Charge. Sitting cross-legged, with a command echoing in his mind. Over 9,000 avatars within the system space commenced their assault on the bottleneck of the 7th layer of Su Xian, with an acceleration nearing 5,000 times. The 36 celestial orifices centered around his central dantian flickered brilliantly, shining like stars. As the great circulation commenced, Fong Yun felt a torrent swell within him, surging forth with vigor, crashing against the unseen bottleneck. Wherever it passed, it was both forceful and robust, breaking through like withered reeds. With a confident smile, Fong Yun mused about the bottleneck fairy, imagining her crumbling before an army of 10,000 mighty men. Suddenly, the 36 celestial orifices in his central dantian emitted a thunderous sound, and in an instant, they merged into one, beneath their radiant brilliance, displaying signs of melting and integration. What on earth? Fong Yun was astonished, quickly contemplating a possibility. Could it be that the assault was so intense it might result in the formation of a second heaven in one fell swoop? With this thought, his eyes brightened, and he intensified his charge. Charge! Charge! At that moment, Fong Yun resembled the commander of a grand celestial formation, issuing a fervent attack order to his subordinates. Instantly, the operation of his great circulation accelerated even further, the 36 celestial orifices around his central dantian erupting with thunderous roars. A dazzling spectacle unfolded, radiating like a starry expanse. This time, Fong Yun sensed an unprecedented level of difficulty. The bottleneck's iris was particularly intricate and resilient. The gestation of the second heaven also appeared to be slow and laborious, not only constrained by his own challenges, but also the first cave of the lower dantian suddenly illuminated under his formidable impact. They seemed to respond to each other while simultaneously hindering one another. It is no wonder that the existence of cave virtual immortals is exceedingly rare, and the second-level virtual immortals are even more scarce. Fong Yun contemplated the conditions and transformations within himself and began to comprehend. It must be noted that he currently possesses a staggering 5,000 times the enhancement of cultivation and understanding. Yet, even with this, he still encountered considerable obstacles. This illustrates the remarkable talent and the extensive time required for an individual to attain the status of a cave virtual immortal. This is certainly not an achievement that can be accomplished solely through personal strength without external assistance. From his discussions with Master Fu Guang, Fong Yun learned that a first-level virtual immortal is a truly exceptional genius with a solid foundation, while a second-level virtual immortal is regarded as a prodigy even among the top sects of the Immortal Realm. As for a third-level virtual immortal, they are the stuff of legends. Once a cave virtual immortal achieves true immortality, they possess an innate advantage in both the depth of their immortal power and their comprehension of the laws. Most crucially, cave virtual immortals can fundamentally support a cultivator's journey towards greater heights in the future. Every third-level virtual immortal, provided they do not perish prematurely, is destined for at least the realm of golden immortals or beyond. However, with great gains come significant sacrifices. Although cave virtual immortals are powerful, they require vast amounts of time for cultivation or the aid of rare celestial materials and treasures. Moreover, the tribulations faced during the breakthrough to true immortality are far more formidable. For many virtual immortals, this is not necessarily a favorable prospect. For instance, after spending an extended period and considerable resources to refine into a third-level virtual immortal, a cultivator as ordinary as myself may already have attained true immortality. What does it matter how extraordinary you are? In the presence of true immortals, even a third-level virtual immortal is swiftly outmatched. For that is a disparity in the realm of existence. Of course, once you, the third-level virtual immortal, become a true immortal, that will be your triumph. However, until then, you must remain humble. Gains and losses have always been interdependent. Yet, such contemplations are mere expressions of helplessness in the face of attempting to challenge cave virtual immortals. Any virtual immortal would readily seize the opportunity if it presented itself, just as Fong Yun is doing at this very moment, striving with fervor and determination, refusing to relent until he breaks through. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. At this moment, above the Yunfan immortal sect, a colossal celestial vessel hovered serenely, surrounded by magnificent clouds, exuding an aura of sanctity. Leading the expedition was the fiery cloud Golden Immortal, accompanied by numerous true immortal elders and a full 100 virtual immortal disciples from the Yunfan immortal sect, all preparing to embark on this secret realm trial. Off to the Spirit Light Secret Realm. Chapter 58, 7th Level Virtual Immortal, 2nd Level Virtual Immortal. The immense celestial vessel roared through the air, akin to a primordial beast, commanding the winds and clouds in its wake, instilling reverence in many wandering immortal cultivators. Look, the dragon-riding celestial vessel of Yunfan immortal sect. Such a grand display. What purpose could they possibly serve? Haha, with the recent opening of the Spirit Light Secret Realm, they must be heading to participate in the Secret Realm trial. Last time, it was reported that the Yunfan immortal sect suffered greatly within the Secret Realm, with hardly half of their 100 virtual immortal prodigies returning. This time, who knows if they can reclaim their honor? In the distance, a group of wandering immortals murmured among themselves, their voices laced with envy and reverence, while some merely observed with detached curiosity. The dragon-riding celestial vessel, resplendent and magnificent, was adorned with intricate formations and cloud patterns, resembling a celestial palace in the sky, divided into 3 tiers, each housing numerous individual chambers. At this moment, on the expansive platform at the vessel's forefront, stood dozens of ambitious celestial beings, brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. Most were at the 8th or 9th level of the celestial ascendants, distinguished disciples of the Yunfan celestial sect, each harboring their own pride and aspirations. Among them was a striking young man, slightly out of place, as he was merely at the 7th level of celestial ascendants, making him one of the few at the bottom of the ranks participating in this trial. Yet, none dared to underestimate him, for he was a prodigy of the Shao family. The Shao family held a preeminent position within the Yunfan celestial sect, boasting several true immortal elders and the exceptional Jian Yun, a pinnacle existence. They were undeniably a formidable force within the sect, earning the admiration and respect of its disciples. At this moment, the young man, Xiao Yan, was scanning his surroundings. Xiao Yan, what are you looking for? Inquired a fellow disciple at the 8th level of celestial ascendants. A smile gracing his lips. I am searching for that fellow, Shui Yun, replied Xiao Yan, raising an eyebrow. His striking white robe adorned with fiery patterns making him stand out, his face radiating an air of prideful confidence. After the competition among disciples concluded, he had advanced directly to the 7th level of celestial ascendants due to the rewards, experiencing a significant enhancement in his strength. Not only had he mastered a fire-based celestial technique under the guidance of a true immortal elder, but to ensure his safety, the elder had also bestowed upon him a low-grade fire-based celestial treasure. At this moment, Xiao Yin was filled with immense confidence and was eager to teach Shui Yun a lesson, aiming to reclaim the spotlight that had been taken from him a few days prior. Shui Yun, the one who ranked first among the mid-level celestial disciples? The nearby disciple exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin felt a surge of discontent, particularly at the mention of the word first, which sharply stimulated his nerves. The reward for first place was exceptionally generous, and he had boasted in front of his elders, vowing to surpass Fan Xian and claim the top spot. In the end, while he had indeed surpassed Fan Xian, he had failed to secure first place. Although the elders later praised him for exercising restraint and not acting impulsively, lest he suffer injury and fail to even secure second place, these words, meant to be well-intentioned, left Xiao Yan quietly seething with frustration. Observing Xiao Yan's darkening expression, the nearby disciple realized he had misspoken and hastily added, Brother Xiao, why concern yourself with Shui Yun? He merely possesses a bit of talent. However, we cultivators value not only talent, but also background and resources. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and shot him a glance, huffing softly before turning away. The disciple stood there awkwardly, feeling he had said something amiss, yet uncertain of where he had erred. After all, what he had stated was the universally accepted truth within the immortal realm. A cultivator must possess wealth, companions, techniques, and a suitable environment, each element indispensable. Wealth signifies resources for cultivation, companions refer to allies and supportive backgrounds, techniques denote the methods for cultivation, and environment pertains to the realms and resources conducive to spiritual practice. Among these individuals, aside from Blood Cloud's slight ability to rival Xiao Yin in terms of magic, he has utterly faltered in every other aspect. The cultivator wore a bewildered expression, initially intending to flatter and bond, only to find that his efforts had backfired. At that moment, suddenly, a resplendent celestial light burst forth from a chamber within the flying vessel, radiating brilliance that even the barriers could not impede. Accompanied by waves of ethereal melodies, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged. Instantly, everyone aboard the vessel was alarmed, collectively turning their gazes towards that direction. Soon, a figure soared into the sky, seated cross-legged beneath the protective shield of the flying vessel, fervently absorbing the surrounding celestial energy, dazzling beams of light emanating in all directions. What flamboyance! Indeed, it was none other than Blood Cloud, embracing the philosophy of being ostentatious rather than modest. Blood Cloud, he had breached the limits of the flying vessel. While the enchanting celestial maiden, Luo Yu, fixated her gaze upon a certain individual in the air, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of otherworldly brilliance. This fellow, how infuriating! Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, seething at the sight of the red-haired youth above, wishing fervently to incinerate him to ashes. Was such a ruckus truly warranted for merely breaking through? However, the next moment, Xiao Yan's mouth fell agape, his face a mask of disbelief. He beheld Blood Cloud in the air, where suddenly, a surge of celestial light enveloped him, and from his lower and middle dantians, two luminous manifestations of the celestial realm emerged, dazzling and magnificent. Two celestial realms. My goodness, a dual celestial immortal. This scene immediately stirred every soul aboard the vessel, including the esteemed Flame Cloud Golden Immortal in the upper chamber, along with numerous true immortal elders. The Flame Cloud Golden Immortal peered through the void, astonishment flickering in his eyes, followed by a subtle furrow of his brow. Within the Yunfan immortal sect, the factions were broadly divided into three major forces. one led by the Fan family under the Fan Hua Golden Immortal, another being Zhao's family, and the third directly under the command of the Fang Hui Immortal Monarch. The sect Master S faction was the weakest, maintaining a stance of neutrality. Yet due to their connection with the Immortal Monarch, neither the Xiao nor Fan factions dared to offend them. The true immortal Fu Guang belonged to the Fan faction. The sudden emergence of such a prodigious talent stirred various thoughts within the Flame Cloud Golden Immortal. At this moment, the true immortals aboard the vessel emerged. Fixating their intense and nuanced gazes upon Blood Cloud, their expressions varied. Fu Guangzhenren's eyes sparkled with profound delight. He stepped forward, arriving before Blood Cloud. At this juncture, Blood Cloud had successfully ascended, his celestial light gradually retracting. Fu Guangzhenren's face broke into a radiant smile, yet he quickly adopted a stern expression. Glaring at Blood Cloud as he reproached, "It's merely a breakthrough to the 7th level of the Celestial Immortal. Even if you have achieved dual Celestial Immortal status, why create such a commotion? Your conduct is unbecoming of a disciple." Fu Guangzhenren scolded, though his gaze swept over several senior brothers. The corners of his mouth subtly curling upwards, revealing a hint of pride, as if reluctant to fully dismiss his disciple's achievement. The Master's teachings resonated. Yet the disciple had not anticipated that opening a second celestial realm would result in such an extraordinary phenomenon. Blood Cloud, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head in humility. Fu Guangzhenren's mouth twitched, uncertain whether to take it seriously or not. After all, he himself was not a dual celestial immortal and had never witnessed such a breakthrough. Congratulations. At this moment, several celestial beings approached the esteemed Master Fu Guang to express their congratulations, subsequently casting appreciative glances towards Fang Yun. They began to laud the young disciple with fervent praise. In an instant, the numerous disciples aboard the flying vessel gazed at Fang Yun with a mixture of envy and admiration. Their expressions profoundly intricate. Particularly, Fang Yun clenched his fists in quiet determination. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, causing Fang Yun to shudder. Followed by a smirk of disdain. "Fang Yun, your fate is sealed. Yunner, perhaps it would be wise for you to forego this secret realm expedition. Your talents are commendable, and I believe it unnecessary for you to take such risks," Master Fu Guang advised sincerely. These words came from the depths of his heart. "Master, your intentions are understood by your disciple. However, I cannot forget your previous words. As cultivators, we seek the path of immortality, which is inherently a defiance against fate. Should we retreat in the face of peril? If so, even with my talent, I would inevitably be surpassed by others. I am willing to go," Fang Yun declared with conviction. What a jest. He simply had to venture into this secret realm, and furthermore, he intended to bring along a legion of brothers to plunder the entirety of the domain. Chapter 59. The departure of the young celestial maiden within the confines of Silver Moon City. Fong Yun reveled in the power and transformations coursing through him, his spirits soaring. A second-tier celestial being? It is but a trifle. Fong Yun gazed at the void at a 45-degree angle, his figure standing tall and steadfast, akin to a lofty pine in a garden or a transcendent immortal at the mountain's peak. His demeanor was serene and solitary, as if he could soar into the winds and return to the celestial realms at any moment. Yet, the expression upon his face bore a smirk, with the corners of his mouth curling upward, radiating pride and disdain. He had been monitoring the situation concerning Fang Yun, aware that the commotion stirred by the second-tier celestial beings was a testament to the envy they elicited in others. However, such envy did not extend to Fong Yun, for the challenges faced by these second-tier celestial beings had merely endured for 5 days amidst the torrent of 1,000 souls. After indulging in a moment of solitary appreciation, Fong Yun unleashed a powerful punch. The air erupted with a resounding blast. The essence of his golden sword energy surged through the atmosphere, akin to streaks of golden thread shooting forth, vanishing in an instant. In that fleeting moment of celestial power, Fong Yun distinctly sensed that his energy, refined through the trials of 2 great celestial realms, had grown ever more robust and substantial. If his previous energy could be likened to a brook, then now it was unmistakably a mighty river, surging with vigor. As he continued to experiment, Fong Yun soon made a surprising discovery. The 2 celestial realms within him could balance one another, ultimately allowing him to converge them into nothingness, and then reconstitute their respective 36 celestial apertures, much like an ordinary celestial being. Moreover, as long as he maintained the mutual balance of the 2 realms, he could instantly revert to his original state. This revelation illuminated Fong Yun's mind. Recently, his extraordinary capabilities had raised a troubling concern that lingered in the back of his thoughts, instilling a sense of instability. His anxiety was directed towards the celestial realms. It was crucial to understand that upon becoming a celestial being, his avatars shared the same nature. Yet, He possessed over 10,000 avatars. Aside from the 9,000 or so cultivating within the system's space, several hundred roamed freely outside. If a discerning individual were to uncover this, it would indeed be a matter of great significance. In the vast and boundless realms of the celestial world, the emergence of extraordinary talents is hardly remarkable. However, when a modest locale produces a multitude of transcendent beings, the situation becomes perplexing. Previously, Fong Yun had recognized this dilemma. Thus, apart from the audacious and arrogant blood cloud, he instructed his other avatars to conceal their true cultivation levels with utmost caution. Should anything seem amiss, they were to retreat and regroup, ensuring no trouble was left for their kin, particularly for his true self. Now, to his astonishment, the two realms of the central and lower Danshians could harmoniously coexist, remaining undetectable. Delight surged within Fong Yun as he began to assess the gains of the past few days. Upon reviewing the findings of the underwater expedition led by Fong Shui, he raised his brows in astonishment. They had amassed a staggering 30 pieces of mother water crystals, most of which were the size of eggs. Yet, one particular piece captured his attention. It was the size of a bowl. As he lifted it, he noted its weight exceeded 70 or 80,000 pounds. Within it flowed a reservoir of water elemental power, rich and expansive, akin to a verdant lake. Remarkably, this single piece was worth at least 100 million low-grade celestial crystals. Such a treasure would also serve splendidly for comprehending the laws of water. Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, further valuing this fortuitous opportunity. He continued his search, replenishing his underwater expedition avatar without deploying additional ones. At present, his focus remained primarily on cultivation. After organizing these matters, Fong Yun divided his attention to monitor the situation concerning Blood Cloud while simultaneously honing his Dao heart. His method was straightforward yet intense. Several enchanting demonesses took turns or collaborated to unleash their alluring powers upon him. Master, little fairy Mo Lin has arrived. As Fong Yun was immersed in his mental training, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears, causing his already radiant visage to glow even brighter. With a thought, he directed a fragment of his consciousness to inhabit the fire-round avatar. In an instant, he grasped the situation. Disciples from the Tianjian celestial sect had been sent to participate in the spirit light secret realm, and the true fairy Mo Lin was among them. At that moment, Mo Lin's celestial palace lay unoccupied, guarded only by a few maidens of modest cultivation, around the 6th or 7th level of the void immortal stage. Due to the amicable relationship between Fire Round and little fairy Mo Lin, he received the news promptly and could undoubtedly enter and exit the celestial palace without suspicion. Within the palace, Fire Round embraced the chubby dragon, Qi Long, as they ventured deeper into its sanctum. Everything unfolded as usual. However, this time, a profound smile graced her round and charming face. Suddenly, the slumbering Qi Long seemed to sense an inkling of unease, lifting its small head to glance around in confusion. Noticing nothing amiss, it turned back to gaze at Fire Round, where it was met with a sweet smile. With a gentle sound, the little dragon nestled deeper, resuming its slumber. This display incited a sense of disdain within Fong Yun's consciousness. You dare to take advantage of my avatar, little plump one. Soon, you shall learn the error of your ways. Huang Hui embraced Xiao Bai and entered a chamber. With a flick of her wrist, a concealed protective formation materialized, enveloping the area. In the next moment, two silhouettes appeared beside her, the enchanting Shamey demon sisters, one exuding an aura of sophistication while the other radiated youthful charm. This little lecherous dragon would surely be captivated, especially by two such alluring figures. Fong Yun smirked. Before him, the little dragon Xiao Bai was merely at the 6th level of the illusory Immortal Realm, while his current avatars were at the 7th level. The two Shamey demons, employing their innate abilities, were destined to triumph effortlessly over Xiao Bai. Fong Yun raised his hand and delivered a playful slap atop Xiao Bai's head. Startled by the pain, Xiao Bai awoke to behold two mesmerizing pairs of violet eyes. As the overwhelming allure surged forth, Xiao Bai's expression momentarily reflected confusion before swiftly transforming into one of fervent infatuation. Xiao Bai found himself immersed in a splendid dream, surrounded by countless vibrant female dragons of various colors and types. Among them were Huang Hui, Hua Ling, and even the enchanting Mo Lin, all vying for his attention, allowing him to act as he pleased. An ethereal paradise. Drool streamed from the corners of his mouth, and his small body writhed restlessly. It was said that dragons were innately lustful, and this proved to be true. Observing the little glutton's pitiful state, Fong Yun scoffed disdainfully. Your will is weak. Compared to me, you are nothing. In the next instant, Fong Yun drew a dagger and began to draw blood from Xiao Bai. The moment the pain struck, the dreamer believed he was under attack by the female dragons, failing to perceive any anomaly, only becoming more exhilarated. Thus, the flow of dragon blood surged even more fervently. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away, within an extraordinary Grand Canyon, the Yun Fan Immortal Sect, the Tianjin Immortal Sect, and the Jin Han Immortal Palace had congregated. Alongside numerous other sects, all led by golden immortals. Immortals floated in the air, their celestial light radiant and dazzling, as if engaging in a contest of brilliance. In an instant, thousands of immortals filled the skies, illuminating the vast emptiness with myriad rays of brilliance, their aura overwhelmingly fierce. Chapter 60, Xiao Bai's Doubts About Dragonhood. Such a disgrace to dragons, the Lingguang's secret realm exists in an alternate dimension, connecting with the main plane of the Immortal Realm at regular intervals. It serves as a notable trial ground within the territory of the Qian Yin Immortal King, although its location frequently shifts. The guidance of supreme immortal beings ensures that the entrance is always accurately located and communicated to various sects and factions. This time, 3 entrances were calculated, and the one before the assembled crowd was among them. Although the factions present ultimately belonged to the same immortal king, competition remained fierce due to the differing immortal lords overseeing them. This trial was not only a treasure hunt for opportunities, but also a contest among disciples of various sects. The number of participants from each faction was roughly equal, and those who fared poorly within were simply deserving of their fate. Even if disciples perished inside, they were expected to remain silent after the trial concluded, a tacit rule accepted among the immortal lords. Furthermore, various parties will allocate benefits according to the performance of their disciples. Thus, although the journey to the Lingguang's secret realm serves as a trial for the Xuxian disciples, it is of considerable significance to all involved. At this moment, the golden immortals engaged in fervent discussions, boasting and inevitably exchanging provocative remarks, jests, and even wagers. However, such matters were merely the concerns of the elite. Bloodcloud listened to a few exchanges before losing interest. After all, they were golden immortals. How juvenile. He shook his head, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the other disciples from different celestial sections. Whenever he caught sight of the formidable non-human races that manifested in their true forms, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. In no time, he mentally noted several of them, chuckling wickedly to himself. Do not let me and my brothers cross paths with you. Otherwise, I shall surely drain your essence. At that moment, his senior brother, Chaoong, spoke up. Junior brother, our master has instructed us that when we enter the secret realm, you must stick with us and prioritize caution. Remember, do not wander off. Indeed, junior brother. Another voice chimed in. Our master has made it clear. If you fail to return, neither shall we. Make sure to stay close to second sister, said Nie Xiaoyu. The second sister, playfully giving Bloodcloud a captivating glance while naturally accentuating her alluring figure. As a virtual immortal of the second cave heavens, her future held limitless potential. This evoked both jealousy and a yearning to approach her. It was quite vexing. Nie Xiaoyu gazed at Bloodcloud's tall stature and handsome face beneath his flowing red hair, her heart skipping a beat. Suddenly, she recalled that this junior brother belonged to the Blood Fiend clan and possessed 5 kidneys, causing a faint blush to rise on her delicate cheeks. Just then, a series of ripples appeared in the void of the great canyon ahead. Everyone immediately turned their attention towards it. Master, the Lingguang's secret realm is about to open. Bloodcloud quickly reported the situation to Fong Yun. At that moment, within the Tianjin sect, Fong Yun had already filled 2 large barrels with the blood of the Qi dragon for Xiao Bai. On the surface, the barrels were even larger than Xiao Bai himself. However, that was merely an illusion. Given Xiao Bai's true form, it should be at least several dozen zhang long. At present, Xiao Bai's once plump figure had slimmed considerably, and his shiny scales appeared much duller, resembling the effects of excessive indulgence. Upon hearing Bloodcloud's report, Fong Yun's eyes lit up, and he promptly stowed away the blood barrels. The essence of the Qi dragon was undoubtedly sufficient, even in surplus, serving as compensation for the previous sacrifice made by his avatar. After completing these tasks, Fong Yun thoughtfully retrieved some healing elixirs and sprinkled them over Xiao Bai's wounds. Soon, the injuries vanished. If it weren't for Xiao Bai's dimmed appearance, one would hardly suspect anything had transpired. Fong Yun pondered for a moment before pouring a viscous liquid with a few bubbles beneath Xiao Bai's belly. Clearing his throat, he discreetly dismissed the Shamo demon avatar beside him. He then retracted his consciousness, causing the fire-round avatar to vanish as well. Earlier, Fong Yun had already arranged for Hualing and Huafang to be positioned within the range of his divine awareness, ready for action. The fiery orb retracted the alluring demon's avatar, while the fiery lance seamlessly absorbed the orb. Meanwhile, the fire entity outside the sect was perfectly poised to reclaim the lance. It merely required the main consciousness to sequentially take control, thereby retrieving the avatar. In an almost instantaneous manner, the fire entity outside the sect completed the final acquisition. As for the fire avatar, it was left to fend for itself. Perfect. Fong Yun smiled lightly, retracting his consciousness. He then concentrated his thoughts on the blood cloud. Within Mo Lin's celestial palace, the little dragon, devoid of the enchanting allure of the nightmare, soon opened its eyes, revealing a mixture of confusion and unfulfilled desire. Waves of weakness surged within, and it felt something peculiar beneath its abdomen. Suddenly, the little dragon realized something was amiss. It leaped into the air. Upon glancing down, its eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a series of incoherent, sorrowful dragon cries. Did I just have a spring dream? And feel so weak? Oh, what a disgrace for a dragon. At the entrance of the Lingguang's secret realm, as time passed, the void above the canyon trembled with increasing ferocity. As if two invisible beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, the void quaked incessantly. After several moments, a thunderous sound akin to shattering resonated through the sky. Following this, a massive, irregular gap opened in the area of intense tremors. In a flash, a dozen golden immortals struck simultaneously. Unleashing beams of celestial light intermingled with the power of laws, forcefully stabilizing the violently trembling spatial rift. Enter disciples, commanded one of the golden immortals, prompting all the disciples of various celestial sects to swiftly move towards the entrance. Fong Yun, now in control of the blood cloud, surged forward alongside his three senior brothers and sisters. Just as they stepped into the entrance, an almost imperceptible force momentarily disturbed the blood cloud's form. Although Fong Yun sensed this external force, he dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, being jostled amidst a throng of people was to be expected. However, as his surroundings shifted and he finally grasped the new environment and individuals present, his expression darkened. He found himself in a vast desert, engulfed by endless swirling sands, with no end in sight. Not only that, but the three senior brothers and sisters from the sect of the Radiant Light were nowhere to be seen. Instead, Xiao Yan and several members of the Xiao family were in close proximity. The Radiant Light Master had mentioned that those who entered simultaneously, especially those standing close together, would typically appear in the same location within the secret realm. Yet, that was not the case now. Fong Yun furrowed his brow, already suspecting that the previous disturbance was a deliberate act. Otherwise, such a coincidence was highly improbable. Nevertheless, there were still a few others nearby. Among them was Luo Yu, who was being guarded by several cultivators, all vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The others were mostly disciples from different celestial sects, huddled together in small groups. Only Fong Yun stood alone, appearing isolated. Damn it, Fong Yun muttered under his breath, then focused his thoughts and attempted to summon his avatars. In the next instant, he felt a surge of reassurance. It was indeed feasible. Thus, without hesitation, Fong Yun summoned 1,000 avatars immediately, scattered in all directions to prevent the blood cloud's avatars from suddenly perishing. This secret realm expedition was on the verge of collapse. 1,000 avatars were deployed. As long as one survived, he could seize control at any moment and summon even more. Stability was assured. Just as Fong Yun completed the deployment, Xiao Yan and his companions approached with mocking grins. Heh, blood cloud, is it just you? How unsafe. Why not join us instead? Xiao Yan sneered, while his companions quickly spread out, subtly enclosing the blood cloud in their midst. This scene did not escape the attention of the surrounding onlookers, who coldly disregarded the spectacle and began to survey their surroundings. Fong Yun cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. Were it not for the multitude present and the uncertain circumstances, he would not hesitate to unleash his avatars to eliminate Xiao Yan. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Senior brother Xiao, we are all of the same sect, and in this secret realm, we should assist one another. Fong Yun looked over, slightly surprised. Luo Yu had spoken up for him. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and halted, turning to Luo Yu with a smile. Junior sister Luo, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to invite junior brother Blood Cloud to join us, nothing more. Luo Yu shot him a skeptical glance, her eyes filled with disbelief. Given the earlier confrontation, it was hard to believe his intentions were innocent. Without further ado, she approached Fong Yun directly. Junior brother Yun, why not come with us? Fong Yun was taken aback by her invitation, as he believed his blood cloud avatar had little connection with her. Their only encounter had been during a competition, where he had shown no mercy and nearly inflicted serious injury upon her. Suddenly, Fong Yun's brow furrowed, an inexplicable sense of danger surging within him. As a second heaven virtual immortal, his spiritual perception was sharper than that of a typical ninth-layer virtual immortal. In the next moment, his blood-fiendish power vaguely sensed several immense blood energies beneath the yellow sand, churning like waves and swiftly approaching. One was barreling directly toward him. Dodge! Fong Yun gasped, swiftly kicking Luo Yu away. Using the rebound's force, he flickered and retreated at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yu, propelled through the air, was stunned, her pretty face flushing with anger. Here she was, trying to help, and he had repaid her kindness with such brutality, kicking her in the chest. Furious, Luo Yu clenched her silver teeth, ready to retaliate. However, in the next instant, the sand erupted violently. A colossal figure, resembling a coiling dragon, burst forth from the very sands they had just occupied. Its gaping maw was several feet wide, and a member of the Shao family, unable to evade. Each one possessed the formidable strength of a celestial being at the 8th or 9th level. At this moment, harnessing the power of the terrain, the sandstorm raged fiercely, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. It was the fearsome, earth-swallowing serpent. Caution was advised. Some recognized the identity of this dragon and immediately rallied the crowd to take action. They had been caught off guard by the surprise attack, but now, having regained their composure, they were undaunted. Outnumbered and equally formidable, they faced the earth-swallowing serpent with determination. In an instant, various celestial lights shot forth, while several figures transformed into their true forms, boldly confronting the numerous native serpents. Moments later, under the relentless assault from the celestial disciples, the earth-swallowing serpent found itself at a disadvantage, with several of its kin swiftly vanquished. Observing this, the leader roared in fury, brandishing a horn which it then raised to the heavens, unleashing a piercing sound that sent waves of power cascading through the air. Soon, a tempest of sand surged from the distance. The sight sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, for hundreds of earth-swallowing serpents charged towards them. "Run!" someone shouted. And the first to ascend in celestial light made their escape. Then came the second and the third. By the time the serpents descended upon them, the crowd had already fled, with only a few unfortunate disciples left behind, swiftly meeting their demise. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Yan, under the protection of the Shao family's celestial beings, fled in disarray while desperately searching for any sign of blood cloud. However, he found no trace. Unbeknownst to him, during the initial tumult, Fong Yun had concealed himself beneath the cover of the swirling sands, making a rapid retreat now thousands of miles away. The ability to render his clones invisible proved remarkably advantageous and sophisticated. Blood Cloud, standing atop a sand dune, gazed enviously at Fong Yun's prowess. As his strength grew, he increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of invisibility, not merely cloaking oneself, but also masking one's aura. It was an invaluable skill that allowed him to evade numerous perils. Subsequently, Fong Yun summoned thousands of clones, directing them to swiftly explore the secret realm, spreading out in all directions. Disdainful of the haphazard approach, Fong Yun opted for 32 specific vectors to deploy his clones densely. Each group comprised 31 adept celestial beings at the 7th level, proficient in a combined sword formation, representing a formidable force. These were merely the vanguards of his exploratory mission. For simple opportunities, he would seize them directly. For challenging ones, he would quickly mobilize reinforcements. With a decisive wave of his hand, 32 groups of clones vanished and set forth. Each clone donned the cold bronze masks that Fong Yun had meticulously prepared, resembling an enigmatic whirlwind as they swept through the secret realm. The secret realm was set to last for a month, and Fong Yun hoped everyone could endure a little longer. With a subtle smile, he traversed the desert, exuding an air of strategic mastery, as though orchestrating a grand victory from afar. With his clones diligently working, he felt no need to hasten his search for opportunities. As he continued his journey, suddenly, he spotted several members of the earth-swallowing serpent clan. With a subtle wave of his hand, hundreds of avatars reappeared. In Chapter 62, Infiltrating the Earth Origin Python. The secret realm is truly amusing. 100 avatars effortlessly overpowered 5 members of the Earth Origin Python tribe, crushing them with ease. It was akin to a mere act of friction. The Earth Origin Pythons were unable to emit any signals of distress before they were incapacitated. Fong Yun chose not to slay them outright. Instead, he conducted a soul search first. Once the soul search was complete, without needing any command from Fong Yun, the nearby avatars began to tidy up the battlefield. In mere moments, the avatars vanished, returning to the system space to cultivate. And the entire process took no more than a few minutes. The surroundings were pristine. The wind remained wind, and the sand still lay as sand. As if nothing had transpired, Fong Yun stood concealed nearby, assimilating the memories of the Earth Origin Pythons. This place was known as the Shifengla Desert, primarily inhabited by 2 dominant tribes, the Earth Origin Pythons and the Windpeng tribe. For generations, these 2 clans had coexisted in this vast desert, harnessing the unique energies of the land and wind for cultivation. Earth Origin Jade, Taiwan Stone, Fong Yun murmured, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The spiritual light secret realm, being a trial, had stringent regulations set forth by the celestial lords prohibiting the disclosure of specific maps to disciples. Otherwise, with successive generations entering to hone their skills and accumulate experiences, the so-called treasure trove of the secret realm would soon be breached, losing its long-term significance. However, some treasures within the secret realm had their information disclosed. Among them, Earth Origin Jade and Taiwan Stone were two types of treasures of the law level, rich in the essence of earth and wind respectively, greatly aiding the comprehension of earth and wind laws, akin to the water mother law crystal. What a remarkable secret realm. And I've already stumbled upon treasures of the law level at the first stop, Fong Yun mused. Yet, what captivated Fong Yun even more was another entity, the Earth Origin Queen, Xingpeng Wang. According to the memories of the Earth Origin Pythons, not all were of the Earth Origin devouring Python lineage. Only the Earth Origin Queen possessed the purest bloodline of the Earth Origin devouring Python. Furthermore, within the memory of one of the Earth Origin Pythons, Fong Yun glimpsed the figure of the Earth Origin Queen. She resided in a grand stone city. Seated upon an imposing throne, a woman of extraordinary nobility, beauty, and allure. With a human upper body and a serpent's tail, adorned with a golden crown and intricately crafted golden armor, she exuded an aura of valor akin to a Valkyrie, radiating brilliance and grandeur. Your essence, I have marked it. Fong Yun grinned, setting his first small target. With his palm open, the blood essence of the slain Earth Origin Python was swiftly absorbed by Fong Yun. Subsequently, he activated the system's racial selection function. Earth Origin Python, racial rating, superior. This rating was slightly inferior to that of the premium category, leaving Fong Yun somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, with a mere thought, 5 shadowy avatars manifested, swiftly transforming into 5 members of the Earth Origin Python tribe. These 5 avatars perfectly mirrored the recently slain Earth Origin Pythons. Fong Yun infused them with the memories obtained from the Soul Search. Instantly, these avatars transformed, completely replacing the 5 Earth Origin Pythons. Fong Yun's consciousness took command of a native of the Earth Python tribe, who swiftly transformed its form. At times it embodied the massive shape of a serpent, its yellow scales fierce and formidable. At other moments, it manifested as a human with a serpentine tail, or even a complete human figure. For the Earth Python tribe, shifting into human form was a trivial feat, though they typically preferred to appear as a hybrid of human and serpent. After a thorough assessment, Fong Yun gained a deeper understanding of the Earth Pythons. This race possessed an innate affinity for earth-based powers and demonstrated proficiency in certain wind-based abilities. Their colossal physique allowed them to navigate through sand as effortlessly as a fish swims through water or an eagle soars through the sky. With this newfound knowledge, Fong Yun became increasingly covetous of the blood essence of the Earth Queen. While the Earth Pythons were remarkable, one could only imagine the extraordinary gifts inherent in the pure blood lineage of the Earth-devouring Python. Delai, having encountered his master, led a group of Earth Python avatars in a respectful greeting, employing their unique language with remarkable fluency and authenticity, revealing no hint of flaw. The only discernible imperfection lay in his cultivation level. Once a leader of an Earth Python tribe at the pinnacle of the virtual Immortal Realm, Delai now found himself diminished to the 7th tier of the same level. Fortunately, he could conceal his aura and cultivation. At that moment, the numerous pioneer avatars previously dispatched began to yield results. They collected several pieces of Earth Jade and Tai Feng stones, as well as various Earth and Wind Spirit herbs, while also uncovering a wealth of intelligence that corroborated Fong Yun's recent soul-searching discoveries. One particular team even pinpointed the exact location of the Earth King City. The abundance of avatars proved advantageous, and Fong Yun smiled, noting the swift success of his initial endeavors. Suddenly, a team of avatars relayed coordinates and news. Master, we have located Xiao Yin and his companions. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise and amusement flickered in Fong Yun's eyes. One shall remain to track them. The rest shall continue seeking opportunities. I will handle the remainder. Understood, came the response. After issuing his commands, Fong Yun withdrew his consciousness from the blood cloud and transferred it into Delai's body. Meanwhile, the blood cloud avatar was left as a captive among the Earth Python brethren. Before long, Delai, accompanied by 4 subordinate avatars and the captive blood cloud, returned to their tribe, having conveniently secured several ferocious beasts for sustenance along the way. This particular Earth Python tribe, consisting of 600 to 700 members, resided within a modest town constructed of earth and stone. Upon their return, Fong Yun and his companions were greeted with fervent respect from their kin. The leader has returned. We have seen the leader. The leader has even captured an outsider. Someone exclaimed, spotting the disheveled and dispirited captive blood cloud, prompting enthusiastic cheers. The leader is magnificent. Ha ha. Fong Yun laughed heartily. Drawing upon the memories acquired from his soul-searching to emulate Lai's character, he boldly proclaimed, "These accursed outsiders have been sighted several times. Yet we have only managed to capture one, while a few have escaped. Come, DeLong, ere long, gather 100 brothers, and let us vanquish them." Speaking in the familiar and earthy dialect of the Earth Python tribe, he waved his hand, quickly summoning over 100 Earth Python warriors. Then, in a flurry of activity, the tribe emerged once more. At this moment, Xiao Yan and his group of 7 or 8 appeared quite disheveled, yet their expressions hinted at a flicker of joy. They had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the Earth Origin Python and subsequently encountered a band of Wind Wing tribe members. A fierce battle ensued, during which Xiao Yan's group, armed with celestial artifacts and formidable divine powers, forged a bloody path to victory. They had even stumbled upon several pieces of Tai Feng stone, treasures of the law level, each immensely valuable. Indeed, a considerable windfall. Though this place was fraught with danger, it also brimmed with treasures. Let us proceed with caution and continue our search for Tai Feng stones and Earth Origin jade, Xiao Yan instructed. Just as he finished, a cultivator at the 9th level of the virtual realm nearby turned pale. "Be careful, there is something beneath us," he exclaimed, swiftly lifting Xiao Yan and propelling them upwards into the void. In the next instant, a throng of Earth Origin Pythons surged forth, madly charging at Xiao Yan and his companions. Moments later, another group of Earth Origin Pythons emerged from either side. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's party found themselves encircled by hundreds of Earth Origin Pythons. The winds howled, and the intent to kill permeated the air. Fong Yun, along with a few subordinates, watched from a distance, his lips curving into a knowing smile. What a delightful secret realm. It's a pity they won't last through the first day. Chapter 63, just 10 days. The secret realm is in chaos. In the sky, Xiao Yan and his companions, nearly in a daze, were filled with disbelief. They had been exceedingly cautious, always on high alert. How had they suddenly found themselves surrounded? No matter how hard they pondered, they could not fathom that an invisible doppelganger had been tailing them all along. "Attack!" roared the captain of the Earth Origin Pythons, DeLong. Hundreds of Earth Origin Pythons launched a coordinated assault. Their serpentine bodies were powerful and fierce, their icy scales impenetrable and sharp. The raging winds and sands swept through, akin to a bone-slicing gale and a barrage of particle projectiles. In an instant, the protective celestial artifacts summoned by Xiao Yan's guardians were shattered by the overwhelming force. At that moment, DeLong revealed his true form, delivering a devastating tail strike upon the already cracked protective artifact. Boom! The celestial artifact shattered instantly, a burst of mysterious light erupting forth. One of the Xiao family's cultivators coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, before the Earth Origin Pythons could press their advantage, another Xiao family cultivator swiftly produced a defensive celestial artifact, managing to hold their ground once more. From a distance, Fong Yun observed with mild surprise, secretly admiring the prowess of this second-generation genius from a golden, celestial family. Such treasures were indeed plentiful. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Yan, in a state of panic, drawing forth a talisman glowing with blinding golden light. A true fire talisman. Fong Yun's heart raced, and he immediately relayed a warning to DeLong and the others. "Retreat quickly. They possess a formidable weapon." The words of their leader were met with unwavering belief by the Earth Origin Pythons, who hastily withdrew. In the next moment, a fiery blaze erupted, a crimson inferno tinged with gold, reminiscent of bubbling volcanic magma, roaring towards the densely packed Earth Origin Pythons. Sizzle! Over 20 massive Earth Origin Pythons were engulfed in the true fire. Screams echoed, as despite their scales shimmering with Earth Origin energy, they were swiftly seared to the bone. The true fire talisman embodies the principles of fire and encapsulates the formidable power of true immortals, an essence far beyond the capacity of the earthly Yuan Python to withstand. Those earthly Yuan Pythons scorched by the true fire were instantaneously reduced to mere ashes. At that moment, the fierce killing intent of the great dragon and the second dragon, along with their animosity towards outsiders, was utterly quelled by terror. "Ha! Come forth. Do these mere natives truly believe they can extinguish me?" Xiao Yan, with newfound confidence. Xiao Yan smirked disdainfully. As he spoke, he produced 2 more true fire talismans. Simultaneously, he brandished a sword emanating a crimson glow. The aura of that celestial sword was intensely blazing. Upon a mere glance, one could perceive not a sword, but a fiery blade. The 2 true fire talismans, treasures of the fire element. Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with wonder. This second-generation immortal was flaunting his wealth, which was exceedingly irksome. In his mind, Fong Yun had already considered that sword as his own. At that moment, Xiao Yan raised the true fire talismans, poised to unleash their power. Instantly, The earthly Yuan pythons before him were struck with fear, retreating in haste. Though they were somewhat reckless, they were not foolish. Their intelligence was nearly on par with that of humans. Faced with an unstoppable force, none dared to step forward and court death. Run. Xiao Yan transmitted his thoughts, and several members of the Xiao family soared into the air, fleeing with great speed. The true fire talismans were talismans of celestial rank, and the ancestor had only bestowed 3. With each use, there would be 1 less, and this was merely the first day. As Xiao Yan fled, he cursed under his breath. The great dragon and the second dragon were eager to pursue, but were halted by Fong Yun. Enough. This group of outsiders possesses a formidable weapon. Our people charging to the front would only lead to needless sacrifice, Fong Yun declared. He then shifted his tone. However, we can devise a way to notify the other tribes, or the Wind Pung tribe. Inform them of the vast abundance of celestial crystals, elixirs, and treasures they possess. Once these outsiders have expended their resources, we shall strike and reap the rewards of celestial crystals and precious herbs. Ha! Fong Yun laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Drawing upon his memories, he was aware of numerous useful tidbits about the locals. For instance, the outsiders coveted the earthly Yuan jade and the Taifeng stone. Meanwhile, the earthly Yuan pythons harbored a hatred for the outsiders, envious of the celestial crystals, elixirs, and celestial techniques they possessed. Upon hearing Fong Yun's words, the great dragon and the second dragon's eyes brightened, glancing at their leader, Li, filled with a newfound respect and astonishment. What was happening with the chief today? Wasn't he supposed to be the most reckless among them? How was it that today he displayed such remarkable strategy? The two simpletons pondered, then began executing the orders. Fong Yun, meanwhile, returned to the Lai Tu tribe with his companions. The blood cloud doppelganger was being closely monitored by several other earthly Yuan pythons, ensuring utmost safety. As soon as Fong Yun returned to Li's abode, a captivating woman with a serpent's tail ensnared him with her allure. The earthly Yuan python tribe was known for its bold and unrestrained nature. The men displayed chiseled abs, while the women wore scanty, intricately designed garments that barely concealed their forms. As the leader's woman, she was undoubtedly among the finest in beauty. Fong Yun couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, astonished to discover that the aesthetic preferences of the earthly Yuan pythons bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his own kind. Before me stands the enchanting earth demon, an epitome of exquisite allure, with a figure that is irresistibly voluptuous and skin that is fair and tender. In stark contrast to the rugged demeanor of the earth elemental python men, time flows gently, and 10 days have swiftly passed. During this span, Fong Yun has experienced a period of remarkable abundance, engaging in numerous endeavors. Firstly, leveraging the strength of the Flame Earth tribe. He has amassed a considerable collection of Earth Yuan jade and Taifeng stone, thus reaping substantial wealth. Secondly, he has taken delight in toying with Xiao Yan and his companions. No matter where they attempt to flee, they find themselves relentlessly pursued and besieged. Indigenous warriors emerge unexpectedly, attacking them without hesitation. At this moment, only 2 injured companions remain by Xiao Yan's side, trembling in fear, unable to escape the treacherous Sandwind Desert. Living in constant dread and concealment, Fong Yun refrains from hastening to eliminate Xiao Yan, aware that the latter possesses a genuine fire talisman, which poses a significant threat. Moreover, prolonging his fear for a few more days serves Fong Yun's purpose well, eliciting a disdainful chuckle from him. Thirdly, chaos has erupted within the secret realm merely 10 days in. The thousands of avatars previously dispatched have already ventured beyond the Sandwind Desert, delving into even more distant territories. Throughout this journey, Fong Yun's avatars have encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities, predominantly in the form of rare celestial herbs and materials for weapon forging. They have also acquired bloodlines from several excellent races, including some from local indigenous tribes and others from non-human disciples undergoing trials, who were bled for their essence. Furthermore, some avatars stumbled upon opportunities discovered by trialing virtual immortals, only to be abruptly confronted by a horde of bronze-masked figures that swept through like a tidal wave. In their wake, several to dozens of virtual immortal disciples fled in terror or joyfully chose reincarnation. Consequently, a legend has begun to circulate among the trial disciples within the secret realm. A mysterious group of bronze-masked beings, whose numbers remain unknown, appear and vanish without a trace. Unfazed by death and exhibiting a ruthless demeanor, they seize treasures indiscriminately, mercilessly striking down anyone who dares to resist, regardless of whether they are indigenous or trial disciples. Exhibiting an utter disregard for reason. Chapter 64. The 8th layer of virtual immortality. The despair of Xiao Yan during these 10 days, Fong Yun undertook another significant task. He dispatched several Earth Python avatars to infiltrate the Earth Yuan royal city. After a thorough investigation, he uncovered astonishing news. The Earth Queen is at the pinnacle of virtual immortality. Had it not been for the incomplete rules of the secret realm and the absence of the true immortal tribulation, she would have long since ascended to true immortality, possessing strength that far surpasses that of an ordinary virtual immortal at the 9th layer. Moreover, her guard, comprising over 100 members, are all at the 9th layer of virtual immortality, while her subordinates at the 8th layer number in the hundreds, with even more at the 7th layer. Similarly, the situation on the side of King Qingpeng is comparable. This revelation left Fong Yun astounded, prompting him to abandon any notion of a direct confrontation, recognizing the immense losses it would entail and the uncertainty of victory. Swiftly, Fong Yun adapted his strategy. After careful contemplation, he conceived a plan for a two-pronged guerrilla warfare approach, inciting conflict between the already antagonistic Wind Peng and Earth Python tribes. In the following days, he dispatched 100 Wind Peng avatars to systematically hunt down members of the Earth Python tribe, while simultaneously sending 100 Earth Python avatars to eliminate Wind Peng tribesmen. After several days of relentless hunting, the two feuding clans have gradually become more agitated. Meanwhile, Fong Yun remains in the Litu tribe, savoring the pleasures of life while quietly awaiting the unfolding of events, a climactic battle that will allow him to reap the benefits of others' conflicts. Within the confines of Silver Moon City, Fong Yun reclines in a grand chair, attended by the graceful sisters, Jian Wu and Jian Ro, who serve him with elegance and poise. Life is indeed delightful. Suddenly, Fong Yun's eyes snap open. He has arrived. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the void immortal realm. Although his avatars have been tirelessly engaged in their respective duties, whenever they found a moment of respite, they were commanded by the main body to cultivate. Those who survived the battles immediately returned to training, wasting not a single moment. This is the essence of Fong Yun's economic philosophy. As a result, despite the time spent, it was minimal. At this moment, Fong Yun sits upright and introspects. He observes that among the 36 celestial orifices radiating from his upper dantian, 12 are now brilliantly opened, emanating a mysterious celestial light. Void Immortal, 8th level. Charge forth. With this command, over 8,000 avatars within the system space begin a ferocious assault on the bottleneck of the 8th level of the Void Immortal Realm. Under the overwhelming pressure of more than 4,000 times the impact, Fong Yun's internal circulation accelerates frantically. The celestial energy surges like a torrent, violently striking against the boundary of the realm. Amidst this powerful onslaught, the iris barrier of the 8th level of the Void Immortal Realm begins to bend and retreat under the relentless assault. The strikes intensify with each wave. Suddenly, faintly, Fong Yun hears a distinct crack. The bottleneck's iris of the 8th level shatters in response. Instantly, Fong Yun feels a wave of comfort and clarity wash over him. As the surrounding celestial energy rushes towards him, he casually scatters a handful of celestial crystals, violently absorbing the energy within them. After a few breaths, the crystals turn to ash. Fong Yun has successfully ascended. The 8th level of the Void Immortal Realm, breakthrough achieved. Standing tall, Fong Yun revels in the surging power within him, more than double that of the 7th level. It is important to note that this enhancement is built upon his already substantial foundation in the second cave of the Void Immortal Realm. At this moment, Fong Yun feels entirely unafraid even of the 9th level of the Void Immortal Realm. Ha ha, he exclaims with hearty laughter. So swift, since acquiring the avatar system. My progress in cultivation can only be described as a rampant charge forward, exhilarating and unrestrained. As his cultivation ascends, the capabilities of his avatars also improve, such as their exclusive storage spaces and the ability to become invisible. Currently, even ordinary 9th level Void Immortals cannot detect their invisibility. Below the true immortal realm, he walks with confidence. Fong Yun is filled with ambition and certainty. Congratulations, master. The sisters Jian Wu and Jian Ro exclaim in unison, genuinely delighted for Fong Yun. Hee. Let us keep a low profile, Fong Yun replies with a faint smile. In the next moment, he reclines once more, his demeanor becoming serene and untroubled. Indeed, he has grown powerful, but he must maintain a clear understanding of his circumstances. Even if he walks boldly among those below the true immortal realm, it is merely a slight elevation in strength. It is not yet the time for true arrogance. Until invincibility is achieved, Fong Yun has no intention of recklessly exposing himself. Such actions would be irresponsible not only to himself, but also to all his clones and brethren. It seems that the Fengpeng clan and the Duan Python clan are on the verge of conflict, and at that moment, they may not have the luxury to concern themselves with that fellow, Xiaoyan. A light chuckle escaped Fong Yun as he savored the fragrant tea presented by Jian Wu, feeling an immense sense of comfort. At this moment, In a region of the desert south of Shafeng, Fang Yun and his companions were huddled in a sand pit, resembling stray dogs, desperately tending to their wounds. Just moments earlier, they had repelled 5 or 6 members of the Fengpeng clan. They dared not linger in the sky and had fled to this desolate place. After days of relentless pursuit, the 3 were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Why is it that wherever we go, be it in the sky or on the ground, we either encounter the Fengpeng clan or the Duan Pythons? Have these creatures developed eyes? Fang Yun's gaze turned icy, feeling as though he had fallen into a pit of misfortune. Suddenly, the sand and gravel nearby shifted. Startling the trio, the 2 virtual immortals from the Shao family instinctively grabbed Fang Yun and made a hasty retreat. However, moments later, from beneath the shifting sands emerged nothing more than a small insect. They collectively breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged weary glances, feeling utterly drained. Yet, in the next instant, their gaze inadvertently fell upon a certain point in the sky. There, they beheld a group of at least 50 members of the Fengpeng clan, each boasting the cultivation of the 8th level of virtual immortality, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Fang Yun opened his mouth, despair gradually etching itself onto his face. He could not see Chapter 65. The celestial realm is ruthless, yet some revel in it in moments of utter despair. One either relinquishes their courage or becomes extraordinarily valiant. At this juncture, Fang Yun and his companions epitomized the latter. Their initially terrified gazes transformed into steely resolve. Simultaneously, the trio ingested a crimson elixir. Instantly, their feeble forms surged with formidable vigor. With a resounding cry, they charged forth, their celestial radiance dazzling as they advanced relentlessly toward the legion of wind Peng avatars. Fong Yun observed from a distance, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. The celestial realm is indeed merciless. He himself had endured 5 centuries as a slave in the mines upon his arrival, fully aware of this harsh reality. Had he not acquired a doppelganger, he would likely still be toiling endlessly in the mines, subject to the capricious whims of overseers, or perhaps already slain by a comrade, or at the hands of Zhao Yan, or even toyed with and tortured by Xiao Yan. However, such conjectures are moot. Life's circumstances vary, leading to divergent outcomes. At this moment, it was not Fong Yun who faced despair, but rather Xiao Yan. It is a lamentable fate that the Shao clan, in their overconfidence, provoked those they ought not to have antagonized. Azure wind blades and searing flames clashed in the dust-laden void, reminiscent of fleeting fireworks, brilliant yet ephemeral. The fate of Xiao Yan and his companions had long been sealed. Mere breaths later, the battle in the skies dissipated into nothingness. The wind Peng avatars vanished swiftly. In Fong Yun's grasp, a fiery celestial sword materialized. The blazing flame sword, a low-grade fire-type celestial treasure. He swung it a few times, the sword's light entwined with flames, exuding remarkable power. Yet, he felt somewhat uneasy wielding it, unable to fully harness its potential. His doppelganger, being of the human race, primarily channeled the essence of metal, evidently incompatible with the blazing flame sword. Without hesitation, Fong Yun assumed control of a fire serpent doppelganger, and the moment he grasped the sword, an undeniable transformation ensued. With a single stroke, the sword's brilliance erupted like a crimson flame dragon, cleaving a vast chasm in the desert below. Flames roaring around the scar as sand and stone were incinerated by the fire element's celestial force. Truly a celestial treasure. Fong Yun was elated and promptly stowed the sword within the confines of his system space. He had just inspected it and found no anomalies. Moreover, he was confident that nothing placed within the system space could be detected. Otherwise, his myriad doppelgangers would have long been exposed. Above the external canyon, the moment Xiao Yan met his demise, the golden immortal of Flame Cloud immediately sensed the occurrence. How could this be? The golden immortal's expression darkened significantly. 3 true fire talismans, a low-grade celestial treasure, and the protection of 9 cultivators at the 9th level of the virtual realm. It was reasonable to assert that as long as they were not subjected to continuous assaults, dying would be exceedingly difficult. Yet now, it had undeniably transpired. And this was merely the 11th day. The golden immortal of Flame Cloud was utterly baffled as to how Xiao Yan had perished. Incompetence. A band of incompetents. The golden immortal glared into the void, where the entrance had already reverted to its original state, now requiring a month to reopen. Thus, even as a golden immortal, he could not discern the situation within. The following day, within the secret realm, the 2 dominant clans of the vast desert, incited by Fong Yun's persistent machinations, could no longer contain their agitation. At this moment, within the royal palace of the Duan kingdom, several leaders of the Duan Python clan were fiercely condemning the Fengpeng clan. Your Majesty, those avian beings have truly overstepped their bounds. Our kin outside are frequently subjected to their indiscriminate slaughter. Many of our people now dare not venture forth. It seems they are intent on igniting war prematurely. Perched upon the lofty throne, the resplendent Duan Queen, clad in intricately designed golden armor, listened intently to the reports. Her phoenix-like eyes flashing with fury, her exquisite visage gradually reflecting her growing ire. Once the speakers concluded, the Duan Queen declared, "Instruct the weaker members of our clan to seek refuge underground and assemble the warriors of our tribes abroad. We shall choose a day to launch an assault on the Mo Fong Cliff." Upon her command, the ever-eager Duan Python clansmen could hardly contain their excitement, erupting in fervent cheers. Meanwhile, within the Fongpeng clan stronghold at Mo Fong Cliff, a similar fervor was evident, albeit with an even greater enthusiasm. As if they had long anticipated this confrontation. In an instant, both clans issued summons, eager to deliver a bloody lesson to one another. The Duan Python clan and Fongpeng clan, dwelling in the same realm, frequently clashed, and over the long passage of time, many had lost friends and family at the hands of their adversaries, solidifying their enmity. Moreover, with resources scarce, accommodating an ever-growing population proved untenable. Thus, like clockwork, a war erupted every few centuries, both to diminish the other and to seek vengeance. Fong Yun merely served as a catalyst for this impending conflict. His actions may have hastened the war slightly, but they did not alter its inevitable course. Furthermore, in the previous hunts against the Duan Python clan, it was not solely Fong Yun's avatars responsible. Many of those deeds were perpetrated by the Fongpeng clan themselves. Fong Yun, through his avatars, noted this discrepancy, though surprised. He found a certain satisfaction in it. Alas, Fong Yun, reluctant as he was, sighed inwardly upon receiving the queen's edict. Yet, his face instantly radiated with fervent passion for revenge. Slay, annihilate those avian scoundrels. Protect our kin. With a thunderous roar, the Duan Python warriors of the Litu tribe rallied in fervor, their spirits ignited. Among them, 100 of Fong Yun's recently dispatched avatars were particularly exuberant. Echoing the rallying cry, slay, annihilate those avian scoundrels. Protect our kin. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Zi, the Duan Queen's envoy, felt deeply moved and immensely gratified. As the deputy commander of the Queen's guards, she was both striking and beautiful. Throughout her journey, she had conveyed messages to 3 tribes. Yet none exhibited the fervent battle spirit of the Litu tribe. In that moment, she was profoundly touched by their zeal and glanced appreciatively at Fong Yun. Truly, he was a man of grand ambition, strength, and valor. O leader of the Lily tribe, you are the true warrior of our clan. I take pride in you. The beautiful envoy bowed toward Fong Yun, performing the traditional salute of the Duan Python clan. This gesture filled the heart of the earth spirit behind Fong Yun with pride. Her man was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it seems that recently they have become even more formidable. Swiftly, Fong Yun summoned 200 tribal warriors, who promptly followed the messenger lady. This decisive and brisk manner once again caused Yuan Zi to regard him with newfound admiration. The commotion from both tribes quickly captured the attention of all the creatures in the vast desert, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Some weaker races immediately burrowed underground, waiting for the turmoil to pass. Meanwhile, the trial disciples searching for treasure in this area faced dire circumstances. These individuals were often caught in encounters with the summoned tribal forces, fleeing in panic. The instigator of all this, at that moment, was leisurely playing the guqin in the luxurious mansion of the Silver Moon City. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the air as the melodious notes flowed gently. The young gentleman in white was in high spirits, flanked by exquisite maidens whose ethereal beauty resonated harmoniously with the music. In front of them danced enchanting charm spirits, adding to the festive atmosphere. Chapter 66, An Unprecedented Opportunity. Oh mine. With an abundance of time, I have cultivated various interests and hobbies. This celestial existence is indeed delightful. As Fong Yun played the guqin, he occasionally cast a glance at the charmed spirits before him. Although their dance was quite dignified, for some reason, their movements provoked a burning irritation within him. If it weren't for Fong Yun's steadfast heart and profound composure, any other man would have likely charged forward to subdue these provocative charmed spirits. How outrageous. I can endure, but my second brother cannot. With a faint smile, Fong Yun continued to focus on his music. The melodies soared like a gentle stream, as elegant as a spring breeze at times, and at others, they surged like tidal waves, akin to the mighty Kunpeng soaring through the sea, stirring up a tempest that ascended to heights of 90,000 miles. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency and excitement echoed in his mind. Master, I have discovered a tremendous opportunity. Please provide assistance immediately. Fong Yun frowned and admonished in his heart. What are you panicking for? How have I taught you to behave? In the next moment, he leisurely divided his consciousness and ventured forth. My goodness, how magnificent! Within the depths of a secluded chasm in the spirit light secret realm, as Fong Yun's consciousness emerged, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of chaos. What lay before him nearly blinded him with its brilliance. It was a colossal tree towering 100 feet high, resplendent in golden hues, adorned with hundreds of radiant golden fruits. Fong Yun quickly recalled the information from the Celestial Treasure Catalog and immediately identified it. Golden Essence Fruit, a treasure of law level. It could be used for alchemy or consumed directly, enhancing the qualifications of cultivators with golden spiritual roots and aiding in the comprehension of gold-related principles. Moreover, this golden essence fruit tree was extraordinary. It was a veritable treasure trove. The golden leaves could be brewed into golden spirit tea, and the branches and trunk could be refined into gold-related celestial treasures. With such revelations, the light in Fong Yun's eyes intensified. After all, wasn't his true form the golden body? This treasure was perfectly suited for him, and there were so many golden essence fruits. Such a magnificent tree. In that instant, Fong Yun comprehended why his human avatar had been so exhilarated. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. At this moment, Fong Yun had made a resolute decision. He would claim every last one of the golden core fruits. He would uproot the entire golden core fruit tree as well. Meanwhile, Fong Yun's doppelganger was stealthily positioned at the periphery, observing the lively scene unfolding around the golden core fruit tree, where radiant energies clashed and divine abilities erupted chaotically. Hundreds of disciples from the void Immortal Realm were engaged in exterminating a swarm of golden insects. These insects appeared as though forged from gold, measuring no more than the size of a palm, yet they moved with astonishing speed. Their sharp fangs and formidable mandibles were incredibly menacing. After just a brief observation, Fong Yun witnessed several disciples' protective celestial auras being torn apart by these insects, which then burrowed into their bodies, causing cries of anguish to erupt. The energy of those disciples plummeted alarmingly, as if their cultivation had been siphoned away by the insects, an utterly terrifying sight. Hundreds of cultivators at the 8th and 9th layers of the void Immortal Realm found themselves stymied by the swarm, unable to cross the line to harvest the golden core fruits. However, although these insects were fierce in their attacks and swift in movement, their defenses seemed rather lackluster, and they were swiftly being annihilated. According to Fong Yun's observations, it wouldn't be long before the insects were eradicated. The trial disciples who were allowed entry were all elite members of their respective sects, possessing considerable strength. Moreover, with such a precious treasure right before their eyes, Fong Yun could easily discern their fervent expressions, revealing their intentions. Once they breached the insect's defenses, that tree would surely be stripped bare. As for sustainability, what a jest! Wouldn't that merely benefit the next generation of trial disciples? And why hadn't previous trial disciples discovered this tree? Clearly, they must have been blind. This was a golden opportunity. Everyone should stop concealing their strengths. They needed to eliminate these insects quickly. Otherwise, attracting more competitors would complicate their spoils. Someone shouted, and instantly, the disciples' celestial auras shimmered even more brilliantly. Indeed, many were holding back their true capabilities, for they all understood that once the insects were exterminated, their rivals would be each other. A fierce battle was inevitable. Such occurrences had transpired frequently over the past 10 days. As if sensing the intensified murderous intent from their foes, the golden insects suddenly radiated an even more blinding light, emitting shrill sounds that filled the air with a cacophony. In an instant, numerous disciples and golden insects alike met their demise. What manner of creature were these insects? They seemed extraordinarily formidable. Fong Yun furrowed his brow. He possessed numerous doppelgangers and excelled in group attack tactics. Yet, if one were to nurture a large swarm of these insects, could they not rival his multitude of doppelgangers? Ding! This creature is known as the golden devouring insect, which can only thrive by consuming treasures akin to the golden core fruits. Most individuals cannot afford to nurture them, and those who can do not value them. The system's voice abruptly resonated, causing Fong Yun's eyes to brighten. How astute your words are. But could you refrain from startling me with your sudden interjections? The system, which rarely spoke of its own accord, had unexpectedly provided an explanation this time. Fong Yun felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that his recent thoughts had provoked the system's sense of existence? He pondered briefly, then turned his gaze back to the fierce combat unfolding among the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. Continue your efforts while I harvest the fruits of victory, he thought, and with a mere flicker of intention, his 100 avatars were swiftly dispatched by Fong Yun. They transcended the throngs and the defenses of the golden-eating insects, landing directly atop the tree bearing the golden essence fruits. Swiftly, the concealed avatars began to pluck the fruits with remarkable efficiency. 4 to 500 fruits were swiftly distributed among the avatars, rendering the task exceedingly simple. In scarcely a moment, the golden essence tree stood barren. its once resplendent golden glow dimming by half. This abrupt transformation drew the attention of several combatants embroiled in chaos. Look, the golden essence fruits have vanished. With this exclamation, every gaze turned toward the tree. Even the menacing golden-eating insects paused their assault, fixating on the sustenance upon which their existence depended. Yet, in the next instant, the onlookers beheld something even more astonishing. The towering golden essence tree began to tremble. Yes, it appeared to arch upward slightly, causing the entire great chasm to quiver at that moment. Chapter 67 Roll. But leave a piece for this fairy. Everyone was taken aback. At this moment, upon an inconspicuous ancient tree on the cliffside, a gaunt and peculiar figure stood, equally astonished. This figure melded with the ancient wood, making it nearly impossible to discern whether it was part of the tree or another being altogether. Only when the golden essence tree stirred did the figure also move slightly. Fong Yun, the orchestrator of this spectacle, was equally astonished. His 100 avatars, all grasping the base of the golden essence tree, could not uproot it. It was astonishing. For these were 100 celestials at the 8th level of the second void. Even moving a grand celestial mountain would pose little challenge. Yet, they could not budge a mere tree. Regret washed over Fong Yun. He had acted hastily. He should have deployed 5,000 avatars. No, 8,000. With such numbers, they could surely embrace the golden essence tree to the brim. He could hardly believe they could not uproot it. However, Fong Yun's moment of carelessness had cost him the optimal opportunity. At this moment, the hundreds of trial disciples and the golden-eating insects had already reacted. Damn it! Someone is stealing the fruits and even attempting to steal the tree. A celestial disciple roared in rage, his heart bleeding with indignation. They had fought tirelessly, suffering great losses, only to have someone else reap the rewards. How could they endure this? In the next instant, fury ignited action. Celestial light surged toward the thick roots of the golden essence tree. Fong Yun frowned. He intended to cultivate this tree further. It could not be destroyed. Thus, a portion of his avatars relinquished their attempts to uproot the tree and swiftly positioned themselves in front of it, preparing to retaliate. Boom! A cacophony of violent celestial light erupted. In the following moment, an explosion of terrifying energy surged forth. Instantly, many faces flushed crimson, and some even spewed blood from their mouths. The trial disciples who had struck just moments ago numbered scarcely 100. Yet, Fong Yun's 100 avatars, connected by their shared essence, gained the upper hand. However, as they took action, these avatars simultaneously revealed themselves. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The expressions of numerous trial disciples were filled with astonishment, for before them appeared over 100 individuals, all adorned with enigmatic and cold bronze masks. The crowd was taken aback, bewildered. Then someone exclaimed, "Ah, it is them, the bronze-masked ones, the ones who have inflicted so much suffering." A piercing howl of rage erupted from within the throng. Fong Yun cast a glance at the individual, faintly recalling how, just days prior, he had subdued him and drawn forth a significant amount of blood. This person belonged to a formidable bloodline of the demon race, and Fong Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. At that time, the man's cries had been even more pitiful than they were now. One person spoke out in condemnation, and immediately, many others echoed similar furious protests. They had either been deprived of opportunities or had been hunted down and bled dry. Reflecting on the past, they were filled with sorrow, unable to bear the memories. Once again, these mysterious figures, cursed be them, those who had suffered instinctively wished to flee. However, upon seeing the multitude gathered behind them, their panic was quelled. There were only about 100 opponents, yet they boasted several hundred supporters. Who were these people? What wrongs had they committed against you? Among the crowd, there were still many fortunate souls who had yet to encounter Fong Yun's avatars. Witnessing their companions' expressions of utter despair and fury, these fortunate ones were filled with curiosity. Their inquiry, however, seemed to strike a painful chord, causing the faces of some to flush with anger. In the next moment, they were overwhelmed with the desire to summon their celestial artifacts. Yet as they raised their hands, they remembered a critical detail. Their celestial artifacts had been seized by these loathsome individuals. Slay. Annihilate this shameless lot. Some rolled up their sleeves, eager to instigate a collective assault on the mysterious bronze-masked figures to avenge their past grievances. But in the next heartbeat, they were met with a unified command: get lost. The 100 bronze-masked individuals stood in perfect formation, disdainfully speaking in unison. The resounding voice seemed to emanate from a single source. The ground trembled, and the agitated crowd fell silent once more. Their alignment was so precise that it felt as if they were not facing 100 adversaries, but rather a singular entity. Who are you? This golden marrow fruit tree was discovered by us first. A melodious voice resonated, imbued with an extraordinarily sacred aura. Fong Yun's gaze brightened instantly. Before him stood an exquisitely holy woman, resembling an angel, emanating a divine light. Her entire being seemed to radiate a soft, pure white halo. Her strength was formidable, clearly at the peak of the 9th level of the void Immortal Realm. However, before the woman could finish her words, the avatars spoke in unison once more. Get lost. A single, straightforward word, direct and domineering. Cold and unyielding. They exhibited no leniency whatsoever, despite the fact that their opponent was an exquisitely beautiful and sacred woman. The delicate, holy face of the woman darkened instantly. Her beautiful eyes glinted with malice, and within her sacred demeanor, a fervent battle spirit began to simmer. In the distance, Fong Yun, concealed, also bore an intense expression. These words were not imparted by him. They were merely spoken by his avatars. At this moment, he realized that his avatars had recently become exceptionally formidable. During these days of fortuitous encounters, the avatars had been the ones to summon others. Not always under Fong Yun's direction. Most of those sent forth were beyond his gaze, as the numbers were overwhelmingly crushing, rendering him indifferent to the spectacle. Moreover, his avatars possessed extraordinary intellect, each ferocious and unafraid of death. Fong Yun felt reassured. Consequently, many times, they would finish the battle and clear the battlefield before he would summon them back with a mere thought. It turned out they could indeed handle matters competently. Fong Yun silently commended his avatars. However, at this moment, his avatars had completely incited the wrath of the crowd. In the next instant, hundreds of trial disciples simultaneously brandished their celestial artifacts. Even the gold-eating insects shifted their focus, fixating intently on the 100 mysterious figures donned in masks. The previously reprimanded Song Shui unexpectedly sprouted a pair of enormous, pristine white wings from her back. The wings radiated a brilliant holy light, mesmerizing all who beheld them, accentuating her divine beauty. She was truly an angelic being. Fong Yun was astonished. His heart surged with joy. Upon first seeing this woman, he had harbored doubts, yet swiftly dismissed them. One cannot, or at least should not, act solely on suspicion to spill the blood of a beautiful fairy. That would be too crude and brutal. Thus, he had assumed that her beauty merely made her appear more radiant. Yet now, this strikingly beautiful woman had revealed her angelic wings. In the next moment, as the hundreds of virtual celestial disciples prepared to encircle the mysterious bronze-masked figures, a multitude of figures suddenly emerged behind them, perfectly synchronized. A staggering 2,000. Those who do not retreat within 3 breaths shall face extermination. The avatars proclaimed, their voices booming like thunder, resonating with celestial authority. The leading cold figure in the mask then turned his gaze toward Song Shui. This little fairy shall remain. Chapter 68. In my sight. You are provoking me. The sudden appearance of 2,000 enigmatic figures, accompanied by a divine roar, instantly quelled the chaos among those present. The hundreds of virtual celestial disciples, poised to charge, abruptly halted and recoiled in unison. It was utterly terrifying. Their combined forces numbered merely around 400, while the opposing side was a dense throng, nearly filling the sky before them. The overwhelming numbers instilled a profound psychological terror. Moreover, the mysterious figures exuded an eerie aura, rendering their true realms indiscernible. The unknown and tyrannical nature of their presence heightened the fear they inspired. The group of virtual celestial disciples reacted swiftly, retreating at great speed. As they withdrew, they speculated about the identities of these mysterious bronze-masked figures. Were they puppets, illusory phantoms, or perhaps members of a clandestine organization? What on earth was going on? The spiritual light secret realm had existed for so many years, yet none had heard of anything like this before. A group of individuals exchanged uncertain glances, unable to discern the truth. For safety's sake, they chose to observe for the time being. However, the gold-eating insects, evidently lacking in wisdom and responsiveness, were somewhat at a loss. Or perhaps they had no intention of retreating. They continued to charge wildly towards the 100% embodiment ahead of them, rushing towards the very person who threatened their means of survival. The leader, adorned with a bronze mask, glanced at the swarm of golden devouring insects approaching with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly in a smirk. In the next instant, among the 2,000 bronze-masked individuals behind him, several hundred suddenly surged forth. They were the avatars of the dragon. The moment they emerged, without hesitation, they unleashed their innate divine ability, Dragon Flame. Accompanied by a chorus of dragon roars that reverberated across the plains, an overwhelming torrent of flames erupted forth, akin to a searing lava flow sweeping through the void ahead. The encroaching golden devouring insects instantly sensed an overwhelming threat of death, emitting piercing shrieks in unison. They frantically vibrated their wings in a desperate attempt to flee. Fire counters metal. This was an innate suppression. Although the golden devouring insects possessed limited intelligence, Their instinctive reactions required no wisdom at all. Yet, everything transpired too abruptly, and the insects had actively charged forward. The collision intensified their speed. Despite the remarkable swiftness of the golden devouring insects, in an instant, the dragon flame engulfed a significant portion of them. Sizzle, sizzle. The swarm of golden devouring insects was engulfed in flames. They emitted frantic, high-pitched cries, their golden exoskeletons radiating intense light as they sought to extinguish the flames. However, the dragon clan's innate ability, Dragon Flame, was no ordinary fire. Though it lacked the laws of true fire found at the celestial level, it was not something the golden devouring insects could easily extinguish. In mere moments, vast swathes of golden devouring insects were reduced to ashes by the dragon flame. Only a few scattered remnants managed to escape the fiery onslaught. They flitted about in a panic, their frantic chirps betraying their unease. Yet when faced with the sea of flames before them, they dared not advance another step. In an instant, they had lost 80% of their kind. The extraordinary lethality demonstrated by Fong Yun's avatar starkly contrasted with the earlier encounter between the celestial disciples and the golden devouring insects. Previously, this group had stumbled upon the golden marrow fruit tree, only to be ambushed by a sudden swarm emerging from the cliffs, leading to a chaotic melee. In contrast, Fong Yun's avatar had been thoroughly prepared, launching a direct and coordinated fire assault from the outset. Thus, he decisively sealed their fate. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Among the hundreds of startled disciples retreating, some lagged behind, only to be caught up by the surging dragon flame. They hastily summoned celestial light and invoked their magical artifacts to shield themselves, their pupils dilating in shock. This flame was even more formidable than they had anticipated, intense and domineering. Moreover, the strength of those several hundred bronze-masked individuals was astonishingly at the 9th level of the virtual celestial realm. Heavens! Those disciples who noticed these details were struck with alarm. Could it be that this entire group of bronze-masked individuals consisted solely of 9th-level virtual celestials? Amidst the chaotic celestial light in the sky, some cried out in astonishment as they fled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Some vehemently refuted, yet their eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly betraying their doubt. Their words were mere self-soothing, masking their trepidation. The disciples of the Void Immortal sect retreated while observing the scene, their expressions fluctuating with uncertainty and inner turmoil. Before them stood an entire tree bearing golden marrow fruits, an immense opportunity they were reluctant to relinquish so easily. However, if the 2,000 bronze-masked figures opposite them were all at the 9th level of the Void Immortal Realm and acted as a cohesive unit, what hope did these trial disciples have? Each sect or faction had only sent a mere 100 disciples, and not all were at the 9th level, leading to fierce competition among themselves. Suddenly, a cold and merciless voice echoed throughout the great chasm. 3 breaths have passed. Kill. With the chilling command from the leading bronze-masked figure, the 2,000 avatars surged into action. Among them, 100 charged directly towards the angelic disciple, Sang Shui. Kill. The icy and exhilarated cries resonated as the multitude of avatars, like a flurry of startled swans, relentlessly pursued the retreating crowd. The skies were filled with a dazzling array of celestial light, a breathtaking spectacle. Several hesitant disciples, lagging behind in their escape, were swiftly overtaken by the pursuing avatars. In a violent eruption of celestial energy, one disciple at the 9th level of the Void Immortal Realm was obliterated, leaving only a quivering soul surrounded by the enigmatic figures. Then, one of the masked beings delivered a golden handprint, sending the unfortunate soul into the cycle of reincarnation. This merciless scene was vividly witnessed by the trial disciples, plunging them into utter panic. A shrill scream erupted from a delicate female disciple, her exquisite features paling in terror. She fled at an astonishing speed, no longer daring to hesitate. The mysterious figures were indeed deadly serious, and they were no mere illusions. They possessed genuine power at the 9th level of the Void Immortal Realm. Do not pursue me. I have already retreated, cried a finely dressed male cultivator as he deftly maneuvered his escape, his voice filled with desperation. Humph, your retreat is too slow, and you remain within my line of sight. This is a provocation, mocked a bronze-masked figure, continuing the relentless chase. Chaos enveloped the great chasm, with radiant celestial lights bursting forth and fierce battles erupting intermittently. Soon, the fleeing disciples realized a grim truth. The mysterious pursuers far outnumbered them. Attempting to escape meant almost certain death, and choosing to resist only led to encirclement and inevitable demise. These enigmatic figures were not only fearlessly aggressive, but seemed to possess remarkable physical prowess, exhibiting astonishing defensive and regenerative abilities. Just moments ago, They had witnessed a genius disciple from the Celestial Monarch Palace sever the arm of one of the mysterious figures with a single strike. Yet, in an instant, that very arm had regrown, and the relentless pursuit of the Celestial Monarch's prodigy resumed with even greater fervor. To make matters worse, the speed of these mysterious figures was astonishing. Each seemed to have mastered an exceptionally profound form of movement, their figures shifting like a tempestuous whirlwind, instilling a sense of despair in all who beheld them. Chapter 69. The Aerial Angel Pursuit. Avatar Spatial Displacement. In truth, I am a benevolent individual, devoid of any bloodlust. I have granted you opportunities, yet you have failed to seize them. Sigh. Fong Yun stood silently in the void, observing the chaos and conflict around him. He is not one to revel in violence. His previous actions of capturing individuals and merely drawing their blood without taking their lives stand as testament to this. He adheres to his principles. Those who provoke him are doomed. However, he cannot bring himself to take lives without just cause. Suddenly, amidst the panicked retreat of the trial disciples, he spotted two familiar figures, Chaoong, his senior brother, and Nye Xiaoyu, his second senior sister. The pair was in a dire state, pursued relentlessly by his three avatars, fleeing in desperation as they neared capture. One of his avatars had already engaged in the chase, moving with the stealth of the wind, its foot a divine spear radiating brilliant celestial light, ruthlessly aimed at Nye Xiaoyu's back. Feeling the chilling intent to kill behind her, Nye Xiaoyu's face paled, her heart racing in terror. Alas, my life is forfeit, junior brother Yun, I am coming, she thought, a bitter smile gracing her lips. In her final moments, she remembered junior brother Yun. Since entering the secret realm, they had lost sight of him. It seemed he was in grave peril. With this thought, Nye Xiaoyu resolutely turned to face her impending doom. In her haste, she could only summon a single layer of light shield, which was swiftly shattered by the mysterious figure before her. The figure continued its assault, aiming a kick at her heart. Suddenly, the mysterious figure hesitated, its force diminishing. After delivering a light kick to her chest, it pivoted and departed, redirecting its attention to another battlefield. Meanwhile, the avatar pursuing Chaoong, after repelling him with a sword strike, completely disregarded him. As Nye Xiaoyu was sent flying, her expression was one of bewilderment and fear. Yet, she could not dwell on these thoughts. Her chest felt as if it might explode. Fong Yun, being a practitioner of the body, commanded avatars of immense strength. Even after pulling back, the force remained formidable. Her face flushed, she clutched her chest, and swiftly rejoined her brother, Chaoong. Without further contemplation, they hastily fled toward the edge of the great chasm. Within the tumultuous depths of the chasm, no one noticed the peculiar silhouette, resembling withered wood, silently observing Fong Yun's avatars, its eyes glowing with a faint azure light. Who are these masked individuals? They appear and vanish in an instant. Could they be wielding some unique spatial abilities? I wonder if they can lead me out of here, the figure mused, before it shimmered slightly, releasing several imperceptible specks of light. As soon as the lights appeared, they vanished into the void, drifting lazily toward the masked individuals. Having completed its task, the enigmatic figure slowly descended, disappearing into the ancient wood beneath its feet, leaving no trace. The pursuit by the avatars continued, driving the group of ethereal disciples out of the secret depths of the chasm and onward for 1,000 miles. Only upon Fong Yun's command did they return one by one. Of the 400 individuals, over half had perished. The remaining fraction either possessed extraordinary escape methods or wielded devastating artifacts akin to the true fire talismans. Though they managed to flee, they remained in a pitiful and wretched state, each bearing significant injuries. However, the 100-man avatar squad dedicated to pursuing the angelic clan's Tsang Shui showed no signs of relinquishing their chase. At this moment, they relentlessly pursued Tsang Shui and her entourage of a dozen individuals, embodying a relentless resolve. These few guardians of Tsang Shui, all at the 9th tier of the virtual celestial realm and exceedingly formidable in combat, possessed powerful celestial treasures. The 100-man avatar squad, led by Fong Yun, had already sustained losses during the pursuit. Nevertheless, Tsang Shui's companions had also suffered casualties, with 7 or 8 falling in battle. As the chase continued, the remaining few became a burden to Tsang Shui. While they could assist her in combat, their ability to flee was compromised. They were not of the angelic lineage and lacked Tsang Shui's extraordinary speed. Soon, under Tsang Shui's command, these individuals separated from the group. The pursuing avatars disregarded them entirely, their focus singularly fixed on the angel, Tsang Shui. At this juncture, one of Fong Yun's avatars, a bronze-masked figure, served as the leader of this squad, and it was the Qilong avatar. Utilizing the powers of wind and water, Fong Yun's figure darted through the air with the swiftness of light and electricity. This Qilong avatar had been manifested shortly after he acquired its bloodline. The system's racial rating revealed it to be of the highest caliber, surpassing even the esteemed Bloodfiend clan. This realization brought Fong Yun immense joy, affirming that the efforts of his 3 Fire Flood avatars had not been in vain. The Qilong avatar possessed remarkable innate abilities, with a natural affinity for the path of water, far exceeding the affinity of the Fire Floods for their element. Upon manifesting the Qilong avatar, Fong Yun promptly replaced the underwater squad at Baifeng Island with Qilong avatars, leaving only the esteemed human avatar, Fong Shui. Fong Yun believed that this avatar, capable of uncovering great opportunities, despite its lesser talent in the ocean compared to the Qilong, might possess a fortune that could rival it. Every being carries an inexplicable aura of luck, a subtle fate akin to the favor of the heavens. When one follows the flow, success comes effortlessly. When one goes against it, all endeavors become arduous. Ahead, the fleeing Song Shui moved with remarkable speed, even faster than Fong Yun's Qilong avatar. With her agile maneuvers and swift turns, her movements were exceptionally graceful. Each time her pristine angelic wings unfurled, shimmering with holy light, Song Shui's elegant figure would momentarily vanish, covering dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Yet, no matter how swift she could not outrun the speed at which Fong Yun deployed his avatars within the range of his divine consciousness. Whenever the distance between them seemed insurmountable, Fong Yun wasted no time in deploying another avatar. His desire for the bloodline of the angelic clan was unwavering, even disregarding combat prowess and innate talent. The angelic wings imbued with holy light and their sacred aura were treasures he yearned to possess. Do not flee, little fairy. I harbor no malice. Merely a desire to acquire a drop of your blood, Fong Yun chuckled. And who are you to presume such a thing? Song Shui's furious voice echoed from ahead. In the next instant, the angel of pure snow unfurled her wings, and her graceful figure vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, dozens of feathers radiating with holy light, akin to swords cleaving through the heavens, shot back towards Fong Yun with relentless ferocity. In the face of the angel's sudden assault and swift escape, Fong Yun chuckled lightly. With a mere thought, he summoned his doppelganger and instantaneously launched it forth. He then re-entered the form of one of his previously projected dragon avatars. The doppelganger that remained in place disappeared, causing the 100 lethal feathers to strike nothing but air. This spectacle elicited a profound shock on the angel's exquisite visage, swiftly followed by a surge of intense rage. Who were these individuals? Their actions were utterly bizarre. The vanishing and reappearing were akin to a swap of space, executed with utter silence. Just as the angel of pure snow, astonished and frightened, attempted to flee, Fong Yun's myriad doppelgangers reappeared, positioning themselves with remarkable cunning. They surrounded her on all sides, above, below, left, and right, rendering her helplessly ensnared in a seamless physical encirclement. In an instant, the angel found herself engulfed in darkness. And before she could react, several unexpected doppelgangers seized her majestic wings. Fong Yun swiftly lunged towards the angel's corporeal form. As the doppelgangers encircled the angel, 2 of them grasped her wings the moment they materialized. Yet, in the next heartbeat, even the hands shielded by celestial light were still grievously cut by the seemingly pure and harmless feathers, causing blood to flow profusely. A mysterious radiance seeped into the flesh of the doppelgangers. However, they remained undaunted, instead growing increasingly exhilarated as they touched the skin beneath the angel's wings, drawing them one step closer to the blood they sought. As they clutched her wings, they inadvertently brushed against the angel's delicate features, which instantly flushed with a hue of crimson. Scoundrel! Shameless! She cursed furiously, but before she could act, she beheld an unexpected hand, brazenly reaching towards her. It was rather sizable and soft. Fong Yun soon realized he had grasped the wrong area. Instantly, the angel's murderous intent surged, her body quaking with fury as the brilliant white light of her angelic form flickered to life, illuminating her crystalline armor. Simultaneously, she summoned a holy talisman. Fong Yun felt a sharp spike in his sense of danger. Before him, the blinding light was dazzling and overwhelming. At that moment, it seemed as if a miniature blazing sun had ignited in the air, with the angel of pure snow at its epicenter, unleashing terrifying white light that obliterated everything in its path. Fong Yun immediately dispatched his doppelgangers in all directions. However, he was a fraction too late, as a dozen of his doppelgangers were caught unawares and were directly purified by the angel's holy light, dissolving silently into nothingness. Seizing this fleeting moment, the angel's face flushed crimson as she swiftly fled from her original position. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her crystalline armor had become deformed from the grasp, and her angelic wings bore the stains of 2 unsightly blood marks. All of this only served to deepen the angel's profound embarrassment and fury. Even the golden immortals must show her reverence. When has she ever endured such humiliation and indignity? Ah! Song Shue's furious roar echoed like a lark's defiant cry, melodious, yet filled with wrath. With angelic wings, she sought to flee swiftly. However, in the next instant, she beheld a masked figure ahead, seemingly waiting for her arrival. At that moment, Fong Yun was equally astonished, bewildered by the angel's true identity. Adorned with treasures and formidable techniques that rendered Xiao Yan's capabilities insignificant by comparison, an entirely different realm. He had unleashed 100 dragon clones, employing bizarre tactics of spatial exchange and close-range deployment, yet he could not approach her. Upon spotting the solitary mysterious figure, Song Shue's murderous intent surged. Wretched thief! I shall slay you. Yet, after charging a few meters forward, she immediately turned to flee. Anger aside, during her desperate escape, she had witnessed the masked man's extraordinary methods. As long as one remained, countless others would soon come. There was no time to hesitate. Yet, in the next moment, Song Shue found herself surrounded by 100 masked figures, encircling her completely. This sight ignited a tempest of fury and helplessness across her exquisite visage. What treacherous tactics are these? It was utterly shameless and exhausting. Like an incessant pestering, it made her feel as though she wished to shed her own skin. In the next instant, Song Shue's beautiful eyes glimmered with lethal intent as she drew forth the holy light jade talisman. This time, Fong Yun too was incensed. With his 100 clones, he chose not to encircle her closely, but instead resolved to strike decisively. Since a friendly exchange of blows was impossible, he opted for a ruthless assault. The 100 dragon clones soared through the air, all targeting the angel Song Shue, unleashing their innate divine powers. Azure Water Dragon S roar. The 100 dragons cast their spells in unison. Suddenly, the moisture within thousands of miles was entirely absorbed. Even the waters from the rivers and lakes below were commandeered. Azure Water Dragons converged, radiating blinding sapphire light, roaring fiercely as they charged toward Song Shue. The multitude of water dragons was both terrifying and exquisitely beautiful. Song Shue was astounded, overwhelmed with feelings of injustice, helplessness, and rage. Such a treacherous and despicable enemy. Yet, this was not the moment of her despair. You wretched scoundrel. Just wait. Song Shue's fair face flushed with determination as she fixed her gaze on the composed masked figure in the distance. If her glare could kill, Fong Yun would surely be reduced to ashes. In the next instant, Song Shue produced an unusual talisman and shattered it with a decisive motion. Hum! A wondrous blaze of radiant white light enveloped her, and she vanished in an instant. Fong Yun observed all of this with astonishment, yet felt no bitterness. At that moment, he truly sensed the vast chasm between individuals. He relied on the system's advantage while the superlative immortal second generation relied on ancestral lineage and bestowed privileges. What a farce. Wasn't the secret realm supposed to be a fair trial for all? Humph. This must be a favor of celestial magnitude, was it not? Such prowess. And yet just moments ago, one did not seize the golden essence fruit tree. Fong Yun was taken aback. Little did he know, these were mere survival tactics. Who would casually employ them in the pursuit of trivial resources? While the golden essence fruit tree is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the life of a super celestial second generation. Had Song Shue recklessly utilized these strategies earlier, she could have claimed the fruit tree. But in doing so, she would have surely met her demise. He chuckled softly. There are my avatars scattered throughout this secret realm, dear angelic sprite. Where can you possibly escape? Fong Yun said with a faint smile, casting his gaze towards the distant void. The surrounding avatars of the Qi Long were swiftly retracted. Then, with a mere thought, he initiated a mental probe from the scattered avatars, searching for the whereabouts of the angel Song Shue. The absence of immediate findings was of no concern. Fong Yun was in no rush, for as long as she remained within this secret realm, he felt confident that she could not elude his grasp. The myriad of peculiar and formidable techniques wielded by the angel were undoubtedly rare and limited. Fong Yun's avatars could afford the expenditure, but he surmised she could not sustain the same. Concealing his moves a little more tightly, he mused that if she were too easily found, the thrill would be lost. In the next moment, Fong Yun's consciousness took command of an avatar situated near the golden essence fruit tree. 100 avatars stood guard at the entrance of the great ravine. Then, he summoned 5,000 avatars to commence the monumental task of uprooting the tree. All 5,000 avatars became invisible, rendering them undetectable to outsiders. Yet Fong Yun could perceive that numerous avatars were nearly enveloping the majestic tree, towering 100 feet high. Lift! With a gentle command from Fong Yun, all 5,000 avatars exerted their strength. The golden essence fruit tree stirred. Its golden, robust roots, resembling serpentine dragons, gradually emerged from the earth. The entire ravine trembled in response. Chapter 71. Uprooting trees and reshaping the ground. Where's my home? As the golden essence fruit tree was gradually uprooted, the ravine quaked incessantly, and the ground began to split rapidly towards the distance. Dense fissures spread across the entirety of the great ravine, an awe-inspiring sight. It was then that Fong Yun grasped why the golden essence fruit tree was so exceedingly difficult to extract. Its root system, akin to coiling dragons, delved deep into the earth, its roots immensely vast, even larger than its considerable crown. However, no matter how deeply the golden essence fruit tree was entrenched in the ground, it could not withstand the tremendous might of thousands of ethereal immortals. Boom, boom. The earth roared. Dust and stones flew. The creatures within the ravine fled in terror. Just as the golden essence fruit tree was on the verge of being completely uprooted, it suddenly stirred to life. Its golden, dragon-like roots lashed out with remarkable speed, striking the avatars surrounding it. Crack, crack. The sudden assault caught many avatars off guard, sending them hurtling backward. The ferocity of the roots was astounding. Some avatars were left spitting blood, while others were pierced through entirely. Fong Yun's pupils constricted at the sight from afar, but he quickly regained his composure. It was only natural for such a celestial entity to possess a degree of self-awareness. Now he intends to uproot them entirely. Their instinctive resistance is both natural and reasonable. However, such defiance proves futile. Fong Yun observes quietly, ever prepared to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Increasingly, more avatars are being swept away by the roots of the great tree. Yet, these avatars possess formidable physical strength, remarkable regenerative abilities, and swift agility. Just as they are swept away, they swiftly return, encircling the tree once more with their celestial energy, pulling with fervor. Boom. The golden fruit tree is once again partially uprooted. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from the tree, causing its trunk to tremble violently and hurling thousands of avatars into the air. Before Fong Yun's eyes, the towering divine tree shrinks instantaneously from hundreds of feet to merely several meters in height. Its roots, resembling short legs, dance fervently, racing through the air with incredible speed. It resembles a golden-haired elder adorned with octopus-like appendages, fleeing beyond the valley. Fong Yun is momentarily taken aback, finding the tree's intentions rather amusing. It seeks to escape, but it shall not be so effortless. Raising an eyebrow, he recalls allowing that angelic maiden to flee earlier. Such a scenario will not repeat itself this time. With a mere thought, he swiftly retracts 5,000 avatars into his system space, only to release them at lightning speed once more. Meanwhile, the 100 avatars stationed at the entrance of the great chasm simultaneously launch their attacks against the fleeing golden fruit tree. Streams of golden celestial chains descend, blocking the tree's path. The great chasm is a secret locale, a diminutive realm within the secret realms, with only a singular entrance. The golden fruit tree must overcome the barrier at the entry point to escape. The golden fruit tree seems to comprehend this notion. Its crown rustles as countless roots scurry forward. Upon reaching the entrance, it emanates a brilliant golden light, attempting to forcefully break through the blockade. However, in the next instant, 5,000 avatars appear from all directions. Without hesitation, they all brandish their respective celestial chains. The human avatars wield golden chains, while the dragon avatars unleash azure water dragon chains, and the serpentine dragon avatars emit scarlet flames of celestial light. Due to their differing attributes, the celestial chains vary in color and shape, creating an astonishingly vibrant spectacle in the chasm's sky. Thousands of celestial chains weave across the expanse, completely encircling the golden fruit tree. Momentarily stunned, the tree flickers with light, darting left and right in rapid evasion. Yet, as the first chain wraps around its trunk, it is soon followed by hundreds, then thousands. The multitude of celestial chains converge, their colors and lights merging into a dazzling spectacle, akin to a vibrant sun. Ah, no, faintly. A weak and aged voice reverberates within the chasm, tinged with panic and reluctance. Fong Yun, taken aback, begins to attempt to draw these avatars, along with the golden fruit tree, into the nebulous world of his system space. He had previously tried this. The nebulous world of the system space not only allows for the collection of avatars, but also serves as a storage space, capable of holding items devoid of distinct sentience. However, the ethereal herbs, such as the celestial spirit grass, are permissible. At present, the golden fruit tree appears to be somewhat distinct from such spiritual entities. It seems more akin to a living being with a semblance of self-awareness. Consequently, Fong Yun is not entirely certain. Withdraw. With Fong Yun's mental command, in the next instant, 5,000 avatars vanished simultaneously, yet the golden fruit tree seemed to be ensnared. The myriad chains of celestial light entwined around its trunk flickered erratically, at times becoming transparent and at others restoring their form. This peculiar state rendered the golden fruit tree as if it were subjected to immense shock and fear, causing it to tremble violently. "Ah, please stop." The frail, aged voice echoed once more, filled with terror and pleading. Ding. Warning alert. Host, you are performing an unauthorized operation. This is a function unlocked at the true immortal level, which is not yet accessible. Please abandon this perilous notion immediately. The system's voice resonated, and Fong Yun's gaze flickered. A true immortal level function, could it be? Fong Yun inquired. The tree seems to be in great distress. Is it possible to create a temporary loophole? Just allow it to enter without any interaction. The system fell into silence. Ah, spare me. I cannot endure this. The golden light emanating from the golden fruit tree flickered rapidly, shifting between reality and illusion, as if it could vanish at any moment. Thousands of chains of celestial light remained bound to its form, with their ends dissipating into the void. Enigmatic and otherworldly. After a brief moment, the system appeared to relent. In the next second, the trembling golden fruit tree vanished from its spot. Fong Yun's consciousness immediately penetrated the nebulous realm within, and his heart soared with joy. The towering golden fruit tree had indeed materialized within the misty world. However, its condition was rather peculiar. At that moment, the grand tree was enveloped in a massive bubble-like membrane, suspended motionless in the ethereal void, devoid of the previous semblance of life. Ding. The tree spirit is temporarily sealed, entering a state of suspended animation. Due to the host's impudent request, 100 million inferior celestial crystals will be deducted. The system's voice chimed in, and Fong Yun soon realized that his stock of celestial crystals had inexplicably diminished by 100 million. Deduct away. I am not lacking in wealth. Fong Yun felt a sense of fulfillment, unable to suppress a smile. The price of 100 million was a small price to pay to secure the entire golden fruit tree within the system's space. Such a bargain was simply too advantageous. Should the tree have been unable to enter, he would have had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. A collection of precious timber cannot possibly compare to the value of an enduring divine wood. What is a tree without soil? Fong Yun had observed that the soil in this region seemed rather extraordinary. Thus, moments later, one of Fong Yun's remaining avatars outside the Great Rift delved 10 meters into the earth, extracting a vast quantity of soil into the system's space. After a thorough excavation, the once vibrant Great Rift appeared as though a bulldozer had ravaged it. When Fong Yun departed, some native beings of the Great Rift returned, gazing at the desolation before them. Where's our home? Chapter 72. Another powerful, unknown existence at this moment, as Fong Yun retracted his avatars into the system's space. In the enigmatic depths of the Lingguang's secret realm, a place suffused with azure radiance, a figure suddenly opened his eyes. What is happening? My spirit seed of Flora seems to be unresponsive. The figure was startled and sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, infused with profound and inscrutable intent. He stood at a modest height of approximately 1.60 meters, clad in a hue of azure and gold. His legs resembled unsheathed swords, and his hands emanated a fierce brilliance. His physique was slender, upright, and keen, radiating a vibrant life force coupled with an intensely formidable aura. Within Silvermoon City, Fong Yun gazed upon the golden sapling tree in the system interface, filled with immense satisfaction. This could be deemed his most significant gain from the secret realm expedition thus far. As he casually retrieved a golden fruit, he intended to indulge. Suddenly, the system's voice erupted with urgency. Alert! Alert! A clone has been parasitized by an external spirit. Please eliminate it immediately. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's eyes gleamed with alarm. His clone had been parasitized? What was going on? When did this occur? He had been utterly oblivious. It was crucial to note that each of his clones possessed remarkable strength. For an entity to stealthily parasitize one of them without detection was an exceedingly challenging feat. In the next moment, Fong Yun pocketed the golden fruit and directed his thoughts towards the system space where his clones were training. He observed rows of diligent clones, among which 4 were pulsating with a dangerous red light. Fong Yun was astonished. The system had already identified the problematic clones. This scene inexplicably reminded him of antivirus software from his past life on Earth, diligently scanning for viruses. Quite responsible, indeed. Fong Yun silently commended the system. With a mere thought, he summoned the 4 clones to a separate clearing within the ethereal space. Recognizing them instantly, he noted that these were among those dispatched on a mission in the Great Rift. Master, what is the matter? One of the clones inquired, perplexed. In Fong Yun's perspective, these clones were aglow with red light, yet they appeared utterly unaware of their condition. Examine yourselves closely for any anomalies, Fong Yun commanded. Instantly, the 4 clones commenced their self-assessment. Moments later, they each spoke up. Master, All is well. I am brimming with power, ready to fight on your behalf at any moment. The confident declarations of the clones caused Fong Yun to furrow his brow. Could there be an unknown entity within the secret realm capable of stealthily parasitizing his clones? Fong Yun murmured, a sense of vigilance rising within him. He had just personally assumed control of the clones and had not detected anything amiss. According to the words of the true Light Master, the Lingwang's secret realm was a fragment of an ancient celestial realm that had shattered into another dimension, subsequently becoming a trial ground. Due to the constraints of the realm, it could only accommodate beings below the true immortal level. This meant that the most formidable beings within the secret realm could not transcend to true immortality. Yet now, an unknown entity had managed to effortlessly parasitize his clone without his notice. Impressive, do not let me catch you. Fong Yun's gaze hardened, and he promptly commanded the 4 parasitic avatars, self-destruct. In the next instant, within the nebulous expanse, the 4 avatars detonated without hesitation. Unlike the explosions that occur in the external realm, the self-detonation of avatars within the system space resembled disintegration, causing no discernible disturbance. Soon, the avatars vanished, returning to the furnace for rebirth. In their place lay 4 transparent, diminutive orbs. Fong Yun gazed at these enigmatic objects with curiosity, yet he wisely refrained from extracting them from the system space. Their mysterious nature suggested that their essence was currently suppressed within this realm. However, if they were to manifest in the hands of his true self in Silvermoon City, their appearance could dramatically alter, potentially revealing his whereabouts. Fong Yun was acutely aware of the risks, though he had yet to attain such prowess. Nevertheless, he generally avoided actions that he recognized as perilous. His philosophy of caution was not mere rhetoric. After pondering for a while, Fong Yun gleaned little from his contemplation, only faintly sensing that these objects resembled seeds. Since they had the ability to parasitize his avatars, they undoubtedly possessed some form of sentience, possibly linked to their original entity. Perhaps, through this subtle connection, he could attempt to uncover the forces at play behind them. In the Lingwang secret realm, within the vast expanse of the Shifengla Desert, the warriors of the Duan Python clan and the Fengpeng clan had assembled. As a leader among the 8 clans of the Duan Python, Fong Yun was received by the Duan queen upon entering the royal city. At this moment, the queen was personally hosting a banquet for the leaders of the 8 clans. Seated in the ancient hall, Fong Yun beheld the Duan queen, whose coldly beautiful and alluring presence left him profoundly awestruck. Perhaps influenced by the bloodline of his avatars, he felt an inexplicable reverence for her that emanated from the depths of his soul. The queen, adorned in intricately crafted golden armor that echoed an ancient charm and crowned with a golden tiara, resembled a valkyrie or a deity from a bygone era. The ornate design of her armor accentuated her captivating figure, though Fong Yun understood this was not deliberate. Rather, it was customary attire among the Duan Python people, embodying an exotic allure steeped in the beauty of antiquity. As the ceremonial formalities concluded, the atmosphere in the hall soon became lively. The queen's banquet featured an abundance of exquisite dishes and fine wines. 7 enchanting maidens of the Duan Python clan performed a simple, ancient dance within the hall. This rustic choreography resembled a form of ritual that Fong Yun found difficult to appreciate, as his gaze frequently drifted towards the Duan queen. He pondered how he might approach the stunning monarch to extract her essence. Sensing Fong Yun's intense scrutiny, the Duan queen cast a fleeting glance his way, her expression devoid of anger, for such gazes were familiar to her. Not only Fong Yun, but also the other 4 male leaders present exhibited similar fervor, albeit with a bolder demeanor. The queen smiled softly, signaling to a nearby attendant, and then spoke, "Esteemed guests, my guards have recently apprehended some outsiders and discovered intriguing items upon them. I invite you all to partake." Instantly, the eyes of the assembled leaders gleamed with excitement. Subsequently, 8 women entered the grand hall, each carrying trays filled with rare spiritual treasures. Upon seeing these individuals, several leaders immediately displayed expressions of intrigue, for among them were 3 women of the human race. At that moment, Fong Yun's heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of Luo Yu. The 3 human women exuded exceptional grace and beauty, with Luo Yu standing out prominently among them. Dressed in the elegant attire of the Duan Python tribe, she appeared refreshingly captivating, her movements flowing with a rhythmic grace. As soon as the trio stepped into the hall, a robust leader bellowed, "I claim this human woman. I beseech the king to grant me this favor." Pointing at one of the women before Luo Yu, the chosen one shuddered, her complexion turning pale. Luo Yu and another woman beside her also paled in response. In the trials of the secret realm, certain participants possess peculiar tastes, drawn to exotic allure. Similarly, some natives share this inclination. The speaker, a leader named Tu Mang, had selected the most voluptuous of the 3 women. No sooner had he spoken than another leader's eyes brightened, and he pointed at Luo Yu, declaring, I desire this one. I implore the king to grant my request. Soon, yet another leader chimed in, and within mere seconds, the 3 human women were claimed. The 4th leader, who hesitated, also pointed towards Luo Yu. In an instant, the 2 leaders found themselves at an impasse, each unwilling to concede. Luo Yu and her companions turned ashen, their legs trembling in fear, powerless to resist due to their suppressed cultivation. The Di Yuan queen, seated upon the throne, remained silent, observing the scene with a serene smile. It was one of the 3 female leaders, Yuan Xia, who scoffed and remarked, Humph, foolish men, are our own kin not alluring enough? Why the desperate rush to seize a human woman? As she spoke, the other 2 female leaders cast scornful glances at the male leaders. However, when their eyes fell upon the unspoken Di, they displayed a hint of admiration. Observing the resolute Di, Yuan Xia declared, Now, that is a true man of our tribe. Tu Meng laughed heartily, his demeanor unperturbed. Indeed, our own kind is undoubtedly more appealing. Yet, after indulging too much, one inevitably craves a change of flavor. Fong Yun glanced at the Di Yuan queen on the throne, suspecting this was a scenario she had deliberately orchestrated. 3 human women, and 5 male leaders of the Duan Python tribe. What could this mean? Noticing Fong Yun's gaze, the Di Yuan queen turned to him, inquiring curiously, Di Lai, do you not find interest in the human women? Taken aback by the queen's question, Fong Yun paused before responding with a smile, Of course I do. But my interest in your majesty is far greater. His words, bold and unreserved, rendered the grand hall momentarily silent. Each Di Yuan queen represents the highest authority of the Di Yuan Python tribe, and their lineage does not rely on procreation. Thus, they never marry. Before her demise, through a unique ritual, the queen transfers her entire bloodline to a pre-selected maiden of the Earth Python clan. This method not only ensures the perpetual purity of the queen's lineage, but also guarantees that the next queen will immediately ascend to the pinnacle of power. The reasons behind this practice elude Fong Yun. Some conjecture that this mode of inheritance circumvents the frailty associated with gestation and childbirth, allowing for an unbroken readiness to confront formidable adversaries, thus ensuring the enduring prosperity of the Earth Python clan. Another theory posits that should the queen's bloodline become tainted, her strength would plummet. In any case, it is clear that the queen must remain unmarried. Therefore, Fong Yun's remarks at this moment could be construed as a grave affront to the legacy of the queen, a desecration of her dignity. At this juncture, a handmaiden beside the queen reacted sharply, exclaiming, Impudent! Delai, do you dare to show disrespect to our sovereign? Simultaneously, the assembly within the hall directed their ire towards Fong Yun. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Delai Fong Yun quickly rose to apologize, saying, Your Majesty, please forgive my impudence. I harbor no intentions of disrespect. It is merely that your unparalleled grace has inspired my sincere admiration. Humph. The Earth Python queen coldly snorted, a flicker of anger passing across her exquisite visage as she cast a penetrating gaze at Fong Yun. How audacious! Not only did he dare to disrespect her, but he also derailed the meticulously orchestrated proceedings. How infuriating! Our ancestral queen established the decree. As long as the Fong Peng clan remains, our lineage must not waver. The Earth Python queen continued, her gaze subtly shifting towards Fong Yun. Delai, if you truly possess the capability, assist me in eradicating the Fong Peng clan. And then your audacious aspirations may not be unattainable. A cold smile graced the queen's lips, though deep within, a flicker of anticipation stirred. The queen embodies the utmost honor of the Earth Python clan, yet it also signifies a life of inevitable solitude for a woman of such extraordinary grace, destined to live solely for the protection of her people. This is the vow they take upon receiving the legacy. Until the Fong Peng clan is vanquished, they must forsake all matters of the heart. Such a vow, for a clan of dragons and pythons prone to periodic restlessness, becomes a relentless torment. Who can alleviate a millennium of solitude? Only the golden crown binds a life, and our crowns above are akin to the heavens before us. These words were spoken by the previous queen before the transfer of her legacy. At the time, the Earth Python queen did not fully comprehend their weight. But as centuries passed, she began to grasp their meaning. She vaguely recalled her mentor, who had wept and laughed, then gazed at her with pity before facing death with composure, despite having much life left. Yet, the challenge of exterminating the Fong Peng clan had thwarted numerous queens throughout the ages. The difficulty of this task is evident. The Earth Python queen's thoughts swirled as she regarded Fong Yun once more. How foolishly ambitious. However, suddenly, the individual she had dismissed as unworthy seemed invigorated by her earlier statement. With shining eyes, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, is that truly the case? The queen's expression momentarily faltered, her exquisite face revealing a hint of surprise before she coldly replied, naturally. Haha, splendid. It is settled then. Fong Yun's laughter rang clear. His gaze fiercely fixed upon the Queen of the Earth. He boldly proclaimed, Chapter 74, I shall claim all three. Observing the audacious confidence of Li. The others within the hall were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Yet, this astonishment swiftly gave way to disdain. They mused that he must be utterly infatuated with the Queen, failing to gauge his own capabilities. The Earth Python tribe harbored an intense loathing for the Wind Falcon clan. However, despite their animosity, they could not deny the formidable prowess of their adversary, particularly as evidenced by the Queen's decree. While the leaders were ablaze with a thirst for vengeance, deep down, they regarded this impending war as no different from past skirmishes, a chance to diminish their foe and impart a bloody lesson. Yet, the notion of completely eradicating the Wind Falcon clan had never crossed their minds, nor would it, having battled for many years. Both tribes were acutely aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Their powers were largely balanced, each possessing significant advantages in their respective domains. For instance, the Earth Python clan excelled in burrowing and navigating through sandstorms. When faced with defeat, they could easily retreat underground. Conversely, the Wind Falcon clan was unmatched in aerial combat and unparalleled in speed, should they find themselves on the brink of defeat. Escape would be a challenge for the Earth Pythons to thwart. Neither tribe could dominate the other completely, leading to an insurmountable dilemma. Until this impasse could be resolved, the prospect of slaying the opposing king remained an elusive dream. Thus, considering the current strengths and circumstances of both tribes, such a feat was utterly unattainable. Unperturbed by the scornful gazes of his peers, Fong Yun thought to himself, how can the sparrow comprehend the ambitions of the swan, or the ant traverse the vast ocean? The magnitude of my might is beyond your imagination. With the Queen's unwavering support, I could single-handedly obliterate the Wind Falcon clan. Seizing the moment while others were momentarily distracted, Fong Yun swiftly grasped the pale-faced Luo Yu from a distance, pulling her into his embrace. Ah, my lovely maiden, how about becoming my little consort? He jested, his voice coarse yet teasing. Instantly, Luo Yu trembled, letting out a cry of alarm. Her delicate face paled, her enchanting eyes glistening with tears as she struggled violently in his grasp. Yet, her current cultivation was hindered, rendering her incapable of breaking free from Fong Yun's firm hold. In a flash, determination flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Her inner spirit surged violently, radiating a brilliant light, as she resolutely chose to self-destruct. Fong Yun felt the shift within her and was immediately alarmed. Huh, this girl possesses quite the spirit. I like that. He laughed boisterously, before swiftly delivering a resounding slap to her rear. In an instant, a powerful surge of celestial energy coursed through Luo Yu's body, forcibly suppressing her impulsive desire for self-detonation. Ah, she cried out in pain, sinking into despair. Her body quivered, with her spirit's self-destruction thwarted and her heart ablaze with fury. She fainted moments later. The events unfolded with startling abruptness, prompting the leader of the Gale tribe, Fong, to react immediately. He rose in fury, exclaiming, Li, what are you doing? This woman is one I have set my eyes upon. Dare you contest with me? As he spoke, another chief, who had also taken a liking to Luo Yu, joined in the fray with an equally furious outburst, both vociferously denouncing Fong Yun. Fong Yun regarded them with disdain, declaring, in our tribe, strength reigns supreme. The strongest shall dictate the terms. Among the leaders present, I am the mightiest. I shall claim all three of these human maidens. With that proclamation, he embraced Luo Yu with one arm, while clenching his fist with the other, his imposing physique and disdainful demeanor exuding an overwhelming presence. In a swift motion, he extended his hand, effortlessly capturing the other two human maidens as well. At this moment, Fong Yun's incarnation was that of the Earth Duan Python tribe, fully aware that their physical structure was beyond the endurance of mere humans. Should the three human women fall into the hands of these leaders, their fate would not merely entail humiliation, but rather unimaginable torment. As a member of the human race, Fong Yun had not intervened before. But now that he had encountered this situation, he resolved to take action. If he could not save them, even slaying these three human women himself would serve as a significant act of redemption for them. Arrogance, Fong roared in wrath, unleashing a powerful aura that shattered the table before him. Li, I have long found you displeasing. Let me see if your strength is as formidable as you claim. As he spoke, Fong clenched his fist and launched a fierce punch toward Fong Yun. Almost simultaneously, his companion, Tu Meng, also struck out with a powerful blow. Their attacks showed no regard for those present in the hall. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Yuan Queen, seated upon her throne, furrowed her brow. With a graceful gesture, she summoned a flash of ethereal light, swiftly capturing several panicked maidens and dancers from the center of the hall, deftly avoiding the strikes from Fong and Tu Meng. However, she did not intervene against the two aggressors. Seemingly eager to witness the outcome of their confrontation with Li and to gauge the strength of this audacious individual, two fists, radiating a rich earthen yellow glow, surged forth. Yet, Fong Yun remained seated, cradling Luo Yu, as an immense surge of celestial energy swelled within him, refined through two great realms, transforming into a torrent. With a decisive motion, he thrust his hand forward, then clenched it forcefully. Instantly, a colossal imprint of celestial light manifested within the hall, grasping the two powerful punches with ease and shattering them to pieces. The explosion of terrifying energy rippled through the hall, causing it to tremble violently. The stone tables and chairs surrounding them were reduced to dust in an instant. The Earth Yuan Queen frowned, and with a gentle tap of her resplendent serpentine tail against the ground, a faint golden light enveloped the hall, swiftly dissipating the explosive shockwave. What followed was a profound silence, eerily deafening. After the clash, Fong Yun remained steadfast, unharmed, still seated, albeit with the stone table before him obliterated. Conversely, Fong and Tu Meng staggered back several paces, the hard stone flooring within several yards of them reduced to powder. Truly formidable. The leaders were collectively taken aback as they gazed at Fong Yun. Each leader possessed the strength of a 9th-level virtual immortal. Previously, their powers were relatively comparable. However, after a brief skirmish, it became evident that Lai was indeed superior to them in prowess. The Earth Queen turned her gaze towards Fong Yun, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of intrigue. He was certainly stronger than the other leaders, yet this was far from sufficient, as there remained a significant gap compared to herself and King Qingpeng. Disappointment flickered within the Earth Queen, and she directed her ire towards the assembly, exclaiming, "You overstep your bounds. My handmaidens are not yours to contest at will." Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and a formidable pressure erupted forth, momentarily solidifying the air around them. The leaders were struck with terror, their reverence for the Queen's bloodline surging within. One by one, they knelt upon a single knee. "Your Majesty, temper your wrath." "Humph." The Earth Queen snorted coldly, surveying the room and casting a fierce glare at Fong Yun. Then, with a graceful gesture of her jade hand, she summoned the 3 human women beside Fong Yun to her side. "Instead of wasting your energy here, you would do better to exhibit your valor on the battlefield tomorrow. The one who achieves the most merit in battle may receive my favor. Do not engage in further verbal disputes." Yes. Chapter 75, Striking Oneself? The Gale of Fury. Following the tumult of contention at the grand banquet, the Earth Queen departed in fury. However, unbeknownst to all, the moment she exited the hall, the anger that graced her exquisite visage dissipated like mist, restoring her cold, noble, and composed demeanor. Fong Yun and the others also left in discontent. Yet, before the leaders departed, they each declared their fierce intentions. "Lie. It was merely that I held back. Let us see who can slay more avian foes on the battlefield." "Lie, mark my words. That woman is undoubtedly mine." "Humph." The Earth Python clan members were known for their fierce straightforwardness, lacking the subtlety of intrigue. Fong Yun paid little heed to their bold proclamations. Instead, he regarded the Earth Queen with a modicum of respect. Nevertheless, he thought little of her ploy. It was effective only against the blunt and straightforward Earth Python clan. If employed among the cunning and profound human clans, the likelihood of internal strife, dissent, or even betrayal would be considerably higher. Alas, how arduous it must be for my queen, Fong Yun mused, recalling the queen's ample bosom. Realizing that her ability to devise such a stratagem was indeed remarkable. 3 days later, the war between the Earth Python clan and the Gale Peng clan finally erupted. Initially, it began as mere probing, but as the conflict intensified, it escalated into a fervent struggle. On the sandy plains, the yellow desert gleamed with a hue of blood. At this moment, the armies of both clans, numbering in the thousands, faced off from a distance. The overwhelming intent to kill and the fierce atmosphere stirred the winds and sands of the desert, causing them to steer clear of this battleground. In the central expanse, a multitude of bloodstains and uncollectible fragments of corpses marked the ground. During the initial days of testing, both sides sent forth their most powerful warriors for one-on-one duels. The combat was exceptionally brutal. It was nearly guaranteed that one of the two participants would perish. This method of probing, contesting, and vying for dominance bore an ancient flavor. The scene inevitably reminded Fong Yun of the legendary tales from the Shang and Zhou dynasties in his previous life. Unfazed, he embraced the customs of the land while awaiting the opportune moment. After over 20 intense confrontations, several fierce warriors from both factions began to emerge prominently, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Notable among them were Li and Yuan Tu from the Earth Element Python clan. as well as Feng Kuang and Feng Mei from the Wind Phoenix clan. Li achieved a remarkable feat by slaying 3 formidable 9-layer celestial beings from the Wind Phoenix clan in a single day, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity and dominance. Meanwhile, Feng Kuang accomplished a stunning triple kill against 3 9-layer guardians dispatched by the Earth Element Queen. His ruthless, audacious, and bloodthirsty combat style instilled considerable psychological pressure upon the Earth Element Pythons, elevating his reputation within the Wind Phoenix clan and earning him the admiration of the Qingpeng King. At this moment, the warriors of both clans were consumed with fervor, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as an all-out war seemed imminent. Suddenly, Fong Yun, who had been meditating in Silver Moon City, abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of intrigue gracing his handsome visage. He realized that on the battlefield, Feng Kuang had been dispatched by the Wind Phoenix clan, while Li had been sent forth by the Earth Element Queen. Am I to fight against myself? Fong Yun furrowed his brow, encountering such a situation for the first time. Yet, a moment later, a gentle smile graced his lips as he focused his mind entirely on the task at hand. Engaging in dual combat presented a significant challenge, distinct from commanding 2 avatars and separate actions, as the rapid pace of battle would exponentially amplify the demand on his mental acuity and concentration. He was eager to personally test his capabilities. Thus, in the next instant, he took control of both combatants on the battlefield. The winds howled, and the sand swirled. Feng Kuang and Li, 2 imposing and fierce figures, regarded each other with equally piercing gazes, filled with valor and disdain. The warriors from both factions erupted in a frenzy of excitement, anticipating an epic showdown between these 2 formidable adversaries. With the battle cries of the warriors ringing in the air, Feng Kuang and Li sprang into action simultaneously. The yellow sands roared like a tempest, swirling chaotically, while wind blades sliced through the air with lethal precision. Both warriors unleashed their respective racial talents with unyielding ferocity, creating a spectacle that tightened the hearts of the onlookers from both clans. In the next moment, Feng Kuang and Li revealed their true forms, a colossal, bluish-gray phoenix and a menacing, earthy yellow python. Without hesitation, they charged at each other, engaging in a brutal melee. In the battle between the Wind Phoenix clan and the Earth Element Python clan, such close combat was often a matter of life and death, and it was also the quickest means to determine a victor. As this scene unfolded, the tension among the spectators escalated. The Earth Element Queen observed Li on the battlefield, her brows knitting slightly in concern for her exceptionally fierce and powerful kin, fearing unforeseen calamity. She had previously assessed Feng Kuang and recognized his strength. He should prove a formidable match for Li. Indeed, as the fierce clash between the phoenix and the python intensified, the queen's judgment was swiftly validated. The talons and sharp beak of the rock glimmered with a chilling light, and with each strike, the scales of the python dragon were torn apart, resulting in a profusion of blood. The python dragon, possessing formidable strength, unleashed devastating blows, causing the rock to cough up blood with every entanglement and sweep of its tail. In that moment, the battlefield resounded with the roars of dragons and the cries of the rock, as flashes of yellow and azure energy erupted in a dazzling display. Despite both creatures' remarkable regenerative abilities, they struggled to keep pace with the relentless injuries inflicted upon them. Flesh and blood flew through the air, while scales and rock feathers scattered across the landscape, which had become stained with crimson, ravaged beyond recognition. The violent force surged forth, and the winds and sands of the battlefield surged like a tumultuous tide. The harrowing scene struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. The winds howled fiercely, as the Rock clan rallied their spirits in fervent support. The earth trembled violently, as the Python clan roared with battle fervor. In this moment, the warriors of both clans revered the combatants as the true champions of their respective tribes. In Silvermoon City, Fong Yun sat cross-legged upon a large blue stone in the courtyard, his state remarkably peculiar. Ethereal mist swirled above his head, imbued with a celestial glow. Beneath his tranquil exterior, 2 distinct combat philosophies clashed at breakneck speed. It was a mutual awareness. I know your intentions, and you know mine. Yet, I shall not act accordingly, for no matter your approach, I can foresee your every move. Thus, Fong Yun's consciousness gradually descended into a realm of rapid transformation and insight. At an indeterminate moment, an enigmatic essence began to manifest within his mind, swift and capricious. In that instant, Fong Yun harbored no thoughts beyond the fervor of battle. Awakened yet frenzied, the swirling clouds above him gradually morphed into the forms of the rock and the true dragon, entangled in a fierce struggle. Gradually, Fong Yun sensed his mental faculties nearing a breaking point. Chapter 76. The Essence, the Alchemist, and Adequate Preparation. Fong Yun felt the weight of overexertion. Consequently, the 2 combatants, mirroring one another, unleashed a fierce strike. They were each propelled back into their respective camps. Along the way, blood was shed, and scales and feathers danced in the air, a testament to the brutality and glory of their clash. In the next moment, both prepared to charge at one another once more, determined to fight to the bitter end. However, the command from their king resounded almost simultaneously. Enough, cease hostilities for now. Fong Quang and Li, though reluctant, obeyed. Fong Quang shouted across the battlefield, Earth Serpent, you are formidable, but next time, I shall slay you. In the ranks of the Earth Python clan, Li laughed heartily, replying, Birdman, you are not lacking either. Next time, your demise is assured. Their fierce exchange of insults echoed across the battlefield, embodying a spirit of bravado and valor that only deepened the respect and admiration of the warriors surrounding them. Fong Quang, Li. Both clans simultaneously chanted the names of these warriors, elevating their esteem within their respective tribes to unprecedented heights. They had evidently become the heroes of their clans. Following this fierce battle, a temporary truce was established, and due to their remarkable performances, both Fong Quang and Li found themselves welcomed into the innermost circles of their kings. Within the city of Silver Moon, Fong Yun caught sight of a scene unfolding on the battlefield of the wind and sand plains. To his surprise, a whimsical attempt had led two of his avatars to genuinely infiltrate the inner circles of the Azure Pung King and the Earthly Yuan Queen. A smirk played on his lips as he mused, it seems this may simplify matters. My Lady Queen, prepare yourself for a cleansing. With a teasing thought, he began to reflect on the recent dual-kill encounter. Within that skirmish, there appeared to be a unique artistic essence, transcending the ordinary realm of divine spells and celestial techniques. It was an essence. In that state of being, Fong Yun felt his various combat skills and divine spells become increasingly enigmatic and formidable. Between transformation and stasis, insight and evasion danced at a feverish pace. Fong Yun contemplated, sensing that if he could access that state at will, his individual combat prowess would experience a significant enhancement. Even without altering his cultivation or techniques, he endeavored to recall that essence, but found himself unable to re-enter it. Consequently, he transmitted that sensation to his numerous avatars. Thousands of avatars commenced their own reflections. However, after an hour, the results were minimal. The avatars gleaned a vague understanding from the memories passed on by the main body. This was not akin to collectively grasping celestial techniques with discernible pathways. Rather, it resembled a collective grappling with the main body's muddled insights. The original confusion only deepened among the avatars, leading to further disarray. The anticipated outcomes eluded them entirely. Upon realizing this predicament, Fong Yun furrowed his brow and promptly abandoned this futile endeavor of collective understanding. Instead, he immersed himself within the system space. Taking command of two avatars to engage in fierce, it seems that the doppelganger must swiftly delve into the art of alchemy, murmured Fong Yun. At this moment, his resolve intensified. This was not solely due to the elixirs before him, but also because during this expedition into the secret realm, he had gathered a plethora of various grades of celestial herbs and precious alchemical materials. To sell these in bulk would undoubtedly attract undue attention and incite suspicion, posing a considerable risk. Consuming them directly would be a waste of resources. For instance, over the past few days, Fong Yun had diligently researched the numerous effects of the golden core fruit. His findings left him feeling somewhat despondent. The benefits of consuming this fruit outright paled in comparison to those derived from refining it into a golden spirit elixir. Should any alchemist discover that he had been consuming several golden core fruits as mere snacks, they would likely be incensed enough to strangle him on the spot. The thought of the many fruits he had casually devoured filled him with regret. Alas, he lamented his lack of knowledge. From that moment, he resolved to set a small goal for himself, to aspire to be a learned, capable, and accomplished polymath sage. Thus, over the ensuing days, he discreetly dispatched Fong Yu No. 1 and the celestial assassin to gather intelligence regarding alchemists. The outcome left him astounded. Alchemists were exceedingly rare. The methods of alchemical concoction and the formulas were treasured secrets. Acquiring them was no simple feat. Most of the elixirs from the three great immortal sects were either purchased or bestowed as favors from the celestial lords. Among the three great immortal sects, only the Golden Han Immortal Palace boasted a single yellow-grade alchemist. Alchemists in the celestial realm were categorized into two types: human alchemists and immortal alchemists. Human alchemists could only refine mundane elixirs needed by cultivators beneath the void immortal level, while those capable of crafting elixirs tailored for immortals were revered as immortal alchemists. Their status was immensely esteemed. Immortal alchemists were further divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each of which was subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The elder from the Golden Han Immortal Palace was a middle-grade yellow alchemist. A yellow-grade alchemist could only refine elixirs suitable for the void immortal level. Nevertheless, this elder held a high position within the Golden Han Immortal Palace. According to the information Fong Yun had gleaned, this individual was quite possessive of his knowledge and seldom took on apprentices. Fong Yun instructed his doppelganger already residing in the Golden Han Immortal Palace to attempt to seek the elder's tutelage. But the result was that he didn't even catch a glimpse of the elder. This outcome left Fong Yun feeling quite displeased. A middle-grade yellow alchemist was merely refining void immortal elixirs. What was the big deal? Nonsense. He cursed the elder under his breath before tossing the Immortal Essence Passage elixir into his mouth. Void Immortal Level 9. Here I come. The Immortal Essence Passage elixir dissolved instantly upon entry. Fong Yun felt an infusion of pure celestial energy permeating his limbs and bones. This force differed somewhat from ordinary celestial energy. After circulating within his body for a complete cycle, a portion was quietly absorbed by his physical form, nourishing it, while another portion surged swiftly towards the 36 celestial apertures radiating from his upper dantian. Refining, Fong Yun silently commanded. Then, he opened his mouth to receive the peeled celestial grapes handed over by the angelic queen. The grapes were fresh and glimmered with a radiant crimson and violet hue. As Fong Yun gently bit into one, a burst of rich and fragrant juice exploded in his mouth. The combination of the elixir and the grapes was indeed delightful. Just as Fong Yun finished his statement, the angelic princess presented him with another one. Her pure and exquisite countenance was adorned with a subtle smile. At first glance, the two angelic avatars he had conjured bore a striking resemblance to the angelic figure of Tsang Shui, even possessing the characteristic angelic wings. However, upon witnessing the myriad wonders of the true angelic race, Fong Yun discerned the distinctions with clarity. The two angelic maidens before him were fundamentally still of human lineage, their celestial essence akin to his own, imbued with the aura of metal. They merely appeared angelic on the surface, lacking the innate holy radiance and various inherent abilities of the true angelic race. As Fong Yun consumed another grape offered by the princess, he felt intense changes occurring within him. Over 8,000 avatars simultaneously refined and absorbed the elixir with an absorption efficiency exceeding 4,000 times, allowing him to swiftly assimilate the celestial essence elixir. The 9th celestial aperture of his 8-layered virtual celestial realm opened rapidly, becoming resplendent, while the remaining potency surged towards the 10th celestial aperture. In no time, the 10th aperture was completed, yet the elixir's power was nearly depleted. Fong Yun furrowed his brow. According to the teachings of the Yun Fan celestial sect, consuming a single celestial essence elixir should facilitate the opening of at least 6 celestial apertures or enable one in the mid-virtual celestial stage to seamlessly ascend to the late virtual celestial stage. Such an elixir was exceedingly precious within the realm of virtual celestial beings. Only those like Shui Yun, who emerged victorious in the sect's trials, were rewarded with 3 elixirs, while the second and third place received just 1 each, leaving many disciples without such a boon. Yet at this moment, Fong Yun had consumed 1 elixir and had only opened 2 celestial apertures. Could it be that being a 2-aperture virtual celestial made him too formidable? Fong Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing the likelihood of this being true. Each individual's physique varied, and thus the effects of the same elixir would inevitably differ. Subsequently, Fong Yun consumed another celestial essence elixir. The elixir was rapidly refined, and his 11th celestial aperture opened swiftly, followed by the 12th. With a long exhalation of turbid air, all 12 celestial apertures of his 8-layered virtual celestial realm were now open, radiating brilliant mysterious light, resembling a cosmic whirlpool. However, in the next moment, upon introspecting, Fong Yun noticed the distinctions among these 12 apertures. The 8 apertures he had cultivated previously exuded a more robust and resplendent aura. The differences were subtle, without careful discernment. One might fail to identify them. Yet, Fong Yun's keen perception caught the nuances. He frowned slightly. Indeed, the cultivation attained through elixirs exhibited disparities compared to the solid foundation formed through his own arduous training. The mastery acquired through diligent effort and the trials faced by his avatars was profoundly solid, while the achievements derived from elixirs bore a semblance of hastened growth. Fong Yun was no longer the naive novice in the mining fields, utterly oblivious to the realm of celestial beings. At this moment, he had attained a certain clarity in his understanding of the ethereal realm. The phase of the ethereal immortal emphasizes the solidification of one's foundation, and the existence of a cave heaven ethereal immortal serves as undeniable proof of such a robust foundation. This is precisely why the emergence of every cave heaven ethereal immortal is met with recognition. A towering building must rise from a firm ground, without a solid foundation. It is arduous for an immortal to traverse the path of Dao profoundly. Fong Yun's thoughts whirled as he pondered for a moment, rather than attempting an immediate breakthrough. He chose to have over 8,000 avatars engage in cultivation simultaneously, practicing the Immortal Feather Enlightenment technique, aimed at refining the four somewhat unstable immortal apertures. He was earnest about solidifying his foundation, akin to the path of Goji. With each cycle of the Great Zhou circulation, and under the enhancement of over 4,000 times efficiency, Fong Yun focused intently on the four immortal apertures, his gaze gradually igniting with clarity. It was indeed effective. The four immortal apertures slowly grew more robust and profound. However, as the Great Zhou cultivation progressed and refined these apertures, Fong Yun felt on the verge of a breakthrough at any moment, the waves of pressure crashing against him incessantly, as if a voice was fervently imploring him, "Come forth. Do not suppress it. Release it." The temptation to shatter the bottleneck of the 9th tier of immortal cultivation was overwhelming. Yet, Fong Yun steadfastly persisted, exclaiming, "Ah, I endure." He nearly succumbed, almost breaking through. But he forcibly suppressed the impulse and continued his rapid cultivation. 100 times, 500 times, 1,000 times. At long last, Fong Yun sensed that the aura of those four immortal apertures mirrored that of the previous 8. A wave of comfort washed over him. In that moment, an exquisite sensation enveloped his heart, and he relinquished the intentional suppression. In the next instant, he broke through. It was a natural progression. A feeling of transparency coursed through his entire being. What ecstasy! He had reached the 9th layer of ethereal immortality. Fong Yun suddenly rose, his corporeal form radiating a gentle golden light. 2 grand cave heaven phantoms flickered into existence around him, accompanied by the swirling of 24 immortal apertures. In that instant, Fong Yun seemed divine, feeling the doubled power surging within him. Ha ha! He laughed heartily, his joyful laughter echoing through the courtyard, though it was soon muffled by the dual formations. In a secluded area at the periphery of the sandy plains, a tall figure appeared quietly. His hair was a deep azure, his hawkish nose and sharp eyes akin to blades, adorned with several azure divine patterns from his forehead to his temples. His aura was both domineering and noble. Moments later, a dozen figures emerged silently. "Is the Azure Pung King truly prepared to take action?" inquired the strikingly handsome youth at the forefront, his demeanor calm and composed. Clad in opulent immortal attire, he bore an air of restraint, resembling a mere mortal. He regarded the Azure Pung King with a hint of vigilance, yet devoid of any fear. The individuals behind him exuded profound and formidable auras, all exceptional figures among the 9th tier of ethereal immortality. "Tomorrow we engage. I trust you will not disappoint me," the Azure Pung King stated, his gaze remaining icy. "Agreed. When success is achieved," replied the elegantly attired youth. "Rest assured, the treasures of the Earth Origin Queen and the Earth Origin Python clan shall be yours. I seek only to unify the vast desert." "Haha, then let us wish the sovereign of the desert a victorious start." After a brief exchange, the two individuals shared further details before swiftly disappearing into the swirling sands. The following day, as dawn broke, the Wind Falcon clan was the first to sound the war drums. With a fierce shout, the battle cry reverberated across the plains. Chapter 78, The Clash of Two Clans, A Frenzy of Slaughter. As the Wind Falcon clan stirred, the Earth Python clan required no warning. They immediately sprang into action. The war drums thundered, shaking the heavens. With a commanding order from the Earth Queen, thousands of Earth Python warriors surged forth. The battle between the two clans erupted. Thousands of valiant Earth Pythons charged towards the Wind Falcons, the sky and ground ablaze with mystical light, dazzling and radiant. At that moment, the sandstorm on the plains seemed to recede, as if nature itself was making way for the clash of the two clans. The first wave commenced with a spectacular exchange of divine powers. The warriors of both clans had yet to engage in close combat, when the air erupted with azure wind blades and tempestuous sand dragons, colliding in explosive fury. Many were consumed in the onslaught, with countless wind blades and celestial dragons wreaking havoc within each other's ranks. In an instant, dozens, even hundreds, of clan members from both sides perished. The scale of the carnage was such that even their souls had no time to flee, obliterated in the chaos. Numerous advancing warriors were struck by the shattered remains of their comrades, the horrific scene intensifying the bloodlust on both sides. Kill! Kill! The fervor of battle surged to new heights. In the next moment, the two clans plunged into one another's midst. Boom! The moment they clashed, the sand plains erupted with a terrifying force that shook the earth. Blood splattered. Mystical light burst forth chaotically like a surging ocean. The Earth Queen's vanguard fighters led the charge, resembling a sharp blade, relentlessly piercing through the enemy lines. Following closely were the clan leaders, including Di Lai and Fong Yun, each accompanied by their warriors, with thousands of fierce fighters surging behind them. The great melee commenced. Initially, there was a semblance of order, with groups of 3 or 5 coordinating their attacks. However, as the slaughter escalated, chaos ensued. No longer did they heed any strategy. As long as it wasn't of their own clan, and within their attack range, it was simply a matter of killing. Blood was shed. Scales and feathers flew in a tempest. Time passed swiftly amidst the carnage. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. At this point, the numbers of both clans began to dwindle, each left with fewer than 3,000 members. The ground and air were saturated with bloodlust, echoing with the sounds of battle and the explosive clashes of celestial energies. The over 100 warriors from Fong Yun's Fire Earth clan, along with 100 Earth Python avatars, were rapidly diminishing. However, the fallen were all members of the original Fire Earth tribe. As for the avatars brought by Fong Yun, none had perished thus far. Each avatar, a second-tier virtual immortal at the 9th level, possessed remarkable recovery abilities and formidable strength, though they were concealing their true might. Only Di Lai Fong Yun displayed power far beyond that of a mere 9th-level virtual immortal. With each fierce lash of his dragon tail, Fong Yun shattered a winged falcon warrior. His stone spear whirled and slashed, leaving hardly a foe standing in its wake. Ha! Little brother Di Fong, do you think you are worthy to compete with me for women? Fong Yun, with a single strike, dispatched a Fong Peng and cast a scornful taunt towards the nearby chieftain, Di Fong. The chieftain, upon hearing this, spat blood, not out of anger, but from the blows inflicted by 3 of his Fong Peng kin. He glanced at Di Lai, a flicker of respect lighting his eyes. Truly formidable. Di Lai seemed to have grown even stronger than before. Distracted for just a moment, Di Fong was swiftly gravely injured by the trio of Fong Peng. Just as he was on the brink of death, a towering figure shot forth like lightning. Bang! The sound of a violent clash echoed as a massive serpent tail swept across, and a fierce stone spear cleaved through the air. In an instant, the 3 Fong Peng at the 9th level of the virtual immortality realm were ruthlessly subdued by Fong Yun. Blood erupted in all directions, splattering upon the chieftain, Di Fong. Drenched in blood, his spirit quaked with gratitude, but Di Lai had already dashed away like a tempest towards another target. How ferocious! I am no match for him. Di Feng's heart swelled with astonishment as he muttered a silent thanks to Di Lai's retreating figure, before continuing his assault on another Fong Peng not far away. However, before he could reach his target, he encountered the menacing Fong Quang of the Fong Peng clan. Alarmed, Di Fong attempted to flee, yet Fong Quang was swifter, his wings whirling like blades, quickly overtaking the escaping Di Fong. In the blink of an eye, Di Fong was cleaved in 2 by Fong Quang's wings, along with his very essence, failing to escape. Ha! Kill! Fong Quang howled to the heavens, the echoes of his triumphant cry resonating fiercely. With unparalleled arrogance, he surged forward like a tempest towards another earth serpent. Moments later, the chieftains, Tu Meng and Tu Li, met their demise. Excellent. In the sky, the previously concealed Qing Peng Wang observed this scene with a hearty laugh, filled with admiration for Fong Quang. After dispatching Tu Meng and Tu Li, Fong Quang charged towards another earth serpent. Yet, these earth serpents were none other than Fong Yun's earth serpent avatars. Fong Quang single-handedly battled against the 4 avatars of the earth serpent clan, holding his ground. Qing Peng Wang's eyes sparkled with delight. Fong Quang's performance in this battle was truly exceptional. Then, his gaze shifted to the carnage wrought by Di Lai, and suddenly turned icy. This fellow is far too lethal. He seems even more potent than Fong Quang, slaughtering with greater ferocity. While Fong Quang targeted only the strong, Di Lai showed no mercy, striking down everyone in his path. Suddenly, he spotted Fong Mei. A fierce melee ensued. Within mere breaths, the renowned cold-blooded assassin of the Fong Peng clan was pierced through by Di Lai's spear, which trembled upon impact. Fong Mei's enchanting form was instantly shattered into pieces. Qing Peng Wang was enraged. Fong Mei was his most cherished disciple. He immediately sent a message to Fong Quang, ordering him to eliminate Di Lai. However, Fong Quang appeared oblivious, fiercely engaged in battle with the 4 earth serpents. Was he in a frenzy of slaughter? Or did he simply not hear? He sent another message, commanding Fong Quang once more. Yes, Your Majesty. Once I have dispatched these 4 earth serpents, I shall promptly deal with Di Lai. Fong Quang responded, a brilliant azure light radiating from him, causing the 4 avatars of the earth serpent to cough up blood. Qing Peng Wang frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, as Fong Quang was still engaged in the battle against the earth serpents, he refrained from further thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yun spotted another powerful Fong Peng on the battlefield. Indeed, it is the mightiest offspring of the Qing Peng King, the Little Peng King. At this moment, the little Peng King valiantly battles against two formidable female warriors of the Earth Origin Python tribe, the leader Yuanxia and the previous messenger Yuanzi. The little Peng King's formidable prowess overwhelms the two women, causing them to cough up blood and struggle to endure. Suddenly, the little Peng King spots Dai Li. Dai Li, huh? Death. The sight of Dai Li exhilarates the little Peng King. To slay a formidable adversary of such renown and bask in the blood of a powerful enemy is a tremendous honor for the Fong Yun tribe. The little Peng King unleashes his wings in a fierce slash, cleaving through Yuanxia and Yuanzi, sending them reeling and spitting blood. Then, a radiant azure light envelopes him as he charges directly towards Dai Li. Fong Yun smirks disdainfully, tearing apart a Fong Peng and boldly advancing. You trash. I shall slay you in 3 breaths. Fong Yun scoffs. Enraged, the little Peng King retaliates. In 3 breaths. The head of the little Peng King is violently torn from his body by Fong Yun. Bathed in blood, Fong Yun resembles a god of slaughter. The azure Peng bird. His primordial spirit, horrified and yearning to flee, is pierced through by the sand and wind spat from Fong Yun's mouth, rendering it a mere sieve. The little Peng King is dead. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuanxia and Yuanzi feel their spirits tremble violently. Dai Li, so powerful, so formidable that it sends shivers down one's spine. No wonder he dares to covet the queen. High in the sky, the Qingpeng King is utterly enraged. Death. In the next moment, the Qingpeng King plummets from the clouds like a startled phoenix, hurtling straight towards Dai Li below with astonishing speed. Chapter 79, Stand Back. Dai Li is here. Sensing the intense murderous intent and imminent danger, Fong Yun's instincts sharpen. With his current strength, the only being capable of instilling such a feeling is undoubtedly the Qingpeng King. Indeed, in the next instant, Fong Yun perceives a streak of azure light shooting towards him. Just as I hoped. With a thought, the dozens of Earth Origin Python avatars converge towards him. Fong Yun intends to surprise the Qingpeng King immensely. However, suddenly, from below, a magnificent golden figure bursts forth from the sands, racing towards the Qingpeng King. Qingpeng King, your opponent is me. A clear and melodious voice rings out. The yellow dragon sand sea erupts violently, swirling chaotically, with golden earth dragons encircling the Earth Origin Queen. They charge fiercely towards the Qingpeng King. The Qingpeng King's gaze, sharp as a blade, glints with cunning, and then his wings unfurl explosively, unleashing a tempest of dark azure wind blades. Little girl, your master couldn't defeat me. What makes you think you can? The Qingpeng King roars, flapping his wings, sending a barrage of slicing blades towards the yellow dragon sand sea. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembles, and the terrifying energy fluctuations cause many members of the Fong Peng and Earth Origin Python tribes to cough up blood in unison. Shall we fight elsewhere? Do you dare? Upon finishing his words, the Qingpeng King flaps his wings and darts towards the edge of the battlefield. Why would I not dare? The Earth Origin Queen's expression is icy, unperturbed, her figure resembling golden lightning as she follows closely behind. Fong Yun furrows his brow, silently cursing the Earth Origin Queen for thwarting his plans. He then leads dozens of Earth Origin Python avatars to slay enemies while swiftly making his way towards that direction. Before he even gets close, an epic battle has already erupted there. Fong Yun watches in astonishment from a distance. The realm of the virtual immortal. How powerful. In the fierce clash between the Azure Peng King and the Earthly Queen, one could faintly discern the infusion of a formidable power of law. Their divine abilities transcended those of ordinary wind Pengs and Earthly Python. In an instant, the two desert sovereigns engaged in a fierce battle, each evenly matched. Suddenly, a subtle ripple emerged in the void to the side, and then numerous silhouettes appeared silently. At the moment of their emergence, the leading man raised a dazzling talisman in his hand. The talisman swelled in the wind and instantly transformed into a colossal sword of light, cleaving toward the Earthly Queen. The Earthly Queen sensed this scene and was filled with alarm. She fiercely repelled the Azure Peng King with her golden spear. With her other hand, her fingers fluttered like butterflies, quickly coalescing a dragon in the swirling sands, radiating a brilliant golden light, intercepting the descending massive sword. In the next instant, shock flashed across the queen's exquisitely beautiful face. The colossal sword of light, with a momentum like a raging torrent, swiftly annihilated the golden dragon. Humph, little girl. Daring to divide your attention while battling me. The Azure Peng King seized the moment when the Earthly Queen was distracted. His form transformed into a magnificent azure-hued bird, radiating divine light, with claws gleaming with a chilling jade hue, ferociously grasping at the Earthly Queen's serpentine tail. Simultaneously, a multitude of azure blades howled through the air. The Earthly Queen, caught off guard, hurriedly defended herself. In an instant, her colorful serpentine tail was caught by the claws, revealing multiple grievous wounds. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a flash of colorful light illuminated the wounds, rapidly restoring them to their former state. However, the earthly queen's complexion paled slightly. At that moment, the colossal sword of light swept away the golden dragon, slicing towards her with an overwhelming force that caused the sands within 100 miles to spiral backward. In this critical moment, a crystal embedded deep within the earthly queen's ample bosom suddenly erupted with a radiant golden light. This golden glow transformed into a golden shield, positioned before the sword of light. With a thunderous explosion, both forces dissipated simultaneously. Instantly, the earthly queen's pallor deepened. The Azure Pung King, witnessing this, rejoiced and intensified his assault, pushing the earthly queen into a retreat. Observing the golden light emanating from the queen's bosom, a young man in splendid attire who had quietly appeared in the distant void erupted with a fervent brilliance in his eyes. The news was indeed true. Haha. The Saint of Jian Wu laughed heartily. Without delay, he surged into action. His figure shot toward the battlefield like lightning, unmistakably at the peak of the Immortal Realm. Beneath his feet appeared a golden sword, upon which he rode with an aura both majestic and fierce. Azure Pung King, do not harm this woman. I wish to savor her delicacies. The Saint of Jian Wu smiled lightly, with an air of elegance and charm, fixated on the earthly queen's alluring figure, his gaze brimming with intense interest. With a flick of his hand, a rope shimmering with celestial light materialized, aimed directly at the earthly queen. The earthly queen, aware of this turn of events, found her focus wavering and was once again wounded by the Azure Pung King. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Fong Yun, arriving on the scene, observed the unfolding events in the distance with astonishment. These avian beings had indeed summoned external aid to ambush the earthly queen. Even his avatar, Wind Fury, had not detected this information. At this moment, Fong Yun was at a considerable distance, and relying on flight would not suffice. With a mere thought, he dispatched several clones to the scene. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. One of the clones surged forth from the desert beneath the Jian Yuan holy sun, transforming into the true form of the earth Duan Python. It directly charged towards the ethereal rope that was rapidly coiling around the Earth Yuan Queen. It was a test of strength against the binding. In the next instant, the Earth Yuan Python clone found itself ensnared. Instantly, it felt its celestial energy being constrained. Its power significantly diminished. The Jian Yuan holy sun furrowed his brow, taken aback by the sudden emergence of the Earth Yuan Python. With his strength, he had failed to notice how the serpent had approached. With a flicker of thought, the Jian Yuan holy sun attempted to retract the celestial binding rope. However, the python had firmly bitten down on a segment of the rope, refusing to relinquish its grip. Its powerful claws clung tightly to the ethereal binding, causing the retrieval to become exceedingly sluggish. Seeking death, the Jian Yuan holy sun seethed with anger. Yet, in the next moment, more than a dozen Earth Yuan pythons charged from the desert beneath him, their imposing presence encircling the Jian Yuan holy sun and his entourage. Momentarily startled, the Jian Yuan holy sun's expression shifted to disdain as he unleashed his flying sword, which shot forth with tremendous speed, aiming to cleave through the attacking pythons. Clanging sounds echoed, sparks flying. The golden sword returned empty-handed. The Jian Yuan holy sun's eyes gleamed with realization. These Earth Yuan pythons were exceptionally formidable, capable of withstanding his golden blade. Suddenly, from amidst the swirling sand, yet another dozen Earth Yuan pythons surged forth with ferocity. The Jian Yuan holy sun's countenance changed drastically. Brothers, strike! Fong Yun bellowed. Dozens of Earth Yuan python clones simultaneously charged towards the Jian Yuan holy sun and his group of over 10 individuals, while he himself boldly advanced towards the Qingpeng King. At this moment, the Qingpeng King and the Earth Yuan Queen, engaged in fierce battle, took note of the unfolding scene not far away. The Qingpeng King felt a jolt of shock. His covert reinforcements had proven ineffective. Instead, the Earth Yuan Python clan had unleashed a valiant surprise force. Your Majesty, retreat. Earth Yuan advance. Chapter 80. The Queen awaits. I vow to slay the Qingpeng King. Fong Yun roared as he surged forth, his presence overwhelmingly fierce. In that instant, the Earth Yuan Queen's heart inexplicably fluttered. This man was not merely talk. He had taken decisive action and demonstrated corresponding formidable strength. The Earth Yuan Queen's thoughts flickered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Instinctively, she chose to trust the Earth Yuan figure before her. As she swiftly dodged aside, Fong Yun charged forward relentlessly. The Qingpeng King's gaze flickered with disdain. Although the Earth Yuan's strength was considerable, surpassing that of an ordinary 9th-layer celestial immortal by a significant margin, it still fell short against their level. Arrogance. The Qingpeng king scoffed, his claws striking out with brutal force, creating a massive wind claw imprint, harnessing the power of the winds to strike with unparalleled speed. However, as Fong Yun closed in, he neither dodged nor evaded. His aura surged once more, his speed increasing dramatically, his scales radiating a brilliant light. He collided fiercely against the Gale Claw imprint, crashing directly into the Qingpeng king's massive bird form, driving him back several thousand meters. Throughout the journey, the fierce clash between the python and the rock unfolded with relentless ferocity, a brutal melee of raw power. The struggle escalated into an intense entanglement, leaving the Azure Rock king astounded. How could this be possible? The depth of spiritual energy and physical strength displayed here matched his own, if not surpassed it in terms of recovery. His only remaining advantage lay in his slight understanding of the laws and the enhanced might he derived from the power of wind. Haha. Is this all you are capable of, Azure Rock King? Fong Yun laughed heartily, his robust pythonic form colliding fiercely with the Azure Rock King's deadly claws. Undeterred by the risk of injury, delivering a vicious blow to the Azure Rock King, a thunderous sound erupted from beneath the Azure Rock King's abdomen, as his feathers burst forth with radiant azure light, momentarily blocking Fong Yun's attack, yet blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Fong Yun's pythonic body, drenched in blood, swiftly healed and continued its relentless assault, embodying an unwavering spirit, seemingly oblivious to pain or injury, unafraid of death. This tenacious demeanor stirred the Azure Rock King's heart with trepidation. Little did he know, Fong Yun truly felt no pain. In his current state, he existed as a corporeal manifestation, capable of sustaining injuries without the sensation of combat-related agony. As long as he lived and his spiritual energy remained intact, he could fight to the very end. In a flash, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges of blows. Although Fong Yun appeared to sustain more injuries, his recovery was rapid and his physical resilience formidable, rendering his wounds relatively minor. Furthermore, his ferocity commanded the upper hand. In contrast, while the Azure Rock King bore fewer injuries, they were accumulating at an alarming rate. The earthly elemental queen observed the battle from a distance, her initial concerns fading as she watched, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. The prowess displayed by Fong Yun left her in awe, her heart racing. Simultaneously, the earthly elemental queen sensed an opportunity to strike down the Azure Rock King. Alone, she could not accomplish this feat, but with the aid of the valiant Fong Yun, it might just be possible. Fong Yun, I shall assist you. No need. Watch me take this fiend down myself. Fong Yun roared, the python's roar echoing. Once more, he exchanged injury for injury. One of his lethal claws was severed by the Azure Rock King, but in retaliation, Fong Yun thrust his remaining claw fiercely into the Azure Rock King's back, tearing out a gory expanse of flesh. The Azure Rock King screamed in agony, a rain of blood cascading from his back, soaring several feet high. Madman, lunatic, he cursed inwardly, perceiving that this python dragon before him was likely out of its mind. How can you endure such injuries and not feel pain? The thought of pain intensified the agony coursing through the Azure Rock King's body. Trash. Unable to withstand pain and still daring to call yourself a king? To call yourself a man? Fong Yun scoffed, unleashing another deafening roar, exchanging injury for injury once more. Vast patches of scales and flesh were torn from Fong Yun's pythonic form by the Azure Rock King. Yet, Fong Yun's fearsome jaws bit down savagely upon the Azure Rock. The Azure Rock King cried out once more in torment. Trash. Fong Yun spat blood, a chunk of flesh expelled from his maw, yet continued to fight. Mocking all the while, the Azure Rock King coughed up blood, unsure whether it was due to his injuries or sheer fury. The earthly elemental queen, upon witnessing this, shot Fong Yun a disapproving glance, her beautiful eyes glinting with frustration, before she swiftly joined the fray. Upon witnessing this, the Qingpeng king was struck with alarm. His divine consciousness swept towards the battlefield where the Qianyuan Holy Sun was engaged, and he immediately spewed blood once more. He had initially believed that the strength of the Qianyuan Holy Sun and his entourage would swiftly vanquish the earthly Duan Python clan. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they had not only failed to defeat the enemy, but were on the verge of being overwhelmed themselves. Accursed outsiders. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. The Qingpeng king cursed vehemently, his eyes flashing with intense resentment. What of the Lord of the Desert? This time, merely escaping would be considered victory. In the next instant, the Qingpeng king hesitated no longer. A brilliant azure light radiated from his being, illuminating the heavens in a cerulean hue. First, he forcefully repelled Fong Yun. Then with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared rapidly into the sky. Our clan must retreat swiftly. We shall fight again another day. The Qingpeng king uttered these words as his figure vanished without a trace. Trying to escape, Fong Yun bellowed as he fervently pursued. At that moment, the earthly Yuan queen arrived just in time, and the two, one on each side, raced skyward in swift pursuit. Ha! Do you think you can catch me? The Qingpeng king scoffed at the relentless duo below, his gaze filled with disdain, and with another powerful flap of his wings, he accelerated away, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. Blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, and with several rapid flaps of his wings, he disappeared from sight within mere breaths. Realizing they could not catch up, Fong Yun shot a discontented glare at the earthly Yuan queen beside him. He felt immense dissatisfaction. Had this woman not been present, he could have employed spatial displacement to intercept the earthly Duan Python avatar. Yet, with her beside him, such cunning tactics were no longer prudent. Deli, cease the chase, the earthly Yuan queen said helplessly. This was an anticipated outcome. The Qingpeng king, at the pinnacle of the virtual Immortal Realm, possessed unparalleled speed, making his demise exceedingly difficult to achieve. Women are a hindrance. Fong Yun coldly retorted towards the earthly Yuan queen. You pursue the remaining Wind Peng clan members and assault the Mo Fong Cliff. I, Deli, vow to slay the Qingpeng king today. With that declaration, Fong Yun disregarded the earthly Yuan queen and continued his relentless pursuit, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the earthly Yuan queen stood frozen in place, her heart quivering from Fong Yun's domineering shout, her complexion flushing with indignation, soon replaced by a blend of shame and fury. Deli, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? The queen exclaimed with a voice laced with anger, her ample bosom quivering with rage. Then, she heard a boisterous voice echoing from afar. My queen, wait for me. I swear to slay the Qingpeng king. The earthly Yuan queen was filled with shame and fury. Her exquisite face flushed with color, her delicate fists clenched tightly. With a furious shout, the winds and clouds around her dissipated. Then, with a swift turn, as if awaiting Fong Yun's command, she plunged into the battlefield between the two clans. At this moment, the Wind Peng clan, having witnessed their king's retreat, scattered in all directions. Kill. The morale of the earthly Yuan Python clan surged. Chapter 81. The Qianyuan Holy Sun and Qingpeng king meet their demise. The earthly Yuan queen led her kin, swiftly slaying the Wind Peng clan members, and then the army directly advanced towards the Wind Peng clan stronghold, Mo Fong Cliff. Though Deli's words were infuriating, this was indeed an opportune moment. Even if they could not slay the Qingpeng king, eradicating the Wind Peng clan stronghold would severely weaken them, rendering it impossible for the Wind Peng clan to contend with the earthly Yuan Python clan for a millennium. At this moment, on the southern side of the windswept plains, a battlefield lay seemingly forgotten, 1,000 miles away. The proud and composed Qian Yuan Holy Sun found himself besieged by a multitude of earthly serpents, struggling in a state of disarray. The followers he had brought along had suffered grave losses, with only 2 remaining to protect him, valiantly holding their ground. How could this group of earthly serpents be so formidable? It was inconceivable. The Holy Sun's heart was engulfed in shock. Initially, these earthly serpents had only displayed a hint of strength. However, as they distanced themselves from the core battlefield, they transformed, revealing an extraordinary prowess. Each one was as powerful as he, the holy son of the celestial monarch. Were it not for some hidden techniques, he would have perished by now. Hurry and escape. We will hold off these native serpents. Very well. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. I will ensure the safety of your families. The Holy Sun made a solemn vow, then unleashed a sword talisman to carve a path, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Thank you, Holy Sun. The 2 9th-level celestial practitioners shouted, producing a lightning talisman and swiftly forming a spell, conjuring a lightning array that impeded the advance of several earthly serpents. How foolish. The leader of the Doppelgangers, who was none other than Fong Yun, chuckled mockingly. With a wave of his hand, the Doppelgangers surged forward. In mere moments, the 2 practitioners, disregarding their families, were obliterated into nothingness. Why does it feel so gratifying to be the villain? Fong Yun mused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. With a mere thought, he directed several doppelgangers to position themselves before the fleeing Qian Yuan Holy Sun. Believing he had narrowly escaped, the Holy Sun, panting with relief, suddenly beheld a dozen earthly serpents, their faces twisted in mockery as they awaited him. Do not come any closer. The Holy Sun was seized by terror, turning on his heel to flee. His strength barely allowed him to contend with a single earthly serpent, and facing so many was utterly beyond his capabilities. A sinister laughter echoed from behind, igniting a blaze of fury within the Holy Sun. He, Qian Yuan Holy Sun, was a figure of great renown. He had always viewed the natives of this secret realm as mere ants for his trials. Yet today, he found himself in a wretched retreat. His life hanging by a thread. Are all outsiders so weak? Scum! Run, run! I am right behind you. The earthly serpents taunted, toying with their prey like a cat with a mouse. The already injured Holy Sun felt his blood surge, and he spat forth a mouthful of crimson. Ah! The Holy Sun howled in despair, unleashing his final celestial talisman. Die! The talisman transformed into a sword of divine retribution, cleaving toward the pursuing earthly serpents. Without a glance back, the Holy Sun hastily fled. Moments later, he halted abruptly, despair and reluctance etched across his face. His mind was a tempest of frustration and fury. That sword talisman was quite impressive. Do you have any more? One earthly serpent derided. If not, prepare to meet your end. With that, a tide of earthly serpents surged forth to claim their prey. The saint child of Jian Wu resisted and struggled, only to meet a despairing end. He was surrounded by dozens of earth python avatars, tossed about like a mere ball until he was consumed in a cataclysm of explosion. The following day, on the outskirts of an ancient forest, in a concealed mountain valley, the king of the Azure Pung resembled a wounded wolf, solitary and desolate. Around him, only a handful of his kin remained. We have been defeated, and the wind-carving cliff has been destroyed by that horde of earth serpents, a dispirited wind Pung lamented. The surrounding kin, upon hearing this, drooped their heads and wings in sorrow. I am not dead. My clan has not been vanquished. The Azure Pung king declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. At this proclamation, the spirits of the dozens of kin lifted slightly. Though it was but a flicker of hope. Establish covert contact and gather the fleeing kin. Our surviving members are certainly more than this, commanded the Azure Pung king. Yes, replied a wind Pung of the 9th layer of virtual immortality, who swiftly took flight. Not long after he departed, a group of azure figures appeared on the horizon. Racing towards them, the Azure Pung king and his companions immediately became alert, preparing for a hasty retreat. Yet, in the next moment, upon recognizing the newcomers, the king felt a surge of joy. Fong Yun, you have returned, and you bring with you 20 or 30 kin. Though the kin appeared ragged and miserable, some with only one wing, others nearly devoid of their feathers, and many sporting grievous wounds, there was a glimmer of hope in the king's eyes. These are all kin of the 8th and 9th layers of virtual immortality. As long as they live, given time for their wounds to heal, they will once again become a formidable force. Haha, Fong Yun. The Azure Pung king exclaimed with hearty laughter, rising to personally welcome Fong Yun and his group. Your Majesty, we were besieged by hundreds of earth serpents, and our kin suffered heavy casualties, Fong Yun reported, his eyes reddened and a large wound on his body oozing blood, a testament to the brutality of their escape. The wind Pung kin behind him wore expressions of deep sorrow. Enough. I know you are all brave warriors of our clan. With your return, there is still hope for us. The Azure Pung king stepped forward to console them, a sudden thought flashing in his mind as he smiled. Fong Yun, I wish to adopt you as my son. Would you consent? In this time of peril for the Wind Pung clan, and with Fong Yun's formidable strength, the Azure Pung king was determined to forge a strong bond. Fong Yun's face lit up with joy at the words, and he immediately knelt on one knee, proclaiming, I greet you, my adoptive father. Haha, good lad. The Azure Pung king laughed heartily, moving forward to assist him. However, just as he reached for Fong Yun, a sharp claw struck like lightning, plunging directly into the heart of the Azure Pung king. With a brutal yank, the king's heart was ripped from his chest. You. The Azure Pung king gasped in shock, his aura surging as he instinctively recoiled. He stared in disbelief at Fong Yun before him. In that moment, not only the king, but also the remaining Wind Pung kin were shaken to their core. The loyalty of the Wind Pung kin to their king was inscribed in their very blood. How could Fong Yun betray them? Why? The Azure Pung king's gaze turned icy as a blade. Ha! I have my eyes on your woman, and you dare not comply? You deserve to die? Fong Yun laughed maniacally, rising defiantly and concocting a flimsy excuse. Why? There is no reason. The master intends to take your life, and thus, you must perish. With a sudden spurt of blood, the Azure Rock king gasped. Kill! Fong Yun seized the heart of the Azure Rock king, followed by a commanding shout. At once, 20 to 30 Fong Pung surged forth, emanating a formidable aura. Gone was the previous semblance of weakness and sorrow. Chapter 82. The king returns, the queen cleanses her image. The heart of the Azure Rock king had been extracted, though not fatally wounded, he was gravely injured. He stood no chance against Fong Yun and his formidable avatars. In his weakened state, the Azure Rock king could not even escape from the Fong Pung avatars. A mere incense stick later, in a forest strewn with chaos, the once mighty leader of the Fong Pung clan, the Azure Rock king, lay lifeless. Master, the task is accomplished. Fong Kwang reported joyfully to Fong Yun. In the next instant, Fong Yun appeared, giving a kick to the corpse of the Azure Rock King before glancing at Fong Kwang. Well done. This time, he had not taken command of Fong Kwang. Rather, Fong Kwang had led the team to complete the task independently. The results were evidently quite satisfactory. The capabilities of the avatars extended beyond mere tools. While they operated under the absolute obedience to their original form, they possessed their own intellect. With a grin at the praise, Fong Kwang felt elated. Fong Yun retrieved the corpse of the Azure Rock King, and with a thought, summoned back all the Fong Peng avatars. Meanwhile, the sandstorm was sweeping across the desert, conducting a ruthless extermination. The Fong Peng clan members rapidly perished, while the Azure Rock King remained elusive. Within the Yuan royal city, the Yuan queen listened to the reports with great joy. This time, the Duan Python clan had achieved an unprecedented victory. Yet, the thought of the Azure Rock King's escape filled her heart with unease. As long as the Azure Rock King remained at large, it posed a significant threat. The ruler of a clan, when present, would indeed exercise caution. However, now the Fong Peng clan faced utter devastation, and their king had fled. Should the Azure Rock King recover, he would return to exact revenge on the many Duan Python clan members left vulnerable outside. It would be a relentless and brutal guerrilla massacre. The ramifications would be endless. The Yuan queen stood atop the highest point of the palace, gazing at her jubilant clansmen within the royal city. Her emotions were complex. She hoped that Li would indeed succeed, at the very least, that no unexpected turns would arise. The Yuan queen whispered softly into the void, though deep within, she harbored little hope. Instead, a sense of worry for the reckless Li began to surface. As an old rival, the Yuan queen understood all too well the perilous difficulty of pursuing the Azure Rock King alone. Suddenly, the Yuan queen's gaze fell upon the horizon where the wind and sand danced, and a tall, robust figure was returning. He traversed the void, riding the winds and sands like a golden dragon, returning triumphantly. Upon recognizing the figure, the Yuan queen's heart leaped with joy, though her pretty face quickly resumed its cold composure. Humph, the queen scoffed, embodying the pride of royalty. In the air, Fong Yun also spotted the Yuan queen, revealing a smug smile. Humph, what is this arrogance when the Azure Rock King still lives? The Yuan queen felt irked, yet inexplicably delighted. At least, he had returned safely. Fong Yun, riding the wind and sand that coalesced into a golden dragon, approached the royal city with an air of flamboyance, moving leisurely. The guards of the royal city and several clansmen were filled with boundless excitement upon witnessing Li's arrival. His formidable reputation had long since spread throughout the entire Yuan Mang clan, brave, powerful, and victorious. In the battle on the sandstorm plains, he had slain countless Fong Peng, defended the queen, and even confronted the Qing Peng king, pursuing him relentlessly. These remarkable feats had rendered him a hero, eclipsing even the king's renown. At the behest of the queen, the guards swiftly lowered the protective barriers of the royal city. Fong Yun rode the yellow dragon, soaring into the skies above the city, a tremendous honor. Li had returned. The cries of Li, 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 erupted from the streets, where the Yuan Mang people gathered, their voices resonating like thunder in celebration of their returning warrior. Fong Yun, hovering above, smiled and waved to the jubilant crowd below. Strangely, he found himself touched by the fervor of the Yuan Mang clan, as if he were one of them, basking in the highest honor of their kin. Unbeknownst to them, his doppelganger had also slain many of their kind. Had he chosen to aid the Fong Peng in eradicating the Yuan Mang clan, the circumstances might have been drastically different. In this world, many matters cannot be simply defined by right or wrong. Regardless, in this moment, he was a member of the Yuan Mang clan. Li. Fong Yun's heart was filled with complex emotions, yet his demeanor transformed into one of renewed vigor. With a fiery gaze, he looked upon the exquisite figure of the Yuan queen, and, with a grand gesture, proclaimed, Li has fulfilled his duty. The Qing Peng king is slain. As his triumphant voice echoed, a massive corpse of a Peng bird plummeted from his grasp, crashing thunderously onto the streets below. The Yuan Mang people were momentarily stunned, then scattered in alarm. The colossal body of the Peng bird crushed numerous buildings, yet not a single soul uttered a complaint. Instead, their expressions transformed into awe, shock, and then fervent excitement. It is truly the Qing Peng king, someone in the crowd exclaimed, igniting a wave of fervor throughout the clan. The Qing Peng king was dead. It was real. Some clansmen shouted in ecstatic disbelief, tears streaming down their faces. They rushed toward the lifeless body of the Qing Peng king, their mouths agape as they bit into the flesh with fierce intent. Their parents had been slain by the Fong Peng. In a moment of furious exhilaration, they attacked the remains of the Qing Peng king. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of Yuan Mangs surged forward, and the enormous carcass of the Qingpeng king was devoured by the vengeful and ecstatic clansmen. The Yuan queen watched this scene unfold in silence, occasionally glancing at the corpse of the Qingpeng king and then at Fong Yun, who hovered above. His gaze fixed upon her. Beneath her calm exterior lay a heart filled with complexity and profound shock. My queen, I have sworn to slay the Qingpeng king. And I, Li, have accomplished this. I wonder if you feel cleansed of your burdens. Fong Yun gracefully stepped into the air, slowly approaching the apex of the palace. Standing before the Yuan queen, his imposing figure bore a proud, rugged smile. The Yuan queen momentarily froze, a rosy hue blossoming on her exquisite visage, her ample chest rising and falling rapidly in a flurry of emotions. Then, overwhelmed by embarrassment and fury, she vanished in an instant. Below, the spot where the body of the Qingpeng king once lay was now merely a pool of blood. A throng of clansmen gazed up at the dome of the royal palace, erupting in an unprecedented frenzy of shouts. Lie, 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 lie. At that moment, a voice of surprise resonated in Fong Yun's mind, emanating from a clone. Master, I have discovered the angelic maiden. Chapter 83, The Secret of the Angels. The colorful divine forging lotus. Hearing this, Fong Yun's heart leaped with joy. For days, he had dispatched his clones throughout the secret realm to search for the trace of that angelic sprite, but to no avail. He had not anticipated that. In this moment of triumph, he would find her. Truly, a double delight. Immediately, Fong Yun directed his consciousness to the clone. He soon beheld the angelic figure of Fang Yun from a distance. At this moment, Fang Yun was situated in a valley adorned with blooming flowers and verdant grass. She sat gracefully on the grass, cradling a delicate pink bunny in her arms. Fong Yun noticed bloodstains on the bunny's legs, as Fang Yun tenderly tended to its wounds. This scene left Fong Yun momentarily in a daze. On that fateful day when he had pursued this angelic clan, he had witnessed her formidable prowess firsthand, losing numerous dragon clones in the process. Yet now, this woman exuded an aura of serene sanctity as she rendered aid, surrounded by a halo of divine light. Fong Yun felt a pang of reluctance to strike. One ought not to. No, he thought, gritting his teeth. Inflicting harm was inevitable, and he hoped she would cooperate. Just as he prepared to command his clones to attack, Fang Yun suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Fong Yun's heart jolted. Could she detect the invisibility of his clone? But he soon realized it was a misunderstanding. At that moment, several figures approached from 3 different directions, skillfully maneuvering their way to her side. They were the few virtual celestial guards who had escaped during Fong Yun's earlier pursuit of Fang Yun. They bowed respectfully before her. And one spoke. Miss, there have been significant changes in the Shifengla Desert. The Duan Python clan has decisively defeated the Fengpeng clan and is now nearly the sole ruler of the desert. Fang Yun furrowed her brow slightly at this news, but remained silent. Another added, I have used the Mrs. Seal to contact individuals from the 3 Celestial Monarchs Hall. They will arrive shortly. The Qianyuan Holy Sun has yet to be reached. Fang Yun nodded, then turned to the last 2 individuals. Miss, we have set up the heavenly net as per your instructions, awaiting the capture of that being. I understand, Fang Yun replied coolly, with a gentle motion of her hand. A radiant light emanated from her palm, and the wounds on the bunny's legs vanished in an instant. She then placed the bunny gently on the grass, watching as it hopped away merrily. Hidden, Fong Yun absorbed the gist of their conversation, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Setting a heavenly net to ensnare a being? What are these individuals planning? He pondered, his brow furrowing. A vague sense of complexity stirred within him. Otherwise, why would they require the collaboration of several celestial monarchs? Were they plotting against him? He chuckled derisively, overestimating their capabilities. Yet, he also sensed an inexplicable notion that it was not merely directed at him. In the Battle of the Great Rift, he unleashed over 2,000 avatars, wreaking havoc. Those present must have already recognized the formidable power of the enigmatic Masked One. A mere coalition of a few celestial monarchs could hardly contend with him. The woman before him, as long as she possessed a modicum of sense, would not engage in such folly. To confront the Masked One, it would require the collective strength of all the trial participants within the secret realm. As he dismissed the possibility of being targeted, a sudden thought struck Fong Yun, illuminating his mind with a peculiar light. Could it be the unknown entity behind that strange seed? A spark of inspiration ignited within him. The more he pondered, the greater the likelihood seemed. Upon his initial arrival, he had sensed that mysterious presence, albeit not through his own awareness. Given the ancient existence of the Spirit Light secret realm and the numerous trials it had hosted, it was only natural that others had inadvertently discovered signs of that unknown entity. At that moment, Fang Yun and her companions appeared to be deliberating on the finer details. Exercising exceptional caution, Fong Yun could not overhear their specific discussions. Soon, the veil of concealment lifted, and the several ethereal guardians departed once more. In the flower-laden meadow, Song Shui seemed to recall something, her delicate fists clenched in silent fury. If it weren't for those damnable rascals, she mused, she could have captured that being all by herself. Should she uncover their identities, they would surely meet their demise. Song Shui's beautiful eyes glimmered with intense ire. The last encounter with the mysterious pursuer had left her in a precarious state, depleting much of her resources. Otherwise, she would not have required external assistance for this endeavor. With that, Song Shui vanished from sight, and Fong Yun stealthily followed. Now that he had identified her, her escape was nearly assured. His curiosity was piqued regarding the angelic secret and their intentions. He sought to validate his suspicions. The mysterious, unknown presence within the secret realm also intrigued him. In recent days, he had discreetly dispatched avatars to confine the mysterious seed within the spirit light secret realm, attempting to unveil the secrets behind it. However, that enigmatic presence appeared exceedingly cautious, yielding no results for Fong Yun thus far. Maintaining a safe distance, Fong Yun trailed Song Shui. His current strength at the 9th layer of ethereal immortal, rivaling that of the Azure Pung King, coupled with mastery of the wind escape technique. He exercised great care in his stealthy pursuit, while Song Shui remained completely unaware of his presence. Before long, Fong Yun followed Song Shui to a picturesque locale. Surrounded by 3 mountains and enveloped in ethereal clouds, a vast azure lake lay serenely amidst the landscape. The shimmering waves danced upon the surface, adorned with numerous lotus flowers. Their leaves translucent like jade, while the blossoms bloomed in hues of white intermingled with pink and red. The tranquil scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, a true masterpiece of nature. As Fong Yun approached, he was struck by the rich fragrance of the vegetation and the refreshing aura of the water. The picturesque allure of the mountains and waters was intoxicating. Gazing toward the heart of the lake, Fong Yun's spirit momentarily faltered. At the center of the numerous lotus blooms, an extraordinary flower stood out, a singular marvel amidst the verdant sea. The lotus blooms resplendently, slowly unfolding its petals that consist of 7 distinct layers, each radiating a rainbow-like spectrum of colors. As Fong Yun gazed upon the vibrant 7-colored lotus, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. The 7-colored divine refining lotus. Remarkably, such a divine artifact exists here. Fong Yun's spirit was stirred. This treasure is an exceptionally rare celestial relic, specifically aimed at the primordial spirit and soul, far surpassing the value of ordinary treasures of the law. In the next moment, Fong Yun found himself cursing his avatars internally. How could you fail to detect such a precious item? Humph. Do you even realize the extent of my loss? With a cold snort, Fong Yun transmitted the image of the 7-colored divine refining lotus to his avatars. Instantly, they all weakly admitted their oversight. Suddenly, one of the avatars, sounding quite aggrieved, communicated, "Master, I investigated that area a few days ago, and there was no lotus at that time." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's heart sank, and he quickly accessed the memories of that avatar, causing his pupils to contract. Indeed, according to the avatar's recollection, there had been no lotus here just days prior, let alone the 7-colored divine refining lotus. At that moment, Fong Yun noticed that the angel Song Shui had arrived at the shores of Baishui Lake, showing no signs of attempting to pluck the divine lotus from the lake center. Could this be the bait they had set? Chapter 84, The Queen's Promise. Anything is possible. While Fong Yun was lost in thought, 3 clusters of celestial light surged from 3 different directions, swiftly arriving at Song Shui's location. Approximately 10 figures landed from each direction. Furthermore, the guards who had previously been beside Angel Song Shui returned alongside these individuals. The 3 groups bowed respectfully to Song Shui, only to be immediately captivated by the sight in the center of the lake, the 7-colored divine refining lotus. One individual gasped in astonishment, glancing at Song Shui with a demeanor of profound respect and surprise. "My lady, what do you intend to do that necessitates such a rare treasure as bait?" The holy son of Yuan Shui spoke up, prompting the other 2 holy sons to turn their gazes toward Song Shui. Their eyes displayed curiosity, reverence, and a barely perceptible fervor. The celestial maiden before them was unfamiliar, yet her subordinate had previously wielded the seal of a celestial king. They had been summoned on short notice. Even as holy sons of the celestial monarch's hall, they dared not disobey. The identity of this seemingly exalted woman piqued their immense curiosity. "Needless to say, simply heed my command. I shall certainly compensate you all afterward," Song Shui replied coolly. She couldn't help but resent Fong Yun even more. Had it not been for that detestable group of masked individuals, there would have been no need for external assistance, nor would any information have been leaked. However, the events had transpired, and the Lingwang secret realm opens only once every century. Missing this opportunity would mean no second chance. In response to Zhang Xue's frosty demeanor, the three holy sons felt a slight discontent but still respectfully acquiesced. The seal of the royal envoy commanded respect, even from celestial monarchs, let alone those of their status as virtual celestial-level holy sons. Royal envoy? What on earth does that mean? What is this angel's true identity? Fong Yun eavesdropped on the conversation, waves of intrigue rising within him. The identity of the other party seemed extraordinarily remarkable, exceeding his original expectations. Yet soon, Fong Yun felt an even greater thrill. He quietly concealed himself, observing as the angelic figure, Zhang Xue, produced a jade array plate. Holding a small flag that shimmered with an enigmatic light, she gracefully waved it, and in an instant, a magical formation enveloped the surroundings of the azure water lake. In the next moment, the luminous barrier of the formation gradually faded, yet Zhang Xue and her companions had seamlessly concealed themselves from view. Even Fong Yun's keen perception could not detect a trace of their presence. Fong Yun was taken aback, yet he understood deep within that they must still be nearby. He chuckled softly, thinking, if you wish to act as the mantis stalking the cicada, I shall simply play the part of the yellow sparrow. With a serene smile, he too concealed his form and continued to wait patiently. Time passed, and soon a day had elapsed. At this juncture, the seven-colored divine forging lotus in the heart of the lake began to bloom in its entirety. Radiant hues intertwined, casting a rainbow-like glow upon the azure water lake. And a subtle, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Another day passed, and as twilight descended, the individuals hidden within the array began to grow anxious. Lord Wangsher, are you certain this method will prove effective? Inquired the holy son of 9 spirits, raising an eyebrow. Such a divine object will not only attract the unknown entity, but also draw the trial disciples and the indigenous beings within the secret realm. Although we have cleared a radius of several hundred miles in advance, the longer we wait, the more likely we are to be discovered by other trial participants. Zhang Xue furrowed her brow upon hearing this. There was a tinge of uncertainty in her heart, yet she replied, according to the information I possess, that object is extremely sensitive to spiritual flora. The divine forging lotus should be a significant temptation for it. After this brief exchange, the group fell into silence once more, unaware that, at that very moment, a figure resembling jade had quietly approached the periphery of Azure Water Lake. This figure nestled against an ancient tree, gazing intently at the divine lotus in the center of the lake, his eyes gleaming with fervor. However, he did not immediately rush forward to pluck the lotus. Instead, his gaze, shimmering with a faint azure gold light, swept across the surroundings. Bored, Fong Yun felt somewhat exasperated, thinking to himself that being the yellow sparrow was not an easy task either. Days had passed with nary a disturbance. Both predator and prey seemed to possess remarkable patience. Suddenly, he felt invigorated. It was a signal from Delai. Your Majesty, come here. The melodious and slightly tingling voice of the queen resonated in his mind. A surge of joy welled up within Fong Yun as he promptly instructed his doppelganger. You stay here and keep watch. If the enemy remains still, I shall remain still. If they move, report back to me immediately. Understood, responded the doppelganger by the azure water lake. After issuing the command, Fong Yun felt a sense of unease. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to summon several more dragon-like doppelgangers, all of whom would also conceal themselves and keep watch. With one doppelganger on guard, should an unforeseen event arise, it could perish, making it difficult for him to reach the location swiftly. However, with multiple doppelgangers watching, the chances of such a low-probability event occurring were significantly minimized. Steady, Fong Yun chuckled to himself, then concentrated all his attention on Delai's side. Your Majesty, I have arrived. Delai. Fong Yun stepped into the queen's chamber within the Yuan city of the earth. The maid stationed outside, upon catching sight of Fong Yun, regarded him with a gaze imbued with reverence, yet her lips betrayed a hint of amusement, as if playfully welcoming his presence. Fong Yun chuckled heartily and strode confidently forward. As he approached the grand hall where the queen resided, he was immediately enveloped by a fragrance reminiscent of blazing roses. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he recalled the adage, one recognizes a woman by her scent. The affinity for such a fragrance hinted at a woman of fervent passion. To his astonishment, beneath the facade of cold elegance lay a heart that was even more restless than his own. As Fong Yun continued forward, his heart raced with exhilaration, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a serious demeanor. He admonished himself, I, Fong Yun, possess a heart as steadfast as rock and regard women as mere breezes and bright moons. Just as he resolved to maintain his composure, he beheld a scene beyond the veil. The Earth Queen was bathing, Her porcelain skin and voluptuous curves revealed through the delicate fabric shattered his previously unwavering resolve. Did you not wish for me to be pristine? I shall comply with your desires. So what now? A cool voice, laced with haughty pride, echoed. Fong Yun felt an inexplicable urge to perceive her words as a challenge. Impudent. Daring. Even the most audacious demons would not dare to treat me with such insolence. He inhaled deeply and, through the thin veil, inquired, what does the queen intend? The movements of the Earth Queen, playfully splashing water, momentarily halted. In that instant, Fong Yun sensed the atmosphere within the hall grow increasingly tense. The queen was angered, her indignation palpable. Then, he observed the Earth Queen rise gracefully and stride toward her grand throne. You have achieved remarkable feats in this battle, earning unparalleled merit. I grant you one request. Her melodious voice, akin to a delicate hand caressing his spirit, beckoned him. Anything? Fong Yun exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. The Earth Queen's figure trembled slightly. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. Anything. Chapter 85. The Queen's Embarrassment. The Master of the Sword of Nature. Master, there is movement over here. Leave. Master. The seven-colored divine lotus has been plucked. Leave. Master. A fight has broken out. It's fierce and intense. Keep talking, and I will slay you. Fong Yun erupted in fury. An hour later, his magnificent form transformed into a streak of brilliance, crashing through several palace halls before being violently ejected from the palace grounds. Leave. The queen's overwhelming pressure reverberated through the palace, her voice a mixture of humiliation and fury. Instantly, the Earth Python maidens throughout the palace wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Rendered speechless. What happened? What transpired? I do not know, but I witnessed the great leader of the Earth clan being hurled from the queen's chambers. Could it be that the great leader displeased the queen? Whispered some, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Surely not. Is there a man stronger than our great leader? One maid retorted, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. The rest of the maidens collectively shook their heads. If even the supreme leader queen is dissatisfied. A certain maid stands with her mouth agape, as if she has uncovered something astonishing. Silence. Are you all devoid of tasks? Gathering here to gossip. Is the matter concerning the king and the supreme leader something you can discuss? Unz, accompanied by a retinue of female guards, reprimanded sternly. The maids recoiled, hastily dispersing like startled birds. Unz cast a glance toward the queen's chamber, her clear eyes glimmering with profound curiosity. Meanwhile, within the queen's chamber, the enchanting and exquisite Queen Yuling blushed furiously, her beauty almost radiating moisture. She was prepared to sacrifice everything. Yet, she had never anticipated that the utterly detestable Di Lai would propose such a shameful demand. Infuriating. Despicable. Fong Yun returned to his supreme leader's residence, chuckling gleefully. The essence of life was secured, and it was obtained with such transparency. Indeed, I keep my promises. Alas, the crystal on the queen's chest was a pity. At that moment, a Duan Python maid approached respectfully, saying, Supreme Leader, the 3 human women have been delivered to your quarters. Very well, I understand. Sigh. I am so busy, Fong Yun mused within Silvermoon City. On this side, yes. As the sword dance subtly reached its position, Fong Yun revealed a look of comfort. He opened his palm, and a droplet of iridescent blood materialized in his hand. As he absorbed it, Fong Yun soon noticed that the option for the Duan Python race in the System S selection had been replaced by a new name, Duan Devouring Heaven Python, an ancient dragon lineage. The system's rating equated it with that of the Azure Skyrock. Indeed, another top-tier entity. With a mere thought, a shadow clone appeared before Fong Yun, rapidly transforming until a perfect Duan Devouring Heaven Python clone emerged, exuding an aura of exquisite nobility, akin to that of the Duan Queen. After carefully sensing this new entity, Fong Yun's heart surged with uncontainable delight. The Duan Devouring Heaven Python naturally resonated with the earth, exhibiting an unparalleled affinity for the laws of soil, far superior to that of the previous Duan Python. Thus, Fong Yun had gathered 3 top-tier racial bloodlines, the Chi Dragon, Duan Devouring Heaven Python, and Azure Skyrock, each corresponding to the affinities of water, earth, and wind. If this trajectory continues, who could rival him in comprehending the laws of the celestial realm? Fong Yun smiled gently, brimming with anticipation for the prodigies of the Immortal Realm. At this moment, on the waters of Baishui Lake, chaos reigned. Fong Yun's true self had yet to arrive, and even his clones dared not take actions independently, remaining cloaked and observing from a distance, awaiting his arrival. Why not urge it a bit more? I dare not, the master said. If I urge it again, I'll be slain. Suddenly, the clone that feared being slain straightened its posture, and the nearby Chi Dragon clones brightened, their spirits lifted. An inexplicable sense in their minds alerted them immediately the master has arrived. Fong Yun instantly absorbed their memories and comprehended everything. Indeed, Angel Tsang Shui and her companions had unwittingly stumbled upon a mysterious existence. Yet, they could never have anticipated that this existence would become their nightmare. Even the supreme techniques they prepared could not capture or slay that enigmatic entity. Instead, the more than 30 attackers were nearly annihilated. After an hour of fierce battle, only the three great sons of the saints and the angel Tsang Shui remained. As Fong Yun gazed upon the scenes etched in his memory and the current unfolding events, he was profoundly shaken. Could it be that this is not a true immortal? That figure was incredibly fierce and domineering, draped in hues of azure and gold. With legs sharp as blades and arms like piercing sword rays, it resembled a spirit of the forest taking form, or perhaps a collection of blades and swords fused together. Eerie yet formidable. During the earlier confrontation, this figure had proclaimed itself as the Sword Master of the Woods. At this moment, the Sword Master was relentlessly assaulting the three great saints and Tsang Shui. The four of them wore pale expressions, and one of the saints bore a horrific sword scar across his body, nearly cleaving him in two. Yet, through some unknown means, his body remained intact. "Ha! You think you can capture me? A swarm of ants." The voice reverberated within the light array as the Sword Master's figure vanished in an instant, transforming into a myriad of azure gold sword lights that surged towards Tsang Shui and the others. One of the saints was struck by the sword light, and his precious garment shattered instantly. An arm, along with half his body, fell away. "Wang Shi, dispel the formation, or we shall all perish." The Yuan Shui saint cried out anxiously. "Allow me one final attempt. If it fails, we shall flee," Tsang Shui commanded, raising a luminous talisman in her hand. With only a day remaining in the secret realm, she was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. For, according to reports, there had already been 2 prior failures. Moreover, the Sword Master of the Woods was comparable to an imperial-grade treasure. Were it not for the constraints of this place, even an immortal king might have ventured here. Chapter 86. The Sword Master's Terrifying Might. The angel's light whip. As soon as Tsang Shui brandished the luminous talisman, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped all present. The space surrounding the talisman seemed unable to withstand the pressure, blurring and fracturing. In the air, the Sword Master of the Woods caught sight of the talisman, his heart racing, but in the next moment, his gaze ignited with a terrifying brilliance. His body spun rapidly, and torrents of azure gold sword energy surged forth around him, as if he were the master of 10,000 swords. His slender, fierce form was enveloped by countless sword lights, crashing down like a thunderous celestial phoenix. He was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the four. "Block him." 3 breaths, Tsang Shui commanded, immersing herself in focus as she exerted every effort to activate the talisman. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. It was evidently no easy task to channel this talisman. The 3 sons of the holy monarchs exchanged worried glances. Block. How could that be so simple? Especially within 3 breaths. Yet they were already embroiled in this perilous situation. To refrain from blocking would mean certain death. At that moment, the 3 great sons cursed Tsang Shui, the so-called Wang Shi, in their hearts. Had they known the dangers her actions would entail, they would never have come. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction aside, the 3 great saints hurriedly unleashed their respective techniques. The Yuan Shui saint's hand shimmered with silver light as he cast a radiant silver scale into the air. The scale rapidly enlarged, voraciously absorbing the surrounding water essence. It then transformed into a massive illusory dragon serpent, resembling both a Jian Wu and a dragon tortoise. The ethereal dragon snake shadow absorbed the elemental forces from all directions, lifting its head to unleash a thunderous roar, confronting the approaching master of the grass and wood sword with fierce intent. At that moment, the Saint of 9 Spirits transformed, revealing his true form, a magnificent 9-headed serpent bird radiating crimson light. One of its avian heads clutched a colossal fire bead, spewing forth torrents of blazing flames as if it were a fiery phoenix. The piercing cries of the phoenix echoed, infusing the air with a palpable sense of murderous intent directed at their adversaries. The Saint of the Circled Wood brandished a radiant green wooden shield, invoking his celestial powers. In an instant, the shield split into 2, then 4, and subsequently 16. The 16 shield fragments shimmered with brilliant celestial light, spinning rapidly to enclose the 4 allies within their protective embrace. The grass and wood sword master, dismissive and scornful, transformed his body into a sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light with the force of 1,000 thunders. With a single strike, the dragon snake shadow of the Saint of Elemental Water shattered instantly, its silver scales splitting apart. The Saint of Elemental Water coughed up blood, feeling his strength plummet, desperately stuffing pills into his mouth to regain composure. In the next heartbeat, The myriad sword lights struck the fiery phoenix. An intense blue-gold radiance flickered violently. In an instant, the sound of shattering filled the air as numerous phoenixes were dismembered, scattering into a cascade of flickering sparks. The 9 spirits saint, wounded, felt the blood surge from all 9 avian heads, and the fire bead began to crack ominously. In a flash, the grass and wood sword master broke through 2 layers of defense, ruthlessly advancing toward the final green wooden shield. His disdainful gaze fixed upon the shield intensified. The grass and wood sword master whirled, releasing streams of azure light from his form, which then merged seamlessly into the spinning Tai wooden shield. In that moment, the saint of the circled wood's pupils constricted in horror. He acutely sensed that his grip on the Tai green light shield was being rapidly usurped. Yes, usurped. The grass and wood sword master had forcibly deprived him of control over this inferior celestial treasure. With a spurt of blood, the saint of the circled wood cried out, "Wang Shi, quickly! We cannot hold on." Panic-stricken, he beheld the 16 azure celestial shields hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. He summoned a protective aura, fleeing in terror. The others mistakenly believed he was in control, but in the next moment, those wooden shields, akin to sharp blades, pursued him relentlessly, piercing through his body. With a resounding explosion, the saint of the circled wood's form disintegrated, and a terrified soul essence fled into the ether. Die! A contemptuous voice rang out, and a blue-gold sword light flashed, cleaving the soul essence of the saint of the circled wood into 2. The saint of the circled wood was no more. This scene sent shockwaves through the hearts of the saint of elemental water and the saint of 9 spirits. He was dead. A companion, equally a saint, had perished. This was not merely the death of a subordinate. It was akin to their own demise. Instantaneously, the 2 no longer wished to assist the esteemed Wang Shi. What good were promises of grand compensation and titles when their very lives were at stake? At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the figure of Zhang Shui nearby. A pair of immense wings of holy light unfurled, enveloping Zhang Shui in a blinding white radiance, her presence rivaling that of the grass and wood sword master. The luminous talisman had transformed into a long, white whip of holy light. "Back away," she commanded. Zhang Shui commanded, her eyes radiating an intense white light. With a swift flap of her wings, she boldly confronted the master of the grass and wood sword. With a gentle flick of her holy light whip, she stirred the void into violent turbulence, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The whip danced wildly, resembling a beam of white light, swift and boundless. Where it passed, a myriad of white whip shadows cascaded, instantly shattering the multitude of incoming azure and golden sword auras. The master of the grass and wood sword was taken aback, his figure flickering as he retreated at great speed. Yet the light whip was swifter, striking him with the force of divine radiance. Boom! The void trembled, resonating with a thunderous roar. The master of the grass and wood sword's body exploded in an instant. Oh my! Fong Yun, who was watching the spectacle unfold, felt a tumultuous wave surge within him. These super-celestial second-generation beings. Their prowess indeed reflected their lineage. The day he pursued this angel to such an extent, he had no idea they possessed such formidable techniques. Fong Yun was astonished, and subsequently relieved that he had not recklessly intervened earlier. Both parties exhibited remarkably powerful abilities. At this moment, as they fought amongst themselves, it was the perfect opportunity for him to remain as the final hunter. Fong Yun's gaze was fervent, intently focused on the battlefield, poised and excited, ready to seize any opportunity. Suddenly, the scornful voice of the master of the grass and wood sword echoed. "Huh, those people from 300 years ago, were they sent by you? I killed them all without exception, and you dare to provoke me." His arrogant voice reverberated, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the fierce sword auras darted about, filling the air with shimmering reflections. Zhang Shui furrowed her brow. Her current state, along with the angelic light whip, was limited in duration. However, at this moment, her opponent had vanished. Zhang Shui, anxious, swung her light whip repeatedly. The heavens erupted with radiant white light, and wherever it passed, the darting azure and golden sword auras were obliterated. Suddenly, the whip struck one of the sword auras, and the master of the grass and wood sword was sent hurtling out. His aura had significantly diminished. Zhang Shui was elated. The white light in her eyes flared, and the whip swiftly struck the master of the grass and wood sword once more. Boom! His body exploded again. "Ant, you have provoked my wrath." The furious voice of the master of the grass and wood sword resonated, and in the next moment, from one of the 3 majestic celestial mountains surrounding the azure water lake, countless plants withered simultaneously. An immense surge of azure energy rapidly converged towards this location. In an instant, the master of the grass and wood sword reappeared, his injuries seemingly healed by more than half. His form shimmered, defying gravity, as myriad azure and golden sword energies erupted from his being. It was as if a vortex of countless sword energies had been unleashed. Chapter 87, Divine Wood. Secret Blood. Such a terrifying scene instantly filled Yuan Shuai Saint Sun and Jiuling Saint Sun with dread and anxiety. A profound sense of impending doom surged within their hearts. They each summoned all their celestial power, invoking their final life-preserving techniques. Song Shui furrowed her brow. She was unafraid of the sword auras, but the master of the grass and wood sword's peculiar recovery technique filled her with unease. This detail had not been mentioned in the intelligence she had received. At this moment, two ethereal mountains loomed nearby, given the prowess of the wood and grass sword master. This battle had become arduous. Song Shui, unwilling to concede, unfurled her angelic wings, her figure a fleeting shadow, as her luminous whip danced wildly, obliterating countless sword lights. With a thunderous crack, she struck fiercely once again at the wood and grass sword master. However, this time, she tempered some of her divine might, merely causing the sword master's form to flicker without shattering it. Seizing the opportunity as the sword master was sent reeling, Song Shui unleashed a blazing celestial net from her hand. The net expanded rapidly, enveloping the retreating sword master in an instant. The sword master, filled with fury, erupted in a dazzling azure glow. The great net constricted violently, entwining tightly, its threads resembling molten rock, emanating a fierce crimson glow that suppressed the wood and grass sword master, rendering him momentarily unable to escape. Meanwhile, the previously overlooked Jiuling Saint Sun and Yuan Shui Saint Sun, having endured the onslaught of myriad sword lights, were left in a pitiful state. Jiuling Saint Sun, with his 9 bird heads, was reduced to 3, while Yuan Shui Saint Sun's body was battered and on the verge of disintegration. Had it finally come to an end? They gazed at the struggling wood and grass sword master within the celestial net, their hearts pounding, and released a long sigh of relief. How terrifying! They were pinnacle celestial beings, yet utterly defenseless. Crack! Crack! Song Shui lashed her whip repeatedly against the wood and grass sword master, diminishing his momentum. Suddenly, a roar of wrath erupted from within the net. A terrifying aura surged forth, and in that instant, an ancient, weathered piece of wood emerged within the sword master's body, from which a drop of crimson blood flowed. What is this? Fong Yun's mind trembled violently. Just a glance at the wood sent surges of vitality coursing through him. The blood, however, seemed to herald the emergence of a majestic emperor, rising from a sea of corpses and blood, wielding sword intent that spanned the heavens and earth. The boundless void shattered, and countless foes were reduced to dust beneath the sword's might. It was utterly horrifying. Song Shui stood at the forefront. A mere glance at that blood sent her terror surging. It felt as if a sword Dao emperor had traversed through ancient time, striking towards her with lethal intent. Uft! Song Shui spat blood. Her sacred angelic form was instantly marred with sword wounds, resembling fragile porcelain, cracking at any moment. Her aura plummeted in that instant. Flee! Song Shui's eyes flashed with horror, no longer entertaining any greedy thoughts. This treasure was beyond her reach. In the next moment, she revealed a small flag of profound light in her hand, gently waving it, enveloping herself in a mysterious glow. Her figure vanished, reappearing outside the entrapment array. Then, she fled at breakneck speed. This scene left the Yuan Shui Saint Sun and Jiuling Saint Sun in disbelief. They were still trapped within the array. That woman had escaped on her own. They cursed in their hearts, gradually succumbing to despair. For at that moment, the wood and grass sword master slowly rose. Sword intent soaring, his fury palpable. A brilliant azure and crimson light radiated around him, as the celestial net was ruthlessly pierced by his fierce sword aura, torn asunder. The ancient, weathered wood within him flickered with a radiant glow, and on the distant mountain behind him, the verdant flora was instantaneously reduced to ash. The rich essence of nature, heedless of the entrapment, was swiftly absorbed into his being. Hence, daring to offend the true self, die. The figure of the wood sword master darted forth like a blade, leaping into action. The bodies of the 9 spirits Holy Sun and the primordial water Holy Sun shattered like porcelain, their primordial spirits fracturing into pieces. Then, with a flash of bloody sword energy, he pierced through the barrier of the entrapment, transforming into a dazzling sword light as he pursued the fleeing Song Shui. This fleeting scene left Fong Yun utterly astonished. Such power, the prowess of a transcendent being, yet imbued with an inexplicable might of the great Dao. Surely, even a true immortal would falter against the wood sword master in such a state. Fong Yun was overwhelmed, his heart racing with intense astonishment. What was that wood? That blood? It was terrifying beyond measure. With a thought, Fong Yun summoned a doppelganger, intending to seize the opportunity. There lay the possessions of 3 holy sons. Although uncertain of what remained, he sensed it was worth the risk. He then commenced the great spatial maneuver of his doppelganger. A fleeting thought, a deployment of the doppelganger. And it went. And again. Thus, his doppelganger traversed the terrain with an extraordinary swiftness, even outpacing the angel Tsangxue, who was employing secretive means to escape. In an instant, he caught up to the aurora-like Tsangxue. However, he refrained from immediate action, for at that moment, the Woodsword Master was also in hot pursuit of Tsangxue. Exuding an aura of lethal intent, his speed was astonishingly swift, not soaring through the skies, but darting like a green flash across mountains and valleys, weaving through the dense thickets with breathtaking rapidity. His velocity surpassed even that of the winged angel Tsangxue. Just as he was about to close in, suddenly, the terrifying state of the Wood Sword Master faded, and his momentum waned. Moreover, ahead lay the vast expanse of the Shifengla Desert, beyond the confines of the ancient forest. Reluctantly, the Wood Sword Master came to a halt. A gentle exclamation resonated through the woods, as the ancient trees trembled, and the flowers and spiritual herbs bowed, seemingly paying homage to the sovereign. With a flicker of thought, Fong Yun directed several doppelgangers to pursue the angel Tsangxue. Then, another 100 doppelgangers materialized, encircling the Wood Sword Master from all directions. At the forest's edge, the Wood Sword Master, still seething with anger, was taken aback by the sight of 100 mysterious figures adorned with bronze masks. Wood Sword Master, I shall eliminate that woman for you. Grant me a drop of your essence blood. What say you? Fong Yun stepped forward, his voice cold as it emanated from beneath the mask. The Wood Sword Master was enigmatic and formidable, and Fong Yun's desire for his essence blood was palpable. Yet, despite the recent battle, the Wood Sword Master had sustained injuries without shedding a single drop of blood, which surprised Fong Yun slightly. Taken aback by Fong Yun's sudden inquiry, the Wood Sword Master was momentarily stunned before responding with disdain. My essence blood? You are unworthy. Huh, your response leaves much to be desired. Fong Yun replied with a faint smile, his voice devoid of emotion, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he raised his hand with a gentle wave. Instantly, his 100 doppelgangers surged forward to attack. Chapter 88. The Humiliated Angel, the Blood Cloud Persists. 100 mysterious figures charged forward without hesitation. The Wood Sword Master scoffed, his expression one of contempt. As the landlord, he had long been aware of these enigmatic figures, relying solely on their numbers and their mysterious aura, their power being rather mediocre. Moreover, at this moment, he was the undisputed sovereign of the jungle. The Master of Grass and Wood raised his hand and lightly pointed. Countless sword flashes of grass and wood materialized from thin air, swiftly slicing towards the approaching doppelgangers. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the Master of Grass and Wood was taken aback. Countless azure blades of wind surged towards him, rendering his sword flashes utterly ineffective. 100 azure skypunks. Furthermore, each one possessed strength no less formidable than those he had previously encountered. In a state of astonishment, the Master of Grass and Wood found himself besieged by 100 doppelgangers of the azure sky pong, suddenly facing a combined might of great prowess. He, enveloped by myriad sword flashes, braced himself against the onslaught, only to be violently propelled back thousands of feet, shattering countless ancient trees of the jungle around him. No blood was shed, yet the azure golden radiance enveloping his form dimmed momentarily. Having recently engaged in a fierce battle with the angelic Tsangxue and her companions, he had sustained considerable injuries from repeated blows, even exhausting his essence. As he gauged the strength of the masked adversaries, the Master of Grass and Wood swiftly recognized the reality. His opponent was formidable. He needed to retreat from their onslaught. In the next heartbeat, while being flung backward, his figure became ethereal, vanishing into the foliage. The azure light flickered, and within mere breaths, he was nowhere to be seen. The myriad doppelgangers of Fong Yun arrived, commanding countless blades of wind to obliterate the surroundings, turning the grass and wood into mere dust. The Master of Grass and Wood reappeared momentarily before vanishing underground. Fong Yun chuckled softly. With a mere thought, 100 earth elemental swallowing python sisters emerged from beneath the ground, relentlessly pursuing the subterranean Master of Grass and Wood. At that moment, the Master of Grass and Wood glided through the earth like a shimmering azure light, unimpeded, unfazed above. Suddenly, he sensed 100 figures swiftly converging upon him, each moving with the grace of waves upon sand. Their agility and speed were nearly indistinguishable from his own. What? The Master of Grass and Wood was astonished. In the next heartbeat, 100 masked figures once again encircled him. Surrender your essence, or face death. With no path above, nor refuge below. One doppelganger twisted in a captivating manner, her voice cold and devoid of mercy. Begone! I possess no blood. The master of grass and wood erupted in fury. Countless sword flashes surged once more, fiercely attacking the masked figures in all directions. In the distance, Angel Fang Yun felt the terrifying presence behind her cease its pursuit, a wave of relief washing over her, causing her taut nerves to relax. A sudden wave of weakness enveloped her, and she stumbled onto a nearby sand dune. This battle had exhausted all her means, yet she had still faced defeat. She cast a glance towards the ancient woods, her expression a mix of unwillingness and sorrow. Do not blame me. You have uncovered the secret and forfeited your chance at survival. I am sorry, Fang Yun murmured, just as she took a breath to regain her composure. Her exquisitely delicate face froze in an instant. A masked figure emerged from the swirling sands in the distance. Then, from all directions, several more masked figures leisurely approached, their demeanor casual and unhurried. In that instant, Angel Fang Yun was profoundly shaken. With a start of fright, and without any hesitation, Fang Yun turned and fled. However, as she moved, the clones became invigorated. Moments later, the sanctified angel was forcefully pinned down by several clones upon the desert ground. Fang Yun's delicate face was ground into the yellow sand. A pair of enormous, pristine wings flapped violently, but no matter how she struggled, it was in vain. The already weakened angel was no match for the numerous clones of the Qing Tianpeng. Do not move, Fong Yun admonished, striking the angel Fang Yun with a resounding slap. Instantly, Fang Yun's delicate form froze. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears of humiliation. Ah, I will kill you all. Fang Yun shrieked in a fit of rage. Yet, with her head buried in the sand, her voice emerged as a mere whimper. Fong Yun elegantly drew a dagger, tracing it across the angel's thigh. Moments later, amidst the angel's struggles, he collected a sufficient amount of blood. With the primary task accomplished, the clones released their grip. In the next instant, the angel erupted. I will kill you, Fang Yun, consumed by rage and humiliation. Her hair disheveled and her exquisite visage flushed as if dripping with blood, exuded an unprecedented aura. Her body, marred with cracks, began to emanate a holy light. Then, disregarding everything, she charged at Fong Yun, the leader. Fong Yun turned to face the oncoming Fang Yun, his lips barely twitching beneath his mysterious mask. You could have cooperated and voluntarily surrendered. Yet you chose this path. Alas, Fong Yun sighed. I am, in truth, a good person. No sooner had he spoken than the numerous clones around him unleashed their power, gathering the violent celestial light. Fang Yun's expression shifted dramatically, her rationality, clouded by fury, returned as she began a hasty retreat. Boom. In the next moment, Fang Yun's form shattered, yet simultaneously, she triggered her final reserves. Amidst the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion, her primordial spirit was enveloped by a beam of holy light, transforming into an aurora that vanished in an instant. Is she truly not dead? Fong Yun exclaimed, his mind sweeping outward. His expression changed slightly as he realized she was no longer within the range of his consciousness. Is this what it means to be a super celestial second generation? Fong Yun mused, not overly concerned. Around the same time, the sword master of grass and wood had also escaped his encirclement. This left Fong Yun somewhat displeased, but there was little he could do. The sword master, pressed by the urgency of pursuit, activated his primal power once more. The terrifying sword light swept across, instantly obliterating 20 to 30 of Fong Yun's clones. And then his figure vanished into thin air. Will I be able to leave a clone here once the secret realm concludes? Fong Yun pondered, preparing for an attempt. If feasible, this secret realm would become his private garden. No matter how formidable the sword master of grass and wood was, he could hardly evade Fong Yun's relentless pursuit. In his fury, Fong Yun intended to bring him to the point of submission. At this time, it was already the final day of the trial. The enigmatic masked figure moved once more, seeking out the trial disciples to pin them down and plunder their belongings. They could surrender Fong Yun's spoils and save their lives. Dare to resist, and one shall ascend to immortality. Just 2 days prior, the Blood Cloud avatar re-emerged silently, seizing a carefully crafted opportunity by Fong Yun. Blood Cloud rescued 3 human maidens, Luoyu among them, and displayed remarkable prowess by slaying 2 avatars of the Earth Duan Python at the 9th level of the virtual Immortal Realm. At present, Blood Cloud, accompanied by the 3 human celestial maidens, has concealed themselves, awaiting the final summons to return to the celestial realm. Each individual who entered has been marked in advance. When the time comes, as long as they are alive, they will feel the call of the celestial realm and return to immortality. Brother Yin, thank you, Luoyu said, her eyes shimmering with tears, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Had it not been for Blood Cloud's intervention, she could hardly bear to contemplate her fate. Luoyu spoke. and the other two immediately echoed their heartfelt thanks. Fong Yun turned to regard the three curvaceous celestial maidens, noticing the faint starlight glimmering in their beautiful eyes. Their pitiful demeanor made Fong Yun apprehensive that they might utter the words, "We have nothing to offer in return but our bodies." Chapter 89. The Jade-Faced Immortal Lord and the Illustrious Saintess in the final half-day. The remaining trial disciples, after the sweeping actions of the enigmatic masked figure, trembled and hid away, resulting in an unusual scene within the spirit light secret realm. The atmosphere was eerily desolate, a sight that would have been inconceivable in previous trials, where the final moments often saw disciples fiercely battling and competing against one another. Outside, at this moment, all celestial sects in the Immortal Lord's palace were prepared for the reception. Unlike the entrance, the exit was somewhat peculiar, with the location altered. Upon entry, there were 3 entrances based on proximity, yet upon exiting, there was a singular designated location, the return to Immortality Mountain. This mountain stood grand and imposing, its peaks soaring to great heights, the summit fashioned into a vast celestial platform surrounded by ethereal clouds, radiant with celestial light, a truly magnificent sight. The surface of the celestial platform was adorned with mysterious runes, forming a colossal array designed for 2 purposes, to receive the returning trial disciples and to ascertain if any bore issues. At that moment, numerous celestial beings surrounded the return to Immortality platform, their celestial brilliance dazzling. Representatives from the Immortal Lord's palace, various celestial sects, and several direct forces under the command of the 1,000 Transformation Immortal King were present. In total, there were no fewer than 30 or 40 factions, seated according to their hierarchical status. At the center sat the foremost faction, directly under the 1,000 Transformation Immortal King. Presiding over them was the jade-faced Immortal Lord, adorned in a robe embellished with cloud patterns and radiant colors, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a gentle breeze and bright moon. With a face as exquisite as jade and 3 divine patterns shimmering upon his brow, he was strikingly handsome. His aura, though seemingly restrained, exuded an inexplicable cadence of the Tao, as if he were an immortal venerable being, inspiring both admiration and reverence in those who beheld him. Typically, such trials do not involve the appearance of an immortal lord. However, this occasion seemed to differ. The jade-faced Immortal Lord felt a mixture of anticipation and concern. According to their unique secret techniques, it appeared that the Tsangshui goddess had suffered significant losses within the secret realm, her subordinates having perished entirely, yet she remained alive. During the previous 2 attempts, all those sent forth perished. Could it be that success has finally been achieved? What, then, is that enigmatic entity? The jade-faced Immortal murmured, his gaze directed toward the ethereal void ahead, brimming with anticipation. Although his heart was filled with hope, the expressions of the golden immortal elders surrounding him from the 5 great immortal halls were fraught with grave concern. One among them remained somewhat composed, for their holy son had at least survived. However, the other 4 golden immortal elders wore faces ashen with despair. The life lamp of their holy son had extinguished. This signified that, barring a miracle, their holy son had perished. This news was exceedingly difficult for the elders of the various immortal halls to accept. Particularly after the demise of the Qianyuan holy son, they had mocked the elders heading toward the Qianyuan Immortal Hall. Yet, they were soon met with the bitter taste of irony, as their own holy son had met the same fate. In a single day, 3 holy sons from the great immortal halls had fallen. Presently, only the holy maiden of the Floating Splendor Immortal Hall seemed to be alive. Nevertheless, the elders of the Floating Splendor Immortal Hall could not find joy in this. Their sole prayer was for her safe return. Various indicators suggested that the circumstances within this secret realm were evidently perilous. Though the specifics remained unknown, mere survival would be a significant triumph. Even if their holy maiden achieved nothing, her indomitable vitality would outshine the other 4 immortal halls. Heh! The floating cloud golden immortal chuckled softly, torn between worry and a sense of secret delight. His subtle smile did not go unnoticed by the other 4 elders, who were reeling from their losses. In the next moment, the 4 golden immortals simultaneously voiced their indignation. Floating cloud, what are you laughing at? I sense your holy maiden may not emerge unscathed. Heh! With merely half an hour remaining, my holy maiden is still in fine condition. Your jealousy is palpable. I shall not stoop to your level. The floating cloud golden immortal waved his feathered fan dismissively, uninterested in the envious remarks of the 4. At this moment, within the spirit light secret realm, in a tranquil lake of the 1,000 waters marsh domain, the still surface of the water suddenly rippled. In the next instant, a graceful fairy adorned in flowing silks appeared. She exuded an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, her long hair elegantly styled into a cloud-like coiffure, her figure slender and exquisite, her skin supple and fair. The celestial garment she donned appeared extraordinary, shimmering with the essence of water. Indeed, it was the holy maiden of floating splendor. At this moment, a faint smile graced her lips, her countenance remarkably serene, though her heart was ablaze with excitement. Upon entering this hidden realm, she had discovered a significant opportunity, leading her to a watery cave where she had received the legacy of an ancient female immortal. Now, emerging from her seclusion, her strength had surged immensely, with the prospect of attaining true immortality. Additionally, she had acquired several treasures left behind by the immortals, celestial garments, elixirs, and an exquisite immortal artifact. As the holy maiden reflected upon her experiences, a smile gradually spread across her enchanting visage. She pondered how the others fared, and whether they had encountered opportunities as grand as hers. Why is it so quiet? The floating splendor holy maiden wondered. And as her divine consciousness swept outward, her confusion deepened. Within the reach of her perception, not a single trial disciple could be found. With a flick of her fingers, the resplendent saintess furrowed her brows, pondering the fact that the time for her return to the celestial realm had not yet arrived. Where, then, were the others? At that very moment, several dozen miles away, a hidden avatar suddenly beamed with excitement. Brothers, a task has arisen. An arrow piercing through the clouds heralded the approach of countless troops. With this avatar's call, numerous duplicates within the swampy domain swiftly converged upon the location of the resplendent saintess. At this juncture, the saintess soared through the air, seeking the trial disciples. Before long, she beheld a figure adorned with a bronze mask, leisurely traversing the space towards her. Almost simultaneously, more masked figures emerged from all directions, encircling her with an air of nonchalance. The saintess, with furrowed brows, inquired, "Who are you, and what do you seek?" Perceiving the ill intentions of her visitors, her jade hand swiftly drew forth the Xian Shui divine sword. The avatars, captivated by the saintess's celestial attire, were greatly intrigued. Upon sighting the sword, a shimmer of fascination ignited in their eyes. The grand design of the hexagonal, magnificent immortal, Fong Yun, was not merely whimsical. He had recently commanded his avatars to diligently acquire extensive knowledge, particularly concerning the treasures of the celestial realm. Thus, the saintess's garments and the sword were immediately recognized as extraordinary by the avatars. "Shall we engage in a duel, or shall we overwhelm her as a group?" One queried. Does it matter if she faces us alone while we swarm her?" Haha, indeed. As the masked figures exchanged casual banter, disregarding her presence, the saintess's fury ignited. With a fierce flourish of her Xian Shui divine sword, she struck out in wrath. In that instant, the avatars surged with exhilaration. The enemy not only refused to capitulate, but dared to resist.